Lucky player, the survival game has matched with you. Number 025, Lu Yin. Generating identity information. Lu Yin, ordinary player, strength 8, speed 5, talent none. The game will officially load in 1 hour. Please prepare for the game. In Yangqing, a certain old house in the suburban district. Lu Yin stared blankly at the blood-red characters floating above his head, rubbing his eyes vigorously, only to find that these characters existed in the air as if carved, not some illusion. Brother, what are you looking at? At the dining table, a little girl tilted her head and waved her hand vigorously in front of Lu Yin. You look so silly. The girl's prolonged call finally roused Lu Yin. He paused for a moment, then cautiously pointed to the spot above his head and asked Xiaoyu, do you see the words here? The girl had delicate features, but her face was sickly pale, making her look thin and small. The kind of appearance that instantly evokes a protective instinct. She raised her eyes, but saw nothing except the yellowish ceiling and cobwebs in the corner. Brother, are you under too much mental stress? Lu Xiaoyu rested her chin on one hand, looking worried, and said, I think you've been acting a bit strange lately. Lu Yin, male, 22 years old. As for family situation, ever since his parents died in a car accident a few years ago, the household consisted only of him and his sickly younger sister, relying on each other. Hearing his sister's words, Lu Yin raised his eyebrows, his gaze fixed on the blood-red text before him, and said softly, maybe I really have been having some problems lately. Actually, to be precise, Lu Yin felt that not only his body had been malfunctioning recently, but the entire world seemed to be going wrong. Starting 3 months ago, solar flares became extremely active, increasingly affecting Blue Star. Many regions experienced severe sudden disasters, such as raining fire and snow in June. Countless unseen-a-century calamities erupted all at once during this period. This world is probably doomed. Lu Yin touched his nose side and brought a bowl of pork liver and a plate of cooked black beans to his sister, while he himself picked up a bowl of plain white rice and began to eat. Although the world was changing increasingly severely, life still had to go on. Even if tomorrow was the end of the world today, one still had to eat and sleep. You eat the meat. Lu Xiaoyu picked up 2 slices of liver and put them into Lu Yin's bowl, then began to eat quickly. The pork liver without any seasoning didn't taste good, but Lu Xiaoyu still gulped down the whole plate. It wasn't because she was greedy, but because this food was good for her illness. Lu Xiaoyu was already 14 years old, but her height was only about that of a 10-year-old child because she suffered from a congenital genetic disease, thalassemia, and it was very severe. Regularly eating liver and beans could help stabilize her condition. This disease was almost incurable, causing stunted growth, low immunity, frequent infections, and most importantly, the possibility of fainting at any time during an episode. Given this situation, Lu Xiaoyu's entire childhood was completely different from other children. She rarely went out and seldom played with other kids. When Lu Yin went out to work or do part-time jobs, she would stay at home, quietly reading books. From the age of 6 until now, she had already read tens of thousands of books covering a wide range. Classical literature, modern novels, and even academic textbooks from various fields. After their parents died, Lu Yin's financial situation was tight. Most of these books were hand-me-downs from relatives, neighbors, and teachers, even some college textbooks. To be precise, it wasn't that Lu Xiaoyu could read whatever she wanted, rather she could only read what was available. A few days ago, Miao Popo's grandson got beaten up pretty badly. Lu Xiaoyu scraped the last grains of rice from her bowl, wiped the food crumbs from her mouth, and asked with a grin, "You did it, didn't you?" Lu Yin raised his eyebrows and shook his head. I didn't, don't talk nonsense. That's strange then. Before, whenever he saw me, he would always come over and call me sickly, but these past few days he's been avoiding me. Lu Xiaoyu scratched her head. Yesterday, he even came to my door to apologize. Maybe he's just changed his ways recently. The chance of that for a brat like him is about 0. Or maybe he got disciplined by his parents with a belt. Every brat has a bratty adult at home. Miao Popo is even more ill-mannered than her grandson. Do you think she would suddenly become civilized? Does discussing this matter have any meaning? But I just want to know. Alright, I admit I did it. I knew it, brother is the best. At the dining table, the girl hugged the older boy's arm, gently rubbing her head against his shoulder, affectionate and peaceful. This scene was like a painting. The name of the painting was Home. 10 minutes until game loading. After lunch, Lu Yin had been studying the blood-red prompt that suddenly appeared before his eyes, but in the end, he still found nothing. Apart from the countdown of the blood-red prompt continuously decreasing, no other changes or hints appeared anywhere, causing Lu Yin immense anxiety. It seems I have been selected as a player of some high-dimensional game. Lu Yin took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and began to organize his thoughts. Starting 3 months ago, the world had been constantly undergoing anomalies and disasters. Perhaps in the unseen, some invisible force was controlling all of this, and the strangeness happening to him now was influenced by that mysterious power. As a brave young man of the new era, Lu Yin had a strong adaptability to supernatural events. After all, he had read many novels, and most importantly, he had no choice. The situation happening to him simply did not change according to his will. He didn't even have the right to object. He had no choice but to silently accept. Lu Yin also tried to search for similar information online, but the words survival game seemed to have been blocked. No relevant information could be found in any search engine. Survival game. I'm not afraid. Lu Yin was silent for a moment. But I don't know in what form this game will descend. Will it descend directly into this world? Or will it take me as a player into another game world? If it's the former, then it's no big deal. If it's the latter, if I leave, who will take care of Xiaoyu? A 14-year-old girl with a severe genetic disease without family care would find it very difficult to survive in this world alone. Lucky player. Lu Yin stared at the blood-red characters before him, gritted his teeth, and muttered, "Who the hell wants this player identity?" The blood-red characters showed no reaction, only the countdown continued to tick away. As the countdown passed, the sky turned gloomy with dark clouds covering the entire sky, howling winds, and thunder rumbling. It seemed as if some terrifying existence was gestating, about to be born into this world. Lu Yin paced restlessly, then pushed open the door to Lu Xiaoyu's room and walked in. The little girl was holding a thick academic book reading. Lu Xiaoyu's room was about 50 square meters with three 3-meter-high bookshelves filled with all kinds of books. In the corner, there were also 3 large wooden crates, all filled with books. This place was like a bookstore with hardly any space to stand. Here were piled all the books Lu Xiaoyu had read since childhood. When Lu Yin went out to work, she relied on these to pass the time alone. "Brother, what's wrong?" Lu Xiaoyu blinked and asked. Lu Yin forced a smile, sat down beside her, and after pondering for a long time asked very seriously, "Xiaoyu, if one day I have to go to a very, very far away place, would you be afraid?" After hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu replied without hesitation, "No, I wouldn't." Lu Yin raised his eyebrows. "Because he'll go with you." Lu Xiaoyu closed the book, grinned, and hugged Lu Yan's arm, resting her head on his shoulder. "No matter where brother goes, he'll follow you, whether it's the countryside or a big city. We'll never be apart." Lu Yin was stunned, feeling his eyes sting, and immediately turned to look out the window. "Don't think about leaving me behind." Lu Xiaoyu held him tightly, murmuring softly, "Dong, dong, dong." The clock on the wall struck 3 times. It was now 3 o'clock in the afternoon. 10 seconds until game loading. A mechanical, cold electronic countdown voice sounded in Lu Yan's ear. He tightly held Lu Xiaoyu's shoulder, as if only this could give him some psychological comfort, preventing him from facing the separation. 8, 7. The countdown slowly decreased, and Lu Yin softly chanted along. 3, 2, 1. Finally, the countdown of the blood-red characters before Lu Yin reached 0 completely. Survival game officially loading. A roar seemed to sound across the heavens and earth. The gloomy sky suddenly emitted extremely dazzling light, as if 1,000 suns were blooming at once. "That's an asteroid." Lu Yan's eyes widened. He saw a terrifying asteroid descending from the sky, crashing down. Then flames spread across the mountains and fields. Before he passed out, he heard a series of electronic synthesized prompts. Survival game loaded successfully. Selected fusion world, blue star domination. Fusion begins. World fusion complete. First batch of participants 80000. Player Lu Yin has entered the game. Welcome to the apocalypse. Darkness. Endless darkness. Huh. Lu Yin suddenly woke up, struggling to rise, and found himself in the middle of a wilderness. Lucky players, welcome to the survival game. As you can see, this is a new world built on the map of Blue Star. I will now announce the precautions. 1. The former glory has turned into wasteland. Players, what you need to do is survive in the wasteland and build a new civilization. 2. As the first batch of players, you may become the founders of the new world, heroes or demons remembered in history. Of course, you are more likely to become an unnamed skeleton devoured by beasts and merge with the earth. 3. On this wasteland, there are countless threats: acid rain, cold currents, swamps, mutant creatures. One careless mistake, and you will meet your doom. But danger and opportunity coexist. There will be abundant survival supplies in the wild, and defeating mutant creatures will also bring plenty of surprise rewards. 4. Shelters are powerful defensive measures. They can withstand many threats, raising your survival chances by several levels. We will provide an initial safe house. Please expand and develop it yourselves. 5. Remember, if you encounter your own kind in the wild, do not trust them easily. For in the wasteland, intelligent beings are far more terrifying than mutant creatures. They may be ready to plunder your resources and erase your life at any time. 6. For more functions, please check the function panel yourself. 7. The second batch of players will be deployed 1 month later. First batch players, please hurry to improve your shelter level. Have fun. A massive amount of information like a USB drive transfer poured into Lu Yan's mind, making him understand his current situation. He never expected the apocalypse game to descend in this way. Using the original 7 continents of Blue Star as a framework, a new world full of danger and opportunity was created. That is to say, the asteroid he saw earlier did not directly hit Blue Star, but was rather a game-like opening scene. A game interface appeared before Lu Yin. There were 6 options on the interface: personal info, chat, trade, market, inventory, shelter ranking. Some subsequent functions were displayed in gray font as to be opened. Lu Yin glanced roughly at these game functions, then fell into anxiety again. The method of the Apocalypse game's descent was the second type, which he least desired. He was taken to another world, while Lu Xiaoyu was left behind. Alone left in that world. Suddenly a prompt tone sounded again in Lu Yan's mind. We will selectively deploy a batch of affiliated players 15 days after the initial player deployment. These affiliated players are relatives of the main players, and do not have any game privileges. The main player who has an affiliated player will bear the survival pressure of 2 people simultaneously. This is a difficult trial, but familial bonds are both a burden and armor. Perhaps the presence of family can help players unlock greater potential. Player Lu Yin in 15 days. The affiliated player available for deployment is Lu Xiaoyu. Lu Yin listened to the prompt, and a smile gradually curled at the corner of his mouth, eventually turning into laughter. He was not afraid of bearing the survival pressure for 2 because he had been doing so since his parents passed away. He was not afraid of hardship or danger. His only fear was separation. At this moment, Lu Yan's only worry was gone. In 15 days, Lu Xiaoyu would also be deployed into this Apocalypse game, and what Lu Yin needed to do now was to build a comfortable and safe living environment, as much as possible welcoming his sister's arrival. Ding! The Apocalypse Survival System has been bound. This system provides functions of smelting, crafting, decomposition, and upgrade. It will also evaluate the host's living environment daily and settle rewards based on the rating level. Survival points can be used to upgrade items and draw lots. Lu Yin was stunned for a moment. He looked at the game interface in front of him again. At this time, the game interface had no changes, but next to it a new system interface appeared showing options, smelting, crafting, decomposition, and at the bottom daily evaluation. I have 2 systems. Lu Yin looked at the 2 interfaces floating before him, and his eyes gradually lit up. Obviously, the first game interface was the basic control system owned by all players, while the extra 1 Apocalypse Survival System was definitely the exclusive golden finger for Lu Yin alone. At this moment in the world chat channel, a large number of players were frantically communicating. How did I suddenly end up here? I'm so scared. Help. I'm surrounded by wolves. Ha ha ha, so the Apocalypse game is real. I can finally unleash my nature. I'm going to kill. Do you guys also have a safe house? Have you chosen where to place it? Messages scrolled by, and Lu Yin noticed that all these messages were prefixed with real avatars and real names. The trade interface was even simpler. Players could freely list items, set their desired prices for barter, and the game would not charge any fees. The inventory interface. Lu Yin opened his inventory, which showed 20 slots, but all were empty. Penniless. As for the final shelter option on the game interface, when Lu Yin opened it, some text prompts immediately. LV1 safe house, wooden area, 130 square meters, height 3 meters, weak wind resistance, weak water resistance, no fire resistance, can choose between ground and underground placement. Please place the safe house as soon as possible. After nightfall, the temperature in the wilderness will drop significantly, and terrifying beast hordes and unknown creatures will roam. The initial safe house had poor performance, but could barely provide protection. However, choosing between ground and underground placement was a serious problem. In the survival game, placing a safe house required considering many factors such as terrain, whether there were beast herds nearby, and proximity to water sources. But Lu Yin stood on a small mound over 3 meters high and looked into the distance. As far as the eye could see, there was no reflection of flowing water. There was no water source for several kilometers around. But if he left this wilderness and moved to another area, he might encounter beast herds on the way. In his current state, Lu Yin would be easy prey. So he had to set up camp nearby, choose a high ground, and place it underground. Finally, Lu Yin decided to place his safe house underground, targeting the mound under his feet. Placing the safe house underground had many advantages, such as protection from beast tides and cold waves. These disasters were hard to survive on the surface, but underground they were no problem. Do you want to place the underground safe house? Yes. Lu Yin clicked confirm. A red light began to scan from the area under his feet into the ground. Soon the mound shook violently, gradually rising higher, and the terrain became steeper. Soon the shaking stopped. A wooden door was embedded in the lower part of the mound, resembling the entrance to a cellar. Underground safe house has been placed. As the completion prompt sounded, Lu Yin eagerly pushed open the wooden door and walked in. Inside the wooden door, it was pitch dark. With the sunlight shining in, Lu Yin could barely see the interior. The frame of the safe house was made of wooden materials, looking decent, but the main support pillars that bore the primary pressure looked a bit thin, and there were only 2 of them. Personal shelter owner Lu Yin, space 130 SQM, height 3M, equipment none. Description: the lowest level shelter with no survival supplies, risk of collapse. The support pillars need to be increased. Lu Yin checked the overall structure of the safe house and found that the load-bearing support was indeed too poor. He had to add a few more support pillars, otherwise if it collapsed at night, it would be completely over. However, wood was easy to find. While observing the terrain earlier, Lu Yin discovered a small cedar forest about 500 meters from the camp. The cedar trunks were sturdy and straight, suitable for new support pillars. But the problem was, he had no tools. Oh, I almost forgot I have a cheat. Lu Yin slapped his forehead, opened the Apocalypse Survival System, and his eyes fell on the daily evaluation at the bottom. He clicked it immediately. Evaluation result: in the apocalypse you have your own underground shelter. This is a good start, at least you don't have to worry about sleeping in the wilderness at night. Final settlement: you have gained 30 survival points today, rewarded with 10 units of steel, 10 units of stone, 10 units of wood, and 20 bottles of 500 milliliters mineral water. 1 unit, 1 kilogram. Next evaluation time, 11 hours later, midnight the next day. As the evaluation ended, Lu Yan's originally empty backpack suddenly had 4 types of items. Yes, now he had materials to craft tools. Lu Yan opened the system's crafting interface. There were many subcategories such as tools, weapons, daily necessities, etc. The types were very comprehensive, covering everything from nuclear reactors to matches and nail clippers. However, before crafting each item, there was a proficiency requirement. Those advanced and complex products required the same level of proficiency to craft. For example, Lu Yan's current weapon crafting proficiency was level 1. Through the crafting system, he could only make the lowest level spears and bows. Only after reaching level 2 could he craft firearms and flintlock guns. Lu Yan opened the tools category and found the axe among the basic tools at the bottom. This common household item could be crafted even at the lowest proficiency level. Though the saw, also a basic tool, would be more advantageous for felling trees, Lu Yan opted for the axe after careful consideration. The reason was simple: while the saw excelled at cutting wood, its utility was limited to that single task. The axe, on the other hand, could serve as both a felling tool and an initial weapon. In the wild, an axe would undoubtedly prove far more useful than a saw. Materials required to craft axe: 2 units of steel, 1 unit of wood. Craft immediately. Lu Yan glanced at the prompt on the crafting interface and decisively selected confirm. System: steel 2, wood 1. System consumed 1 survival point. System: chopping axe crafted successfully. System: toolmaking proficiency 1, 130. A roughly 50 centimeter axe materialized in Lu Yan's hand. Its handle was made of rough hardwood, offering excellent grip that remained reliable even when wet with sweat or other liquids. The axe head gleamed, its shape differing from a common woodcutter's axe, resembling more a crescent-bladed weapon. Its overall form leaned closer to that of a combat tool. Steel axe inferior: a brand new steel axe suitable for chopping and hacking. But beware, do not use excessive force. So depending on the material, crafted tools also vary in quality. Lu Yan gave it a few swings and found it satisfactory. Items produced by the crafting system were graded into 3 levels: inferior, normal, and refined. The quality varied significantly based on the materials used. As long as it works, Lu Yan thought, unconcerned about the axe's grade. His priority was to reinforce the safe house's support beams before dark. Pushing open the safe house door, he cautiously surveyed the surroundings. Confirming no creatures roamed nearby, he quickly strode toward a small grove 500 meters away. Soon Lu Yan reached his destination. Though called a small grove, it contained only about 20 pine trees, with 7 or 8 already withered and decayed. After circling the area, he quickly selected 2 trees. They were roughly as thick as a bowl, straight and resilient, perfect for reinforcing the support beams. These trees seem unusually hard too, he noted. Lu Yan tapped the trunk lightly with the axe. Instead of a dull thud, the sound resembled striking stone. A clear sign that the harsh wilderness had driven these trees to evolve, making them tougher and more resilient. To fell a tree, one must first cut a wedge-shaped notch at the base, then sever it from the opposite side to control its falling direction. Lu Yan rubbed his hands together, gathered his strength, and swung the axe at the thickest part of the trunk. Thud! The blade bit into the wood as the trunk shuddered. A tremendous recoil numbed Lu Yan's hands. These pine trees were incredibly hard. Rubbing his wrist, he raised the axe again and struck. After 7 or 8 blows, a sharp crack rang out, and the unexpected happened. Spiderweb-like cracks spread across the axe blade. With a light tap, the blade shattered entirely. Lu Yan stood dumbfounded at the sight. These pines were indeed harder than ordinary ones, but they shouldn't surpass a steel axe. How could the system's product be so fragile and brittle? Staring at the broken axe and the shallow 3 to 4 centimeter gash in the pine, Lu Yan was stunned. In frustration, he hurled the axe aside like trash. What junk! Too shoddy. It seemed the plan to reinforce the support beams would have to wait. An axe of such quality couldn't withstand the demands of heavy chopping. The thought of spending the night in the precarious safe house filled Lu Yan with anxiety. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flashed through Lu Yan's mind, dredging up distant memories from 8 years ago. Back then, a mold factory near his family's old home had shut down, leaving behind a pile of steel scraps. 6-year-old Lu Xiaoyu had collected many pieces, intending to polish them into toy cards. During the process, she discovered that some steel pieces were tough, while others shattered easily. Puzzled, she turned to Lu Yan for answers. At the time, he didn't know why, but as her elder brother, he couldn't admit defeat. After staying up all night poring over materials, he finally solved the mystery for her. Steel shatters easily not because the material is poor, but because its carbon content is too high and its manganese content is too low. Lu Yan slapped his forehead, muttering urgently. That's right. It's the manganese. Steel is an alloy of pig iron and carbon. Generally, high-carbon steel is hard but lacks toughness. Manganese is a fascinating element. Adding 5 to 3. 5 manganese to steel creates low manganese steel, which is hard but extremely brittle, like glass shattering at the slightest impact. But the solution is simple: keep adding manganese until it reaches about 13, transforming it into high manganese steel, both tough and hard. That way it won't break easily. These words, once spoken to answer Lu Xiaoyu's question, now flooded back to him verbatim. Yes, this steel is clearly the same low manganese steel Xiaoyu found back then. Lu Yin vividly recalled the admiration and awe in Lu Xiaoyu's eyes after his explanation, along with her soft big brother, is so amazing. A memory that had stayed with him ever since. From that day on, inspired by Lu Yan's vast knowledge, Lu Xiaoyu had developed a passion for reading and learning. To this day, even Lu Yan didn't know how many books she had devoured or how much she knew. So if I remelt this into high manganese steel, the axe will be much tougher. Let's try it. Excited, Lu Yin picked up the broken axe and steel fragments, then opened the decompose interface of the Doomsday Survival System. Decompose the broken axe. Yes. Decomposition successful. Obtain steel 1. 8 kilograms, wood 0. 9 kilograms. Decomposing finished items results in a 10 material loss. Lu Yin examined the 2 piles of materials. Above the steel, the option decomposable still appeared. Continue decomposing. Decomposition successful. Obtained pure iron 1. 7 kilograms, carbon 0. 0.34 kg, manganese 0. 0.51 kg, phosphorus sulfur. Decomposing raw materials incurs no loss. Soon 5 different materials appeared in Lu Yan's inventory, with 4 elemental materials taking the form of solid black pellets. Lu Yan roughly calculated that the manganese obtained from decomposition accounted for about 3 of the steel, matching his earlier hypothesis of low manganese steel. He silently praised Lu Xiaoyu. A child's curiosity years ago had now helped him overcome a major hurdle. He then decomposed another 6 units of steel, obtaining 0.18 kilograms of manganese. Combined, he now had 0.231 kilograms of manganese, exceeding the 13 standard relative to 1.7 kilograms of pure iron. Opening the smelting interface, Lu Yin added 1.7 kilograms of pure iron 0.25 kg of carbon 0.231 kilograms of manganese along with some phosphorus and sulfur, then clicked the start button. During this smelting, he increased manganese and reduced carbon content. Smelting successful. Consumed 1 survival point. Obtained 2 units of steel. Lu Yin gazed at the new steel, its shade different from the earlier reward. Taking a deep breath, he reopened the crafting interface. Select craft axe. Consume wood, consume steel, consume survival points. Crafting successful. System toolmaking proficiency 3. 430. A brand new axe appeared in Lu Yan's hand. Steel axe refined, easy chopping, a finely crafted steel axe capable of easily cutting through hardwood, stone, and bone. With this, your chances of survival will greatly increase. Easy chopping, a special effect of refined grade items, doubling cutting and chopping efficiency. Lu Yin stared at the new axe's description, his heart racing with excitement. He whirled around, fixing his gaze on the half-cut pine tree. Thud! He raised the axe and struck. This time the blade remained sharp and unyielding, showing no signs of damage. 10 minutes later, a 15-meter-tall pine crashed to the ground. The blade still gleamed steady as a rock. It worked. It really worked. This was the power of knowledge. Master science and math, and you'd conquer the world. Lu Yin sat on the felled trunk, laughing heartily. In this post-apocalyptic survival, such foundational knowledge was invaluable. He suddenly recalled the books on Lu Xiaoyu's shelf. There seemed to be quite a few. After a brief rest of a few minutes, Lu Yin felled another tree, then stripped the branches from the 2 felled fir trees, retaining only the thickest trunks, and cut them into sections of 3 meters each. This was a laborious task. Had Lu Yin not been physically robust, he would have long collapsed from exhaustion. It took about 3 hours before a pile of straight, clean wooden pillars lay before Lu Yin. He wiped the sweat from his brow, nodded with satisfaction, and gathered some dry branches into his backpack, preparing to return. Obtained 3-meter wooden pillar x8. Obtained fresh branches x182. Obtained airdried branches x50. The advantage of the gamified apocalypse world lay in the fact that collected resources could be stored in the virtual backpack grid, eliminating the need for physical transport and saving the trouble of strenuous transportation and storage. However, as more resources were gathered later, the grid spaces in the virtual backpack would inevitably become insufficient. At that point, one would need to construct their own warehouse. On his way back to the safe house, Lu Yin felt only one thing: thirst. An overwhelming, parching thirst. The daytime temperature in the wilderness was scorching, often exceeding 40 degrees Celsius. Coupled with the strenuous tree felling, Lu Yin was drenched in sweat, teetering on the brink of dehydration. The consequences of dehydration were severe. Mild cases led to confusion and fainting, while severe cases could directly result in organ failure. In the peril-laden wilderness, whether fainting or organ failure, the ultimate outcome was the same: death. Although he was within the confines of the apocalypse survival game, Lu Yin did not truly believe he could revive infinitely like a game character. He was utterly convinced that death in this game meant true death. During the tree felling, Lu Yin perceived that physical sensations like fatigue, thirst, and abrasions were incredibly real. Aside from certain areas being datafied, most rules mirrored the real world. This was a genuine apocalyptic world masquerading as a game. Stepping into the safe house, the sudden darkness made it hard for Lu Yan's eyes to adjust. After a long moment, he could make out his surroundings by the faint light filtering through the door crack. This light permeability is far from sufficient for daily needs, Lu Yan muttered. This was the bane of an underground safe house: poor ventilation, poor lighting, and a drainage system that was virtually non-existent. Lu Yan felt like a rat hiding in a sunless cave. But in the early stages, safety first. Comfort is something one can only consider after securing the foundation of survival. Lu Yin pondered and felt reassured. At least in terms of safety, the underground safe house was leagues above ground-level shelters. Taking out the 8 wooden pillars from his backpack, Lu Yin opened the upgrade interface of the apocalypse survival system. He looked at the safe house, and 2 prompts immediately appeared before him. Sturdy fir pillar can be used to reinforce the safe house's load-bearing structure. Costs 5 survival points. Sturdy fir pillar can be split into short wooden spikes to erect a palisade around the safe house. Costs 5 survival points. A palisade. That sort of thing could only keep out wild beasts, right? Lu Yin pondered and abandoned this option. He had chosen the underground safe house precisely because it offered protection from beast attacks. Adding a palisade seemed somewhat redundant. With resources scarce in the early stages, their utility had to be maximized. Reinforce safe house load-bearing. Soon, with a flash of green light, 8 wooden pillars materialized evenly at 8 points within the safe house, firmly supporting the roof beams. With the addition of 8 load-bearing pillars, the originally precarious-looking safe house became significantly more stable. Lu Yin breathed a sigh of relief. At least now, he didn't have to worry about the roof caving in while he slept. Glug, glug, glug. He took out a bottle of mineral water and gulped down several large mouthfuls. The fatigue and heat seemed to wash away. Holding his steel axe, he retrieved the fir branches from his backpack and slowly peeled off the outer bark. After beating and rubbing them, they formed thick rope-like fibers. He intended to weave a hammock from the bark. The wilderness was fraught with danger. Who knew if a venomous snake might slither into the safe house in the dead of night? Sleeping on the ground was too risky. Making a hammock would not only improve comfort, but also ward off insects, rodents, and snakes. This task wasn't physically demanding, but it was mentally taxing. Although the system's crafting category included a hammock option, the required materials were nylon ropes, springs, hooks, etc. The system's products were standardized, mass-produced modern items. Bark hammocks and grass skirts, relics of a primitive society, fell outside the system's crafting scope. From noon until sunset, Lu Yin finally completed the hammock. Though it looked somewhat crude, it was sturdy. He tied each end of the hammock to 2 of the safe house's load-bearing pillars. He tried lying down and stretching out, and an irrepressible wave of comfort and accomplishment washed over him. With the most basic safety issue resolved, the next considerations were food and future development. Lu Yin thought for a moment and opened the game's trading interface. In just one afternoon, the once empty interface was now filled with a dense array of goods. Seller Han, see you an item for sale: self-made stone axe, requested item, 500 milliliters pure water. Note: it may look ugly, but it can save your life in a pinch. Took me all afternoon to make. It can chop through wood as thick as a baby's arm. Seller Wu Xianghai, item for sale: 2 units of saltpeter, requested item, 1000 milliliters pure water. Note: any demolition maniacs out there want to dominate the wilderness and leap from the Stone Age to the Gunpowder Age? 1 part saltpeter, 2 parts sulfur, 3 parts charcoal. Add some sugar for a big Ivan. When others are still using stone axes, you can be lobbing grenades at them. Seller Duan Wuda, item for sale: 452 milliliters of liquid that can quench thirst and cure dehydration syndrome. Requested item: food weapon. Sale status: transaction completed 3 minutes ago. Buyer's message: I curse your ancestors. I thought it was iced tea, but it was piss. No wonder the volume was such an odd number. Duan Wuda, if I ever run into you in the wilderness, I swear I'll pull your hair out and beat your face in. Lu Yin looked at this trade message, stroked his chin, and found this trading system quite interesting. Sellers could freely edit the information of the items they sold. As long as the function matched the description, it could be listed. In this trade, the seller's described function was entirely accurate. In extreme water scarcity, urine could indeed quench thirst and save a life. But unless one was at death's door, who the hell would willingly drink piss? Lu Yin didn't want to condemn the seller for being unscrupulous. He simply felt that faced with a survival crisis in the wilderness, this seller was more cunning than others. After browsing a large number of goods, Lu Yan's eyes suddenly lit up. Seller Katarov, item for sale: 10 kilograms wild wolf meat. Requested item: 3000 milliliters pure water. Note: freshly hunted wolf. The meat is absolutely fresh. Holy shit. Lu Yin couldn't help but marvel. Was this player really that fierce? While most people were still picking up stones and chopping wood, he had already single-handedly taken down a wild wolf. But when Lu Yin saw the seller's brief personal information, he understood. Akim Kadyrov, male Chechen. A tough guy from a warrior nation. Lu Yin rubbed his chin. He had heard tales of the Chechens long ago. They were natural-born fighters with a ferocious streak ingrained in their very bones. Just how ruthless were these people? Let's put it this way. When Chechens went to war, they'd shake the yolks out of eggs, slice earthworms, vertically scald ants with boiling water, and even slap any passing dog twice. If it was summer, they'd smash your air conditioner remote and scrub your non-stick pan with steel wool. Though the tales were somewhat tongue-in-cheek, they sufficiently illustrated their ferocity. Lu Yin urgently needed food, and Lu Xiaoyu's illness required a long-term intake of meat. So without any hesitation, Lu Yin immediately sent a private message. Lu Yin, friend, I want your wolf meat, but can you lower the price? Haggling was an essential skill in the trading market, especially at the beginning of the wilderness. No one would be foolish enough to buy at the seller's set price. Kadyrov, how much can you offer? Lu Yin, your price is too high. I can only go up to 800 milliliters. Lu Yin employed his master cleaver technique, slashing the price down to the bone. At that moment, somewhere in the wilderness, a burly, fierce-looking, bearded man widened his eyes. A wolf with a broken neck lay under his foot. He licked his cracked lips and replied somewhat irritably in the private chat interface. Kadyrov, are you joking with me? I can lower it to 1,500 milliliters at most. The bearded man was well aware his initial price was high. He had intentionally set it that way to leave room for negotiation. His actual target price was around 1,200 to 2,000 milliliters of pure water. Lu Yan's slash was far too severe for him to accept. Lu Yan, 1,500 milliliters is impossible. You should know very well the importance of drinking water in this environment. A person can last 7 days without food, but not even 3 days without water. Lu Yan, you expended a lot of energy taking down that wolf. If you don't replenish fluids promptly, you might get dehydration syndrome. Kadyrov, are you threatening me? Lu Yan, I'm just stating the facts. Think it over. He'll give you 3 minutes. Message me when you've made up your mind. After that, the offer is off the table. Kadyrov, you're taking advantage of my desperation. There was no limit to the number of private messages in the trading hall, but Lu Yin didn't reply to Kadyrov's last message. He needed to adopt a stance to keep the initiative in his own hands. Based on his earlier observations, most people in the trading hall were demanding drinking water. It was the most scarce and crucial resource. In the face of water, even the importance of food fell to second place. Lu Yin knew the other party would eventually contact him. He had already searched the trading hall thoroughly. Among thousands of item listings, there wasn't a single one offering drinking water. It seemed that none of the initial players had spawned near a water source. This, however, created an advantage for Lu Yin. With the 10 liters of mineral water awarded by the system in the early stages, he could trade for a vast amount of survival resources. Lu Yin didn't care if the other party accused him of profiteering or being a shark. In this environment, one had to prioritize their own interests. Exploiting others to ensure one's own survival was the primary tenet of existing in the apocalypse. As for the fate of others, who cared? After temporarily closing the trading interface, Lu Yin opened the world chat interface. The total number of players in the first batch was 80,000, evenly distributed across the 7 continents map divisions. The wilderness Lu Yin now occupied belonged to the eastern continent among the 7, and the world chat interface showed a total of only about 12,000 people. Only players placed on the same continent could trade and chat with each other. Up to now, the world channel of this chat interface was strictly speaking the continental regional world channel. After an afternoon of adaptation, the players' messages were no longer as bewildered and panicked as a few hours ago, and instead contained much more useful information. I encountered a mutant creature in the wilderness. It was a lizard as long as a palm, but with fleshy wings looking like a small dragon from Western mythology. After I crushed it to death, it dropped a shabby wooden chest which contained a lighter and a pack of gauze. In the dense forests of the wilderness, there may also be chests and survival supplies hidden. I found a rusty kitchen knife, but you need to be careful of hidden venomous insects and beasts. Their camouflage is strong, and if you're not careful, you might be attacked. Upstairs, why didn't you say so earlier? I just got bitten by a snake while rummaging through a pile of dead wood. Now I feel them all over. Am I poisoned? What are the characteristics of that snake? Is its head round or triangular? It seems triangular. Damn, my head feels heavier and heavier. Am I going to die? Have some confidence in yourself, okay? Triangles are stable. So I judge it's a sure death. Would some kind soul be generous enough to give me something to eat? I haven't eaten for half a day, and my blood sugar is dropping. The world channel was constantly refreshing with messages from various players, all discussing how to find survival resources and avoid dangers in the wilderness. At this stage, basically 99% of people were still worrying about dinner and drinking water. Lu Yin observed for a moment and gained a general understanding of this wilderness. As previously introduced, the wilderness was full of dangers, but also full of opportunities. Killing mutant beasts could drop treasure chests. Searching the wilderness could also yield some survival supplies. As long as one wasn't particularly unlucky, players with some basic survival skills had a glimmer of hope in this wilderness. As for those former spoiled big babies and socialites who only knew how to give orders and live a life of ease, they would be the first to be eliminated in this survival game. Ding! You have 2 private messages from the trading market. At that moment, a pleasant notification sounded in Lu Yan's ear. He opened the trading interface, saw the familiar name, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily curled up. Katalov had privately messaged him. This meant his psychological tactics had worked. Katalov, 10 kilograms wolf meat plus 1 wolf hide in exchange for 1,000 milliliters of purified water. Katalov, this is my final bottom line. If you don't agree, I will cancel this transaction. Wolf blood, though foul-smelling, is still drinkable. Looking at these 2 messages, the corners of Lu Yan's mouth curled up, revealing a brilliant smile. This price was very close to Lu Yan's expectations. The wolf hide could be made into a blanket for warmth. Before the game began, there had been a reminder that the temperature difference between day and night in the wilderness was immense. Now that the sun had just set, Lu Yan could already feel the cold wind seeping through the cracks in his safe house's door. Water was only most valuable in the early stages. Once players settled down and found water sources in the wilderness, the value of drinking water would plummet. Therefore, Lu Yan didn't continue to haggle. Lu Yan, I'll add another 50 milliliters for you, and include the wolf brain. Katalov agreed. Soon Katalov modified his trade information, adding a wolf hide and a wolf brain to the original 10 kilograms of wolf meat and raising the price to 1,050 milliliters. Lu Yan promptly selected to purchase. Transaction complete. Lu Yan's backpack immediately gained a pile of wolf meat and a wolf hide, while his remaining 9,800 milliliters of drinking water dropped to 8,750 milliliters. After a moment's thought, Lu Yan took out another 300 milliliters of drinking water and posted it on the trading interface. However, this time, he didn't set a direct price. Instead, he opened an auction. Seller Lu Yan, auction item 300 milliliters of purified drinking water. Required items: food, minerals, living supplies, medicine. Any items. Remarks: drinking water obtained after digging all afternoon. The last 300 milliliters is sold to the highest bidder. Holy crap! Purified drinking water. Someone is selling water. Can you really dig up water? I'm digging. No one in the world channel found a water source today. Most of the drinking water was obtained from chests, and it's not even enough for themselves. How can he bear to put it up for sale? Since he's willing to sell 300 milliliters, I bet he has at least 3,000 milliliters in reserve. Any items? I have a box of Durex from a chest here. Can I trade that? The chat channel stirred up a small commotion. After all, on the first day in the wilderness, water was the most important survival resource. Most people were still enduring thirst, yet someone was willing to sell it. In the private messages of the trading market, a large number of people began contacting Lu Yan. Brother, can I exchange 20 units of wood for your water? Even just 100 milliliters would be fine. I'm an economic tycoon from Morrow Street, worth billions. Give me this water, and when we return to the real world, I'll give you half of my assets and let you reach the pinnacle of life. Brother, Yin, I'm so thirsty, see my lips are chapped. Can you give me some water? Or tell me your coordinates, and I'll come find you later. I'll do anything you want. Well, me too. Within a few seconds, the private message interface reached 99. Among these private messages were sincere trade offers, as well as coercion and bribery. The identities of the senders varied, including wealthy merchants, thugs, and even well-known celebrities from the real world. In the cruel Doomsday wilderness, everyone had shed their reserve and pride. Could you imagine a pop diva known for her aloof and elegant persona whimpering and calling Lu Yan good brother in a private chat? This also confirmed a saying: if your status isn't high enough, you'll never know how proactive women can be. In the current situation, Lu Yan, who controlled the drinking water, held the highest status in the trading market. It was no exaggeration to say that he now held the power of life and death. Lu Yan felt a bit emotional, recalling that in his 22 years of life, he had only encountered one girl who had taken the initiative with him. That girl had taken the initiative to tell him they weren't suitable. The tables have turned. Lu Yan chuckled, blocking all the private messages of coercion, bribery, and seduction, then selected the highest bidder to complete the trade. Unfortunately, beauty is the most worthless thing in the wilderness. Who knew how many of these celebrities and wealthy merchants with no survival skills would still be alive after tonight? In the face of doomsday, everyone is equal. Whether man or woman, commoner or celebrity. Transaction successful. You have lost 300 milliliters of drinking water. You have obtained 500 g of almond cookies, 200 g of jerky, 30 g of pepper, 100 g of lime powder, and a lighter X1. With the transaction complete, the drinking water in Lu Yan's backpack decreased to 8,450 milliliters, replaced by 5 new items now occupying the space. It was now 7:03 p.m. Lu Yan had been in the apocalyptic world for 6 hours. He briefly tallied his current supplies: 8,450 milliliters of drinking water, 10 units of stone, and 9 units of wood. After all manganese elements had been extracted, the low manganese steel transformed into 7 units of carbon steel with moderate toughness. Along with a steel axe, a wolf pelt, 10 kilograms of wolf meat, and the newly traded biscuits, jerky, and pepper, plus this safe house and a hammock. These constituted Liu Yan's entire wealth. On the first day of the apocalypse game, the supplies Liu Yan possessed were enough to make him a minor tycoon. Before night fully fell, Liu Yan stepped out of the safe house, retrieved the blood-soaked wolf pelt from his backpack, stretched it taut over a fir branch, and inserted it into the ground before the safe house to air dry. If left untreated, the fur stripped from a beast would quickly rot. Any residual fat and flesh inside the pelt, if not completely removed, would require insects like ants to consume before continuing with air drying and sun exposure. Finally, ash or lime would be used for moisture absorption, preservation, and sterilization. As for the wolf brain Liu Yan had bought at a premium from Catalog, it wasn't for eating. It was to be smeared onto the pelt for tanning, making it supple. This process was somewhat nauseating and rather complicated. Surviving in the wilderness was never a simple task. Even an inconsequential product in modern civilization required immense effort to produce in the wild without proper tools. After finishing all this, Liu Yan felt exhausted and hungry, with an intense soreness pervading every muscle in his body. His stomach began to protest. Normally at this hour he would be seated at the dinner table with his sister enjoying a delicious meal. Craft iron shovel. Requires wood X2, steel X1. Confirm crafting. Shaking off all the stray thoughts in his mind, Liu Yan used the steel and wood to forge a shovel. Iron shovel, fine, easy digging, fine level shovel effect. Digging ability increased by 100. Consume 1 survival point tool, crafting proficiency 3, 730. After crafting the shovel, Liu Yan quickly dug a small ventilated kiln pit in the clearing before the safe house. Above the pit he stacked soil and stones into a honeycomb-like structure. A rustic earthen oven common in the countryside used for roasting sweet potatoes, corn, and of course meat. Liu Yan retrieved dry branches collected from the fir forest that afternoon, lit them, and used the axe to cut 500 g of wolf meat into 2-finger-wide chunks. He skewered them on hardwood sticks and placed them into the burning earthen oven to roast. The advantage of this oven was that all flames were well concealed, not too conspicuous in the dark, avoiding the attention of creatures lurking in the shadows. However, while the earthen oven could mask the light source, it could not prevent the aroma of roasting meat from spreading. Beasts always had keen senses. But moving the oven inside the safe house would create a sealed space filled with smoke, risking carbon monoxide poisoning. Liu Yan gazed at the wilderness gradually shrouded by nightfall. Visibility was less than 8 meters. With the evening wind, faint roars of beasts seemed to drift from afar. Goosebumps rose on his arms, from the cold and from unease about the unknown. The temperature difference between day and night in the wilderness was immense. At noon, it could reach 40 to 50 degrees Celsius, but once night fell, the temperature plummeted sharply, with the coldest areas dropping to around -20 degrees. Even sitting by the fire, Liu Yan felt waves of chills surging from all directions. The daily evaluation of the apocalypse survival system scores me based on my living environment, Liu Yan mused while turning the skewers. That means the better I live. With more resources, a safer and more comfortable safe house. The higher my daily evaluation score, and the greater the rewards. So I can't be too frugal now. I need to elevate my living standards to create a positive cycle. The current state of the safe house was extremely poor. Aside from meeting the most basic survival needs, it offered almost no comfort. None of the 3 key factors, lighting, ventilation, and drainage, met the standards. After brief consideration, Liu Yan decided to start with the drainage system. Because lighting and ventilation only improved comfort, while drainage affected both safety and comfort. If a heavy rain suddenly fell over the wilderness, a safe house without drainage would be directly flooded. Even if it wasn't soaked and collapsed, the accumulated water would breed bacteria and foul odors, making it uninhabitable. Half an hour later, Liu Yan's dinner was ready. He entered the safe house, slid the door bolt into place, and propped 2 thick branches against the door panel. A sense of security welled up within him, and his tense nerves finally relaxed completely. Liu Yan summoned the crafting panel, and with considerable extravagance consumed 4 units of wood to create a small stool, a single-person table, and a set of 3 rough utensils, a cup, a wooden plate, and a bowl. On the table, a large skewer of meat sprinkled with pepper, 10 almond cookies, a small handful of jerky, and a cup containing 200 milliliters of clear water. On the first day of the apocalypse, Liu Yan had his own shelter, sufficient water, and a hearty dinner. That was happiness enough, wasn't it? Life needs a sense of ritual. In the darkness, Liu Yan arranged the dinner neatly by category, sat upright at the table, and murmured to himself, "Should I say something to commemorate the first dinner of the apocalypse?" Followers of certain ethnicities or religions always prayed devoutly before meals, thanking God for the feast. "Thank God, oh," Liu Yan chuckled. "The person I should thank is myself. Liu Yan, you've worked hard. You deserve all this." He grabbed a skewer and took a large bite. His famished stomach, greeted by the influx of meat, felt like a desert discovering an oasis, a happiness beyond words. The almond cookies were fragrant and crispy, providing essential sugar for the body. Liu Yan swallowed greedily. At this moment, nothing mattered more than eating. Soon the table was cleared. Meat, cookies, and water. Lu Yin, on the first day of the apocalypse, you've done really well. Hey, race to an even better life in this wilderness. Cheers. In the darkness, Lu Yin laughed heartily as he raised his cup to toast himself, then drained it in one gulp. The first night of the apocalypse had fully descended. After eating and drinking his fill, Lu Yin lay down in his hammock and fell asleep peacefully. But across the wilderness, not all players were as fortunate as Lu Yin. Many had only the shell of a safe house. They went without food or water, drifting into a dazed sleep on the cold floor. Yet the greatest threat to the players was not limited to this. In the darkness, packs of beasts roaming the wilderness began to stir. Countless pairs of azure pupils glowed like specters in the night. They started attacking safe houses exposed above ground. The screams of terror and the savage roars of beasts became the night's theme, echoing unceasingly across the land. By the end of the night, the number of surviving players displayed on the World Channel had dropped from 118652 to 9860. Upon the desolate wilderness, the sun gradually ascended, and the last vestiges of night's darkness were dispelled by the light. The temperature in the air began to rise. A faint glow seeped through the gaps in the shelter's door, falling upon Lu Yan's face, rousing him from his slumber. In a modern civilized society, technology advanced rapidly, and the economy soared. As a part of this society, humans had no choice but to accelerate the pace of their lives to keep up with the progress of civilization. Hurried commutes, hurried work, hurried meals, hurried awakenings. Yet after entering the apocalypse game, despite facing the immense crisis of survival, Lu Yin felt a long-lost sense of ease, as if the rhythm of life had suddenly slowed down. It was like a saying: when a person is hungry, they have only one worry. When they are full, they have countless worries. Here, Lu Yin did not need to fret about being late for work, next month's utility bills, or dealing with difficult clients and superiors. He could simply follow his own heart and do whatever made him comfortable. In a sense, the apocalypse seemed not entirely without merit compared to modern civilization. Lu Yin jumped down from his hammock and opened the daily assessment in his survival system. Apocalypse Day 2. You have reinforced your shelter, no longer worrying about collapses while you sleep. You feel at ease. Survival points 5. You crafted a steel axe and an iron shovel, which greatly aid in chopping, hunting, and digging. Survival points 2. You wove a crude hammock, allowing you to stay off the ground and avoid snakes, insects, and dampness. Survival points 1. You crafted a simple set of tables, chairs, and utensils. Survival points 2. In the apocalypse, you enjoyed your first dinner. You feel immensely content. Survival points 5. Today's score: C. Settlement reward 15 survival points. Item reward: a set of worn leather armor. Current survival points 37. On the second day of the apocalypse, the system's assessment rewards differed greatly from the first day. Not only were the survival points halved, but the item rewards were also far inferior. Lu Yin speculated that according to the system's evaluation method, the value of the first day's safe house far exceeded miscellaneous items like the steel axe, iron shovel, and hammock. Moreover, the generous first day item rewards were likely a newbie gift pack effect. Survival points were the most crucial resource in the golden finger known as the apocalypse survival system. Aside from the decomposition function, both crafting and smelting required the consumption of survival points. In short, survival points were the universal currency of the apocalypse survival system. Survival points can also be used to directly upgrade the shelter, but the required points are astronomical. Lu Yin opened the upgrade function and cast his gaze upon the shelter. Soon 2 lines of prompts appeared before him. Upgrade method 1. Upgrade the shelter's material to stone, greatly enhancing safety. Requires 600 survival points. Upgrade method 2. Add ventilation, drainage, and lighting functions to the shelter, greatly enhancing comfort. Requires 800 survival points. The hundreds of survival points required weighed heavily on Lu Yan's mind. After a moment of thought, he took several units of stone from his backpack. At that moment, the first upgrade method changed, slightly reducing the required survival points to 599. The upgrade function can enhance items out of thin air without materials, but it consumes a massive amount of survival points. However, if the host can provide some materials, the required survival points will decrease accordingly. In other words, the extra survival points spent are essentially used to purchase upgrade materials directly from the system. Lu Yin stroked his chin, gaining a general understanding of the upgrade system. His gaze fell upon the shelter's load-bearing pillars. According to this logic, even if he hadn't cut down those fir trees yesterday, he could have directly upgraded the shelter's load-bearing capacity through the system, conjuring additional pillars out of thin air. However, the cost would not be a mere 5 survival points, but several times, or even 10 times more. In my current situation, I can't afford the luxury of directly using survival points to upgrade the shelter, Lu Yin said with a bitter smile. With 37 survival points, he couldn't even upgrade the drainage system alone. It seems I have to get rich through hard work and scavenge as many survival resources as possible. If I just hole up in the shelter, the survival point rewards will only get lower and lower, never enough for upgrades. The shelter was pitch black with only a sliver of light seeping through the door crack. Lu Yin slowly walked to the door, pulled the bolt open a crack, and a dazzling light accompanied by the morning chill poured in, instantly revitalizing his spirit. After observing with extreme caution to ensure no living creature was outside the shelter, Lu Yin fully opened the door and stepped out. The earthen kiln he had built last night still stood near the entrance, and the wolf pelt, after a full night of air drying and tanning, had become dry. Gripping his steel axe tightly, Lu Yin circled the shelter to confirm that no creature had approached during the night. Then he opened the game's chat interface. He was shocked by what he saw. Lu Yin stared at the number of survivors displayed on the world channel, his brow deeply furrowed. 9,860. That meant at least 2,000 players had died last night. The mortality rate was as high as 15%. Only one night had passed. It was hard to imagine how many of the initial players would survive after a week. 3,000. 2,000. I can't take it anymore. Last night beast packs roamed outside my shelter all night long. They clawed at the door and rammed the walls. I'm scared to death. Holy crap. Holy crap. I just saw a shelter less than 800 meters from my camp overrun by a wolf pack. The player was dragged out of the shelter by the wolves, and in less than 3 minutes nothing was left, not even bones. Too bloody, too brutal. The wilderness is too dangerous. Mom, I want to go home. Hiring a bodyguard. He'll do anything to ensure my safety. My height is 172 and my measurements are. On the World Channel, most people were discussing the players who had died last night from various causes. Such a high death rate left everyone terrified and uneasy. As for those with almost zero survival skills, some had already resorted to selling their dignity and bodies in exchange for a chance to live. Humanity was beginning to reveal itself at this moment. It seems that night is the peak period for beast packs to hunt and roam, Lu Yin murmured to himself. It's a good thing I chose an underground shelter. Surface shelters were indeed more comfortable, with light ventilation and dryness. Many players without survival experience couldn't accurately assess their current situation, and for the sake of a so-called refined life, rashly chose surface shelters. In the end, they faced the dual threats of cold snaps and beast packs that very night. After leaving civilized society before forming groups or possessing modern weapons, humans were themselves low-level creatures in the wilderness food chain. Reigniting the earthen kiln, Lu Yin heated a few pieces of dried meat before opening the trading interface. After a night had passed, the supply of drinking water within the trading market remained scarce, with prices even higher than the previous day. Lu Yin spotted this item listing and purchased it without the slightest hesitation. Eggs could supplement protein and salt could regulate the body's electrolytes, but neither of these were what Lu Yin urgently needed at the moment. It was the last item that caught his eye. Nylon rope. Nylon rope had many uses, but its most crucial purpose right now was to serve as a bowstring. Although Lu Yin now possessed a steel axe, the wilderness was teeming with mutated creatures. To recklessly engage in close combat before ascertaining the danger of an unknown foe was an act of sheer folly. In such circumstances, ranged weapons held a distinct advantage over melee ones. At the very least, the risk factor during hunting would be greatly reduced. Lu Yin was determined to go out and hunt, not only to stockpile meat as provisions, but also because killing mutated beasts could yield various treasure chests. Judging by the current situation, the wilderness only offered basic resources like wood, stone, and minerals, along with rudimentary tools such as kitchen knives and pickaxes. Technical products like lighters, medicine, and bearings would not appear in the wild. Their acquisition method was singular, obtaining them by opening treasure chests. If he could unearth an extraordinary item from a chest, a firearm or a generator for instance, he could leverage it to stay ahead of all other players in the wilderness, rapidly building his advantage and letting it snowball into something immense. On the second day of the apocalypse, after resolving the issues of food and water, Lu Yin set 2 goals. First, solve the drainage problem of the safe house. Second, craft a bow and arrows, prepare for hunting, and acquire treasure chests. After completing the trade, Lu Yin casually tossed 2 mountain eggs into the embers of the earthen kiln. Then he listed 500 milliliters of drinking water on the trading interface's auction, setting the same terms as the previous day. The highest bidder would win. Subsequently, Lu Yin circled the safe house to determine the location for the drainage ditch. Once the underground safe house was placed, the terrain of the original small mound had risen slightly, forming a gentle slope. This natural geographical advantage greatly facilitated the digging of the drainage ditch. Lu Yin didn't need to worry about water accumulating around the safe house. He only had to prevent water from flowing back into the safe house through the main entrance. His design was to dig an inverted L-shaped trench in front of the safe house, which was situated on lower ground. This ensured that all rainwater would flow into the trench without pooling at the doorstep, and would then be channeled away for several dozen meters. This was a very simple drainage ditch requiring no technical expertise. After roughly mapping out the route in his mind, Lu Yin hoisted his iron shovel and began to work. The soil here was hard and compact, and each shovelful was a significant drain on his stamina. But Lu Yin had long grown accustomed to such strenuous labor. Ever since his parents passed away, he had single-handedly managed all the affairs of the household. repairing roofs, replacing windows, leveling ground, and laying tiles, digging pits, and planting vegetables, excavating cellars. If Lu Xiaoyu, who had devoured books from every field, knew everything, then Lu Yin, who had shouldered the responsibility of caring for the entire family from a very young age, could do everything. Coupled with the easy digging effect of his iron shovel, the work progressed at a decent pace. Half an hour later, the rough outline of a drainage ditch had emerged before the safe house, though it was only about 10 centimeters deep. The remaining work was to continue digging deeper to increase the ditch's water storage capacity, preventing overflow during heavy rainfall. Lu Yin set down the shovel and sat before the earthen kiln. The fire had died out. He used a branch to retrieve 2 eggs with charred shells, peeling them to reveal the jade white egg white within. Phew. So hot. He sprinkled on a few grains of salt and took a small bite. The roasted egg white was wonderfully springy, resembling jelly, and gave off a peculiar refreshing fragrance. The yolk was a vibrant orange-red, and upon biting into it, his taste buds perceived a sweet cream-like flavor. This texture was infinitely superior to the feed eggs he had eaten before. The 2 eggs were quickly consumed. Lu Yin looked at the remaining 28, hesitating whether to roast a few more, but ultimately decided against it, resolving to store the food first. A steady long-term supply was the key to survival. He washed down the remaining dried meat with 200 milliliters of water, feeling a surge of energy throughout his body. He grabbed the iron shovel and returned to the task of digging the drainage ditch, working even faster than before. At this rate, the ditch would be finished before the hottest part of midday arrived. Unbeknownst to Lu Yin, his latest water auction had once again stirred up a commotion in the World Channel. Lu Yin had already traded over 1.5 liters of drinking water yesterday, hadn't he? And now he casually throws out another 800 milliliters today. How is he getting so much water? Has he found a water source? Lu Yin come out and explain. You cannot hoard the water source. It is a gift from God. You must share it. Greed and selfishness will lead you to hell. Everyone, am I right? Agreed. We want water. We want sharing. We want universal love. You sanctimonious hypocrite, up there, are you missing a screw in your head? Who the hell would share at a time like this? Would you? What do you mean by that? If I had a water source, of course I would share it. Universal love and compassion. That is what God teaches us believers. Oh, I remember you listed 20 kilograms of instant noodles for trade yesterday. Why don't you take those out and distribute them to those who have nothing to eat? The World Channel was in chaos. Some were denouncing Lu Yin, demanding he share his water source, while others countered, bitterly cursing these entitled parasites who dreamt of reaping without sowing. The entire channel was a cacophony of arguments. After several trades, the name Lu Yin gradually caught the public's attention. His follower count began to rise, swelling to 3,215 in just a few hours. Nearly a third of all survivors on the northern continent wilderness had followed Lu Yin. Many were ing Lu Yin, and private messages came in an unending stream, including vile insults, threats, and moral blackmail. Meanwhile, Lu Yin, the man at the center of it all, had no time to engage with these people in the chat interface. After 3 hours of hard work, a drainage ditch roughly 40 meters in total length had taken shape before the safe house. Lu Yin sat on the ground, gazing at the crooked drainage ditch before him. Though it now served its purpose of draining water without stone reinforcement, the earthen ditch, despite appearing sturdy at the moment, would soon collapse and clog after a few heavy rains when the soil grew soft and sodden. Yet after scanning the trading market, Lu Yin found no powdered concrete for sale, nor could he locate the clay or binders needed to produce it. It seems he'll have to rely on the system's upgrade function. He summoned the system interface and looked at the drainage ditch. 2 prompts soon appeared before him. A drainage trench upgradable upgrade, method 1, reinforce with stone materials to enhance durability, erosion resistance, and ease of cleaning. However, it is susceptible to damage. Requires 80 survival points. Upgrade method 2, use plastic and stone pipes for underground installation, increasing concealment and resistance to damage, reducing bacterial growth and foul odor diffusion. However, clearing blockages will be more challenging. Requires 200 survival points. The upgrade options for the drainage ditch were strikingly similar to those for placing the safe house, both offering above ground and underground choices. Between the 2 options, the underground ditch is clearly superior. But with my limited survival points, I must spend every point wisely. After a moment's deliberation, Lu Yin decided on the first upgrade method. He could always renovate the ditch later when he had more points. His backpack contained only 10 units of stone. After placing them all by the ditch, he found the required survival points had dropped to 75. Lu Yin rubbed his chin, strode to the back of the safe house, and gathered some rocks to add to the pile. The survival point requirement slowly shifted to 74. Indeed, the stone needed for upgrading the ditch only cares about quantity, not material. Any stone will do, whether pebbles or ore. Lu Yin had uncovered a crucial insight, filling him with excitement. Does this mean that if I gather enough stone, I can upgrade my safe house to stone quality in no time? An hour later, Lu Yin had collected every stone within a 1,000-meter radius of his safe house. However, due to the terrain, his safe house was far from any mountain range. The total yield was only about 10 units, even after scouring the entire area. Upgrade Method 1 requires 70 survival points. This won't work. There's too little stone around here. He'll just buy in bulk from the trading market. Lu Yin looked at his palms blistered from the labor, then at the sun, now high overhead. The hottest part of the day was approaching, and he had to finish the drainage work and return to the safe house before the risk of heatstroke set in. Buying directly from the auction house was the most convenient method. After all, Lu Yin now controlled drinking water as a universal currency, allowing him to trade for anything he needed. Let no one say that Lu Yan's unrestrained use of drinking water to purchase goods was foolish, or that he should conserve water and spend more time and effort gathering stone from farther away. In the apocalypse, time itself was a precious resource. If Lu Yin had to gather enough stone to expand the ditch, it might take a day or two, requiring trips to more distant locations. Not only would this waste time, but during those days he would also consume significant water and food, costs that would exceed those of direct trading. His effort and gain would be completely disproportionate. Moreover, in the early days of the apocalypse, stone, a resource found everywhere, was incredibly cheap, requiring only a little water to purchase a large quantity. Seller: Lu Yin. Item for sale: 10 milliliters drinking water, total 1,000 milliliters. Requested item: 30 units of stone. Description: bulk purchase of stone. Each person may trade only 3 times. The moment the drinking water was listed, trade notifications rang out. Player Su Chun bid 90 units of stone, obtaining 30 milliliters of drinking water. Player: Lu Yan's exchange of drinking water for stone was akin to a lifesaver for players teetering on the brink of thirst. In the early apocalypse, most players regarded stone, a ubiquitous resource, as trash, and no one had yet succeeded in selling it on the market. Thus Lu Yan's move puzzled many. Duan Xiu, what a strange thing he's buying. Stone. What can it be used for now? Hongwen God Lu. My safe house is near a mine. How much stone do you need? They'll take the whole contract. Li Qianan, everyone, what if? God Lu is using this method to help those who can't get water. After all, stone is practically worthless right now. Who would trade their most precious water for trash? Lushan, definitely. God Lu is kind-hearted. He wants to help others, but doesn't want them to get something for nothing. So he uses this method of trading stone, something anyone can gather, for water, teaching us that if we want water, we have to earn it through our own efforts. XX God Lu is generous, boundless love. XX, let me say thank you because of you. In the World Channel, a considerable number of players actually accepted this reasoning, unable to fathom any other use for large quantities of stone. Led by a few trendsetters, the channel was flooded with blind adoration for Lu Yin. As the saying goes, self-deception is the most terrifying. Lu Yin never expected that his simple trade would make so many see him as a great benefactor. But he couldn't be bothered to explain, since reputation was also a valuable resource. Though its effect was subtle in the early stages, its importance would gradually emerge once order was established and survival stabilized in the wilderness. You have lost 1,000 milliliters of drinking water. You have gained 3,000 units of stone. After the 2 prompts, a massive pile of stone appeared before Lu Yin. He tried placing the stone into the drainage ditch, watching the required survival points decrease bit by bit. After adding 540 units, the points froze at 20 and no further additions, regardless of how much stone he added. Change the number. Has it reached the limit? Lu Yin rubbed his chin. Clearly the ditch's stone requirement had hit its cap. To further reduce the survival points, he would need to add concrete. Yet, even with concrete, the points wouldn't drop to 0, as the system charged a service fee for completing the upgrade. Earlier, when adding support pillars to the safe house, even with all materials ready, it had cost 5 survival points. The service fee for upgrading the ditch with full materials should be similar. Confirm upgrade. Lu Yin decisively selected upgrade method 1. With a pleasant chime, a green light enveloped the ditch. As the light faded, all the stone had transformed into neatly laid slabs lining the ditch, the gaps tightly sealed with cement. A stone drainage ditch now stretched from the safe house door to a depression 50 meters away. A complete drainage ditch. Drainage performance: excellent. Anti-permeability: excellent effect during heavy rainfall. It ensures no standing water accumulates near the safe house, preventing backflow. Description: leak-proof and secure, comfortable and safe, keeping the area dry and moisture-free all month. The drainage channel crafted by the system rivaled the work of a world-class master. The stone surface was smooth and flawless, bearing no trace of chiseling, seemingly born of nature itself. Lu Yin struck it with his axe and felt a solid resistance. Its durability was equally exceptional. A surge of profound satisfaction welled up in Lu Yan's heart. With this drainage channel, he no longer had to worry about water flooding his shelter. Although the wilderness appeared to be parched of water, Lu Yin had noticed during his excavation that the topsoil contained alluvial deposits typically found near riverbeds or in regions with frequent rainfall. Moreover, about 30 centimeters below the surface, the soil grew damp, suggesting that the wilderness was not perpetually arid. The lack of large puddles was due to the scorching daytime temperatures and the flat terrain, which prevented water from pooling. After rainfall, most of the water seeped into the ground, while the small amount left on the surface quickly evaporated, creating the current water scarcity. Based on the damp soil at 30 centimeters, it was clear that the wilderness not only received rain, but experienced it frequently. Most players are still struggling to find water, never imagining that one day, soon heavy rain might pose a deadly threat to their underground shelters. Lu Yin muttered to himself, standing by the channel. He looked up at the sky. The sun had reached its zenith. The air temperature soared above 45 degrees Celsius. The exposed damp earth quickly dried in the heat. Lu Yin felt his breathing grow labored. Damn it. This heat is unbearable out here. Grumbling, Lu Yin shouldered his tools and retreated into his shelter, avoiding the harsh, ultraviolet rays of the midday sun. The unforgiving wilderness made it nearly impossible for ordinary people to leave their shelters during noon and midnight, a critical issue. The scorching heat lasted from 11 in the morning until around 3 in the afternoon. The bitter cold began at midnight and persisted until sunrise, roughly 7 in the morning. For 11 hours, players were confined to their shelters, unable to gather resources without risking heatstroke, dehydration, or freezing to death. If the system doesn't adjust the temperature later, this is going to be a real pain. Lu Yin frowned, pulling nylon rope and sturdy spruce branches from his pack and laying them before him. Both time periods were crucial. The 4 hottest hours at noon were when beasts were most lethargic, making hunting highly effective. The 7 hours of midnight were even more important, perfect for ambushes, theft, and covert operations under the cover of darkness. Losing control of these 11 hours would severely hinder future progress. If the system doesn't modify the climate, the only way to make use of this time is to improve my physique. I need a body that can withstand this harsh climate. Fiercer than a lion, tougher than a bison. Lu Yin's eyes gleamed as he clenched his fists. Though the idea seemed far-fetched, the wilderness produced countless items. Who could say that gene-enhancing drugs like strength pills or indestructible body pills wouldn't emerge? Pushing the thought aside, Lu Yin opened the crafting function. Longbow materials required: wood, any type, bowstring, any type. Crafting cost 1 survival point. Crafting a bow and mastering its use was his second task for the day. Confirm crafting. Crafting successful. You have obtained a longbow. Exquisite weapon. Crafting proficiency 330. A flash of light later, Lu Yin's survival points dropped from 17 to 16. The spruce branches and nylon rope vanished, replaced by a simple, ancient-looking longbow. An exquisite grade longbow again. Lu Yin raised an eyebrow. Though the crafting interface allowed any materials, a bow made from softwood and animal sinew would never match the quality of one crafted from yew and composite BCY string. His materials, white spruce and nylon rope, were only mid to high tier for longbow crafting. Producing an exquisite grade bow was both surprising and gratifying. Lu Yin grasped the bow. Its surface was unexpectedly smooth and warm, the wood grain beautifully patterned. He drew the string, marveling at the perfect arc and elasticity. Longbow exquisite, easy hit, full draw, strength 50 kilograms, maximum effective range 200 m, 120 m penetration. At full draw, a light arrow at 80 m can pierce 3 centimeters of oak. A heavy arrow can pierce 9 centimeters of oak. Description: time to hunt. Lu Yin was thoroughly satisfied. The bow's lethality was far greater than imagined. With a heavy arrow over 50 grams, it could even pierce the skull of a large beast at 80 meters. After crafting the bow, Lu Yin used the remaining spruce branches and steel to make 20 arrows. Since arrows were counted in sets, making 20 cost only 1 survival point. The steel he had now was carbon steel, having extracted all the manganese from his earlier steel axe. It lacked the toughness of high manganese steel, but was not as brittle as low manganese steel, an ordinary but adequate material for arrowheads. The system made fletchless arrows. Lu Yin stared in surprise at the arrows in his hand. They bore water-like grooves along the shaft, but no fletching at the tail. As everyone knew, fletching stabilized an arrow's flight. Without it, the arrow would wobble and miss its target. But arrows with fletching also flew slower. In this world, fletchless arrows existed. They sacrificed stability for maximum speed, relying on aerodynamic grooves that channeled wind to stabilize the shaft, similar to rifling in a gun barrel. Even without fletching, they could hit their mark with precision. Thud, thud. Soon Lu Yin was testing the longbow's power inside his shelter. The sound of arrows embedding into wood echoed repeatedly. Initially, his accuracy was poor even with the easy hit trait. But as time passed, he began to grasp the technique. At 10 meters, the spread of 20 arrows was no more than 30 centimeters. Lu Yin set down the bow. After 3 hours of intermittent training, his shoulders and arms ached with a sharp, tearing pain. Online games are so misleading. They make archers look like weaklings who die the moment infantry closes in. That's complete nonsense. Rubbing his sore shoulders, he winced and said, if an archer doesn't have real strength, a few draws will ruin their... After 3 hours, Lu Yin realized that using basic weapons was far from simple. He now understood that in ancient armies, archers were the elite. Burly, muscular men who could, even if charged by infantry, punch an enemy's brains out with a single blow. After a short rest, the pain in his body eased. The outside temperature had dropped. He decided to scout the area before nightfall, hoping to scavenge more resources. At the shelter's entrance, the wolf skin stretched over branches stood silently. Lu Yin stepped out of the shelter, then froze. His eyes locked onto the ground 3 feet in front of the wolf skin. His pupils contracted, and every hair on his body stood on end. That morning he had scattered loose soil there while digging the drainage channel. Now on that patch of soft earth less than 3 meters from his shelter, there was a footprint. A footprint appeared less than 3 meters from the entrance of Lu Yan's safe house. To be precise, it was a paw print resembling that of a feline, but strangely it bore not the usual single pad and 4 toes, but 5 distinct toe impressions. Its width measured roughly 8 centimeters. Based on this size, the owner of the paw print was likely a medium-sized predator, such as a cheetah or an adolescent tiger. Lu Yin crouched low, scrutinizing the traces of the paw print. He discovered that these peculiar marks were not confined to the area near the wolf pelt, but were scattered around the safe house. However, the soil elsewhere was harder, leaving only faint dust impressions that would go unnoticed without careful observation. After more than 10 minutes of examination, Lu Yin found that one of these claw marks was less than 50 centimeters from the safe house entrance. This meant that while he had been practicing archery inside the safe house, a hungry beast had been silently watching him from the very entrance above his head. A chill crept up Lu Yan's spine and seized the back of his skull, leaving him feeling as if plunged into an ice cellar. Earlier, to let a sliver of sunlight into the safe house, he had not closed the door completely, but had left a gap of about 30 centimeters propped open with a wooden stick. If that feline beast had intended to break in, such a flimsy defense would have been utterly useless. I was too careless. The illusion of smooth sailing at the dawn of the apocalypse made me drop my guard. I completely failed to realize that danger lurks everywhere, that accidents can happen at any moment. A wave of belated fear washed over Lu Yin. He had previously assumed that beasts would not leave their lairs to roam during the scorching midday heat, leading him to slacken his vigilance. Now these claw prints before his eyes felt like a resounding slap across his face. Relying on empirical thinking to survive in the wilderness is a path to death. Perhaps the beast saw my bow and axe and dared not attack rashly, which is why I escaped this time. Lu Yin quickly calmed himself. He would firmly remember his lapse and error, but the most pressing issue before him was to determine what kind of feline beast this truly was. Was it still lurking near the safe house? Among all natural predators, felines are the strongest, almost born killers. If that beast had charged in, what were my chances of taking it down in my panic? Lu Yan's mind raced, and soon he reached a conclusion. If that unknown feline beast had broken in, and he had to fight it hand-to-hand, the outcome would likely be cloth-pulled coffins sealed the whole village waiting for the feast. A grand funeral feast. A joyous occasion indeed. Even if he got lucky and killed it, he would be severely wounded. Getting injured on the second day of the apocalypse with no medicine or medical tools was almost a death sentence. I still need to figure out this creature's species and habits before deciding on a course of action. Lu Yin stroked his chin, then quickly opened the world chat interface. Lu Yin uploading an image. Lu Yin, everyone, does anyone know which beast this paw print belongs to? A generous reward for anyone who can provide accurate information about this beast. In the world channel, Lu Yin used the dedicated game screenshot function to clearly capture the paw print and uploaded it. Soon a flood of responses appeared. Chun-Nen looks like a leopard, but felines should only have 4 toes touching the ground. The 5th is a dewclaw and shouldn't appear in the print. Karlov could be a mountain lion, the shape matches. Wang Mushing nonsense, I think it looks like an African leopard. Look at the pad and toe marks, they're all very round. Among felines, only the African leopard leaves this kind of print. Karlov, then how do you explain the 5 toes? XXX, maybe it's injured, or a genetic issue born deformed. The world channel erupted in debate. Finally, the player who spoke first said again. Chun-Nen, someone mentioned deformity. I think it might not be genetics, but perhaps mutation. Chun-Nan's statement quickly gained approval from many players. Lu Yan's pupils also contracted as he considered this possibility. Just then Lu Yan suddenly received a private message. Opening it, he saw it was from a player with the ID Zhao Ruifeng. Zhao Ruifeng, I know what that is. Lu Yan raised an eyebrow and quickly replied, buddy, can you give me all the information about it? I can trade you 150 milliliters of drinking water for it. Zhao Ruifeng, hold on. Golden striped lynx. Type feline lynx, genus mutant species. Description LV1 mutant beast with 3 golden stripes on its head. Its front paws have enormous dewclaws containing trace amounts of muscle-paralyzing venom. Info: adults can reach 80 centimeters in length and weigh 25 kilograms. Once it targets a prey, it will lurk nearby waiting for an opportunity to ambush. Weakness: the evolution of its large venomous dewclaws has greatly reduced its reaction speed, running speed, and hunting speed. It is afraid of pain and timid. If injured, it will flee immediately. The bone structure at the golden stripes on its head is fragile and can be easily pierced or shattered. Stupid, with low intelligence. Threat level low. An adult male with a cold weapon over 40 centimeters long can easily hunt it down. An entire page of edited information was sent over. After reading it quickly, Lu Yin asked, buddy, how do you know all this? Lu Yin couldn't be blamed for being overly suspicious. In the wilderness you can't trust others easily, being a bit more cautious never hurts. Zhao Ruifeng have afraid him scamming you. He'll tell you I got a monster manual from a treasure chest today. It details the habits and identification methods of most beasts and mutant beasts. Luyan, would you mind letting me take a look? Not that I don't trust you, I just want to satisfy my curiosity. Zhao Ruifeng sent a picture. It was a selfie of Zhao Ruifeng holding a book-like manual in his hand. On the cover were several large characters. Elementary Monster Manual. Luyan raised an eyebrow. This was a valuable item. With it, the danger of traveling in the wilderness would be greatly reduced. If he could buy it. Luyan, buddy, is this for sale? He'll pay a high price. Zhao Ruifeng, sorry, I plan to keep it for myself. The acquisition failed. Luyan stroked his chin, then quickly typed in the private chat, "I'll designate a trade of 150 milliliters of drinking water to you, right now, please confirm." Zhao Ruifeng, no need, I'm not short on water right now. Consider this information a gift, as a way to make a friend. You're quite famous now, I might need to ask you for a favor someday. Huh. After saying this, Zhao Ruifeng directly ended the private chat. When Luyan tried to message him again, he received no response. What was this all about? Was he forcing me to owe him a favor? Luyan smiled wryly. Compared to personal relationships, he still preferred straightforward transactions. After all, debts of gratitude were hard to repay, sometimes even costing half a life. But, do I already have the kind of value that makes people want to court my favor? Recalling Zhao Ruifeng's words, Luyan pondered for a moment, then quickly climbed to the top of the safe house's earthen mound, and carefully surveyed the surroundings. A mutant lynx. Once it targets its prey, it lurks nearby waiting for a chance to ambush. Luyan looked around. Earthen mound, sand pits, a small grove of trees. He found nothing unusual. Suddenly Luyan's gaze stopped. He spotted a faint, barely perceptible flash of gold in a withered thicket about 300 meters from the safe house. In a patch of withered shrubs less than 300 meters from the safe house, a faint, elusive glint of gold flickered and vanished. Luyan withdrew his gaze from the bushes, feigning ignorance of any anomaly, yet his mind churned with silent deliberation. It seemed that at least one piece of information from Zhao Ruifeng was entirely accurate. Once it set its sights on a target, it would lurk nearby waiting for an opportunity to strike. The mutant lynx had indeed not departed. Like an exceedingly patient hunter, it endured the scorching sun motionless in the distant shrubs, its gaze perpetually fixed on Luyan's every move. Imagine if Luyan had never spotted that footprint. As night fell, he would still be crouched before the earthen kiln at the safe house's entrance roasting meat. Would that mutant lynx, cloaked in darkness, have crept silently behind him, pounced, and sunk its fangs into the artery of his neck? Or if Luyan had remained unaware of the lynx's presence and ventured out with his longbow and axe to scavenge supplies, would the beast have sprung from the thicket as he passed, injecting paralytic venom into his veins? At the thought of these possibilities, an involuntary chill coursed through Luyan. He made a nonchalant circuit near the entrance before retreating into the safe house and bolting the door. Seated in the darkness, his mind raced. In these early days of the apocalypse, being stalked by a predatory beast would undoubtedly cripple his progress. What should he do? Cower in the safe house for days waiting for it to leave on its own? Absolutely not. Time in the early apocalypse is too precious. I cannot afford to waste it. Luyan swiftly dismissed the idea, his expression hardening with resolve. Now, to eliminate the threat, he had to take the initiative. Either drive the beast away, or finish it off for good. If I only wound it and chase it off, it will likely return to attack me once healed. Perhaps even more ferociously and relentlessly. Yes, killing it is the safer choice. Luyan stroked his chin silently, cementing his decision. The saying that beasts hold grudges was no mere rumor. Some creatures could remember the face of a human who harmed them years ago. On a perilous wilderness teeming with mutated beasts, earning such enmity would spell doom. Whether mining, hunting, or resting, one would have to be perpetually vigilant against a vengeful predator. Before long, that person's spirit would shatter. But what method should I use against it? A trap? No, it's watching me. If I dig a trap, it will surely notice. Poison. A beast's sense of smell is exceptionally keen. It would be hard to trick it into eating tainted meat. Numerous strategies surfaced in Luyan's mind, only to be rejected one by one. With the intelligence from Zhao Ruifeng and a comparison of their strengths, Luyan knew he could kill the creature, but he wanted to do so without taking a single scratch. This bastard appeared too suddenly. There's no time to prepare many methods. He rubbed his brow, his gaze falling on the bow and steel axe beside him. It seems this is the only way. He swiftly opened the trading interface and listed 200 milliliters of water. Seller Luyan, item 200 milliliters, drinking water, request potent poison. The faster acting the better. His plan was straightforward. Since making the beast ingest poison was difficult, he would deliver the poison directly into its body. The archery skills he had honed all afternoon were finally about to be put to use. Due to his previous trades, many players had taken notice of him. The moment his water was listed, private messages poured in. Although poison was scarce in the early apocalypse, among the vast player base of nearly 10,000, a few dozen had managed to acquire such rare items. Lu Yin browsed through the messages, and after comparison completed a trade with a player named Zhao Qing. You have lost 200 milliliters drinking water, you have gained 5 grams of golden poison frog venom. With a system, chime a small transparent vial the size of a thumb, and filled with viscous liquid appeared in his hand. The poison dart frog, a small amphibian native to the rainforests of Central and South America, was among the most beautiful and lethal creatures on Earth. Its skin blazed with vibrant colors, its form petite and adorable, yet its body harbored deadly venom. Among the countless species of poison dart frogs, the golden poison frog was the most potent. A mere 0.1 milligram could kill 5 adult humans. This alkaloid venom could seep into the bloodstream through skin, oral mucosa wounds, or cuts, stopping the heart of its victim within 3 minutes. No description suited the poison dart frog better than this: the most beautiful are the most dangerous. Lu Yin gently swirled the glass vial, then carefully opened it. Using a plant fiber, he dabbed a trace of venom and meticulously smeared it onto an arrowhead, his entire process focused and precise. In the South American rainforests, many indigenous tribes used poison dart frog venom on their arrow tips to hunt large predators. After coating 20 arrowheads and the blade of his steel axe with the poison, Lu Yin carefully sealed the vial. He then retrieved the leather armor awarded from that day's assessment. Worn leather armor crafted from wild ox hide, bearing holes and signs of wear. Note its age is too great, it should not be worn, but displayed in a museum cabinet. Though the armor appeared shabby, Lu Yin tested it with a light slash of his steel axe and found it unbreached. Its defensive capability was greater than it seemed. Donning the leather armor, he fashioned a simple quiver from bark and slung it over his back. Hooking the steel axe at his waist, Lu Yin picked up his longbow and cautiously pushed the safe house door open a crack. Peering through the gap at the shrubbery, he confirmed the mutant lynx still lurked there, not waiting at his doorstep. With that, he decisively pushed the door wide and stepped out. Fully armed, Lu Yin did not head straight for the bushes. Exercising patience, he first walked in the opposite direction. Using an iron shovel, he dug 2 small rabbit traps, then went to the grove, where he had felled trees the previous day, gathering some dry branches to pile before the earthen kiln. The entire process took nearly 20 minutes. After making a wide circuit around the safe house, Lu Yin finally feigned a casual stroll toward the thicket where the lynx lay hidden. Knowing that he was about to face a ferocious feline predator, Lu Yin felt a trace of unease. He tried to relax, but his muscles remained taut involuntarily, like a coiled spring ready to burst forth at any moment. Lu Yin's gaze did not linger on the thicket. Instead, he scanned the surroundings, using an appearance of ignorance to lull the mutated lynx into lowering its guard. The greatest advantage of feline predators is their speed. But this mutated lynx, by evolving its 5th dewclaw into a venomous weapon, has sacrificed its speed advantage, which actually reduces its threat. Lu Yin mused to himself, as long as I keep a distance and avoid close combat using ranged attacks to toy with it, this creature is quite manageable. He had no intention of engaging in hand-to-hand combat, or stepping into that thicket. Once he reached a range where he could strike with his bow, he would immediately launch an attack. That distance was about 10 meters. At that moment, Lu Yin and his target were roughly 100 meters apart. He neither slowed down nor quickened his pace, maintaining a steady approach toward the thicket. 80 meters. 70 meters. Lu Yin's heartbeat accelerated. 60 meters. 50 meters. He felt his lips dry and his throat tighten. 30 meters. He could already see the distinctive black tufts on the lynx's ears trembling gently in the breeze. 20 meters. Suddenly, Lu Yin noticed the thicket stir as if a gust of wind had passed through. His heart leaped into his throat. He knew it was the mutated lynx moving. Although Lu Yin's behavior appeared to be that of an oblivious prey, his proximity still made the beast sense a threat. The creature seemed to be weighing whether to attack immediately or wait for Lu Yin to draw closer. Cold sweat dripped from Lu Yin's forehead. He faced a difficult choice. If he moved forward, the beast might pounce out of impatience. Stopping here, however, was too far. If his arrow missed, he would never have such a good opportunity again. A second passed, feeling like an eternity. The thicket fell silent once more. The lynx had settled down again. Lu Yin breathed a sigh of relief. Perhaps the distance made the beast feel uncertain, and it wanted Lu Yin to come closer, even into the thicket, before striking. Generally, medium-sized feline predators like lynxes and cheetahs could leap and pounce about 6 to 7 meters. Now was not its optimal range. Lu Yin continued forward. 15 meters. 13 meters. 11 meters. Suddenly, he burst forth with maximum speed, taking a step forward and knocking an arrow with lightning speed, drawing the bowstring taut into a full moon. The mutated lynx, realizing its position was exposed, let out a sharp shriek and attempted to leap sideways to evade the attack. But it was too late. The venom-coated arrow sliced through the air, covering the 10-meter distance in an instant. Though this was Lu Yin's first real combat shot, and his aim was not precise, missing vital spots like the eyes or neck, the arrow still pierced the mutated lynx's abdomen cleanly thanks to the enhancement of the longbow's easy hit effect. Thud! A muffled sound like a wineskin being punctured rang out as the mutated lynx let out a pained shriek. Lu Yin, having landed the shot, immediately turned and fled with such speed that even a hare would call him an ancestor. He had no need to prolong the fight. He only had to wait for the poison to take effect, and the beast would surely die. Roar! A fierce howl came from behind, followed by the sound of bushes being crushed. Lu Yin, sprinting for his life, glanced back to see the mutated lynx arrow lodged in its abdomen, charging after him with bloodshot eyes. Its visage twisted, claws and fangs gleaming with malice. What the hell? They said it was timid and pain-averse. And this speed is definitely not right. Lu Yan's scalp crawled as he mentally cursed Zhao Ruifeng, the one who had provided him with intel 180 times. This creature was nothing like Zhao Ruifeng had described. Its temperament was off, and its speed seemed not to have been weakened by mutation. Good thing I didn't fully believe him and go in with just an axe for close combat. Swish! Lu Yin discarded his quiver and longbow to lighten his load, clutching only a steel axe as he ran for his life. Blood gushed from the mutated lynx's abdomen. The agony drove it mad, and its sole target was the hateful human before it. Lu Yin felt a gust of wind surging behind him. He knew the mutated lynx was extremely close, only about 7 or 8 meters away. The safe house door was still 100 meters ahead. He could never reach it before the beast caught up. Calm down. Calm down. The beast was 7 or 8 meters away, already wounded. He wore leather armor, held a steel axe, and was larger in build. The one who should be afraid was not him, but the beast. And if he timed his moves right, within 0.5 seconds he could swing the axe, and execute a slide tackle as the beast lunged. Suddenly Lu Yin felt a chill wind behind his neck. Without a second thought, he twisted his body to the right, forcing himself to turn around, and swung the steel axe with all his might toward the source of the cold breeze. The next second a savage beast's head appeared in Lu Yan's vision. 3 golden stripes on its skull were strikingly conspicuous. The steel axe smashed into the lynx's head with a dull thud, and a spray of warm blood splattered across Lu Yan's face. Struck full force by the axe, the lynx's body flew backward 3 or 4 meters, half its face nearly cleaved open, blood streaming down in a gruesome sight. It struggled to rise as if to charge again, but suddenly began vomiting white foam, then collapsed with a thud, convulsing violently before falling still. Dead. Just like that. The ease of the outcome left Lu Yin incredulous. The poison from the toxic dart frog must have kicked in. He paused, panting, staring at the motionless mutated lynx. Instead of approaching recklessly, he circled back to retrieve his bow, nocked an arrow, and fired another shot. Thud! The arrow pierced the lynx's body. Roar! The beast, which had seemed lifeless, howled in agony, once more scrambling to its feet, and fixing Lu Yin with a crimson glare, letting out a furious roar. Playing dead, are you? Lu Yin sneered. The behavior of this mutated lynx was vastly different from the information Zhao Ruifeng had provided. Having spotted this discrepancy, how could he be foolish enough to approach with his axe for a finishing blow in such an uncertain situation? This beast was not only unintelligent, but also extremely cunning. Thud! 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 Lu Yin knocked and fired again, quickly turning the severely wounded lynx into a pincushion. Its futile roars grew weaker and weaker until it finally collapsed limply. This time all signs of life disappeared. With a dazzling flash of light, a bronze treasure chest appeared on the ground. Staring at the chest, Lu Yin paused for a moment, then picked up his axe, and walked to the lynx's corpse, aiming at the 3 golden stripes on its head. Thud! A metallic clang resounded. Lu Yin felt as if he had struck granite. The impact stung his hand. He then turned his attention to the oversized dew claw on the front paw, severing it with effort, and stowing it in his backpack. A row of item descriptions popped up. Mutated lynx's venomous claw toxicity, strong upon penetration. An average adult will experience full body muscle paralysis within 10 seconds, lasting 15 minutes. Slow, timid, low intelligence, weakest point at the 3 golden stripes, trace, paralytic venom. Lu Yin squinted, then suddenly laughed. All of this information is completely wrong. Zhao Ruifeng gave me its weaknesses, but they were actually its strengths. After this battle, Lu Yin confirmed that the person who had been providing him with free intel had fed him false information, and the most crucial part at that. It was not an oversight, but a deliberate attempt to mislead him. This creature was far from something an ordinary person could easily solo with just a dagger. If Lu Yin hadn't been cautious by nature and hadn't fully believed the claims of its weakness, he would now be a corpse despite having used the toxic dart frog's venom. A wave of dread washed over him. Since entering the apocalypse world, Lu Yin felt he had never offended anyone or made enemies. But what motive did that user named Zhao Ruifeng have for feeding him false intel, hoping to see him die at the claws of a mutated beast? Lu Yin guessed it might be jealousy or resentment, because he had sold water in the trading square a few times, showing that he was living relatively well. In a civilized society, some twisted individuals have to put on a pretty facade to hide their filthy, ugly hearts lest they be ostracized. But in a lawless apocalypse, they can indulge their true nature without restraint. If they dislike someone, they'll set them up, harm them, or even kill them. Day 2 of the apocalypse and players are already scheming against each other. Human nature. Lu Yin sneered, picking up the chest and slowly opening it, muttering under his breath, the filthiest, most disgusting thing in the world. After killing the mutated lynx, a delicate bronze treasure chest burst from its corpse. Based on the intelligence Lu Yin had gathered so far, treasure chests were classified into different levels ranging from the lowest wooden grade to black iron, and then bronze in ascending order. The lowest grade wooden chests mostly yielded basic living essentials such as gauze, seasoning, and matches, while black iron chests could produce items like medicines, lighters, bearings, and other light industrial products. As for bronze chests, based on the information obtained yesterday, it seemed no one had acquired one yet. Of course, it was possible that some players were keeping a low profile and not publicizing their finds. Some speculated that above bronze there were silver, gold, and even diamond-level chests, but the difficulty of obtaining such chests was unimaginable, far beyond the reach of players still struggling to survive on the edge of subsistence. The first chest is already bronze level. Looks like my luck is pretty good. I wonder what good stuff I can open. Lu Yin licked his lips, his excitement beyond words. It felt like opening a blind box with infinite fantasies in his mind. How exhilarating. Open the bronze chest. Yes. As Lu Yin's voice fell, the bronze chest before him radiated a golden light, followed by the sound of a lottery wheel spinning. System, you have opened the bronze chest. You have obtained a groundwater extractor 1 rare item. You have obtained a mental stimulant 5 common item. You have obtained a talent skill book Endure Hunger and Thirst advanced item. You have obtained a stainless steel pot 1. As the pleasant notification sounds rang out, Lu Yin's eyes widened, and he felt his mouth go dry. The only thought in his mind now was to go out and fight another 300 rounds with mutated beasts. High risk indeed brought high rewards. Placing the 3 items from the chest aside from the stainless steel pot before him, Lu Yin focused on the first object, which looked like a hand-pressed water pump. Groundwater extractor, purple, rare quality. After burying it underground, it can collect and extract moisture from the soil with a maximum daily extraction of 1,500 milliliters. This attribute is too overpowered. That means without needing to dig a well or connect to a water source, it can extract groundwater like a pump. After reading the description of the first item, Lu Yin felt he had gained a new understanding of this world. If items like lighters and bearings from chests still fell within the realm of technology, then this groundwater extractor clearly belonged to the realm of concepts, almost a magical creation that produced something from nothing. After a brief shock, Lu Yin quickly calmed down. This world itself was a bizarre existence, and everything within it did not follow the laws and rules of the original Blue Planet. In other words, it was possible for any magical product to emerge in this wilderness. Lu Yin took a deep breath and looked at the second item. Mental stimulant, white common quality, can stimulate the brain, enhance mental strength. Removes negative emotions caused by fatigue, injury, rage, or depression, temporarily increases cell activity, putting the body in an excited state. Lu Yin read the description of this medicine carefully 2 or 3 times. This thing is probably equivalent to a stimulant. He solemnly put it away. Do not underestimate its effect. Players could be injured at any time in the wilderness, and the mental stimulant acted like adrenaline, temporarily boosting bodily functions to the maximum, greatly increasing survival chances. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a life-saving drug. Next, Lu Yin turned his gaze to the third item, the one he was most interested in. Talent skill book Endure Hunger and Thirst, blue, advanced quality description. After use, you will gain the talent Endure Hunger and Thirst, which enhances the user's tolerance to hunger and thirst. Only 1/3 of the normal water and food intake is needed to meet the body's basic needs. Extends the death limit time due to lack of food and water supply to 1.5 times. Even before entering the Doomsday game, Lu Yin noticed that on his personal panel, besides basic strength and speed data, there was a blank talent information field. At first he thought it was because his physique was too ordinary, so he hadn't awakened a special talent. Now it seemed the reality was different from his imagination. Talents needed to be learned through skill books. But this talent is of no use to me right now. Lu Yin frowned. This talent was simple. It improved the body's ability to endure hunger. Originally 3 bowls of rice were needed to feel full, now only 1 bowl would suffice. Originally dying of thirst would take 3 days without water, now it would take 4.5 days. If Lu Yin had nothing now, this talent would certainly be a god-tier skill, but since he had plenty of food and drink, it was a useless chicken rib. This talent, like drinking water, is a hot commodity in the early stages, but trash later on. If I don't plan to use it, I must get rid of it quickly, or it'll become a dead weight. Lu Yin's mind raced as he quickly made a decision. On the second day in the wilderness, many players would still be affected by the terrain of their landing points, leading to insufficient food and water in the early stages, risking death by hunger and thirst. Once a few days passed, players would have thoroughly explored the wilderness, and the prices of food and water in the trading ground would gradually decrease and stabilize. If a rainstorm came, the risk of dying from hunger and thirst would drop significantly. At different points in time, the value of the Endure Hunger and Thirst talent would undergo earth-shattering changes. But Lu Yin showed a slime merchant smile, which grew brighter. Today is definitely the day it's worth the most. On the second day of the apocalypse, those who hadn't obtained or had only acquired very little food and water had already suffered the torment of hunger and thirst. Among these players, a small portion would have collected extremely precious treasures and resources due to terrain or luck, such as first aid kits, various clean energy sources, small engines. But in the early days of the apocalypse, the importance of food and water outweighed everything else, and very few were willing to exchange them for other things, because no one could be sure whether their survival would be affected after trading away their food and water. The precious treasures in their hands were hard to convert into survival supplies. It was like being trapped in a desert. No one would trade a bottle of mineral water for a gem, even if the gem was priceless. Cheap mineral water could save lives. No matter how precious the gem, it couldn't help with survival. Lu Yan's trading targets were naturally these players who possessed precious gems, but were in dire need of mineral water. Although endure hunger and thirst couldn't provide them with sufficient supplies, it could reduce the boat's demand for food and water. In a sense, it significantly increased their survival chances. And every extra day alive meant another day of hope, a chance to turn the situation around. Lu Yin believed that no one threatened by death from hunger and thirst could ignore this temptation. Seller Lu Yin item for sale, talent skill book, endure hunger and thirst remarks death, pushed open your front door, I slammed it shut, and gave death 2 slaps on the face. Endurance starvation, talent skill book. The Grim Reaper knocked on your door, but I slammed it shut, and slapped death twice across the face. Required items, rare items, resources. Due to previous trades, Lu Yin had garnered high attention in the marketplace, and since the talent skill book was listed for the first time, combining these factors, the popularity of the endurance starvation talent skill book skyrocketed shortly after its release, quickly claiming the top spot on today's hot items. Holy crap, there's such a thing as a talent skill book. This must be the first one in the wilderness. Comparisons are odious. First, ample drinking water, now a rare skill book. Lord Lu's luck is simply heaven-defying. This skill book's effect seems somewhat useless. Upstairs, stop your damn nonsense. For those of us struggling on the brink of starvation, this is a life-saving divine skill. Even if it's incredibly useful, can you afford it? Those who can't even eat, do they have resources that satisfy Lord Lu? With the first talent skill book of the Eastern Wilderness listed on the marketplace, the entire world channel exploded in chaos. On the second day of the apocalypse, most recognized the high value of endurance starvation, yet many also believed it would be extremely difficult to sell. After all, how could those who couldn't even procure food, those threatened by death, possess resources equivalent to the skill book's value? This thing, those who need it can't afford it, those who can afford it don't need it. It's a total dud. I suggest Lord Lu sell it to me at a low price to avoid it becoming dead stock. A flood of players in the world and private chat channels deliberately or inadvertently devalued endurance starvation, attempting to influence Lu Yin into selling it cheaply. Initially, Lu Yin was somewhat uncertain, but soon with the first player's bid, his uneasy heart finally steadied. Tafna, 3 units of gold, or 1 pickaxe, 1 bunch of sorghum seeds, 3 units of wood. Li Ning, 3 liters of gasoline, 1 flashlight. Wang In, 1 piece of blast-proof glass, 2 buckets of sealant, 1 can of tea, 1 consumable honeycomb. Within just 3 minutes of the skill book's listing, over 50 players had already placed bids, and the trading system provided a basic valuation based on these offers. Only then did Lu Yin realize that among these seemingly ordinary players lurked many tycoons, their resource wealth astonishing him. Someone even successfully captured a live mutated beast, offering it as a trade resource. However, Lu Yin dismissed it with a glance. The captured mutated beast was too weak, a mutated lizard, and even if killed, it would likely only yield a wooden chest. Betting a treasure from a bronze chest on a wooden chest. Only if Lu Yin were a fool. At that moment, despite the multitude of bidders, none offered a price matching the rarity of endurance starvation. Most bids consisted of common or basic tools and essential living resources, plentiful in quantity, but mediocre in quality, failing to meet Lu Yan's expectations. He sought rare items of equal tier to the skill book, something to give him an edge in some aspect over other players. Let the bullet fly for a while. After observing the bids, Lu Yin closed the trading interface without contacting anyone. He gathered the remains of the mutated links and prepared to return to his safe house. In auction, psychology is paramount. Lu Yin believed its value could still rise with many players yet to act still watching. As long as he remained calm, the urgency would fall on others. At the foot of a barren mountain, a dark-skinned, burly man sat atop his safe house, holding an antique flintlock pistol, his gaze filled with conflict. On the first day of the apocalypse, I found a chest and got this gun. I thought I'd be ahead of all players, but why was I dropped in this godforsaken place? Not even a beast, let alone insects. Another 2 days of hunger, and it'll really be done for. The man roared to the sky, his voice brimming with anguish. This area showed no signs of life or water. In 24 hours, he had only eaten half a small water pear, no bigger than a red date. That pair came from the chest along with the gun, leaving only 1.5 now. He tried leaving the area, but after hours of trekking, he found the region absurdly vast. In his current state, had likely starved to death before escaping this wasteland. This remaining pair half couldn't provide the stamina to cross this no man's land. This thing in my hands. The man looked down at his flintlock, feeling the waves of thirst, hunger, and weakness. He whispered in despair, "Other than suicide, I can't think of any use for it." In a dry underground cavern, a pale, cracked-lipped young man pressed his tongue against the rock while his gaze intensely fixed on a stalactite above. A droplet of water slowly formed at its tip. The young man's expression grew excited. He adjusted his position, slightly stretching his tongue out as far as possible, like a fledgling awaiting feeding. After about 7 or 8 minutes, the droplet on the stalactite swelled to the size of a soybean, its weight increasing, and it slowly dripped down. Plop! The droplet landed precisely on his tongue. He quickly retracted his tongue into his mouth, closed his eyes, and a look of comfort spread across his face, as if savoring the water's sweetness. After a long while, he suddenly opened his eyes and burst into loud sobs. What kind of life is this? What good is this bit of water? A whole day's accumulation isn't even enough for a sip. I don't want to die. Can anyone save me? The young man's emotions collapsed. In his safe house behind him, an old gasoline generator stood silently in the corner. In an underground safe house beneath a dune, a white girl sat cross-legged in the darkness, holding a talent skill book in her hands, though its effect was entirely different from endurance starvation. From a long-term perspective, the talent skill book in my hands far surpasses that Eastern man's goods, but in the early game the demand for items is so distorted. Must I really complete this unequal trade? I can't accept it. If I can survive the early phase, this skill book could bring me vast resources. But I'm too hungry, my body has gone over 24 hours without supplies, already very weak. Such a state makes it hard to forage for food outside. Forget it. All grand plans for the future must be built on the foundation of being alive. Even if this trade is unequal, I have to accept it. Dragging the corpse of the mutated lynx back to the safe house, Lu Hien took out the groundwater extractor, dug a pit in the ground with a shovel, and buried it inside. Groundwater extractor. Today's water extraction quota 01500 evaluation experienced the surging source of life. Lu Yin carefully placed the stainless steel pod obtained from the treasure chest at the outlet of the extractor, firmly grasped the pump handle, and pulled it upward. As the sound of liquid flowing arose, a clear stream of water slowly flowed out. Yes, the product from the treasure chest was truly magical. This is exactly how it works. Seeing the groundwater successfully extracted from the pit, the huge stone that had been hanging in Lu Yan's heart finally fell completely. From today onward, the water crisis would be completely resolved. Even if Lu Xiaoyu arrived in 14 days, the daily output of 1,500 milliliters of drinking water could supply the daily consumption for both of them. In fact, without strenuous exercise, a person only needs to consume 300,500 milliliters of water per day to sustain life. Even when working outside, as long as one does not go out during the hottest midday hours, 1 liter of water is absolutely sufficient. As for the scientific claim of at least 8 glasses of water per day, what the hell are you trying to detoxify, beautify, and prolong your life here? In the apocalypse, strictly following scientific theories for nutrition is simply too luxurious. No one can do it. Soon Lu Yin finished extracting the day's groundwater and used a hemp rope woven from bark fibers to tie up the corpse of the mutated lynx and hang it on the beam of the safe house to prevent ants and insects from gnawing on it. Although the mutated lynx's body was saturated with the venom of the poison dart frog, the frog venom is a kind of neuroprotein that becomes inactive after high-temperature heating and does not affect its ability. After finishing all this, Lu Yin lay on the hammock, not wanting to move at all, feeling as if exhaustion had taken over every limb and bone. On the second day of the apocalypse, Lu Yin gained some new insights about this world. In the former civilized society, perhaps the worst people you faced were the school bullies who stole your pocket money, the harsh and indifferent bosses at work, and the unreasonable neighbors in life. They might have made you gnash your teeth in hatred at some point, wishing you could beat them up. But only after truly entering this wilderness can you realize that those villains you once thought were as gentle as a lamb in this wilderness. Here all kinds of brutal, insidious, and malicious people tear off their masks and appear on stage one by one. Within this day, Lu Yin experienced being misled and harmed for no reason, went through his first life and death battle since entering the wilderness, and saw many people willing to give up their dignity for survival. Some pleaded, some despaired, some gave up on themselves, and some cruelly turned their blades toward fellow players. All facets of human life unfolded before Lu Yan's eyes. In the short span of less than 30 hours since the apocalypse began, Lu Yin felt that he had grown a lot, and his mindset had changed greatly. He learned that in this world there is not only love without reason, but also hatred without reason. Here you must guard against everything except yourself. Hell is other people. These 5 words were maximally interpreted in the wilderness. With countless thoughts swirling in his mind, a strong sense of fatigue surged over him, and Lu Yin drifted off to sleep in a daze. In his dream, he saw himself standing on the endless wilderness holding a steel axe surrounded by enemies with red eyes, all staring at him fiercely, their faces ferocious and greedy. He didn't know how long had passed when he opened his eyes again, and a hint of chill crept in through the crack of the safe house door. Night had fallen again. The safe house was pitch black, so dark that you couldn't see your hand in front of you. It seems tomorrow's work goal is to solve the lighting and ventilation system. Lu Yin stretched. Grumble. A violent protest came from his stomach. Today Lu Yin had dug a drainage ditch and fought a bloody battle with the mutated lynx. The 2 eggs and a few pieces of jerky he had eaten in the morning were long gone, and his body sent signals urgently needing energy replenishment. After making a simple torch from wood and plant fibers, Lu Yin picked up the lit torch and walked out of the safe house. The incident with the mutated lynx still made Lu Yan's heart pound with fear. He cautiously circled around the safe house to ensure there were no wild beasts nearby, before taking out the stainless steel pot and the ingredients prepared for tonight. Among the 4 items obtained from the bronze treasure chest today, although the stainless steel pot was the most ordinary, it could greatly boost Lu Yan's happiness index at this moment, because it meant that he could finally eat hot soup. He chopped 500 grams of wild wolf meat into slices on the wooden table, stirred 2 eggs into egg liquid in a wooden bowl, boiled 750 milliliters of drinking water in the stainless steel pot on the earthen kiln, and quickly exchanged 100 milliliters of drinking water in the trading market for a piece of native ginger and a pack of dried vegetables. Using these ingredients, he made a steaming pot of meat and egg soup and sprinkled a little pepper as seasoning. A few minutes later, Lu Yin drank it down to the last drop. The feeling of being full was truly blissful. 10 minutes later, Lu Yin put out the fire, returned to the safe house, and opened the trading market. At that moment, the time displayed on the game interface was 2149, which was 5 hours after he had listed enduring hunger and starvation in the afternoon. Lu Yin glanced at the number of players making bids below, which had reached 783, far more than he had imagined. At this moment, the item offered by the player with the highest system valuation was a mysterious pet egg. A pet egg, another rare item. Lu Yin immediately became highly interested. If he could obtain a powerful pet as an aid in the early wilderness, his survival chances could be greatly improved. Mysterious pet egg LV1 source Secret Realm Ruins. After hatching, you can obtain a random ordinary beast pet, which is a juvenile with a growth cycle half that of a normal beast. Lu Yin carefully read the description, and his strong interest immediately diminished. An ordinary beast juvenile requiring self-cultivation. Such attributes were a bit useless. Not to mention the long cultivation cycle, the attribute of random alone represented a huge risk. If it hatched into a hunting dog or a leopard, that would be fine, but if it hatched into a hamster or a turtle, what use would it be? To make a nourishing soup. Lu Yin shook his head. If he were in a stable period, getting a pet for decoration would be no big deal, but he was in urgent need of development now, and there was no way he would bet a skill talent book on a random pet egg. Although this pet egg is not very attractive, its source is quite unusual. Lu Yin fixed his gaze on the introduction of the pet egg, raised an eyebrow, and muttered to himself from the Secret Realm Ruins. In the wilderness, Secret Realm Ruins will spawn at random times and locations. These ruins contain vast resources and treasures, but also harbor immense dangers. Over countless years, many creatures have perished within them due to greed. I advise you, if you do not wish to become one of the many dead after entering the ruins, do not venture too deep. Do not be too greedy. Lu Yin opened the game system interface and found the description of the Secret Realm Ruins in the bottom corner of the instructions. However, the description was quite vague, merely outlining the general properties of the ruins without any useful information. For example, how long do the ruins last? Do they have easy and hard modes? How does one enter? It seems the system doesn't intend to reveal these details, but rather wants players to discover them on their own. Lu Yin pondered. This design was undoubtedly meant to increase the game's difficulty and raise the casualty rate among players. In such a scenario, to obtain information about the ruins, players would have to probe every inch of the unknown, trading their bodies and lives for knowledge. If ordinary beasts and mutant beasts are equivalent to normal monsters and elite monsters in the game, then the Secret Realm Ruins should be akin to a Hydraprate dungeon. Their rewards would certainly far exceed those from killing mutant beasts, but as for the difficulty, on the second day of the apocalypse, some players had already entered the Secret Realm Ruins and returned with bountiful harvests, indicating that the difficulty wasn't outrageous. Lu Yan's face lit up with excitement. He wasn't interested in the pet egg, but he was very intrigued by the Secret Realm Ruins. He immediately sent a private message to the player with the ID Yuan Wenya. Lu Yan. Hello. Soon the player Yuan Wenya, whose avatar showed a delicate and gentle-looking woman, replied to Lu Yan's private message. Yuan Wenya. Hello God Lu. Do you want to complete the transaction? Among all the bidders, my offer is the highest. Lu Yan. No, to be honest, a pet in its infancy is of no use to me right now, and it would only be a burden. Although your offer is highly valued, I'm sorry, but it's not something I need at the moment. Yuan Wenya fell silent for a brief moment, then continued, since God Lu doesn't intend to trade, what is the purpose of your private message? Lu Yin, actually I'm very interested in information about the secret realm ruins. Can we make a deal? You tell me about your exploration of the ruins, and I'll give you some compensation. Yuan Wenya hadn't expected Lu Yan's private message to be about this, but she quickly replied with a smiling emoji again. Yuan Wenya, I see. Since God Lu needs it, I can consider providing it for free. Information is hard to value. Instead of gaining a small benefit ID, rather get on your good side. That way if you come across something nice you'll think of me first. Hee, I hope you don't mind me being so straightforward. Lu Yin felt a headache coming on when he heard that. He thought, please don't say free anymore, my head hurts. Lu Yin, let's just do a fair trade. I'm not in the habit of taking advantage of others. At that moment, in an underground safe house within a small forest, a young girl looked at Lu Yan's reply on the private chat interface, a surprised expression crossing her face. She muttered to herself, not taking advantage of others. This Lu Yin is quite gentlemanly. After 2 or 3 minutes of negotiation, the two finally agreed on the price for the information. Yuan Wenya listed an item and designated Lu Yin as the buyer. Seller: Yuan Wenya, item for sale, all accurate, detailed, and non-misleading information about player Yuan Wenya's exploration of the secret realm ruins, without any omissions. Required item: 300 milliliters of drinking water. This extremely specific item description was set by Lu Yin after careful consideration. The game's trading system had some loopholes, so fraud prevention was necessary, especially for information, which was the most problematic commodity. Having been deceived by Zhao Ruifeng before, Lu Yin was extremely serious about this. He set the item data to minimize any possibility of fraud. The system would automatically review the item settings, and only when the item fully met the seller's conditions could the transaction be successfully completed. It wasn't that Lu Yin was overly cautious. Losing 300 milliliters of water was a minor issue, but obtaining false information could be fatal. After carefully reading the item data twice to ensure nothing was overlooked, Lu Yin clicked the transaction button. You have lost 300 milliliters of drinking water. You have obtained information. Extract. Extract immediately. As Lu Yan's words fell, a full line of text appeared before him. The appearance of the ruins had no warning. This morning when I woke up, I found a mysterious structure beside my safe house. A gate with chaos behind it. I noticed that the gate was carved with a single character, Su Void. I don't know what it means. After entering the gate, I found that the game panel could not be opened and the world around me had changed as if I had entered a different space. Inside the gate was a dilapidated ancient tribal ruin. I walked inward for about 500 meters and found some abandoned altars, clay pots, stone knives, and other tools. I collected them. I continued forward when suddenly I saw a corpse. Not a native of the tribe, but a modern person. He was wearing a leather jacket, his face twisted in agony, holding a dagger in a fighting stance, lying still on the ground. This seemed to be another player who had entered this world with us. I was terrified, but I mustered my courage and looted all the supplies from the corpse. In the process, I noticed there were no obvious wounds on his body. How did he die? What was he fighting against just before his death? I don't know, but I dared not go deeper. I was afraid of becoming a corpse myself. Whether it was an illusion or not, from the moment I entered the ruins, I felt a strong sense of being watched, as if an invisible pair of eyes were staring at me. This feeling grew stronger. I sensed that some incomprehensible horror lurked within the ruins. I didn't want to stay any longer. I had to leave. I had to leave. Just as I was about to leave, I noticed a strange egg placed on an abandoned altar to my left, along with a peculiar mechanical object. A rotor. How could such a clearly tribal civilization have a product of modern civilization? I took the pet egg and the rotor and fled like a madman toward the entrance. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw the center of the tribal ruins where a massive altar stood with something gleaming atop it. That must have been the most precious treasure in the ruins, right? As I fled, the feeling of being watched grew even more intense, as if the eyes were now just a few dozen centimeters behind me. It seemed to be getting closer. Fear coiled around me like a poisonous snake. I felt I was going mad, my mind almost twisted. I was so scared. I finally ran out of the ruins gate just before going completely insane. I think I understood how that player became a corpse. An invisible demon seemed to roam the ruins, slowly approaching you, driving you to mental collapse, devouring your soul. I stood in front of my safe house, gasping for air. The sun shone on me, but I couldn't stop trembling. The intense feeling of being watched disappeared the moment I left the ruins. 30 minutes later, the ruins gate vanished as well. That trip into the ruins involved no direct danger, but it felt like a brush with death. I swear I will never set foot in the ruins again. Never. I swear. Never again shall I set foot in a ruin. Never. This final line, thick with palpable dread, concluded the intelligence report. Lu Yin read it 3 times, meticulously verifying that no detail had escaped his notice before closing the file. From Yuan Wenya's intelligence, Lu Yin gleaned considerable insight. The ruins indeed harbored treasures of superior grade. Mere periphery yielded rare items like pet eggs. A deeper penetration into the core zone would surely yield rewards beyond imagination. Yet the ruins concealed immense peril. The player found dead mid-combat, body utterly unmarred, and Yuan Wenya's chilling account of an invisible pair of eyes relentlessly drawing nearer. both bore grim testament to this truth. An intangible foe. That is the most vexing challenge of all. Lu Yin frowned. Armed now with a bow of steel axe and leather armor, his physical combat prowess had reached the zenith of pre-industrial warfare. Yet against the ruin's invisible demon, he stood utterly powerless. How does one confront a creature without form? Talismans, crucifixes, a bagua compass. Yet she mentioned the characters Su, void, carved upon the ruin's entrance gate. Does this signify some intrinsic nature of the site? Lu Yin pondered silently. Or perhaps it denotes the very manner in which danger manifests. Su void, invisible eyes. Literally interpreted, their profound interconnection was unmistakable. Yet for now Lu Yin could not draw definitive conclusions. Yuan Wenye remained the sole known survivor to have entered and emerged unscathed. With no corroborating data from other explorers, he lacked the comparative evidence needed to discern underlying patterns or devise countermeasures. Intelligence gathered secondhand can never rival first-hand exploration, Lu Yin murmured, rubbing his palms together. If I could enter even one such ruin, countless uncertainties would dissolve. His resolve to explore ruins was unwavering and urgent. Though ruin exploration carried high risk in the game's early stages, an adage from civilized society held true here too: when adversity vanishes, so too does opportunity. In the wastelands, this principle applied with equal force. When danger faded, resources vanished. Pioneers crossed rivers on taut wire. Any misstep meant certain death. Later arrivals traversed sturdy stone bridges, facing virtually no peril. Yet those pioneers, having braved the wire, claimed all the riches awaiting them on the far bank. Later travelers, though safe in passage, found only discarded scraps left behind by the pioneers. Having closed the intelligence dossier, Lu Yin redirected his gaze toward the trading plaza, where within mere minutes the pet egg, once ranked first in system valuation under the auction title Endure, Hunger Bear Thirst, had been dethroned by a new listing. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes, and his pupils contracted sharply. It's another innate skill manual. He recognized the new top-ranked item, a skill manual identical in type to Endure Hunger Bear Thirst, yet bearing entirely different inscriptions on its cover. Item name: Innate Skill Manual. Seek Advantage, Evade Peril. Seek Advantage, Evade Peril. Upon learning, the user may scan a 500 square meter radius around themselves to detect hidden advantages, treasure, or threats. Danger usable thrice daily. Threats include hostile entities, traps, natural calamities, anything potentially endangering the host. Advantages encompass buried artifacts, surface-grown, medicinal herbs, naturally occurring minerals, anything beneficial to the host. Trading Plaza valuation 280. Upon finishing the description, Lu Yin's heart hammered wildly, his mouth went dry. He had not expected, so early as day 2 of the apocalypse, that another player would acquire an innate skill manual, let alone one possessing such extraordinary power. Seek Advantage functioned like a divine treasure-hunting compass. With this ability, his competitive edge would snowball exponentially. Evade Peril would dramatically elevate his survival odds, revealing concealed traps and camouflaged mutated beasts alike. Earlier, Yuan Wenye's pet egg had scored only 80 points in system valuation. Even Lu Yin's own Endure Hunger Bear Thirst had earned just 190. Yet Seek Advantage Evade Peril commanded a staggering 280, proof enough of its unparalleled worth. The sudden emergence of Seek Advantage Evade Peril ignited a wildfire across both the trading plaza and global chat. Holy hell, that's insane. 2 innate skill manuals appearing simultaneously in the auction house. I'm literally drooling. This new skill is absurdly overpowered, clearly more useful than Lord Lu's. Swapping it for Endure Hunger Bear Thirst would be a blatant loss. Someone contact the seller, skip Lord Lu's auction entirely, and list it directly on the trading plaza. I'll pay top price. Instantly, the new manual exploded into a trending sensation. Numerous players declared intent to initiate private negotiations with the seller. Trying to steal my deal. Lu Yin's expression darkened as he scanned the flood of chat messages. The moment he laid eyes on the manual, he had resolved. This artifact belonged to him alone. He would permit no one else to claim it. Ms. Angelina, are you online? I'll offer 2 kilograms of wild boar meat plus 300 milliliters of groundwater for the trade. I'll give 3 kilograms of cream bread. Players quickly deduced if Angelina willingly auctioned a skill manual demonstrably superior to Endure Hunger Bear Thirst, then her immediate predicament must revolve around food and water scarcity. In other words, Angelina desperately needed sustenance. Seizing this psychological vulnerability, others believed they could intercept Lu Yin's transaction and seize the manual for themselves. Though food and clean water remained critically scarce, dozens of players, drawn by the massive player base, offered their entire inventories in desperate appeals to Angelina. A dialog box suddenly appeared before Lu Yin. Trading Plaza. Notice: Angelina, highest bidder on your auctioned item Endure Hunger Bear Thirst, has requested cancellation of her bid. Do you consent? Consent will revoke her bid. Refusal permits her to file a forced cancellation, penalizing her with 10 days suspension from all trading functions. Faced with overwhelming bids, Angelina appeared to have reconsidered. Realizing her manual's desirability far exceeded expectation, she no longer wished to proceed with Lu Yan's transaction. Yet Lu Yan, upon seeing the prompt, felt his earlier unease dissolve completely. Moments later, 2 private messages appeared. A portrait of a golden-haired foreign girl, fair-skinned and aquilina-nosed, radiating youthful vitality. Angelina, hello Mr. Lu. Could you please approve my bid cancellation request? I sincerely apologize. I'm parched and starving, urgently needing food to survive. I impulsively clicked the auction bid earlier. Now I've reconsidered. I wish to exchange this skill manual for substantially more food. And Angelina, please grant my request. If you refuse, I'll starve to death. Do you truly wish to watch me perish? Reading her messages, Lu Yan almost smiled. Was she feigning fragility or genuinely naive? She had just unveiled her greatest weakness, exposing her dire straits outright, handing Lu Yan perfect leverage. Perhaps she hoped this ploy would evoke sympathy. But in the wastelands, in the apocalypse, compassion was a luxury no one could afford. A cold, knowing smile flickered across Lu Yan's lips. Lu Yan, having entered this auction, you accepted its rules. One must bear the consequences of one's choices. I bear no obligation to absolve your error. And Lu Yan, as for your life, it holds no relevance to me. Do not overestimate its value beyond yourself and your kin. No one cares whether you live or die. 2 seconds later, a crisp chime sounded. Trading Plaza seller Lu Yan has rejected bidder Angelina's cancellation. Lu Yan resolutely rejected Angelina. As he had said, everyone must abide by the rules of the game and bear the consequences of their own choices. In the apocalypse, sacrificing one's own interests for the sake of others is not saintly. It's just foolish. Soon, when Angelina saw that her application had been rejected by Lu Yan, she was utterly distraught and began frantically sending him private messages. Lu Yan glanced through them. They were all monotonous pleas, and he chose to ignore them. Another 10 minutes or so passed. Lu Yan felt it was about time, so he opened the chat interface again and replied to her. Lu Yan, how about this? On top of the Endure Hunger skill, I'll add 300 G of wolf meat and 200 milliliters of drinking water. With the blessing of the talent, these resources will be enough to sustain you for a week. Lu Yan, this is my final concession, but I have one condition: complete the transaction immediately. Lu Yan's sudden reply wasn't out of a change of heart or a sudden shift in his plans. This had been his initial strategy all along. A stick then a carrot. Under this policy, most people would yield quickly. Some might ask, even if Lu Yan refused to add these resources when the auction time ended, as long as Lu Yan didn't select another bid, the system would automatically complete the transaction based on the highest evaluation, and Lu Yan would still obtain the talent skill book. Why go through the extra trouble? There is a deeper issue here: emotion and personality. Under normal circumstances, Lu Yan believed that Angelina was 99 unlikely to dare to forcibly cancel her bid, but there is always that one exception. Human emotions are a very strange thing, especially in young people who are easily dominated by their emotions in every action. This is dangerous because under stimulation, the behavior of these young people can easily spiral out of control. For example, many young people engage in fights, murder, or violent crimes. Before committing these acts, do they not know that their actions are wrong? Do they not understand the severity of the consequences? They do. But why do they still do it? It is because they are governed by their emotions, making misguided decisions even at the cost of their lives. Under normal circumstances, an ordinary person would not dare to forcibly cancel the auction transaction with Lu Yan for survival. But if Angelina felt that Lu Yan's earlier rejection had sparked resentment, anger, and humiliation, if her emotions were pushed to the brink of losing control, she might forcibly cancel the bid out of revenge, preferring to starve to death in her safe house, holding the seek advantage and avoid harm skill rather than let Lu Yan have it. Do not think this idea is absurd. In modern civilized society, countless fatal incidents occur simply because someone wanted to spite another, sacrificing their own life to make the other suffer. Such cases are common. In the wilderness, using the stick-thin-carrot psychological tactic is fine, but since the two parties have never met and are unfamiliar with each other's mental resilience and personality, if the stick is not wielded with proper measure, it can easily drive the other to an extreme, crushing them. Most importantly, Lu Yan wanted to complete the transaction as quickly and safely as possible. The automatic completion of an auction item requires a 12-hour public announcement period. That meant even if Angelina dared not forcibly cancel the bid, Lu Yan would still have to wait 8 hours to obtain seek advantage and avoid harm. Lu Yan worried that other players might find the exact location of Angelina's safe house during this time, offering her a heavy reward or simply taking it by force. However, if both the bidder and the seller agreed to the transaction, there would be no public announcement time limit. Long nights breed many dreams. Lu Yan wanted no further surprises in this deal. 300 G of wolf meat and 200 milliliters of drinking water were hardly precious resources to him, but to Angelina, they meant survival. She would surely agree to Lu Yan's terms for these items. Minutes earlier, in an underground safe house, Angelina stared at the private chat interface. The countless messages she had sent were like a stone dropped into the sea. No reply from Lu Yan. Her expression shifted from anxiety to blankness and finally to fury. She clenched her teeth, her delicate face twisted with rage. Damn it. This damned Eastern man, why doesn't he have any compassion? This world is too cruel. I can't take it anymore. Even if I get the endure hunger talent after the transaction, I can only last 3 more days at most. I don't want to endure this torment any longer. It's better to end it now. But even if I die, I won't let that damned Eastern man benefit. You want it? He'll make it my burial offering. A resolute look flashed in Angelina's eyes. She opened the trading market again and found the option to cancel the bid. Forcibly cancel the bid. Staring at the blood-red prompt, she took a deep breath and pressed down with a gritted jaw. Ding. At that moment, a private message suddenly chimed. She froze, her finger hovering over the forcible cancel button. Lu Yen will add. Lu Yen, this is my final concession. Complete the transaction immediately. Seeing these 2 messages, the anger and distortion on Angelina's face gradually subsided. Somehow at that moment, all her fury and resentment toward Lu Yen vanished completely. At the same time, the courage to die just to deny Lu Yen the prize evaporated in an instant. This is the law of hunting. When a wolf pack encircles its prey, it usually does not block all escape routes. If it does, the prey, losing all hope of survival, will fight back frantically, potentially injuring the pack. By leaving a small gap for escape, the wolves give the prey a glimmer of hope. The prey immediately loses all will to resist, thinking only of fleeing for its life. In the end, the wolves can kill it without any harm. Within 5 seconds of Lu Yan's private message, he received a reply from Angelina. The response was simple and direct. Just 2 words, okay. Lu Yan smiled and swiftly added the wolf meat and drinking water to the endure hunger listing. It proved true that the stick and carrot approach is the most effective way to break someone's will. If Lu Yan had not first sternly rejected her, but instead directly offered to add the gifts and demanded an immediate transaction, Angelina might have been dissatisfied with the meager supplies and insisted on bargaining for more. Giving an inch and taking a mile is a common human trait. But now Angelina dared not say a word. As soon as the item details were adjusted, she immediately sent a request to complete the transaction. Bidder, Angelina has sent you a request for immediate transaction. Please choose carefully. The auction time has not yet reached its limit. If you complete the transaction early, you might miss out on higher bids later. The system prompt appeared before Lu Yan, but he ignored it and pressed the confirm button. Although the auction time hadn't expired, Lu Yan believed no one else would offer a higher price. After all, this was only the 2nd day of the apocalypse, and there were hardly any precious resources available. Obtaining a treasure of the level of Seek Advantage and Avoid Harm was already beyond Lu Yan's expectations. Transaction successful. You have lost. You have received the talent skill book, Seek Advantage and Avoid Harm. With a flash of light, a skill book the size of an ordinary textbook appeared in Lu Yan's hand. Seek Advantage and Avoid Harm, purple item, rare quality. Lu Yan felt a pang of emotion. Surviving in the wilderness was far more difficult than he had imagined. Not only did he have to deal with mutated beasts, monsters, and harsh environments, but also engage in psychological warfare with fellow human players. Even obtaining a simple auction item required cunning. It was hard to envision the scene when he later competed with other players for precious resources in the wilderness. It would surely be a bloody battle of open and covert attacks. With a sigh, Lu Yan looked at the skill book in his hand. Learn the talent Seek Advantage and Avoid Harm. Once learned, it cannot be undone. Oh, only a higher level talent can replace it. Learn. As he whispered, the skill book dissolved into a beam of light that merged into his body. Scan complete. 3 meters ahead, 30 centimeters below ground, there is 2 units of iron ore. Left side. With a pleasant chime, several green dots appeared in Lu Yan's field of vision. He lit a torch, grabbed a shovel, and began digging at the locations marked by the dots. The edge of a 500-meter range. Scan complete. 3 meters ahead, 30 centimeters below ground, there is 2 units of iron ore. Left side. With a pleasant chime, several green dots appeared in Lu Yan's field of vision. He lit a torch, grabbed a shovel, and began digging at the locations marked by the dots. Soon 2 units of iron ore, 1 unit of saltpeter, and a worn wooden chest were unearthed and placed before Lu Yan. Besides the green dots, there were also 2 red dots, one in the eastern corner of the safe house and the other one 2 meters beneath the soil outside the main entrance. He looked up at the eastern corner. A sand scorpion, highly venomous. Stings cause severe swelling, fever, and in severe cases organ failure. Threat level low. Lu Yan walked to the corner and indeed found a thumb-sized scorpion. Its color blended perfectly with the soil, making it nearly invisible without careful inspection. Crack. Lu Yan stomped it dead without hesitation, then turned his gaze to the second. A rat carrying multiple bacteria. It will leave deadly viruses after eating your food. Threat level high. If you don't want to inexplicably become a rotting corpse, it is recommended that you kill it immediately. Lu Yan felt a chill down his spine upon seeing the second prompt. Although the ferocious beasts on the wilderness appeared menacing, invisible threats like viruses and bacteria were far more lethal. Moreover, beasts could be fended off with wooden stakes and fences, but viruses infiltrated silently. If Lu Yan hadn't spotted the vole hiding beneath the soil, he might have one day died from an infection it carried. Without a proper medical system, the fatality rate of viral infections was nearly 100%. Lu Yin pushed open the door of his safe house, found a well-hidden burrow above the marked spot, collected some dry wood, lit it, and shoved it into the hole, blowing smoke inside. Soon, about a dozen meters away from the rat's nest, Lu Yin saw wisps of smoke rising from a patch of weeds. He grabbed a shovel and stood guard at the smoke's origin, fully focused. As the saying goes, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Voles, when digging holes, often create 1 or 2 extra exits. When deadly threats like snakes or floods enter from the front, they can escape through the pre-dug back doors. Living on the outskirts of town, Lu Yin had often gone to the fields with his parents as a child, so he knew the habits of these small farmland creatures inside out. Sure enough, after a dozen seconds, rustling sounds came from the weeds, followed by a dark shadow darting out. With quick eyes and swift hands, Lu Yin brought the shovel down, flattening the creature into a pancake. Seeing the red dot vanish from the scan map, he sighed in relief. He gathered some dry wood and burned the vole's corpse, completely eliminating the possibility of virus transmission. Then, torch in hand, Lu Yin circled the safe house a few more times, using up the 2 remaining talents of the day. Probably due to the terrain, the remaining 2 talent scans only yielded 2 units of iron ore. He also uprooted a toxic plant near the safe house. With the help of the benefit and harm avoidance talent, Lu Yin cleared all threats within a 500-meter radius of his safe house. After finishing, the system clock showed 2249, and the coldest hour of the night on the wilderness was approaching. The cold wind howled across the barren land. A blood-red moon hung high in the sky, adding a layer of despair to the desolate landscape. Lu Yin had returned to his safe house, lying on his comfortable hammock, enjoying the bliss of dreams. But not everyone had the privilege of enjoying nightlife like Lu Yin. Under the blood-red moonlight, more people were still braving the wind, pickaxes in hand, tirelessly mining on the mountains, risking their lives to extract precious or for a chance to survive. Others roamed the darkness, eyeing nearby players' camps. Under the cover of night, they sneaked into safe houses to kill and loot the humble and the vicious. On the second night of the apocalypse, people had completely shed their masks, revealing their true natures. All facets of life began to play out on the wilderness. To survive, everyone gave their all, using every skill they had to create an advantage. The wind howled, beasts roared. The second night on the wilderness brought even harsher conditions for survival. After one night, the number of remaining survivors on the eastern continent wilderness was 6158. Day 3 of the apocalypse. You constructed a stone drainage channel for your shelter, solving a crucial drainage issue and greatly increasing the shelter safety factor. Survival points 20. You crafted a longbow. Survival points 1. You hunted a level 1 mutant beast without taking any damage. Survival points 10. You obtained a talent that will greatly enhance your survival capabilities. Survival points 40. You solved the drinking water problem. Survival points 20. You successfully consumed soup-based food. Survival points 5. Comprehensive evaluation B. Calculating today's survival point reward 96. At dawn, the first thing Lu Yin did upon opening his eyes was to check the system's daily evaluation. As a long list of settlement information appeared before him, his survival points, which had been at 16, skyrocketed to 112. Although he had some expectations, the reward's abundance still exceeded his predictions. It seems the evaluation alone tells you which resource you acquired yesterday had the highest value. Lu Yin rubbed his chin, carefully comparing the reward points in the evaluation and ranking them from highest to lowest. Talent skill books were rare and hard to come by, while solving water supply and upgrading the shelter scored the highest. It seems I need to keep strengthening the safe house. The more functions it has, the higher the safety coefficient and the more survival points I can earn. Lu Yin thought, silently forming a concrete plan for his next tasks: ventilation and lighting. These 2 functions were also crucial for improving the safe house. He planned to complete the renovations soon. After all, humans are not rats. They cannot endure long-term darkness. Let's check the trading post and world channel for any new items. Following his daily routine, Lu Yin opened the trading post. After a quick browse, he found nothing worth picking up, then opened the world chat channel. The world channel had essentially become the morning news, where players shared new information daily. Lu Yin didn't want to miss anything. Soon, among the many messages, he spotted a familiar ID. Yuan Wenya sending image. Yuan Wenya urgent: everyone, is this method of treating a wound correct? Will it become inflamed? She was injured. Out of curiosity, Lu Yin clicked on the image Yuan Wenya had sent in the world channel. The image showed a hoof. At the junction between the hoof and the lower leg was a wound about 3 centimeters long, looking deep. The wound wasn't bleeding. A layer of black ash-like paste was smeared around the edges, appearing dirty. It wasn't Yuan Wenya who was injured, but an animal. After a moment's thought, Lu Yin realized this was probably the pet she had hatched from the egg. But now it seemed to be in a bad state. Li Nan, how did that happen? And what's that grimy stuff on the wound? Treating it so carelessly, doesn't the horse's hoof hurt? Wang Qiu, exactly, wounds need to be clean. Doing this will cause the wound to fester even if it wasn't inflamed. XX, if you don't know, don't mess around. Numerous players chimed in offering no solutions, but instead chattering endlessly about Yuan Wenya's method. Lu Yin watched for a while, then, after a moment of silence, replied in the World Channel. Lu Yin, if I'm not mistaken, that's a layer of plant ash on the wound. Plant ash from burning isn't dirty and has some hemostatic properties. It's mainly used for pest control and sterilization. Without disinfectant, using plant ash to treat the wound is correct. Lu Yin, as for someone asking if the horse feels pain from such rough treatment, I can tell you the horse definitely doesn't feel pain. Because damn it, that's a donkey's hoof. Lu Yan's remarks quickly sparked a heated discussion among the players. After closing the World Chat channel, he sighed with emotion, realizing from the many players' comments that most lacked basic wilderness survival knowledge, not even knowing the function of plant ash. Under the modern civilized social system, people enjoy the benefits of rapid technological advancement, but have also lost some ability to live independently. No wonder the casualty rate among players was so horrifying. Within just 2 days, the number of deaths had already approached half of the total population. Lu Yin glanced at the number of survivors, then climbed out of his hammock. Having had a good night's sleep, he now felt refreshed. Yesterday, because it was late at night, I didn't dare venture too far to scout. Today I must use the seek profit and avoid harm talent to find more and rarer resources. Lu Yin opened his personal information interface, and the usage count for the talent had refreshed. He then opened the crafting interface. To store the groundwater produced daily by the extractor, he decided to create a water container. The stainless steel pot was needed for cooking and could not be used as a long-term water storage vessel, so crafting a bucket seemed necessary. Do you want to craft the basic tool wooden bucket? Consumes 1 unit of wood. Crafting successful, current survival points 111, basic tool, crafting proficiency 2, 830. With a few chimes, a brand new wooden bucket of ordinary quality appeared at Lu Yan's feet. Its capacity was about 15 liters. After draining today's extraction quota, the water level only covered the bottom of the bucket. He'll save up slowly. One day he'll achieve water freedom. Lu Yin was in high spirits. He took out 200 g of almond biscuits and washed them down with mineral water. After doing all this, he skillfully put on the shabby leather armor, slung the longbow and quiver over his back, and gripped the steel axe, ready to head out. Following the incident with the mutated lynx yesterday, Lu Yin had become much more cautious. He never left the shelter without being fully armed. On the perilous wilderness, caution never hurt. Pushing open the shelter door, the morning breeze mingled with warm sunlight greeted him. But Lu Yin had no mood to appreciate these things. His pupils suddenly contracted, focusing on a certain spot straight ahead. This is a door. Directly in front of Lu Yan's safe house, at the location where the mutated lynx had lurked in the dry shrubbery yesterday, a mist-like haze now shrouded the area. At the forefront of the mist, a rusted bronze door stood silently. A secret realm relic. The moment he saw this bronze door, the 4 words flashed through Lu Yan's mind. The door looked extremely ancient, covered in brown rust and stains. Behind the door, the mist gently writhed and drifted, obscuring the details within, but an immensely ancient and mysterious aura emanated from it. I just learned about secret realm relics yesterday, and today I've encountered one. Lu Yin stared at the relic entrance less than 300 meters from his safe house, his eyes gleaming. He gripped the steel axe and longbow tightly. Since I've run into it, there's no reason to miss it. Exploring the relic was imperative. As he had said before, in any endeavor the pioneers reap all the benefits. Moreover, according to Yuan Wenya's information yesterday, there were no restrictions on exiting the relic. The entrance was so close to his safe house that if any situation arose that he couldn't handle, he could immediately retreat to safety. There was no risk of being ambushed and looted if injured while withdrawing. But if it respawns to a farther location later, the difficulty will increase significantly. However, my defense seems a bit weak right now, which makes me uneasy. Lu Yin looked down at his equipment. Next to the fine-quality steel axe and longbow, the shabby leather armor looked out of place. The relic was fraught with danger. He had to upgrade his gear. He opened the upgrade system. Focusing on the leather armor, 2 prompts soon appeared. Upgrade option 1, upgrade to light scale armor, moderately increases defense, requires 15 survival points. Upgrade option 2, upgrade to plate armor, greatly increases defense, greatly reduces mobility, requires 30 survival points. Seeing these 2 options, Lu Yin decisively chose option 1. Although plate armor offered higher defense, it was too heavy. Wearing it would likely exhaust him after just a few steps. In ancient times, plate armor was only worn by European heavy cavalry. Without a horse, it was just a lump of iron. As for light-scale armor, it was closer to the military armor of ancient Yanhuang. It had a leather or fabric inner lining with thin iron sheets sewn on the outside. Though its defense was inferior to plate armor, it weighed only about 10 jin, and all joints moved freely, making it very flexible. Lu Yin took out 3 units of iron ingots. Seeing that the survival point requirement dropped from 15 to 5, he immediately clicked to confirm the upgrade. With a flash of blue light, the shabby leather armor on his body transformed into a silver glowing ancient-style battle armor. Light scale armor defense 3. The scale sections can withstand thrust from light cold weapons such as swords and daggers. Description: I am the mighty general of the Great Han. Feeling the heavy sense of security on his body, Liu Yin gripped the steel axe in one hand and the longbow in the other, striding toward the relic entrance. Though he had prepared everything, Liu Yan's main purpose for entering the relic was not to fight any potential enemies inside. His primary goal was to explore the relic's rules. Once he understood the rules, he could move within the relic according to them, greatly increasing his survival chances compared to charging in blindly. Although Liu Yan had killed a mutated lynx yesterday, he didn't consider his current combat ability comparable to experts. Without relying on the power of his weapons, he was only slightly stronger than an ordinary person. After entering the relic, I must carefully observe the terrain, environment, and objects. Avoid combat as much as possible, but if fighting is unavoidable, I must eliminate the enemy in the shortest time. Liu Yan murmured to himself. He had reached the foot of the relic entrance. The bronze door stood silently with a gap between the two leaves just wide enough for a single person to pass. Liu Yan tried to peer inside, but all he saw was chaos. Nothing could be discerned. It seems I can't see anything inside the relic without entering. Liu Yan muttered, took a deep breath, and stepped into the bronze door. Just before entering, he looked up at the top of the door. There a large crimson character stood out conspicuously. Evil. The moment Liu Yan's foot crossed the threshold of the relic, an intensely chilling aura burrowed madly through his pores into every limb and bone. He couldn't help but shiver. Ding. You have entered the evil secret realm relic. Affected by the relic's atmosphere from now on, the game chat channel and trading market functions will be temporarily closed for you. The two sudden prompts in the eerily silent environment startled Liu Yan. With the prompts, it seemed the entire relic fully opened. The infinite chaos before Liu Yan gradually dissipated, and the relic began to reveal its truest scene before him. What met his eyes was the ruins of a modern city. The ground beneath his feet was no longer the yellow earth of the wilderness, but a cracked asphalt road. A dozen meters ahead, a crooked signpost stood bearing 3 large characters: Baisheng City. A city. Liu Yan, upon seeing these characters, felt not the joy and excitement of returning to civilization, but a bone-chilling terror. It now seemed that each secret realm relic existed independently, possibly separated by thousands of years. Yuan Wenya's Void Realm relic was an ancient tribal ruin, while the Evil Realm relic Liu Yan entered was the wreckage of a modern civilization. But the more modern the relic, the greater the danger, for it meant the enemies within might wield modern weapons. With Liu Yan's current equipment, facing a tribal civilization relic was manageable, but confronting a modern civilization would be a guaranteed suicide mission. Prologue: This is my hometown, but a disaster turned it into ruins. Terrifying monsters roam the land, killing all survivors like us. I can only hide underground, living like a rat. I've been hiding in this sunless cellar for 20 days, and they never stop tracking and hunting us. Thump thump, footsteps. Oh heavens, the sound is getting closer. I hear heavy, ragged breathing coming through the ventilation window above my head. I'm terrified, curled up tightly in the corner. After a long while, the breathing fades. I try to raise my head, and see through the gap in the window a single eye staring straight at me. As the true visage of the relic unfolded before Liu Yan, 5 lines of text like a plot summary appeared in his mind. What's this? An outline of the dungeon. Liu Yan was stunned. He carefully pondered the 5 sentences from the survivor's perspective, roughly reconstructing a vague picture. This relic was once a beautiful city where people lived happily and joyfully. But one day a horde of monsters descended upon the city, destroying it and slaughtering all the survivors. The survivor who left those 5 lines endured a grim 20 days in the underground darkness, only to ultimately be discovered by the monsters. So, the danger in this relic likely comes from the monsters that destroyed the city. Liu Yan fell in. Judging by the ruins of this city before its destruction, it must have been comparable to a mid-level city of the 20th century. Such a city armed with various technological weapons was still annihilated by monsters. Their combat prowess must be formidable indeed, far beyond what he could currently handle. Yet leaving empty-handed was too unwilling. After hesitating for a moment, Liu Yan decided to scout the periphery, first using his instinct for seeking advantage and avoiding harm to search for usable supplies among the ruins. After all, in a relic with such advanced technology, even picking up a few odds and ends from the outskirts could leapfrog him from the Iron Age to the Electronic Age. Liu Yan gripped his steel axe tightly, moving slowly along the collapsed walls, his ears attuned to every sound around him. A broken radio, a worn-out tire, a standard-issue steel helmet. Within a dozen meters, Liu Yan had already found numerous products of modern civilization among the ruins, though most were damaged and unusable. He picked up the camouflage-painted helmet and put it on, feeling a sense of security. Now Liu Yan, clad in ancient armor and a modern helmet, looked somewhat incongruous, but he had little time to worry about his appearance. As he ventured deeper, he noticed large amounts of bloodstains on the ground. These bloodstains are dried. Liu Yan scraped the ground with his axe. The blood had long seeped deep into the earth. The farther he went, the denser the bloodstains became. At 50 meters the stains were no longer dry and black, but moist. A light touch of the blade would cling to the edge. At that moment a mangled human corpse suddenly rolled down from a high pile of rubble and landed squarely at Lu Yan's feet. The instant he saw the remains his scalp tightened, and an icy chill washed over him from head to toe. He was no coward. He had once watched others retrieve drowning victims from a river. Those bloated, distorted bodies were horrifying, yet they hadn't frightened a 14-year-old Lu Yan. But looking at this corpse, Lu Yan felt a strong dizziness and an overwhelming sense of dread. The reason was simple. The throat had a large, gaping wound still gushing steaming hot blood. This person had been killed just moments ago. This corpse had been killed just now. Lu Yan couldn't be sure if the corpse belonged to another player or an NPC exclusive to this relic scenario, but one thing was certain: somewhere in the ruins around him in a corner, very close, a bloodthirsty creature had just hunted someone. It might now be lurking in a dark corner, chewing on fresh flesh, its cold eyes fixed on his throat. Talent skill scanned immediately. Lu Yan's brow twitched violently. In an instant he assumed a defensive stance, holding his steel axe across his chest. A cerulean light radiated from him, sweeping across a 500-meter radius. In a flash a red dot appeared on the scan map before Lu Yan's eyes. The dot was deep and intense, almost dripping with blood. A crimson dot almost dripping with blood appeared on Lu Yan's talent scan map, no more than 30 meters away from him. Demon Ape category, demon, danger level extremely high, caution, avoid contact with its corrosive blood. It will burn through your flesh and bones. As the bloody red light flickered at the top of the rubble where the corpse had just rolled down, something staggering out. A person. For now let's call this thing a person, because it had the same physique as a human, but in both demeanor and limb movements it was far more akin to a wild beast. The moment he fully saw the creature, Lu Yan felt a chill of revulsion. It looked like a humanoid ape covered in black fur with large areas of festering sores on its body. Beneath the peeling skin, muscles oozing black blood were exposed. The festering on its abdomen was even worse, with a gaping hole that pierced through, revealing the spine at its back through the opening. Its current appearance closely resembled the zombie beasts from certain sci-fi films. Now its vertical pupils, like those of a venomous snake, glared at Lu Yan with rage, the meaning unmistakable. How dare you trespass into my territory? It only mentioned corrosion, but not infection. Lu Yan quickly noticed the detail in the warning. He gripped his steel axe tightly, his eyes fixed on the demon ape. As long as it wasn't like in zombie movies, where a scratch or bite leads to infection, then fighting it wasn't out of the question. With his weapon and armor, even if he couldn't win, escaping should be easy. However, Lu Yan wasn't sure if there were more creatures like it nearby. If the commotion of battle attracted more enemies, getting away would become exponentially harder. Should he fight or flee? Just as Lu Yan was locked in intense deliberation, the ferocious demon ape gave him no time to think. Like a bolt of lightning, it lunged straight down from the high rubble, its terrifying maw wide open, revealing a mouthful of sharp fangs. Faced with the demon ape's sudden assault, if it had been the Lu Yan who first entered the wilderness, he would have panicked. But after yesterday's battle with the mutated lynx, his mental fortitude had strengthened considerably. At least he no longer froze in the face of an enemy. He arched his body, twisted his waist, and thrust forward his right elbow protected by armor. Instead of dodging the demon ape's attack, he charged straight into it. Thud! With a dull sound, the demon ape was sent flying backward 2 or 3 meters by Lu Yan's forceful collision. Lu Yan's combat thinking was very clear. Within 30 meters, his greatest advantage, the bow, was useless. In close quarters, swinging the steel axe, if one blow couldn't sever its spine or neck, it might not inflict a fatal wound. Moreover, it was uncertain whether this strange life form even felt pain. If his initial counterattack failed and the enemy closed in to grapple with him, its corrosive blood would give it an overwhelming advantage. And with Lu Yan's tall stature, the force of an elbow strike after a full sprint could exceed 300 kilograms, enough to shatter a person's entire skeleton. The facts proved that Lu Yan's tactic was highly effective. The gaunt demon ape was sent flying 2 or 3 meters, crashing heavily into the rubble. It struggled to get up, but fell back down several times. Perfect opportunity. A flicker of ferocity flashed in Lu Yan's eyes. He grabbed his longbow and fired 3 arrows in quick succession, all piercing through the creature's chest. Ooh! The demon ape roared in maddened fury, its eyes showing an almost human-like anguish. It tried to rise and counterattack, but Lu Yan's powerful, deliberate collision had snapped its lumbar spine against the rocks. Now its lower body was completely out of control. It struggled, using its hands to drag its twisted body like a giant worm, inching closer to Lu Yan. Guh! Get out! Guh! Get out! The demon ape bellowed through its gaping maw, its words slurred. This is fucking disgusting. You think a thing like you can escape from the ruins? Lu Yan frowned, pulled out several more arrows, and aimed at its arms and neck. At such a short distance, with the blessing of the easy hit trait, the arrows struck their targets unerringly. With a mournful cry, the demon ape lost all ability to move, lying on the ground and wailing incessantly. Not as strong as I imagined. Lu Yin looked at the fallen demon ape, a hint of doubt in his mind. The strength this creature displayed was far from enough to destroy this technologically advanced metropolis. What was the true cause of this ruin's destruction? Or was this merely the periphery, with something far more terrifying lurking in the city center? The true source of its annihilation. Lu Yin stood silent for a moment, then moved a large rock from nearby, stood 2 meters away, aimed at the demon ape's head, and smashed it down. Thud! Crack! The sound of bones shattering rang out like a watermelon being smashed. The ground was splattered with gore. The demon ape, which had been wailing and struggling, finally went still. Lu Yin strode towards the demon ape's corpse, intending to retrieve the arrows embedded in it. But at that moment, the headless remains of the demon ape suddenly sprang up. Its sharp claws lashed out at Lu Yin's thigh. Ryup! The sound of claws scraping against steel scales echoed. The armor on Lu Yin's thigh was torn away in 7 or 8 pieces of iron. Lu Yin's brow twitched violently. It was still alive. Its attack having failed, the demon ape's claws moved with blinding speed, shifting direction to strike at Lu Yin's unprotected ankle. But Lu Yin was faster. The steel axe in his hand sliced down, instantly landing precisely on the beast's wrist. Crack! The axe blade, carrying immense force, cleaved through the rotting flesh and bone, without resistance, severing its claw. At the same time, a foul spurt of black blood splashed onto the iron armor on Lu Yin's chest, hissing and billowing thick smoke. Damn it, even with its head crushed, it's still alive. Lu Yin's gaze was filled with brutality as he stared in disbelief at the demon ape's wildly writhing carcass. That was too close. Without this armor, I would have been buried here today. This thing was beyond the realm of living creatures. It couldn't be understood by normal biological logic. Gritting his teeth, Lu Yin moved several more large rocks and completely smashed the demon ape's body into a pulp before squatting on the ground, panting heavily. The arrow shafts are corroded, not worth retrieving. Lu Yin, still shaken, grabbed the arrow from the severed claw and found the shaft nearly eaten through by the blood, unusable. He sighed, discarding the arrow along with the claw. Lu Yin looked around. He had decided not to continue exploring deeper into this city. It was too dangerous. Who knew how many more of these unkillable monsters lay ahead? With just a few arrows and a steel axe, how many could he take down? It was better to scavenge on the periphery for now. When his equipment was more refined in the future, he could return to conquer White Bear City. But whether he would encounter this same ruin again by then was uncertain. Lu Yin picked up his steel axe, stood atop the rubble where the demon ape had appeared, and looked down. All he saw was a vast expanse of broken walls and ruins. Activate talent scan. Lu Yin activated his talent ability again. This time no blood-red dots appeared. Only a multitude of green dots flickered on his scan map. He began to compare them one by one, finally choosing a location and walking over. It was a ruin that looked like a warehouse. Lu Yin followed the wall to the deepest part and found an extremely well-hidden basement door in a corner. The door appeared to have been violently forced open from the outside, its frame severely warped. Lu Yin pulled the door open with effort and peered inside. The basement was pitch black with a thick, musty smell emanating from within. He took a torch from his backpack slot, lit it, and descended silently. The firelight danced within the basement, gradually illuminating everything. The walls of the basement were still splattered with large patches of blood, as if a massacre had occurred here. A scene involuntarily formed in Lu Yin's mind. A group of survivors huddled in the dark basement, afraid to turn on lights, speak, or even breathe loudly. But the terrifying monsters roaming outside had still found them. The monsters violently smashed open the basement door and mercilessly slaughtered the survivors in a frenzied rampage. Screams and pleas for mercy echoed through the basement, but they failed to stir any compassion in the monsters. Only after killing the last survivor did the monsters turn and leave. Thinking this, Lu Yin moved forward. Sure enough, in the easternmost corner, he found several corpses of human soldiers, and further away the severely charred remains of several demon apes. These bodies had long since dried out, clearly dead for a considerable time. Lu Yin searched the soldiers' corpses, but found no firearms or ammunition, only a single dog tag. Arthur, Private, 1st Class, 3rd Legion, Federal Garrison, Green City. Lu Yin looked at the dog tag and muttered to himself they had to bring in troops from out of town. Looks like the monster activity in White Bear City was really rampant back then. After a brief sigh, he began to scavenge the remaining supplies in the basement. In the far right corner of the deepest part of the basement, a pile of household items was stacked in large cardboard boxes. Lu Yin took a look and found only a few things were well preserved. A VCD player resembling a laptop that ran on batteries. Half a bag of blackened meat, the animal unknown. A whole package of seasonings, including salt, Sichuan peppercorn, star anise, dried chilies, and a dozen other spices. Half a bag of rice. And an oddly shaped walkie-talkie. Every player had 20 backpack slots. Before entering the ruins, Lu Yin's backpack had 5 slots occupied, leaving 15 free. More than enough to pack up all the well-preserved supplies here. Is this a diary? While rummaging through the shelves, Lu Yin found a meticulously kept diary beneath the VCD player. He skimmed a few pages by the firelight. It seemed to record the experiences of the basement survivors during the monster's destruction of the city. Survivor's diary. He'll take it back and read it to pass the time. With enough backpack slots, he stuffed it in without a second thought. Soon his backpack was completely full. He also picked up a cardboard box before striding out of the basement. Afraid that the commotion from the fight with the demon ape might attract more enemies, Lu Yin didn't dare linger after leaving the basement. He headed straight for the ruins exit. Your exploration progress of the ruins is 0. 1. Do you wish to exit the ruins? As Lu Yin stepped out the door, the prompt appeared again. He glanced back. The expanse of these ruins was truly boundless. He wondered when he could achieve 100 exploration progress and claim all the treasures within for himself. Confirm exit. Whoosh. A strange ripple spread around him. Lu Yin noticed a thick fog swirling back and slowly veiling the clear image of the ruined world behind him. He strode confidently out of the ruins gate. But he didn't notice that just as he stepped out, several more demon apes with festering limbs came charging from deep within the ruins. They gathered around the demon ape he had slain, their expressions conveying sorrow and rage. At that moment, a burly demon ape dragged over the human corpse with the torn throat and threw it heavily before the other monsters. Strangely, they didn't pounce on the human remains like starving dogs. Instead, their expressions and gazes turned to sheer terror. They stared at the human corpse. After a long pause, a trembling voice came from one of the demon apes. It's a monster. Soon more voices rose from the group. Yes, the monsters. They're back. The monsters are back. We'll be slaughtered again. The thick fog dissipated instantly the moment Lu Yin stepped out of the ruins gate. He stood at the entrance, turning his head to survey his surroundings. Confirming no danger lurked, he dragged his weary body back to the safe house. This time, though his stay in the ruins was brief, he truly understood what it felt like to brush past death. That unkillable demon ape had left an indelible impression on him. He slowly removed his armor, and a sharp pain shot through his thigh where the demon ape's claws had struck. Although the iron armor had provided protection, the demon ape's desperate final blow carried immense force. The armor deflected the fatal stab, but couldn't absorb the massive impact. He rolled up his pant leg and found a large bruise at the point of impact. And the location was sensitive. If it had been half an inch higher, Lu Yin might have acquired a nickname like Santa Claus or Gunslinger in the future. A fall into a pit, a gain in your wit. Preaching is useless, a broken bone is the best textbook. Lu Yin forced a smile through the pain. People always grew through repeated mistakes and setbacks. This time he had indeed stumbled. He thought he had been cautious enough, but he had still underestimated the vitality of these monsters. The creatures in the wilderness are peculiar, and the enemies in the ruins are even more bizarre. They can't be judged by common sense. Lu Yin examined his injury by the firelight. Though the pain was intense, it was only soft tissue damage. No bones were broken. But this exploration of the ruins has been quite rewarding. Not only did I get a large batch of supplies, but I also gathered some intel on the ruins. Lu Yin took a sip of water from a wooden bowl. After the sharp sting subsided somewhat, he began to seriously organize his observations from the ruins. What I can confirm now is that enemies in Malice-type ruins appear in physical form, and you can't judge their death by normal biological standards. Even after crushing its skull, it could still attack. He paused, recalling the severely charred remains of the demon apes in the basement. To deal with enemies in Malice-type ruins, burning their bodies with fire might be the only way to completely destroy them. After organizing the gathered information, it was time for the main event. Inventorying the loot. This was Lu Yan's favorite part. Why risk so much charging into ruins and fighting monsters to the death? Wasn't it for the resources right in front of him? Lu Yin cheerfully took out all the items he had brought back from the ruins and laid them out on the floor. First was the whole pack of seasonings. These were crucial for improving his meals and raising his happiness index. Never underestimate them. With them to enhance the flavor of his food, even the system's daily evaluation would give a higher score. Salt, cumin powder, Sichuan peppercorn, star anise bay, leaves, MSG dried chilies. Lu Yin checked each one. Essentially, all the common seasonings needed for a kitchen were there. With these, and after modifying the safe house's ventilation system, his private little kitchen would be fully operational. Next, Lu Yin looked at the second item. New Energy Walkie-Talkie, the latest product from White Bear City Umbrella Technology Corporation. Within a 1-kilometer radius, it can receive any sounds of conversation and communication. Note him not one for gossip. Holy shit. Lu Yin was stunned, then a wave of ecstasy washed over him. He had obtained such an insane item. He had thought it was just an ordinary old walkie-talkie, but its true properties were this fantastical. This meant that as long as its power held out, he could eavesdrop on everyone's conversations within a 1-kilometer radius. But this thing needs charging. Where the hell am I supposed to find a generator now? Lu Yin scratched his head, looking at the walkie-talkie in his hand with some frustration. Its function was brokenly overpowered, but without power it was still just as useful as an ordinary brick. No, a brick could at least crack walnuts. There must be generators in the White Bear City ruins, but they're probably deeper in. Forget it, he'll try to enter the White Bear City ruins again next time. Liu Yin put down the walkie-talkie and turned his attention to another electronic device. The VCD player. This device was different from the walkie-talkie, it ran on batteries. And among the supplies he had scavenged, Liu Yin had also found a few matching batteries. After replacing them, he stared at the screen with eager anticipation. Since arriving in this wilderness, Liu Yin had gone over 48 hours without touching his phone or any electronic device. For a youth from a civilized era, this was an excruciating ordeal. Although the VCD player he had obtained didn't have the myriad functions of a phone, it could at least bring a bit of joy to his bleak life. I wonder what movies are copied on here. Hopefully there's a Better Tomorrow or The Killer. Liu Yin watched the screen light up with full anticipation. After a large startup logo appeared, a full list of movies quickly popped up on the screen. But Liu Yin frowned as he searched for a long time. He couldn't find a single familiar title. They were all obscure, unheard-of films. Finally, he helplessly selected one and clicked on it. Soon the loading bar finished, and a scene appeared on the screen. When he saw the image on the screen, Liu Yin's pupils contracted to pinpricks. What the fuck is this? The VCD player's screen flickered to life with a movie image, but to Liu Yin's utter astonishment, the actors appearing in the frame were none other than the same demon apes he had encountered in the ruins just moments ago. Yet the demon apes on the screen had no rotting skin or festering muscle. Their appearance was far less savage. They were dressed in suits, elegant and refined, moving through subway stations and streets, just like humans. This was a film starring monsters. After a brief pause of a few seconds, Liu Yin opened another movie. The characters that greeted his eyes were identical to the previous ones, all played by demon apes. What is going on? Liu Yin felt an intense, eerie sensation enveloping him. The scenes in these movies were all shot in White Bear City. The street signs confirmed it. Before the city was destroyed by monsters, it had indeed been a beautiful and magnificent place. In the films, the demon apes worked and played like humans. On the skyscrapers hung large posters advertising things like counselor election and rising star talent show. Naturally, the images on those posters were also of these demon apes. Could it be? Liu Yin stared at these bizarre images, a wildly strange thought surging in his mind. Could the demon apes be the original inhabitants of White Bear City, and the two human soldier corpses I found in the basement were actually the invaders who destroyed this city? The more Liu Yin thought about it, the more he believed this guess was correct. Based on the information revealed in the movies, these demon apes had formed a complete social system in White Bear City and lived quite comfortably. In the films, he saw no trace of human existence. If this city had once belonged to humans, the demon apes could not have preserved it so perfectly after seizing it. Liu Yin began to frantically recall everything he had seen in the ruins. The human soldier corpse wearing the Green City Garrison Brigade shoulder patch. The prologue from the survivor's perspective. Liu Yin suddenly remembered that when he pinned the demon ape that attacked him to the ground with an arrow, the creature had roared in fury and malice. Go out, go out. At the time, Liu Yin thought the monster wanted to leave the ruins. Now he realized what the demon ape truly meant might have been. Get out of my home. I thought the White Bear City ruins were a story of biochemical crisis and monster invasion, but it turns out humans were the invading monsters. Liu Yin finally confirmed the plot setting of this ruin. The roles of the supposed victim and monster had been swapped. So in the eyes of that demon ape, I am also an invader, just like the human soldiers who once destroyed White Bear City. Liu Yin rubbed his chin. This reversal left him feeling somewhat unsettled, as if he had been the hero saving the world in the story, only to suddenly become the ultimate villain. After a few seconds, he turned off the VCD player. These cinematic works, entirely filmed and performed by demon apes, were still a bit too avant-garde for Liu Yin's taste. He wasn't a Japanese, a person from those islands living a pleasant life, so he hadn't degenerated to the point of watching two hairy humanoid creatures making love in front of his eyes. After packing up the other items, Liu Yin turned his attention to the last thing. The Survivor's Diary. Survivor's Diary category: special item effect. After use, can summon the ruins gate again to enter White Bear City. Usable charges 03. Description: greedy invader, I grant you the chance to enter our home once more. We will wait for your return upon the ruins and tear you to pieces. Liu Yan's heart pounded wildly as he read the diary's attributes. This was the ticket to the White Bear City ruins. Liu Yan's eyes gleamed. White Bear City boasted a high level of technology, and items like the surveillance walkie-talkie were sci-fi creations. The resource output at the center of the ruins must be staggeringly rich. This time Liu Yin had lacked sufficient equipment and couldn't delve deep into the interior, a profound regret and disappointment. Before leaving, he had been reluctant, wondering when the White Bear City ruins would respawn somewhere in the wilderness, and whether he would ever have another chance to enter. But now with this diary, he could enter again whenever he wanted. Items inside the ruins don't reveal their full functions until you take them out. A seemingly insignificant object might prove extremely useful in the wilderness. Liu Yin was immensely grateful that he had casually brought this diary out. Once he was fully prepared, next time armed with modern weapons, he would re-enter and make those demon apes taste what nuclear harmony really meant. Liu Yin certainly wouldn't soften his heart or feel pity for the demon apes, just because the roles of humans and monsters had been swapped in the White Bear City ruins. The law of the world was simple: the strong prey on the weak. Over countless millennia, how many species had humanity exterminated after rising to dominance? As the apex predator, humans had the right to decide the fate of other creatures. To eat meat, they hunted beasts. To plant rice paddies, they leveled forests. To build structures, they dammed rivers and lakes. It was precisely this ruthless expansion and plundering of other species' survival resources that had secured humanity's position as the overlord of Earth. Moreover, even among humans themselves, wars raged endlessly over resources, killing their own kind. As for those demon apes, a completely different race, who cared about their life or death. In this survival-themed apocalypse game, only profit and resources were eternal pursuits. As for right and wrong, evil and justice, those were things only children cared about. Liu Yin opened the diary, and a flood of text entered his sight. One commendable feature of this apocalypse game was that all languages and scripts were automatically converted into a universal version that players could understand regardless of whether they came from other countries or other intelligent races. Liu Yin had no interest in the Demon Apes film productions, but he read this diary very carefully. It might contain records of the true circumstances of the invasion of White Bear City, helping him understand the ruins and avoid entering blind next time. Karis diary, written in the days of disaster to record the last chapter of my life. April 27th, overcast. I was jolted awake by a piercing alarm. When I climbed out of bed and opened the window to look outside, I found the entire city in chaos. All my kind were fleeing in panic. Cars collided on congested streets, and screams and horns blended into a cacophony. I saw a viscous dark liquid flowing on the road, unsure if it was leaking oil or blood. I stood there dazed, utterly clueless about what was happening. Could it be a toxic leak, or perhaps the continuous torrential rains had caused a landslide on the city's outskirts? It wasn't until my neighbor smashed through my door, frantically dragging me to flee, that I learned the source of the city's chaos. The human garrison of Jilin City. Their armed helicopters had crossed into the borders of Baixiong City, and our border defense forces had been slaughtered 10 minutes ago. My mind went blank. I couldn't believe it was true. Weren't the human troops of Jilin City our sincere allies in Baixiong City? Despite our different races, we had maintained friendly trade relations for years. Why would they launch an attack on Baixiong? But there was no time to ponder that. My neighbor dragged me away, and I hastily grabbed some daily necessities from home before fleeing. He said there was a warehouse nearby with a basement that could serve as a shelter. We stepped onto the streets, where terrified shouts filled the air. All my kind were searching for hiding spots. My mind was foggy. I didn't even know which direction I was running. My neighbor led me all the way to a small warehouse on the west side of the city. It was indeed secluded and inconspicuous. Before entering, I glanced back and saw the silhouettes of armed helicopters on the distant horizon. We hid in the pitch-black basement, locking the doors securely from inside. The cramped space gave me a sliver of safety. I turned on my flashlight, and as my panic subsided, my mind gradually regained its ability to think. The defenders of Baixiong City were no match for the human army. I knew that well. For a long time, Baixiong City had diverted resources to research GE. My beautiful home had turned into a hell, and those human soldiers were the monsters who created this hell. Yes, humans are all monsters from hell. Suppressing my fear and rage, I threaded through the corpses of my compatriots and found some supplies in the ruins. A few seasonings and half a bag of white rice. I dared not linger outside any longer, as I noticed the human army had not yet withdrawn. They seemed to be searching for something. Helicopters swept overhead, and I hid in a pile of corpses to evade their detection. I fled back to the basement, trembling all over. Every time I closed my eyes, the bloody mountains of corpses appeared in my mind. I was going mad. My neighbor returned. He brought back some cured meat, a VCD player, a walkie-talkie, and also a piece of news. The reason why the human army had attacked Baixiong City. A new type of renewable energy, an energy core that could be applied to any technology. Unlike wind or solar power, it does not deplete. It generates more energy than a nuclear reactor. It can be used in households, industry, and military applications. It is inexhaustible, like a perpetual motion machine. Once put into use, it could provide sufficient energy until the end of the world. The research lab of Baixiong City discovered and successfully extracted this energy, naming it dark energy, also known as abyssal energy. It was something that could propel our race to rapid advancement. But the news was leaked quickly. A race with backward military and weaponry, yet developing a new energy source surpassing nuclear power, like a delicate girl adorned with jewels walking right into the lair of thugs. The permanent ceasefire treaty was reduced to a worthless scrap of paper in the face of immense interests. My city was destroyed. My compatriots were nearly all slaughtered. May 17th, I went out again to look for supplies. Unexpectedly, I found a survivor. I initially didn't want to save him, but he claimed to be a staff member of the Baixiong City Research Lab. After deliberation, I decided to bring him back to the basement. Also, the human soldiers in the ruins were becoming fewer. Damn these monsters, get out of my homeland. My neighbor was displeased that I brought back another companion as our food supplies were dwindling. But soon the staff member shared a secret with us. The research lab had been breached. The monsters thought they had taken all the dark energy, but a small portion was still hidden. Once the monsters completely left the city, we survivors could use that hidden dark energy to quietly rebuild our home in the ruins and take revenge on the monsters. As for the hiding place, he swore only he knew it and only told me a vague location. Perhaps he feared that if we knew the exact spot, he would lose his value and we might drive him away. He was quite cunning. May 20th, the monsters stopped scavenging resources and began their final cleanup. Following the principle of uprooting the enemy, they roamed the ruins searching for survivors to kill. They were indeed gifted in warfare. If they invaded a race, they would completely and utterly annihilate it, leaving no chance for revenge. But how could they search every corner of a vast city? May 27th, we had lived in the dark basement for an entire month. Our spirits were much better than before, as we were all waiting for the monsters to leave, then find the remaining dark energy to carry out our revenge plan. May 28th, while my neighbor was out looking for supplies, he was shot by a monster. His entire chest was pierced, ribs deeply embedded in his lungs. If not for the genetic medicine enhancing our physiques, he would have died already. May 30th, I noticed the staff member I had rescued developing ulcers on his body. I initially thought it was an infectious disease, but he told me it was caused by radiation from the dark energy. When the monsters seized it, the dark energy leaked, creating a large contaminated zone in the center of Baixiong City. This radiation continuously disrupts gene sequencing. Because our vitality is so strong after exposure, we can only watch our bodies rot bit by bit without dying, eventually becoming zombie-like, living dead. I was terrified out of them. Wait, I think I heard something. Footsteps. From above the basement door. My muscles instantly tensed. I held my breath and heard the monsters chatting and talking. They had discovered the basement entrance. They started banging on the door. I saw a blinding light seep through the cracks. The door was violently forced open, and a pair of military boots appeared in my sight. The monsters were in. The diary entries ended abruptly here. The last few lines were scrawled in a frantic, chaotic hand, showing the writer's extreme terror and panic. Lu Yin closed the diary and began to digest the vast amount of information. He recalled the demon ape corpses he had seen in the basement. There were indeed 3, exactly matching the number in the diary. The staff member said only he knew where the dark energy was buried. There were 3 corpses in the basement. The diary and VCD player were not taken. This means the human army that invaded Baixiong City didn't find it. That small portion of dark energy is likely still buried somewhere in Baixiong City. It is the highest grade treasure resource in the Baixiong City ruins. Most importantly, according to the diary, Baixiong City also developed a genetic medicine that could improve constitution. Perhaps it can completely cure Lu Xiaoyu's anemia. Lu Yan's eyes gleamed. His grip on the diary tightened and a frenzied ferocity appeared in his gaze. I must have the treasures of the Baixiong City ruins. Whether player or NPC, whoever dares to compete with me, I will stop at nothing to destroy them. After finishing reading the survivor's diary, Lu Yin felt an overwhelming possessiveness for the first time in his life. While the psionic energy within the White Bear City ruins held great value, it was the genetic drugs capable of enhancing cellular activity that he urgently desired. That monster's body was decayed to such a state its skull shattered, yet it could still counterattack. This formidable vitality is undoubtedly linked to the genetic drugs mentioned in the diary. Lu Yin thought of the demonic ape he had slain, its abdomen nearly rotten through exposing the bones of its back, yet its life force remained vigorous. Could Lu Xiaoyu's congenital genetic disease be cured by such drugs? His sister's illness had always been a heavy burden on Lu Yan's heart. From a young age, she was different from other children. Due to her physical defect, she couldn't attend school or play like a normal person. Though Lu Xiaoyu was sensible and never complained to Lu Yan, he could often see the loneliness and inferiority in her heart. Yes, inferiority. This inferiority was deeply ingrained, making Lu Xiaoyu's personality extremely sensitive and fragile. Sometimes an unintentional word from someone would deeply wound her self-esteem. Moreover, there were bastards in this world who delighted in mocking others' flaws. To protect Lu Xiaoyu's fragile heart, Lu Yan had beaten up countless individuals who had hurt her, whether intentionally or not. From bratty kids to thugs, he had lost count on both hands. This character flaw could not be cured by mere psychological counseling, which only offered temporary relief. Only by eliminating Lu Xiaoyu's genetic disease could her personality defect be fully healed. No matter what, I have to try. Lu Yan clenched his fists. The harvest from entering the ruins was unexpectedly bountiful. Although he hadn't obtained much supplies, he had gathered a vast amount of intelligence, perfectly setting the stage for his next foray into the White Bear City ruins. After organizing his supplies, Lu Yin stepped out of the safe house again. He hadn't forgotten today's main task, upgrading the ventilation and lighting systems of the safe house. For the lighting system, before reaching the electrical stage, they'll have to rely on fire sources. I can make a kerosene lamp or an iron stove. Lu Yin pondered. Both were basic tools that could be crafted with the lowest proficiency in the crafting system, and the materials were simple. A kerosene lamp provided light, while a stove offered illumination along with cooking and heating functions. The lighting system was easily solved, but ventilation was the main challenge. Both the kerosene lamp and stove required fuel to burn, releasing harmful gases. Without a proper ventilation system, these toxic fumes could be lethal. Before a full electrical system was in place, the safe house's lighting and exhaust systems needed to be integrated. The ideal ventilation would be a large through-air window, but that's impractical for an underground safe house and would compromise security. A design came to Liu Yan's mind, a vertical, zaped ventilation duct. This design, commonly used in submarine periscopes, would extend from the underground safe house to the surface. A fine wire mesh would be installed at the outer bend near the surface to prevent small creatures like snakes and lizards from entering, as well as to keep leaves from clogging the duct. At the inner bend, near the safe house, 6 steel bars would be installed as anti-burglary bars to prevent humans or large beasts from tearing open the outer mesh and invading the safe house through the duct. Rainwater backflow and cold air intrusion were not concerns. Liu Yan would dig a small trench from the outer surface of the vent to a drainage ditch and install a sealable glass window at the innermost opening. During severe cold spells, he could shut it tight, turning the safe house into an isolated haven. I need glass and sealant. Liu Yan carefully calculated the materials needed for the ventilation upgrade. Everything else, like steel pipes and wire mesh, could be crafted by the survival system. Only glass and sealant were materials he currently lacked. Fortunately, neither was rare. Their prices in the trading market were low. Liu Yan had about 8 liters of drinking water, the hard currency of the market. In this trading hub, there was little that 2 bottles of water couldn't buy, if not add another. 5 SQM plain single-layer glass price, 100 milliliters water, or 300 G meat. 5 SQM blast-proof glass price, 300 milliliters water. Black sunshading glass price. Liu Yan opened the market and browsed. Among 70 to 80 listings, he ignored the low-grade thin glass and focused on a blast-proof option. This glass offered strong resistance, good sound, and heat insulation, and wouldn't shatter upon impact. Its internal adhesive would bind fragments together, preventing flying shards. Though slightly pricey, it was trivial for Liu Yan. More importantly, using premium materials for the safe house increased its comfort and security. The daily evaluation would also reward him with high scores based on the quality of his construction. It was a virtuous cycle. Liu Yan didn't fear high prices. He would spare no expense to enhance the safe house's performance. Soon he spent 300 milliliters of water on 5 SQM of blast-proof glass and 100 milliliters on 2 500G cans of sealant. After the purchase, Liu Yan didn't exit the market, but began his daily bargain hunting. In the early apocalypse, many players were forced to sell precious resources cheaply. Prime time for deals. This player named Liu Yuan has listed so many items, and these prices are very off. Minutes later, Liu Yan frowned. During his search, he noticed a strange phenomenon. A female player named Liu Yuan had listed over 80 items, from food, water, and snacks to tools, building materials, and even 2 black iron treasure chests. The variety was dazzling. In just 40 to 50 hours in the wilderness, how could this player be so lucky? What baffled Liu Yan most was the absurdly high prices she set. A bag of chips for 5 liters of water. A rice cake for 100 tons of gold, or a screwdriver for 500 G of beef. These prices were hundreds or thousands of times above the item's value. No sane person would buy them. If she were an NPC regulating the market, she wouldn't set such ridiculous prices. Liu Yan was perplexed. Her behavior seemed intentional to avoid selling. The only explanation was she was showing off, flashing wealth. On the 3rd day of the apocalypse, flaunting like this. She's never faced death. Liu Yan sighed. Meanwhile, the world channel erupted over the sudden rich female player. Whoa, who is this Liu Yuan? How does she have so many resources? I'm grinding my teeth with envy. I've struggled for 3 days to get 300 milliliters of water and 2 slices of bread. Compared to her, I'm a failure. She's so lucky. Rich lady, please take me in. Seeing these listings, I find 2 people in my safe house, me and another me, because I've split apart. The world chat channel buzzed with envy and jealousy, though a few kindly warned Liu Yuan to keep a low profile to avoid trouble. Miss, you better be discreet. The wilderness is full of dangerous people. If a bad guy targets you, it's over. Unexpectedly, the usually silent Liu Yuan finally spoke. Liu Yuan, I don't want to, but I'm just so lucky I can easily get all these resources. What can I do? Liu Yuan, I want to keep a low profile, but my ability won't let me. Liu Yuan, him munching on chips and fruit, thinking of you all, without even water. It's unexpectedly satisfying. Haha. Liu Yuan's 3 messages ignited the world channel. Her smug demeanor turned everyone, whether well-meaning or malicious, against her. Pride comes before a fall. What the hell are you showing off? Bitch. I curse you to die a miserable death in 3 days. Amid the insults, Liu Yuan remained arrogant. Liu Yuan uploaded a picture. Liu Yuan, go on, you jealous dogs. I'm sitting here eating watermelon and singing, watching you bark. In the picture, she held half a watermelon in one hand and a bag of chips in the other, looking utterly relaxed. The players in the World Channel were furious, cursing her entire family. Lu Yin watched, pondered, and typed seriously, "Lu Yuan, you and young lady, don't think temporary luck will last forever. When you gain an advantage, don't waste time on meaningless showing off. Use it to learn knowledge, to enrich yourself, and to expand your survival edge. Luck favors you for a while, but knowledge stays with you forever. Only continuous learning can extend your survival in the wilderness. Here, let me test you on geography. Where do you live? Let me ask you a geography question. Where is your home?" After sending these messages, Lu Yin closed the world chat interface. Although he also disapproved of the woman's flaunting attitude, he had no intention of wasting precious time on a meaningless verbal battle. His final question was merely a jest. He had no immediate plans to plunder others' resources. Firstly, although the weapons forged by the system were exquisite, they were not yet advanced enough to surpass everyone by a full version. Secondly, his current combat strength was far inferior to that of the experts. Venturing out recklessly to loot would likely invite great danger. After gathering all the materials needed to expand the ventilation system, Lu Yin began excavating a ventilation shaft atop the mound of his safe house. This was a task requiring extreme caution, since the ventilation duct needed to go straight underground and also incorporate a certain turning radius. The difficulty was far greater than that of the drainage channel. If not properly controlled, there was a constant risk of collapse. Relying on the crude blueprint in his mind, Lu Yin dug down 30 centimeters at a time, then used stone materials to reinforce the loose soil walls of the channel, advancing bit by bit. After 4 full hours, a crude stone ventilation duct was finally connected to the underground safe house. Consumed 15 survival points and 160 units of stone. Lu Yin stood at the ventilation opening of the safe house, wiping sweat from his forehead. The consumption is similar to building the drainage channel. Digging a ventilation duct totaling 8 meters in length with an upper and lower structure was an endeavor that drained both strength and spirit. Even with the easy digging effect of the shovel, after finishing all this, every muscle in Lu Yan's body ached uncontrollably. "Seems I've pulled the bruise. Yes, it hurts." Lu Yan glanced at the injured area on his leg, which was now sending waves of sharp pain. He had paid a considerable price to dig this ventilation channel. But now, standing at the ventilation opening, feeling the gentle breeze carrying the scent of grass and earth flowing in from the wilderness, Lu Yin instantly felt it was all worth it. 1 stone ventilation duct. Width 1 square meter. Length 3 meters. Evaluation: a solid and excellent ventilation pipe that keeps your safe house dry and well ventilated at all times. Ventilation system complete. Lu Yin snapped his fingers. The next step was to add a security system to this ventilation pipe. Otherwise unprotected, it would be a self-service buffet for the beasts roaming the wilderness. Just jump in and enjoy tender Lu Yin cutlets, streaky pork, and marrow bones. Do you wish to make a wire mesh? Requires 1 unit of iron and 1 survival point. Do you wish to make an iron security grill? Requires 4 units of iron and 1 survival point. Do you wish to make a sealed window? Requires 1 unit of wood, 1 piece of blast-proof glass sealant. Lu Yin opened the crafting function and produced the 3 items he had planned to reinforce the ventilation pipes. The holes in the wire mesh. Only 0.5 centimeters. Even a small snake can't crawl in. Lu Yin picked up the wire mesh and inspected it, satisfied with its protective density. Among the 3 items produced by the system, this time the wire mesh and the security grill were of ordinary quality, while only the sealed window was of excellent quality. Lu Yin then turned his gaze to the security grill. It was made of 12 iron bars as thick as an adult's index finger, 6 vertical and 6 horizontal, interwoven to form a grid pattern. The square gaps were about 20 centimeters wide, a space that no adult or medium to large beast could squeeze through. As for the last item, the excellent quality sealed window. Sealed window, excellent, easy seal. Easy seal, when closed, completely isolates hot, cold air, noise, toxic gases, and microradiation. Lu Yin looked at the sealed window's attributes and felt pleasantly surprised. When closed, the safe house would be completely severed from the outside world. No intangible harmful substance could enter through the ventilation opening. But its strength is too low to withstand violent destruction. Otherwise, I would replace the safe house door with a window of this attribute. Lu Yin sighed. All 3 products had passed his inspection. The next step was installation. He directly opened the upgrade function in the survival system. As expected, 2 upgrade options appeared before his eyes for the stone ventilation duct. Upgrade option 1, enhance anti-theft and anti-intrusion capabilities. Requires 50 survival points. Upgrade option 2, enhance ventilation and air exchange. Requires 50 survival points. After placing the 3 items at the ventilation opening, Lu Yin looked again. The survival point requirement for upgrade option 1 had dropped to 5 points. Begin upgrade. At Lu Yin's command, a blue light flickered within the ventilation duct. Invisible hands seemed to grab the wire mesh security bars and sealed window, firmly installing them in the positions Lu Yin had designated. 3 seconds later, all items were installed. The ventilation system was completely finished. Next, Lu Yin piled some weeds and dead branches outside the ventilation opening to camouflage and conceal it. Next, I need to build a stove and a kerosene lamp and upgrade the safe house walls and door to stone. Lu Yin stroked his chin, carefully listing his plans in his mind. He discovered that deep within him lay a construction gene. Just thinking about these tasks stirred an irrepressible excitement. I want to elevate the safe house from barely providing living space to offering safe and comfortable living space before sunset today. Lu Yan's eyes were firm and bright. Meanwhile, in another safe house inside a rocky cave, a young girl stared at the screen, displaying the world chat interface, a smile spreading across her face. The bright midday sun shone in, illuminating her delicate and beautiful cheeks. Bright eyes and white teeth, a charming smile. If Lu Yin were standing here, he would surely recognize this girl as Lu Yuan, who had previously flaunted her wealth wildly in the trading field and fiercely argued with players in the World Channel. But now there was not a trace of the obnoxious, smug expression on Lu Yuan's face. Her expression was confident and steady, and the slight smile at the corner of her mouth held a hint of cunning. Yuan, how is it going? A tall young man with wheat-colored skin walked over, holding a military dagger in his left hand and dragging a freshly hunted wolf with his right. He asked softly, have the players taken the bait? I reckon those players probably want to eat me alive right now. I gotta say, this way of flaunting wealth really stirs up resentment. Lu Yuan said, a lollipop dangling from her lips as she stared intently at the chat interface. Hundreds of people have already messaged me privately asking where my safe house is. Some say they want to join me, others say they want to kill me. You need to be careful. Don't lure too many at once. I can't kill them all. The tall young man crouched at the entrance of the safe house, skillfully skinning a wolf with a dagger. Don't worry. Those players are cunning. If I told them my location outright, they'd know I was fishing. They'll leak our position little by little through details so they won't get suspicious. Lu Yuan tilted her head and patted her chest. You handle the fighting, I handle the scheming. They'll have them right where I want them. The tall young man nodded, then asked, by the way, have you found any players with outstanding construction skills? With our abilities, me fishing and you intercepting, we can live better than anyone in the wilderness. Do we really need to recruit new people? Lu Yuan asked. Killing and looting is only a survival tactic for the early stages. The wilderness is fraught with dangers. We still need to build a shelter capable of withstanding terrifying calamities. The tall man quickly finished skinning the wolf and began to section the meat. Take a look at the shelter rankings. Who's in first place? Lu Yuan opened the ranking feature on the game interface. Within the rankings, the system rated all players' safe houses based on three aspects: number of functions, safety coefficient, and comfort. The highest total score claimed the top spot. Now, on the third day of the apocalypse, most players were still struggling for food and survival, with hardly anyone able to spare energy for construction. Most scores hovered around the initial 10 points. Even the 10th ranked shelter only had a score of 15. That player was quite lucky, having obtained a reinforced security door from a treasure chest, which boosted their safety score by 5 points. Nothing impressive at all. Lu Yuan scanned the ranking list. Suddenly her gaze froze. As if she couldn't believe her eyes, she rubbed them vigorously and looked again. The first-ranked safe house had a staggering score of 110. That was 4 or 5 times higher than the second place. On this leaderboard, that safe house was simply in a league of its own. Drainage, ventilation, load-bearing. Lu Yuan stared in disbelief at the detailed information on the rankings. Water storage, cooking, water sourcing. Oh my god, is this guy a monster? In just 3 days, he's almost turned his safe house into a small villa. Hearing Lu Yuan's words, the tall young man walked over. A glance at the ranking list left him equally stunned. This is way too abnormal. Lu Yuan pondered for a moment. The only reason we've gathered so many resources is because you've hunted down several mutated beasts and a few players. But how did this guy upgrade his safe house to such an extent in such a short time? He's exactly the kind of construction talent we need. What's his name? The tall young man smiled. Lu Yuan clicked on the owner interface, and a name quickly popped up. Lu Yin. That name sounds so familiar. Lu Yuan scratched her head, then her eyes lit up. All right, he was just teasing me in the world chat channel. Meanwhile, Lu Yin was naturally unaware that he had been targeted by a duo specializing in fishing and looting. After completing the ventilation system, he crafted an oil lamp and built a simple stove. With these two additions, the safe house's lighting, drainage, and ventilation systems were fully operational. Next, he needed to upgrade some other details. The interior configuration of the safe house is already pretty solid, but the security is still lacking. A basic wooden door probably can't withstand a violent break-in. Lu Yin stroked his chin, his gaze fixed on the wooden door. His biggest concern was that after he had fully equipped the safe house, some thug might barge in and take everything for themselves. He'll upgrade the door and main walls to improve the safety rating. Making up his mind, Lu Yin opened the upgrade function and looked at the safe house door. Upgrade option 1, upgrade to stone door and walls. Greatly improves defensive capabilities, provides camouflage effect, and enhances radiation resistance. Requires 800 survival points. Upgrade option 2 upgrade to crafted railing door and walls. Greatly improves aesthetics, slightly enhances defensive capabilities, provides good ventilation and lighting. Requires 600 survival points. Lu Yin gave the two options a cursory glance and immediately chose the stone door upgrade. In the wilderness, upgrading the main defense of a safe house to crafted railings was practically asking for death. Lu Yin took out the 2300 units of stone left over from upgrading the ventilation ducts and drainage channels. The survival points required for option 1 had dropped from 800 to 50, showing that the material requirement had been met. 2300 units of stone and 50 survival points to upgrade the entire safe house to stone, greatly enhancing its safety rating. What a deal. Without any hesitation, Lu Yin pressed the upgrade button. A blue light flickered. The walls of the safe house began to transform rapidly. The previously worn wooden door slowly turned into a rocky texture. From the outside, it looked like a boulder embedded in the mound. Without close inspection, one would never guess it was a door. Look, his shelter score is skyrocketing again. At the same time, Lu Yuan and her companion, who were closely monitoring Lu Yin, stared wide-eyed as the first-ranked safe house's score surged from 110 to 160. The shock in their hearts was beyond words. What a freak. What method did he use to get his safe house to a level 10, or even 20 times higher than everyone else's in such a short time? Lu Yuan felt as if her worldview was crumbling. If someone like that could join our team. The tall young man stared at Lu Yan's name, his voice still steady, but carrying a hint of barely concealed excitement. Then we could wreak havoc across the wilderness. Lu Yuan interrupted the tall young man, speaking very seriously. You guys handle the havoc. Stone wall upgrade successful. Stone door upgrade successful. A cerulean glow swept through the safe room, and with two pleasant chimes the stone materials Lu Yin had taken out melted, completely replacing the wooden walls and door entirely. He reached out and touched the wall. The smooth, solid stone surface imparted a profound sense of heaviness and security. Stone wall. Thickness 40 centimeters. Effects: insulation, heat retention, minor radiation protection. Lu Yin examined the wall data, feeling pleasantly surprised. A thickness of 40 centimeters was sufficient to withstand attacks from any creature, except of course dinosaurs and mammoths. For humans to breach such a stone wall, they would need explosives or a rock crusher. Even a machine gun would fail to penetrate it. The stone door, however, appeared somewhat rough in craftsmanship. From the outside, it looked like a massive boulder, long weathered by wind and rain, its surface covered with a dense pattern of rain-eroded pits. But its strength was by no means inferior. In addition to sharing the same thickness and effects as the stone wall, it possessed a lightness enchantment. Lightness. Effect: when the shelter owner opens or closes the door, 99 of the door's weight is negated. This feature was quite considerate. A stone door 40 centimeters thick and nearly 2 square meters in size would weigh well over 500 kilograms. Without this lightness enchantment, Lu Yin would probably spend an entire morning just pushing the door open each day. Installed in an ancient tomb, this thing would be a proper blocking stone. The floor also needs hardening, otherwise the earthen ground will inevitably harbor nests of snakes, insects, rats, and ants. Lu Yan's gaze swept across the safe room, and he noticed that the uneven floor stood in stark contrast to the smooth, clean walls and door. He hadn't forgotten the venomous scorpion he discovered in the corner of the safe room yesterday. The earthen floor indeed provided excellent camouflage for such tiny venomous creatures. For his own safety, it was necessary to harden the floor to completely eliminate the possibility of small toxic creatures hiding. Lu Yin did not want to go through the trouble of upgrading his stone shelter only to be fatally wounded by stepping on a hidden scorpion stinger because he skimped on resources and survival points. For safety, no price was too high. At that moment, after successively upgrading the ventilation duct, door, and walls, as well as crafting a kerosene lamp and building a stove, Lu Yin had consumed 90 of his 112 survival points for the day, and his stone materials were completely depleted. He had planned to buy more stone from the trading market with 200 milliliters of drinking water, but soon he discovered something more suitable for flooring than stone. Anti-slip, gray pattern tiles. Area 1 x 8m. Quantity 200. Origin: treasure chest. Price: 1 tile for 10 milliliters drinking water. Lu Yin raised an eyebrow. Using these tiles for the floor would certainly be better than stone, and the price was not too exorbitant. His safe room had an area of 130 square meters. A rough calculation showed he would need about 73 tiles. 730 milliliters of drinking water. Although the tiles are much more expensive than stone, the evaluation score on the second day would definitely be far higher than the latter. Lu Yin, you deserve better things. After silently weighing the pros and cons, he decisively bought enough tiles. Upgrade to hardened floor. Material available: anti-slip tiles. Upgrade cost 5 survival points. Lu Yin clicked to upgrade. Soon, with a flash of cerulean light, the floor beneath his feet was covered with tiles. The color of the tiles closely matched the stone of the walls, so there was no jarring visual disparity. Soon as the last anti-slip tile was laid, the entire safe room underwent a dramatic transformation. First, visually, the interior looked exceptionally clean, uniformly light gray. The walls were polished smooth without any roughness or stains. The floor was perfectly level, with the previously uneven areas now completely filled in by the system upgrade. The pit where the water purifier had been was also filled in, surrounded by tiles, leaving only a faucet-like outlet exposed, which did not affect normal use. Next, the feeling after upgrading to a stone shelter, the ever-present musty smell and dampness in the air had completely vanished, and even breathing felt much more comfortable. Now this looks like a proper shelter. Lu Yin surveyed it from inside out, then opened the shelter information on the game. Personal shelter. Description: a safe room constructed entirely of stone, far surpassing wood in safety and comfort, with decent defensive capabilities. Area 130 SQM, height 3m. Facilities: hammock, kerosene lamp, groundwater extractor, water storage tank, dining table. Introduction: this is the prototype of an underground fortress, a perfect fusion of human labor and technology. It can make your survival in the wilderness incredibly comfortable. It was built by your own hands. By the way, have you obtained a building permit for the land? Could it be an illegal construction? This is the creation of a wise civilization. Lu Yin sighed, caressing the smooth wall, his spirits soaring. All of this was achieved through my own efforts. With that, Lu Yin turned to look at the mud stove in the northern corner of the safe room, and said in a firm voice, "System upgrade. Mud stove successfully upgraded to stone stove, consuming 5 survival points." Gazing at the great and safe room, Lu Yin's only thought was 2 words. Exhilarating. On the 3rd day of the apocalypse, while everyone else was desperately seeking a high-strength, high-security shelter, Lu Yin had fully built one. After a brief pause, Lu Yin opened the trading market again. He now had about 7 liters of drinking water left. He had to convert all this water into higher-value resources before the first rainfall. Once the first heavy rain fell on the wilderness, the expensive water prices in the trading market would immediately collapse. It's easy to imagine that once the issues of drinking water and food are resolved, players will urgently need weapons and medicine. These are the essentials for surviving in this perilous wilderness. Lu Yin stroked his chin and fixed his gaze on the vast quantities of cheap metal ores available in the trading market. With his survival system, he could easily smelt and extract these ores, then craft various weapons. He could use this method to buy low-processed, the finished products and sell high. If successful, he could become the first major arms dealer in the wilderness in a short time. However, there was one thing he had to be very careful about. That was to always ensure that the highest grade, most lethal weapons remained in his own hands, while selling secondary weapons to other players, thus maintaining his dominant position and avoiding the scenario where you sell a tank on credit and the buyer turns the turret toward the arms dealer saying, "Hell, never pay back the loan." To become a wilderness arms dealer, one must ensure the capability to suppress all the monstrous forces that might arise once they acquire weapons. Lu Yin was well aware of this. He would not easily sell fine-grade cold weapons like bows and spears from his LV-1 weapon production until he had the ability to manufacture LV-2 weaponry. He opened the weapon crafting page. As of now, Lu Yin's weapon crafting proficiency was LV-1 730 with a gap of 23 proficiency points to reach LV-2. Crafting roughly 8 more fine-grade weapons would suffice to meet the upgrade condition. Crafting LV-1 fine-grade weapons is no problem, but LV-2 weapons like flintlock guns and muskets require far more materials and higher quality standards. Even a single gun barrel demands extremely strong custom steel. And then there are the materials for black powder, the flint, to ignite it. These things are rarely seen in the trading market right now. If I upgrade my LV-2 weapon crafting proficiency, now I might face the dilemma of having the skill to make advanced weapons, but lacking the materials. Lu Yin accurately analyzed his current predicament. At this moment, it was not suitable for him to spend precious survival point steel and wood on upgrading weapon crafting proficiency. He could temporarily save these resources for more urgent needs and consider the matter only after gathering sufficient materials. Selling item information: 5,000 milliliters of drinking water, required items copper, or with over 20 copper content iron, or with over 50 iron content pure copper, pure iron, various steels, gunpowder, raw materials for making gunpowder, kerosene. Exchange rate: 1 unit of copper or 10 milliliters. 1 unit of iron or 5 milliliters. 1 unit of pure copper 50 milliliters. 1 unit of pure iron 10 milliliters. Of the remaining 7 liters of drinking water, Lu Yin kept 2 liters for himself and listed the rest on the trading market. Although he added some other materials to his requirements, Lu Yin's main target for this trade was various ores. These items were cost-effective. While all players knew that the value of metal ores would rise after the early stages, they had to face a critical issue. If they didn't sell these items, they would struggle to survive the early phase. Even if they endured, most players lacked the technology and equipment to smelt ores. In the short term, keeping these ores held little significance for them. Damn, that bastard Lu Yin! I knew he had a huge stockpile of water. Just as I expected. I demand a share. Buying up ores in bulk. Does that mean Lord Lu has metal refinement technology? This is terrifying. We're still gnawing on bark and catching bugs, and Lord Lu is already stepping into the industrial era. Haha, my safe house is near a mine. I've been mining quite a bit these days. That 5,000 milliliters of drinking water is all mine. Not long after Lu Yin listed his drinking water, the sounds of successful trades rang out one after another. He didn't keep staring at the trade information, but instead pushed open the safe house door and stepped outside. By then it was already 2 in the afternoon. At what should have been the hottest time of the day, Lu Yin sensed something unusual. The air temperature was still high, but the sunlight wasn't as glaring, as if shrouded by a protective layer. After standing outside for a while, his skin and lips didn't feel the sharp sting and cracking as quickly as the day before. Lu Yin touched his back. Within 3 minutes his shirt was soaked through. But he knew it wasn't just sweat, because such massive water loss would normally cause dizziness and a dry throat quickly. Now, aside from feeling a bit heavy in his breathing, he had no discomfort. He looked into the distance and saw a flock of birds circling low, hunting tiny insects. I didn't expect this rain to come so fast. Lu Yin squinted and murmured. High-temperature, dim sunlight-soaked shirt, heavy-breathing, low-flying birds. All these signs pointed to a drastic change in the wilderness environment, increased moisture in the air, the end of 3 days of intense heat and drought, and a heavy downpour about to arrive. He glanced at his trading market items. Within minutes, the 5,000 milliliters of drinking water had sold out completely. It seems many among these players lack even the ability to read weather patterns. Of course, it's also possible this environmental change is regional. Rain might be coming to my area, while other regions remain under a scorching sun. Lu Yin rubbed his chin. Though he couldn't tell if the rain was localized or widespread, one fact was certain: after this downpour, the value of drinking water would plummet. Fortunately, before the rain hit, Lu Yin had successfully cashed out at the peak. He opened the trading market and found an additional 180 units of copper ore and 420 units of iron ore in his withdrawable section, along with 20 units of carbon steel, 10 units of iron, 3 units of saltpeter, 1 unit of sulfur, and 1 unit of kerosene. Lu Yin roughly calculated that he could smelt these ores into 36 units of pure copper and 210 units of iron. This material could forge over 200 cold weapons between ordinary and fine grade, yielding a substantial profit after accounting for survival point expenses. Let it pour, let it pour. After this heavy rain, a top-tier arms dealer will be born. A bright smile spread across Lu Yin's face. The harvest far exceeded his expectations. Besides iron and steel ores, he had also acquired basic materials for making gunpowder. With these, the plan to manufacture LV2 weapons was within reach. During his spare time, Lu Yin continued scavenging the trading market. Suddenly his gaze froze and his face showed surprise. He spotted an extremely rare item shaped like a No. 5 battery, but with a completely different name. Item: mobile electric energy capacity 3000 mAh, origin secret realm, relic description: disposable consumable, can be used for mechanical drive or electronic device charging. The mobile electric energy will disappear after use. Required items: weapons, food, drinking water. What is this thing? A disposable power bank. Lu Yin's mouth felt dry. The surveillance walkie-talkie he had retrieved from the White Bear City relic was currently shut down due to power depletion. This mobile electric energy couldn't have come at a better time. With that thought, he immediately contacted the seller. Lu Yin: hello, how much for the mobile electric energy? A reply came quickly. Qin Yao Yao, 10 kilograms of meat or 1 liter of drinking water. As for weapons, I need to check the quality first. Don't bother with homemade junk like stone axes. Her price was direct. Lu Yin pondered for a moment. He wouldn't trade away his remaining 2 liters of drinking water, and the meat price was a bit high. After some thought, trading a weapon was the only option. Opening the crafting system, Lu Yin used 2 units of wood and 1 unit of iron to forge a spear. Spear: ordinary, total length 205 centimeters, blade length 40 centimeters. Toughness: medium, piercing power, can charge to pierce the flesh of large creatures like wild boars and brown bears. Description: I can never accept being just an ordinary spear. I often dream of being held by a radiant giant, listening to his chant: crimson spear, immortal shield, slaying all immortal kings. Soon Lu Yin sent the spear's info to the other party. Qin Yao Yao, it's similar to the weapon I lost in the relic. Decent lethality. We can trade. Lu Yin, by the way, do you have more of these mobile electric energy units? I'd like to stock up a few more. Who knew how much power the surveillance walkie-talkie consumed, or how long one mobile electric energy would last? In unknown circumstances, having backups couldn't hurt. Qin Yao Yao, to be honest, production is limited. Even I can only make one every 48 hours. If I hadn't suffered heavy losses in the relic, I wouldn't be trading it. Qin Yao Yao's words immediately sparked Lu Yin's imagination. He speculated that she might have found a small device in the relic that could produce this mobile electric energy with a 48-hour cooldown between each output. With that thought, Lu Yin had to temporarily abandon his plan to stockpile. Lu Yin, by the way, does this thing have high and low voltage variations? Some low-power electronics can't handle high voltage. I don't see any specific data here. How do I tell? Qin Yao Yao, hey, you've come to the right person. My former teacher was an electrical engineer. I studied with him for 7 years and mastered electricity. Without exaggeration, to know the voltage of something, I just touch it, and he'll know it all. Qin Yao Yao, if it tingles, it's 220 V. If it goes bang, it's 380 V. If it crackles before I even touch it, that's high voltage. Lu Yan's expression stiffened. You really are a little genius. Using your hand to test voltage. The electrical engineer who taught you that must have had a straight life, right? Lu Yan held back for a long time, unsure if she was genuinely clueless or just messing with him. Finally, he replied politely, you sure know a lot. Qin Yao Yao, ridiculous. I knew everything by the time I was 12 or 13. Not just academics, but physiology too. Qin Yao Yao, one day after class I started bleeding down there. Everyone was terrified, but I stayed calm. I spent ages explaining what menstruation was, and gave an on-the-spot lesson. My classmates were enlightened and worshipped me. Qin Yao Yao, if the teacher hadn't later screamed that boys don't have periods and dragged me to the infirmary, I might have died in the classroom that day. Lu Yan fell into deep contemplation upon reading Qin Yao Yao's words. When a person's actions are so perfectly foolish that you cannot tell if they are being ironic or sincere. Lu Yan suppressed the urge to unleash a torrent of colorful language upon the other party, patiently exchanging a few more words with Qin Yao Yao. After confirming that this mobile power source would not damage electronic devices due to voltage fluctuations, he swiftly completed the transaction and ended the conversation. He feared that continuing to converse with her might render his own mind somewhat unbalanced. You have lost Spear Common. You have gained mobile power 3000 mAh. With a flash of light, a small object resembling a AA battery materialized in Lu Yan's hand. He brought out the surveillance intercom, and the words rechargeable immediately appeared above the mobile power source. Gently touching the two together, faint arcs of electricity surged into the intercom's casing, and the previously dim indicator light began to flicker. After about 5 minutes, the mobile power source was depleted while the surveillance intercom's battery level had reached 97%. Surveillance intercom battery, 97%, sustainable operation for 10 days. 10 days. Its standby time exceeded Lu Yan's expectations. 10 days was enough for him to elevate his strength to another level. Perhaps by then he would possess his own power generation equipment, eliminating the need to seek electricity in the trading market. Scanning for advantages and hazards. Within 500 meters, no resources or dangers detected. Nightfall had arrived. Lu Yan stood at the entrance of his safe house, having used his final talent skill for the day. As the afternoon settled, the humidity in the air grew denser. A thick layer of dark clouds blanketed the sky, with faint bolts of lightning writhing within. A cold wind from afar swept across the desolate wilderness. The wilds were unusually quiet tonight. Birds huddled beneath the tree canopies and no beasts roamed about. These creatures were far more sensitive to atmospheric changes than humans. They had long sensed the impending downpour and had sought shelter early. A sliver of violet moonlight seeped through the clouds, casting an eerie glow. Torch in hand, Lu Yan made his way to the drainage ditch, clearing away the blown-in dust and fallen leaves before returning to his sanctuary. That afternoon he had taken down the wolf pelt that had been air-dried under the scorching sun for dozens of hours. Despite a rudimentary tanning process, it remained somewhat stiff. Lu Yan spent the afternoon in the safe house, patiently rubbing it with plant ash, softening it bit by bit, and scrubbing away every trace of grime and parasitic eggs lodged in the fur. Having done all this, Lu Yan spread the now soft, odorless wolf pelt over his hammock. It had become a passable blanket. He opened the trading market once more and noticed that the price of drinking water had plummeted. It seemed this rain was not a localized event, but covered the entire wilderness of the eastern continent. Damn it, what lousy luck. I paid a premium for a liter of water this morning, and now it's about to pour all night. Finally made it to this day, though I was dying of thirst. This cursed game hasn't completely abandoned us after all. The world channel erupted with cheers, many celebrating the imminent downpour. Time ticked by. The oppressive clouds sank lower and lower. The world fell into an absolute hush. The violet moonlight gradually vanished behind the clouds. Then a faint sound arose. Drop, drop, like the ticking of a clock's second hand. Quickly the sparse, soft noise intensified into a dense, raging torrent. A curtain of rain descended upon the world. Water. Haha, it's raining. To hell with the overpriced water in the market. The water problem is solved. I don't need to keep an eye on Lu Yan for his water listings anymore. Unfollow, unfollow. Amidst the boundless rain curtain, jubilant cheers erupted from countless shelters across the wilderness. Many rushed out of their safe houses, using every container they could find to collect water. Some even stripped naked and stood in the downpour, reveling in the gentle caress of the rain. Boom. A bolt of violet lightning twisted down from the sky, illuminating the frenzied expressions of countless people on the earth. The rain had come, quenching the parched land with nectar, and all things seemed to revive. It appeared everything was taking a turn for the better. But a piercing shriek suddenly rang out across the wilderness. Pain. It hurts so much. My skin is rotting. What's happening? A player who had been vigorously scrubbing himself in the rain to wash away the grime of the past days suddenly discovered that a gentle rub of his hand against his body tore away a large piece of bloodied flesh. He was not alone. Many players, bathing in the rain, felt an intense burning pain wherever the rainwater touched their skin. Another flash of lightning split the sky, and in that light, they saw their own skin corroded into blackened pits. On some the flesh had rotted through, revealing the stark, white bone beneath. This rain was wrong. It's highly acidic rain. Finally someone cried out in despair on the World Channel. Everyone be careful. This acid rain will corrode your body in minutes and is life-threatening. Those who haven't left their shelters must not go out. This damned stuff. Its corrosive effect only works on living things. My safe house is in the woods and the trees and ground are completely unaffected. No wonder the beasts were so quiet tonight. Game Maker, I curse you. Are you determined to kill us all? I drank a few mouthfuls of the rain and now my entire abdomen feels like it's on fire. It hurts so much. Can someone save me? A violent reversal occurred in mere seconds. They had thought the rain would bring new life to the wilderness, but no one expected it would bring the most hopeless destruction. The acid rain did not only affect the players caught in it, it also caused immense damage to many shelters. Do not assume that hiding inside a safe house meant you were safe. As the rainfall intensified, the wind howled across the land. Water began to seep through the cracks in the roofs, door frames, and windows of some dilapidated underground shelters. The situation was even worse for those in low-lying areas where streams of water poured in, forming puddles on the floor. This terrifying acid rain brought a disaster far more immediate and brutal than the thirst and hunger of the previous days. Inside his safe house, Lu Yin held up a kerosene lamp and meticulously inspected the vents and the gaps around the door, confirming that no rainwater had seeped in before he relaxed. So this downpour is acid rain. Good thing I didn't go out. Lu Yin thought, a shiver of fear running down his spine as he read the posts on the World Channel. In truth, he had initially considered collecting some rainwater for washing and cleaning. But out of caution, and because he had never forgotten the game system's hints about the forms of disaster on the wilderness from his very first day, where acid rain was listed first, Lu Yin had been smart enough not to leave his safe house the moment the rain began. Caution could indeed save lives. Outside, the wilderness was now a scene of howling wind, plummeting temperatures, and torrents of acid rain. Most players were screaming in despair amidst the corrosive downpour, shivering in their dark, cold shelters. Lu Yin, however, lay on his hammock cushioned by the thick wolf pelt. The kerosene lamp cast a soft, warm yellow glow throughout the safe house. A blazing fire crackled in the hearth in the corner, steam rising from a stainless steel pot, and the rich aroma of meat wafted from under the lid. Warmth, safety, light, and an abundance of food and water. Compared to the outside, it was like a different world. It was only then that Lu Yin truly realized that every price he had paid to build this shelter was worth it. If only I had a bottle of Erguo now and someone to chat with. Lu Yan's lips curled into a smile as he began to fantasize about the life after Lu Xiaoyu joined him in this world. It would surely be very interesting. Unlike Lu Yan's comfortable leisure, the entire World Chat channel was in an uproar filled with a thick atmosphere of despair and doom. My skin is all corroded away. Kill me. Kill me. I can't take it anymore. Almighty Lord, your faithful servant is coming to see you. I regret it so much. Why did I choose to place an underground shelter? Why did I shrink from the difficulty of building a shelter and fail to dig a drainage ditch? Now I can only watch helplessly as my home is flooded. Digging a drainage ditch is as easy as using your hands right. Oh crap, where did my hands go? Damn this acid rain. Acid rain refers to precipitation with a pH value lower than 5.6, such as rain or snow. Generally, ordinary acid rain causes significant damage to the ecological environment, but for humans, as long as one is not exposed to it for prolonged periods, it usually poses no major threat. Scientific data indicates that human skin exposed to ordinary acid rain for about 30 minutes will only then show signs of allergy or burns at the surface level. If one is merely drenched for a brief 10 to 20 seconds, simply wiping the rain off the body will prevent any harm. But clearly the acid rain falling on the wilderness at this moment was entirely different from common knowledge. These raindrops behaved like undiluted sulfuric acid, carrying an intensely corrosive nature. Every drop that landed on skin would erode the flesh within a dozen seconds, leaving a rotting pit. Dense raindrops pounded the earth as the howling wind sounded like a demon's mocking laughter. It laughed, mocking the players on the wilderness who mistook the deadly acid rain for life-saving nectar. It was exhilarated witnessing the players' hopeful and dense raindrops pounded the earth as the howling wind sounded like a demon's mocking laughter. It laughed, mocking the players on the wilderness who mistook the deadly acid rain for life-saving nectar. It was exhilarated witnessing the players' hopeful and joyful faces twist into utter despair within a mere dozen seconds, consumed by the hopelessness of falling from heaven into hell. The global chat channel was flooded with desperate pleas for help and frenzied curses. In the upper left corner of the game interface, the number representing survivor count plummeted from 5886 to below 300 within just 3 minutes of the acid rain's arrival. 2986, 2864, 2756. Almost every dozen seconds the survivor count would refresh and jump, accompanied by the permanent dimming of certain player avatars in the global chat channel. Such a terrifying mortality rate. If this trend continues and the rain lasts over 3 hours, at least 99% of the players on the wilderness will be eliminated. Liu Yin watched the constantly flickering survivor count, his mood growing restless. Liu Yin did not care about the fate of other players, but the problem was, if too many players died, leaving the wilderness sparsely populated, who would he harvest? While fewer survivors meant more resources for each remaining player, relying on a single person to gather all the resources across the entire wilderness would take an immense amount of time. What an enormous workload that would be. By using profit to drive other players to purchase his goods and making them work for him, he could possibly acquire more resources in a single day than he could gather alone in a month. Thus the wilderness could not have too many people, but it could not be empty of people either. But judging by this trend, tonight's survivor count might drop below 1,000. Though Liu Yin felt some anxiety about his future development, being able to stay comfortably and peacefully in his safe house, eating meat and sleeping was the limit of his capabilities on this stormy night of destruction. As for changing the weather and saving other players, that would require at least a nascent soul stage cultivator to accomplish. Oh well, let nature take its course. Even if all the first batch of players except me were to die, another batch would be deployed in over 20 days. It would just mean delaying the harvest a bit. Liu Yin adjusted his mindset, stretched, and jumped down from the hammock. The meat in the pot was fully cooked, and the entire safe house was filled with a warm, lingering aroma. From the ventilation shaft came a piercing howl. The wind over the wilderness seemed to grow fiercer. 20 minutes into the acid rain, the survivor count had dropped to 1893. A bolt of lightning struck, illuminating the earth with a flash of light. On the ground, some grim skeletons lay in puddles and mud pits. These were the remains of players who had perished in the strong acid rain. Their flesh had been completely corroded away, leaving only bones and teeth. The skeletons still held the agonized postures of their final struggles, some curled up, some in a crawling position. One skeleton lay at the entrance of a safe house. Its dark eye sockets stared toward the door, its left hand tightly gripped the earth while its right arm reached upward, as if grasping for something. 3 meters. Only 3 meters away from returning to its safe house, but ultimately too late. Its feet had been corroded by standing water, causing it to fall heavily into the muddy puddle, watching helplessly as its flesh was eaten away by the acid rain. One could fully imagine how desperate it must have been. Crack. Finally, under the relentless assault of the strong acid rain, this skeleton collapsed. Boom. A deeply muffled sound came from afar. It was a dilapidated underground safe house that, unable to withstand the constant flooding and backflow of water, had finally caved in. Its owner had already died in the accumulated water inside the safe house before the collapse. This was a terrifying catastrophe, and no one knew when it would end. Most of the survivors huddled in their leaky safe houses, shifting their bodies as much as possible to avoid touching the dangerous acidic water, silently praying for the disaster to pass quickly. Perhaps these devout prayers had some effect. After raging across the wilderness for a full 30 minutes, the violent acid rain finally began to subside. The vast clouds in the sky dispersed, and the eerie purple moon returned to its normal state. The cold red moonlight fell, adding a layer of bitterness to the land that had just endured the disaster's baptism. Thank God, this damn acid rain has finally stopped. I survived. Whoa. Let's quickly bail out the water from the safe houses now in case the acid rain starts again. Then we'll be finished. In the global channel, the surviving players exchanged messages and swiftly reacted. They lit torches and hurriedly used buckets, iron basins, and any available containers to clear the accumulated water from their safe houses. But just then the rain that had stopped began to fall again. The players who had just been relieved by the clearing skies were nearly driven mad. They cursed the game designers in the global channel for being inhumane and leaving them no way to survive. They sprinted frantically toward their safe houses, fearing that if they were even a step late, the acid rain would fall on them again. No. This rain is different. It's not acid rain. At that moment, a player suddenly spoke up in the global channel. It hasn't damaged my skin. This is normal rain. He directly posted a screenshot of himself bathing in the rain. In the image, the rain curtain completely enveloped him, yet he showed no signs of harm. Seeing this, most players were skeptical. They tentatively collected some rainwater in a container and gently touched it with their fingertips. Cold, wet, without the bone-corroding, heart-burning pain. The second rain after the acid rain. This was truly the life-saving nectar. After destruction came rebirth. The violent acid rain finally ceased after half an hour of relentless fury, replaced by gentle, cold, pure rainwater. On the wilderness, the parched earth, like a thirsty beast, rapidly absorbed the accumulated acidic water on the ground. The terrifying disaster of destruction had finally passed. The players who survived the acid rain rushed out of their safe houses, cupping rainwater in their hands to drink, kneeling in the downpour, and weeping bitterly, mourning the fallen players with a sense of shared sorrow, and trembling with excitement for their own chance at a new life. The acid rain calamity is over, Liu Yin murmured, sitting by the stove, constantly monitoring the world channel. He held a steaming wolf leg in both hands with a plate of dipping sauce made from salt, pepper, and chili powder before him. He sprinkled the sauce over the greasy meat, and tossed it into his mouth chewing. The tender soft meat and the salty spicy sauce blended into an irresistibly addictive texture, both hot and numbing. After swallowing a mouthful of meat, Lu Yin felt warmth spreading through his body. Although the acid rain had ended, ordinary rainwater could still pose a lethal threat to underground shelters without drainage channels. He glanced at the number of survivors. 1,563. A single acid rain calamity had directly erased over 4,000 lives. Humans are so insignificant before terrifying natural disasters, Lu Yin thought, feeling genuine unease and fear for the first time since entering the wilderness. On this wilderness, there were too many terrifying calamities he could not even imagine. The stone safe house could withstand acid rain, but what if an even more fearsome disaster struck next time? To survive here long-term and safely, he must seize every moment and resource to upgrade the shelter. If he became complacent or slack, he could end up like those players who died in the acid rain tonight, a nameless skeleton on the barren land. Lu Yin devoured a large bowl of stewed wolf meat, then quickly opened the crafting system to make 5 wooden buckets with a capacity of 10 liters each. Although he did not lack drinking water, the water from the extractor could not simultaneously meet the needs for washing and cleaning, so storing some rainwater was necessary. Pushing open the safe house door, Lu Yin saw by the torchlight that the drainage ditch outside had formed a small torrent. The water level in the ditch was about 30 centimeters, still far from the overflowing height of 80 centimeters. Lu Yin placed the buckets at the door and looked up at the red moon in the sky, raising an eyebrow. Before the acid rain fell, the moon turned purple. And now that the rain has stopped, the moon has turned red. Is there a connection? Lu Yin rubbed his chin, pondering. Could the purple moon be a precursor to the acid rain? No one could answer his question, not even himself. In truth, the most terrifying thing in the wilderness was not the multitude of disasters, but the unknown. For the players, this was a brand new world, vastly different from the realm they had previously inhabited. To survive, they had to constantly explore the rules of this world, such as the full extent of the wilderness environment and the signs of impending disasters. For most players still in the Stone Age, exploring these things might cost not only energy and time, but even their lives. Using a charred wooden stick, Lu Yin carefully wrote down notes about the acid rain and the purple moon in the corner of the wall. If conditions allowed, he planned to compile a wilderness survival diary recording all his observations and the rules of disasters he had discovered on the wilderness. This item would be invaluable for players who arrived later. With a bit of promotion, it could fetch a high price. The rain poured down, and soon all the buckets were filled with rainwater. He carried them to the stove and closed the door again. A strong drowsiness washed over him. Since entering the wilderness, today had been his most demanding day with the most events. Now his body was exhausted to the limit. He turned on the monitoring walkie-talkie, blew out the kerosene lamp, closed the ventilation window, and collapsed onto the hammock, falling into a deep sleep. Day 4 of the Apocalypse Calendar. You have improved the safe house's ventilation system and reinforced its security system. Survival points 30. You have added lighting to the safe house, even if it's just a kerosene lamp. Survival points 5. You have upgraded the overall material of the safe house, significantly increasing its safety index. Survival points 50. You have entered a secret realm relic and emerged unscathed. Survival points 30. You have built a stove and obtained a complete set of kitchen ingredients, greatly improving your diet. Survival points 20. You have successfully survived the terrifying acid rain calamity without any harm. Survival points 10. You have laid ceramic flooring, improving your quality of life. Survival points 20. Overall evaluation A. Calculating today's survival point reward 165. For rating A and above, additional special reward, Beast Type Electronic Guardian Blueprint. After a night of deep sleep, the first thing Lu Yin did upon opening his eyes was to open the daily evaluation system. As expected, none of his efforts yesterday were in vain. All the resources invested in upgrading the shelter had now turned into generous rewards. Today's special item reward is quite good, Lu Yin said with some surprise. Beast-type Electronic Guardian Blueprint. Effect allows the creation of a Beast-type Electronic Guardian with alert and attack functions. Required materials: 10 units of pure iron, 1 bearing, 1 mutated beast heart, 5 units of copper, 1 unit of magnet. A Beast-type Guardian. Lu Yin studied the blueprint with interest. This was a great item. With it, if he encountered unknown dangers, he could send it ahead as a scout to explore, and it would also boost his combat power. Currently, Lu Yin was not afraid of natural disasters destroying his safe house. His only weakness was that his combat strength was somewhat lacking compared to top-tier experts. If he faced an enemy invasion, he would find it difficult to defeat them alone. But recruiting other players, Lu Yin was still hesitant. With this Beast-type Guardian, all problems would be solved. Except for the bearing and the magnet, he had all the other materials listed on the blueprint. He opened the trading market ready to search for these 2 items when his attention was suddenly caught by a particular product. Broken Safe House Core X3. Seller Li Xiao. A safe house without an owner will retract into a mechanical ball state. After use, it will automatically bind to the user, allowing the safe house to be placed again. Lu Yin raised an eyebrow. Safe houses can be sold. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he quickly opened the world chat channel. The chat interface was filled with the laments of players who had lost their safe houses in last night's heavy rain. My safe house collapsed from the flooding, and my food and resources are all inside. I'm still buried under the rubble right now. The rain hasn't stopped, and I'm homeless. Please, kind-hearted person, take me in. I can work, I can labor. On their wedding anniversary, a man held flowers and told his wife well-prepared jokes, but she didn't laugh. Instead, someone in the wardrobe laughed. Middle-aged wife cheating brother turning against him, daughter looking down on him, mother-in-law insulting him. Betrayal by family, greed of friends, cruelty of superiors. Countless hands pushed him into the abyss of despair. He hated, he raged, he swore to make all who harmed him pay the price they deserved. Want to know what happens next? Invite me to stay in your shelter and listen to the heart-wrenching story and revenge plan of a middle-aged man. I never expected this rain to bring far more devastating consequences to the players than I imagined. Liu Yin secretly congratulated himself for having excavated the drainage channels early, otherwise he might now be facing the predicament of losing his shelter. Rainwater is indeed a life-saving nectar, but if it falls in excess, it can also pose a lethal threat. At this moment, after nearly 10 hours of continuous rainfall throughout the night, most underground shelters had suffered from water backflow, with water levels inside reaching up to 2 meters. Even if they hadn't collapsed yet, they were no longer habitable. Over time, the accumulated water would breed countless bacteria and emit a foul stench, transforming the underground shelters into toxic, suffocating tombs. There were still 1482 surviving players, but only about 300 to 400 shelters remained completely unaffected by the heavy rain. These shelters either were situated on high ground located in caves, or had modified drainage systems, allowing them to survive this calamity. According to Liu Yan's estimation, at least several hundred players were now living in waterlogged, crumbling shelters, while several hundred more were homeless, wandering the wilderness under the heavy rain. As for the shelter core being sold in the trading market, it was likely the legacy of some player who had died in the acid rain, discovered by the player with the ID Li Xiao while wandering the wilderness. Now being put up for sale, the target audience was naturally those players who had lost their shelters and were homeless. But a moment's thought would reveal the quality of these shelters for sale. Most likely dilapidated, ones nearly collapsed from the water. Sigh, when will such hardships ever come to an end? My shelter was on a high ground, and I barely made it through last night's downpour. But a player from the beautiful country next to my base wasn't as lucky. I watched his underground shelter collapse, and he desperately tried to crawl out, but the accumulated water and mud forcefully washed him back and burying him alive in the ruins within seconds. How can you be so cold-blooded? Watching a fellow human die without offering a hand. Oh, it's a beautiful country, national. Did he scream miserably before he died? Why are you making such jokes at a time like this? Now some who have lost their shelters are banding together to form roving bands of thieves. Everyone be careful not to be targeted by these beasts. In this lawless, chaotic world, violence is the ultimate power. All who have lost their shelters unite. Let us form the largest bandit group in the wilderness. What we have lost we will take back from others and more. Liu Yin silently watched the messages in the chat channel. It seemed the situation was even more dire than he had imagined. Having lost their shelters, these players had completely abandoned their last shred of decency. Humanity had utterly degenerated. It seemed that from today onward the wilderness would descend into chaos. I need to build the beast-type guards as soon as possible and add more traps around the shelter. Liu Yin thought as he opened the stone door and glanced outside. The sky was still incredibly gloomy, and the rain had lightened slightly compared to last night, but showed no sign of stopping. Braving the heavy rain, Liu Yin walked around the shelter with a shovel in hand. When he reached the vicinity of the ventilation shaft, he noticed that the weeds and dead branches used for camouflage had become scattered and messy under last night's strong winds. He tidied them up again, then began digging a pit in front of the ventilation shaft. The rain-soaked mud was sticky, and Liu Yin expended more effort than usual. Soon he dug 2 cone-shaped traps in front of the ventilation shaft, each 60 centimeters deep and 50 centimeters wide. The traps were wider at the top and narrower at the bottom. Once a person's foot stepped in the curve of the trap, and the slippery mud walls would cause them to slide into the center of the cone. Liu Yin carefully took out 2 pitch-black claws from his pocket, the poisonous dew claws he had cut from the mutated lynx. Then he extravagantly used iron, ore, and stone materials to upgrade the traps, fixing the claws at the center of the cone's bottom. He then covered the traps with some weeds, dead branches, and rotten leaves. The accumulated water soon submerged the traps, and the floating debris completely concealed the traces, making them indistinguishable from the surrounding ground. As of now, the entrance of Liu Yan's shelter was extremely sturdy. If enemies were to attack, a frontal invasion would be impractical, and the ventilation shaft was the only weak point. So setting traps here was essential. After setting up 2 simple traps, Liu Yan quickly returned to the shelter, took off his rain-soaked clothes, and hung them in front of the lit stove to dry. Meanwhile, he noticed that a completely new function had appeared in the system interface: live streaming. Curious, he clicked on it, and found it resembled the live streaming platforms of the civilized era. The page displayed 11 livestream channels arranged neatly. Shelter ranking third top streamer personally explains shelter design. Huaxia Grand Alliance recruiting homeless players, technical personnel, preferred Chinese nationals, prioritized food and accommodation provided for refugees, how to build an advanced defensive offensive shelter, wilderness hunter group recruitment. A total of 12 live stream rooms, 11 of which focused on how to construct and develop shelters, with the streamer's shelter ranking displayed after the title. Only players in the top 20 of the rankings are eligible to start a live stream. Lu Yin glanced and quickly understood how the privilege was obtained. These streamers had high rankings, with the Huaxia Wilderness Grand Alliance shelter ranking second in the entire wilderness. However, the streamer's approach was somewhat unexpected to Lu Yin. Recruiting disaster victims of Huaxia Federation nationality, no conditions, and even providing food and accommodation. Under the current circumstances, daring to issue such a recruitment notice. This streamer had quite the nerve. Upon entering the livestream room, a barrage of comments flooded the screen below. I am a disaster victim of Huaxia Federation nationality. I apply to join the Grand Alliance shelter. My profession is carpentry. I can craft furniture and tools. I am physically strong and can handle manual labor. If I can join the Grand Alliance shelter, I will contribute all the resources I have. The only thing I own is a pair of overalls and a basketball. Upstairs, I can't help but say, you're like Kai Shu Kuan in the wilderness. How can everything be tied to my Kuan Kuan? As a fan of Kuan, am already numb. Explanations are useless. Reasoning is useless. All I get when I argue is a bunch of memes. No one is on my side. This world is full of malice. What did Kuan Kuan ever do to you? Why treat him like this? I hope Kuan Kuan leaves this malicious world soon. Lu Yin watched the dizzying barrage of comments. Suddenly, his private message notification blinked. Opening it, Lu Yin raised an eyebrow in surprise. The person who sent him the private message was none other than the streamer of this very Grand Alliance livestream room. Mu Qianqian. Hello, Lu Shan. Welcome to my livestream. Mu Qianqian, you are the owner of the top-ranked shelter. Would you like to join me in providing shelter for the homeless disaster victims? Lu Yin was momentarily stunned when he saw the private message from the female streamer. Since entering the wilderness, he had never paid attention to the ranking board, never expecting his shelter to have topped the list. But then he politely replied, sorry, I don't have that plan for now. To develop and expand the shelter, increasing the population and labor force was certainly necessary, but Lu Yin felt the timing was not right. The food and water resources he possessed were insufficient to accommodate refugees. Most importantly, Lu Yin didn't trust others. After being rejected by Lu Yin, Mu Qianqian seemed unwilling to give up. She continued to reply, Lord Lu, many refugees are compatriots of the Chinese Federation. Since we share the same blood and have come to this strange world together, we should naturally help each other and overcome the difficulties. If you are willing to lend a hand at this time, everyone will surely be grateful to you, and after the disaster they will repay your kindness. Refugees are also labor force, which will play a significant role in the future development and expansion of the shelter. Lu Yin frowned. His philosophy differed from Mu Qianqian's, and he initially didn't want to argue with her, but she seemed stubborn, constantly sending him private messages. The heavy rain outside the safe house still hadn't stopped. After a moment's thought, Lu Yin decided to talk to her during this free time. Lu Yin, how about this? I'll tell you a story. After hearing it, you can decide whether to continue expressing your kindness to this world without restraint. Mu Qianqian, am all ears. Lu Yin, about 3 years ago, a cake shop opened on the street near my home. The owner was a very good and kind person. Every day, he would give away the unsold cakes to the neighbors. Over time, everyone knew about this. Mu Qianqian listened patiently, and when Lu Yin paused, she couldn't help asking, what happened next? Didn't those who received the cakes start actively promoting the shop to their relatives and friends, boosting his popularity? Lu Yin, they did indeed promote the shop to others, but not in the way you think. They told everyone that the cake shop's products were bad, the hygiene was poor, the service was lousy, and the owner had a terrible character. Mu Qianqian was astonished by Lu Yin's words. She couldn't imagine why these people would do such a thing. Shouldn't they be grateful to the shop owner? Mu Qianqian, how is that possible? Why would they do that? Lu Yin, because by doing so, fewer customers would come to the shop and the amount of leftover cakes each day would increase. This way they could keep eating free treats. Lu Yin, later the shop owner discovered this and stopped giving away free cakes daily. But those people didn't curb their behavior. Instead, they escalated their insults and slander. In the end, the cake shop was forced to close, and the owner lost all his assets, even selling his house to pay off debts. Mu Qianqian. Lu Yin, absurd, isn't it? Feels unreal, doesn't it? I witnessed all of this with my own eyes. This is human nature, greedy, insatiable, and ungrateful. When you show kindness to others, you may not get sincere reciprocation. More often than not, they take it for granted. And when you stop this kindness, they will resent and hate you instead. After Lu Yin finished speaking, Mu Qianqian fell into a long silence. Actually, Lu Yin hadn't intended to tell her all this, but after entering the live stream, he witnessed firsthand what Mu Qianqian was doing, and it moved him somewhat. In Mu Qianqian's live stream, the sky was gloomy, with rain forming a continuous curtain. In a natural cave midway up a mountain wall, 3 surface safe houses stood. In front of them was a simple circular drainage ditch. Mu Qianqian, wearing a heavy straw raincoat, braved the biting draft and raindrops seeping through crevices, holding an iron shovel to clear the muddy drainage channel clogged by rainwater. Sweat mixed with rain slid down her clean, beautiful face. At this moment her face was full of exhaustion. Her fair hands gripped the iron shovel tightly with blood trickling from her palms down the handle. Prolonged labor had worn out her palms, leaving her physically and mentally drained. Inside the safe house, there were several jars of rainwater, half a bag of flour, some cured meat, and a large number of makeshift beds made of straw. Each player initially only had 1 safe house, but Mu Qianqian now had 3. Lu Yin speculated that she must have bought them at a high price in the trading market to shelter more refugees. Even if Lu Yan's speculation was wrong, and these safe house cores were picked up by luck, she could have sold them in the trading market for considerable resources, but she didn't. A woman able to build her shelter to the 2nd rank in this apocalypse, one can imagine how much effort she put in. Overall, Mu Qianqian was a very kind and diligent woman. In a civilized society, Lu Yin would be willing to be friends with her. But this was the apocalypse where kindness was not a compliment, but a path to death. Lu Yin didn't dislike her. Perhaps her kindness stemmed from a lack of understanding of the world's darkness, as she had been too well protected before. So within his ability, Lu Yin didn't mind reminding her of the dangers of human nature. Mu Qianqian, Lord Lu, your thinking is too extreme. There are still good people in this world. Lu Yin, it seems our philosophies differ. Since that's the case, we don't have to force each other to accept our views. I've said all I have to say. Goodbye. Seeing that Mu Qianqian still insisted on her own thoughts, Lu Yin couldn't be bothered to say more and directly closed the private chat interface. Before leaving the live stream, Lu Yin saw Mu Qianqian hanging a banner made of white cloth and charcoal outside the safe house. All homeless refugees, please private message me. I will tell you the coordinates of the shelter. Together we will overcome the crisis and usher in hope. The question of whether human nature is inherently good or evil has been debated for countless years in history and will continue to be debated. Lu Yin didn't deny that there are grateful people in the world, but he didn't want to gamble his life on others' character. Refugees could be recruited and labor force could be expanded, but that must be based on one premise: that he possessed absolute power to suppress them, so even if the recruited refugees rebelled, he could easily control them. A good girl, what a pity. Lu Yin glanced regretfully at Mu Qianqian in the live stream, then turned his gaze to the stove ahead. Breakfast was almost ready, but just then a burst of noisy static came from inside the safe house. Lu Yin sharply looked at the monitoring walkie-talkie on the wooden table. Brother, hey, look ahead, isn't that a shelter? A shrill voice came from the walkie-talkie. The owner of this voice sounded like someone who had encountered a group of warm-hearted guys in northern Myanmar and had his kidneys and balls cut off. It was thin, soft, weak, and powerless, making one's skin crawl. In the Qing dynasty, he would be a eunuch at the very least. In modern times, he's a leftover bachelor. 3 seconds later, another extremely hoarse voice sounded. That's right. It's well hidden. If it weren't for this drainage ditch, I wouldn't have found it. And he even has resources to build a stone drainage ditch. This is a fat sheep. Let's rob his resources and have a feast, brothers. It was the sound of human voices. Lu Yan's heart pounded wildly, every muscle in his body instantly tensing. Hearing a familiar human language in this strange wilderness, his first reaction was not elation, but unease. From their brief exchange of words, he could deduce their identity. Clearly this was a band of marauders who hunted their own kind and plundered resources. Taking cover under the heavy rain, they roamed the wasteland, casting greedy eyes upon Lu Yan's shelter. In the apocalypse, humans were humanity's greatest enemy. The appearance of these bandits confirmed what Lu Yin had just told Mu Qianqian about human nature being inherently evil. On this wasteland, gathering resources through development could never be as swift and direct as plundering others. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Yin activated his Seek Advantage Avoid Harm talent. A cerulean light visible only to him radiated outward. Soon a virtual 3-dimensional map materialized before him, revealing 3 crimson dots less than 300 meters directly in front of his safe house. A burly man, 81 meters tall, 90 kilograms, a butcher by trade, strong and robust, wielding a 60-centimeter hand hammer. High threat level. A male, 65 meters tall, 55 kilograms, a cleaner by trade, scrawny and furtive, armed with a self-made stone spear. Low threat level. A male, 75 meters tall, 68 kilograms, an office worker by trade, average in strength and speed, outwardly armed with a wooden spear, but concealing a pouch of quicklime in his bosom. If careless, one might suffer an unexpected defeat. Medium threat level. There were 3 enemies in total, and the Seek Advantage Avoid Harm talent analyzed every detail of their height, weight, weapons, and equipment with perfect clarity. Lu Yin fell into deep thought. As it stood, he seemed to have the upper hand in equipment. He possessed a set of lightweight scale armor capable of repelling almost any sharp cold weapon. Donning it, he became a moving fortress in the age of cold steel. But the heavy hammer in the burly butcher's hands posed a deadly armor-piercing threat. Blunt instruments were the only cold weapons that armor feared. If he took a direct hit from that hammer in a frontal clash, even if the armor remained intact, the force transmitted through could shatter his internal organs. The odds of a direct confrontation with these three are low. Lu Yan's mind raced. He himself stood around 180 centimeters tall, and though he weighed slightly less than the burly man, his muscular frame meant he feared none of the trio in an unknown fight. But the enemy had numerical superiority. If battle erupted, they would not be foolish enough to attack one by one like the Calabash brothers. They would surely swarm him and cut him down. I cannot sit idle and wait for death. The stone shelter can hold them off for a while. I need to devise a way to eliminate them in this time. A fierce glint flashed in Lu Yan's eyes. Since they had set their sights on him, he could not afford to show mercy. He would not only repel them, but annihilate them all. Through this battle, he would make everyone on the wasteland understand that he was no fat sheep, but a deadly wolf. Just then the surveillance intercom crackled with voices again. Brother, hey, it's a stone gate. Could this shelter belong to that Lu Yan, the one at the top of the rankings? The shrill voice was filled with astonishment. In his talent's scanning map, Lu Yan saw 3 red dots had reached just 2 or 3 meters from the safe house's entrance. Damn it must be him. Have you forgotten how much stone he bought up earlier? Brother Hay's voice was tinged with barely suppressed excitement. A big fish indeed. Third Leo, we brothers are in luck. Our shelter was washed away last night, and today we find the number 1 on the rankings. If we can take it over. Just then a slightly hoarse voice cut off Brother Hay's words. It was Leo, the office worker, who spoke. Brother Hay, we need to be careful. This Lu Yan has been hoarding a lot of supplies lately. Since he's managed to build the top shelter on the wasteland, he's no pushover. If we attack rashly, we might end up being killed instead. Right. Attacking during the day is too risky. Better to wait until nightfall under cover of darkness. Higher chance of success. Brother Hay fell silent. Clearly he was the leader of this makeshift group, and the final decision rested with him. After more than 10 seconds, Brother Hay spoke again. Oi. Well, do as you say. We'll wait until night to make our move. First, let's find a spot nearby to hide and observe. There's a grove to the west. Let's take shelter from the rain there. Without a word, Lu Yan watched the crimson dots representing the enemy on his 3-dimensional map gradually move toward the fir forest he had felled earlier. Caught in a siege of the base again, Lu Yan stood up and rubbed his forehead. How similar this scene was to when he was stalked by the mutated lynx. But today's danger was far greater than dealing with that beast. The tactics he used against the creature were utterly useless against these 3 bandits. What should I do? Lu Yan's mind spun at lightning speed. Soon his eyes lit up as if struck by an idea. First, craft the beast-type electronic guard to close the numerical gap. No sooner said than done. Lu Yan searched the trading market for bearings and magnets. Magnets were not expensive. He traded just 200 grams of roasted wolf meat for the 1 unit needed for the blueprint. But bearings were a product of the crafting system's level 2 industrial proficiency. Even on the wasteland, they were rare resources only found in black iron-grade chests or above, so their price was naturally a bit higher. After a lengthy haggle with the seller, Lu Yan finally secured it in exchange for a common-grade spear and 1 kilogram of mutated lynx meat. With the materials collected, he cut open the lynx's chest and removed its heart, which had long ceased to beat. Materials ready. Craft beast-type electronic guard. A golden light appeared before Lu Yan's eyes. Confirm craft. Clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing rang out as the materials piled at his feet were enveloped in golden light, colliding, dissolving, and fusing together. 10 seconds later, a steel creation resembling an old mechanical dog stood before Lu Yan. Its appearance was not aesthetically pleasing. It was crude with large patches of rust like a mangy old hound. Yet its claws and fangs were exceptionally sharp and gleaming, exuding a chilling light. Beast-type electronic guard abilities: attack, alert, bite, force 180 kilograms, speed 5 equivalent to an average, check wolfdog loyalty, absolutely faithful, absolutely obedient. Description: am ugly, but am. Ahem, well, am not gentle at all. I warn you, remove your hostile gaze from my master's face immediately, or I will tear your throat out. Seeing the data on the beast-type electronic guard, Lu Yan nodded with great satisfaction. Then he opened the crafting system. Craft iron pickaxe. Requires wood X2 manganese steel X1 materials sufficient. Confirm crafting. Obtained iron pickaxe, fine fragile. A pickaxe of ancient design materialized in Lu Yan's hand. Without pause, he raised it high and swung it against the stone wall of the shelter. Stone chips flew everywhere as the smooth, hard wall was instantly gouged with a hole. Was Lu Yan mad? Facing an imminent enemy, he was not reinforcing his shelter, but actively destroying its walls. What on earth was he planning? Lu Yan was not driven to madness by the bandits, nor had he abandoned himself to despair. The reason he chiseled at the stone wall was that he intended to carve a concealed passage within the safe house, something akin to a ventilation duct that would lead outward. These creatures were inherently cunning, typically digging not just one exit, but 2 or 3 burrow openings. When danger loomed, they would decisively escape through the back door, ensuring they would never be trapped and suffocated within the hole. The front entrance served for daily passage while the rear was reserved for desperate flight. This was precisely the principle behind the saying that a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Liu Yan's safe house was indeed robust and reliable, yet it lacked such an escape route. Should he ever be surrounded, even if the assailants could not breach the solid stone walls, they could flood it with water or smoke, leaving him with no retreat and certain death. More critically, if Liu Yan chose to confront them head-on, exiting through the main door would likely result in him being tackled by the bandits lying in ambush. He needed a hidden path to evade their watchful eyes, slip away from the safe house unnoticed, and ideally circle around to strike them down with a single decisive blow. In truth, Liu Yan should have considered this when expanding the ventilation ducts and reinforcing the stone shelter. However, his earlier oversight meant he now had to expend far more energy carving a life-saving passage breaking through walls already solidified. A regrettable waste of resources. But perfection was unattainable. No one could foresee every detail. Even the master strategist Zhuge Liang could not plan without flaw, let alone Liu Yan, who had little prior survival experience. His ability to deduce the need for a life-saving tunnel from the burrowing habits of rats already demonstrated quick thinking. Growth always came through practice. Without stumbling down wrong paths or making mistakes, true maturity was impossible. Fortunately, it was not too late. Liu Yan had ample time to remedy the situation. After about half an hour, a hole large enough for an adult to pass through was chiseled into the stone wall, revealing the earth beyond. Having breached the stone barrier, Liu Yan stepped outside, as if to check the weather, surveyed his surroundings, and fixed his gaze on a patch of grass over a dozen meters from the safe house. This patch of grass spanned roughly 7 or 8 square meters with dense waist-high wild branches that had once appeared withered and yellow. Yet nourished by the rain, they had sprouted fresh green shoots, their leaves lush and thriving. An ideal spot to conceal oneself. Liu Yan strode over, using his iron shovel to dig several pits in the grass before opening the upgrade system and inspecting one of them. An unopened escape tunnel that can be connected to the safe house's interior. Upgrade path 1 open requires 10 survival points. Upgrade path 2 open petrify and reinforce requires 90 survival points. It worked. Liu Yan suppressed his elation as he read the prompt before his eyes. He cast a discreet glance toward the hiding spot of the 3 bandits. They showed no signs of stirring. Next, Liu Yan covered several pits with grass leaves and thin stone slabs propped up by twigs, scattering a few grains of rice on top. A few simple bird traps were thus crafted. Liu Yan had no intention of actually hunting with these contraptions. He was well aware that the 3 bandits were constantly monitoring his movements. If they caught him inexplicably digging a hole in the grass, even if the passage was not yet complete, they would surely keep a vigilant eye on that area. But by setting up such decoys, he could divert their attention from the grass. Though his actions might seem overly cautious, this was a lawless wilderness where the slightest negligence could cost him his life. Details were paramount. After finishing, Liu Yan swaggered back into the safe house. Meanwhile, the trio of bandits, soaked from hours of rain in the woods, grew suspicious of his actions. Third, go see. See what he's up to. The burly, bearded, middle-aged man, known as Blackie, growled. Could he be setting traps for us? Has he spotted us? The wiry, diminutive third grumbled reluctantly, but cowed by Blackie's authority, crept over to inspect the grass before hurrying back. That kid set up a few bird traps. I checked. The holes are too small to even fit my calf. No way they're meant for us. Third declared, thumping his chest with conviction. Blackie relaxed, wiping the rain from his face, and snarled. After all this rain and boiling with rage. Tonight I'm going to make Liu Yan pay dearly. Back in the safe house, Liu Yan did not rush to open the passage. The optimal time would be after nightfall, when the bandits gathered at the entrance to launch their attack. Liu Yan opened the trading market to acquire more stone materials. Though drinking water had depreciated after the heavy rain, he had anticipated this shift. His hard currency was not limited to water alone. Mountain goat meat, 30 kilograms required weapon as sharp and sturdy as possible. A 3 kilograms carton of milk required ranged weapon, preferably a crossbow. A javelin would also do. A waterproof down jacket required heavy axe. After the rain, prices in the trading market had subtly shifted. Buying weapons at a high price. Damn it, I ran into a bandit this morning. Lucky I got away. But he took my safe house and food. Anyone willing to sell me a weapon cheap? I'm going back to fight that bastard to the death. Everyone get yourself some decent gear. Dozens of safe houses have already been raided by bandits. If you don't want your hard-earned resources stolen, boost your combat power now. The world channel was flooded with messages. The heavy rain had created countless homeless refugees who turned their eyes on their own kind, launching a frenzy of looting. To protect their property and lives, players were forced to prepare armor and weapons immediately. Players needed weapons to defend themselves, and the bandits needed them to plunder. Under this dual demand, weapon prices soared, even surpassing the earlier value of drinking water. Without water, one could survive 3 days. But without a weapon, once targeted by bandits, one might not last even 30 minutes. At this moment, Liu Yan's total survival points stood at 176. He possessed several hundred units of iron, ore, and copper, or along with 20 units of carbon steel and 10 units of iron. These resources acquired through low-price bulk purchases with drinking water before the heavy rain had now transformed in value, their prices skyrocketing at least 20-fold. Liu Yan opened the smelting system and placed the copper, ore, and iron ore into it one by one. Do you wish to smelt and extract copper ore? This will consume 1 survival point. Do you wish to smelt the iron ore? Confirm smelting. Smelting successful, obtained 36 units of copper. Smelting successful, obtained 210 units of iron. With a flash of light from the smelting system, 2 piles of metal ingots with distinct colors materialized before Liu Yan. The quality of crafted weapons varies depending on the material. Liu Yan mused, stroking his chin. He was well aware of the rules governing the crafting system. It was clear that high manganese steel was the optimal material for forging cold weapons, as it would undoubtedly yield a refined grade weapon. However, the manganese content within iron ore was minimal. Liu Yan could only attempt to feed the smelted pig iron back into the decomposition system through a process of decomposition, extraction, and resmelting elements in different proportions. After a series of operations consuming 10 survival points, he finally obtained a portion of high manganese steel. His current metal reserves were as follows. Copper 36 units. High manganese steel 20 units. Ordinary carbon steel 80 units. Iron 130 units. As for wood, the fir he had previously cut down was depleted. However, this ubiquitous material was not highly priced. Liu Yan casually crafted an ordinary grade dagger and tossed it into the trading market, receiving 50 units of white ash wood in return. Time to prepare weapons and conduct the second wave of bulk buying in the trading market. Liu Yan looked at the vast array of materials piled before him, a smile spreading across his face. Do you wish to craft a spear? Requires wood 2, steel 1, survival point 1. Do you wish to craft an axe? Requires wood 1, steel 1, survival point 1. Ding. Congratulations. Your weapon crafting proficiency has reached LV2 34,600. Soon Liu Yan produced 10 cold weapons, primarily axes, spears, and daggers. Naturally, he did not use the precious high manganese steel or the secondary carbon steel, opting for the most common iron instead. Consequently, the quality of these weapons did not reach the refined grade. Liu Yan would not forget his previous plan. He would absolutely not release any refined grade cold weapons until he had crafted a LV2 firearm. Through experimentation, he discovered that these ordinary grade cold weapons were utterly incapable of piercing his scale armor. Even if he sold them all, they posed no significant threat to him. The first batch of goods was completed, consuming 20 units of wood and 10 units of iron, dropping Liu Yan's survival points to 154. But he had no time to lament the loss. He immediately opened the trading market and began a frantic buying spree. 3 kilograms of milk. Buy. 20 kilograms of goat meat. Buy. A duvet. Buy. Within 10 short minutes, Liu Yan's first batch of goods was sold out. Perhaps driven by the need to survive, players seeking weapons in the trading market were quite generous with their offers, which largely matched Liu Yan's expected prices, leaving little room for haggling. You have obtained a bucket of Golden Dragon cooking oil 5L. You have obtained a simple medical kit, gauze, alcohol, cotton balls, medical tape. You have obtained a box of amoxicillin. You have obtained 300 units of stone, 100 units of wood. You have obtained a high-intensity flashlight. You have obtained a case of yellow peach and orange canned fruit, 12 cans. You have obtained 1 kilogram of mixed vegetable pack. As a series of notifications chimed, a pile of resources instantly appeared before Liu Yan. He opened the crafting system, consumed 10 units of wood to build a simple cabinet, and methodically placed the resources into its small compartments by category. Liu Yan looked at the ever-increasing supplies within his safe house, his heart filled with a sense of satisfaction. It was beginning to feel more and more like a home. On the stove, the rice porridge for breakfast was nearly cooked. Liu Yan tore some dried vegetables into the pot, then impatiently opened a can of oranges. As the taste buds on his tongue met the sweet orange juice, Liu Yan suddenly felt an urge to cry. On the 4th day of the apocalypse, Liu Yan lived in a sufficiently safe shelter, ate vegetables and fruit, and possessed medicine, as well as warm clothing and bedding. All of this made him feel immensely content. He devoured the canned fruit, his gaze turning ferocious as he thought of the 3 bandits in the forest. Such a happy life. Whoever tries to destroy it, they all must fucking die. They all must die. 10 hours later. Compared to Liu Yan, who had food and drink in his warm safe house, the bandit trio led by Blackie was evidently having a much harder time. Although the rainfall had lessened considerably since noon, the rain had never truly stopped. The 3 men huddled in the forest, shivering against the biting wind. Having not eaten all day, the combined assault of cold and hunger was pushing their spirits to the brink of collapse. Damn it. Damn it. It's finally dark. Leo cursed incessantly, his hair soaked with icy rain, his body feeling frozen stiff. He tried to move his limbs, but his body trembled uncontrollably. If we don't make a move soon, we'll all freeze to death here. Though they wore straw rain capes, they couldn't fully prevent rain from seeping through the gaps. Their clothes were already soaked, and with the cold wind blowing, it was utterly agonizing. Let's make our move. Blackie gazed from afar at the direction of the shelter, now completely shrouded by night. His eyes bloodshot, he gripped his heavy hammer tightly. I swear I'll smash that kid's head to pieces today to feel better. Third brother, I'll draw his attention from the front door. You find if this safe house has any back doors, secret passages, or vents. Sneak in and give him a surprise attack from above. Leo, find a place to hide first. If that kid has some backup plan, and third brother and I get beaten, you jump out and turn the tables when he lets his guard down and gets cocky. I'm the one leading the charge and taking the risk here. If anyone screws up, I won't let them off. Got it. A hoarse voice thick with murderous intent came through the intercom. Lu Yin, who had been resting all day on his hammock, immediately leaped to his feet. He swiftly donned his set of scale armor, grabbed his longbow and steel axe, and within a dozen seconds adjusted his state to its peak, fully armed and ready for the impending battle. Talent avoiding harm activated. Lu Yin's expression turned serious. A cerulean light swept outward instantly, quickly projecting a three-dimensional map of the area outside the safe house into his sight. 3 points of light. The largest red dot stood directly in front of the main entrance. The medium-sized dot was hidden behind a sand dune about 20 meters away. The smallest was moving soon, stopping at the position of a ventilation shaft roughly 15 meters behind the safe house from the main gate. A highly excited voice came through the intercom. Blackie, you guessed it. This kid's shelter really does have a vent. The hunt has begun. Hey, Guest's face twisted into a cruel, excited grin as he heard the response from the third member. Rubbing his hands together, he hoisted his heavy hammer and strode directly toward the door of the safe house, bringing it down with a thunderous blow. Thud! Thud! The heavy pounding echoed through the night, shaking the entire shelter. Lu Yin rose to his feet, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips as he approached the newly excavated stone wall. A hunt. The question is, who is hunting whom? He had already pinpointed the positions of the three thugs. Now all that remained was to turn the tables. Activating the upgrade system, the two options of the upgrade path appeared directly before Lu Yin. He retrieved the stone materials purchased from the trading grounds that day. Seeing the survival point requirement for the second upgrade path drop from 80 to 20, he clicked confirm without a moment's hesitation. Radiance flickered and the battered stone wall opening gradually manifested into the shape of a door. The earth within the passage vanished into thin air, slowly covered by the stone, forming a crawlspace wide enough for an adult to pass through. Stooped. Let's move. Lu Yin patted the beast guardian's head. The passage stretched roughly 20 meters with no significant slopes or turns. In just 10 seconds, Lu Yin reached its end. At the end of the passage was a crude wooden door. He pushed it gently, and it lifted away along with the soil and turf covering it. At that moment, the three thugs were all at least 20 meters away, and under the cover of night and vegetation, no one could possibly notice this newly appeared opening. A frigid wind greeted him, raindrops pattering against Lu Yin's face. He adjusted the volume of the surveillance intercom to its lowest setting and slipped out silently. In the darkness, Lu Yin and the beast guardian moved like reapers from the depths of hell, ready to mercilessly harvest lives. Who to kill first? Lu Yin identified the trio's positions on his talent three-dimensional map and quickly settled on his first target. The third thug stood behind the shelter, using a stone spear to clear the weeds and branches covering the ventilation shaft, revealing the wire mesh beneath. Quite safety-conscious. The third thug sneered, moving closer to twist the wire mesh apart with his hands. 1 step, 2 steps. Suddenly his foot met empty air, and his right leg plunged straight into a trap Lu Yin had dug earlier. Damn it! The third thug cried out in pain, crashing to the ground. He felt a sharp sting on his calf, as if something had cut it. What's wrong? Hey, Guest's voice called from ahead. Nothing. A layer of leaves was floating on a puddle, and I mistook it for solid ground. Took a spill. The third thug gritted his teeth and pulled his right leg out, finding a 2-centimeter gash near his ankle. The wound was shallow, and he paid it no mind, merely cursing under his breath. What rotten luck, cut by a stone too. Hurry up. Haga didn't press further, just urged him on. The third thug endured the pain, crouched by the trap's puddle, and reached for the wire mesh. He began to bend and twist its edges with both thumbs. This wire, barely thicker than noodle strands, would soon snap from metal fatigue. But his movements gradually slowed, his fingers grew stiff and lost their strength. His limbs turned wooden, refusing to move no matter how hard he tried. In just 5 seconds, the third thug felt control over his body slip away, how his muscles no longer obeyed his commands. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. His mind went blank. He wanted to shout a warning to Hago, but then realized with terror that he couldn't even speak. The muscles in his throat were paralyzed too. Thud. 2 seconds later, the third thug's body toppled straight to the ground like a stone. A steel axe emerged from the darkness, severing his head with brutal efficiency. Blood sprayed, mingling with the rain as it flowed freely across the earth. The third thug's head stared wide-eyed, his gaze filled with terror and resentment. As a thug, he had failed spectacularly, dying without even seeing his enemy's face. The last image the world offered him was a pair of mud-stained sneakers. The sneakers strode into the darkness, leaving behind a trail of bloody footprints. Liao curled up as tightly as possible, clutching a wooden spear in his right hand and a packet of quicklime in his left, keeping his body hidden behind a sand dune. His position faced the safe house's main door. In the dim light, he could only vaguely make out He Gu's figure relentlessly smashing the door with his hammer. Unlike He Gu and the third thug, Liao was not so optimistic about raiding the shelter of the top-ranked owner. He had a nagging feeling that tonight's plunder wouldn't go smoothly. Still, at least his own role wasn't too dangerous. If something went wrong, he'd have a good chance to escape. As for He Gu and the third thug, their gang was a temporary alliance with no real camaraderie between them. Liao couldn't care less about their fates. So cold. Damn weather, the rain just won't let up. Liao breathed warm air onto his nearly frozen right hand. The sound of raindrops hitting the ground filled the air. Pitter-patter, pitter-patter, splash, splash. Liao frowned. The sound of raindrops hitting puddles nearby seemed off a bit too loud. It didn't sound like rain, more like hail. More like footsteps. Liao's pupils contracted. He jerked his head up. In the darkness, a silver figure flashed abruptly from his left side, kicking up mud and sludge. Liao's mind buzzed. On instinct, he swung the wooden spear in his right hand like a club, bringing it down with full force. Crack. The wooden spear struck something hard and snapped instantly. Almost simultaneously, he flung the quicklime from his left hand. Amidst the blinding white cloud, Liao opened his mouth to let out a sharp scream of warning. But before the terrified sound could reach his throat, he saw the silver figure burst through the lime powder. Then he felt a chill at his neck, as if something sharp had pierced his throat. The beast guardian, moving silently under the cover of night, arrived beside Liao and bit through his throat with deadly precision. Liao's eyes bulged with rage. Blood gushed from his mouth, and his powerful roar instantly deflated into a weak gurgle, spilling from the wound along with the blood. He tried to scream, but the sound escaped as air through his throat wound. He tried to fight back, but his strength seemed to drain away in an instant. Thud! Liao fell backward, the broken spear slipping from his hand into the water. Crunch! The beast guardian bit down again, severing Liao's cervical spine before limping away into the darkness. The beast guardian was not as powerful or invincible as one might imagine, but size was no larger than an ordinary Shiba Inu. Liao's desperate strike had not been futile. It had broken the guardian's left foreleg. Still, the guardian's attack had been precise. Had the fight continued, the outcome would have been uncertain. In the darkness, having killed 2 men in succession, Liu Yin felt his blood boil. This was the primal killing instinct buried deep within the genetic code. Even the kindest, most gentle person harbors such a beast within. In civilized society, this beast is suppressed by laws and social systems, but in the wilderness, it can be unleashed without restraint. One last one. Liu Yin gripped his steel axe tightly, staring at the last red dot on his talent map, and crept toward it. Bastard. Making such a sturdy door, making me work this hard. When I get in, I'll smash your bones and skin you alive. He Gu grumbled incessantly. The stone door was far tougher than he had imagined. Even after dozens of strikes, it had only yielded a slight crack. Attacking Hedon was indeed a stupid idea. He muttered to himself, then lowered his voice and called toward the ventilation shaft. Third, how's it going over there? Silence. No one answered. Only the sound of rain pattering against the ground. He Gu frowned, raising his voice again. How much longer do you need? He Gu wasn't worried that Liu Yin might hear him. The stone door and walls provided excellent soundproofing, and with the heavy rain and hammering, it was nearly impossible to hear anything outside from within the safe house. Still no answer. He Gu's brow furrowed deeper, a flicker of impatience crossing his face. He yelled hoarsely, Third, are you slacking off, or what? Are you listening to me? SSSSS. Just then He Gu seemed to hear a crackling electronic sound. Then he heard his own words, the ones he had just used to scold the third thug, echoing behind him in an electronic voice. Are you slacking off? Are you listening to me? He Gu was stunned. In the pitch-black night, his own words, unanswered moments ago, now sounded behind him. A chill ran down his spine. His pupils contracted, and without thinking he spun around. A bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. By the flash of lightning, he saw a sight he would never forget. A steel axe growing larger in his vision as it whistled through the air, and a towering figure that had appeared behind him without warning. Liu Yin. It was Liu Yin. Wasn't he supposed to be in the safe house? When had he gotten behind me? He Gu's mind went blank, his ability to think momentarily paralyzed. On instinct, he raised the hammer handle and his arm to block the descending axe blade. Crack! The steel axe swept through, slicing through the hammer handle as easily as if it were rotting wood, then cleaving into He Gu's shoulder. Blood sprayed, and a thick arm flew high into the air before crashing heavily into the mud. Liu Yin lifted the dripping axe, slowly raising his head to reveal a face that was both handsome and cruel. He grinned. Go on, keep talking. I've been listening all along. He Gu froze. An excruciating pain shot through his entire body. He collapsed into the mud, howling in agony, clutching the stump of his left shoulder. Strangely, at that moment, an absurdly inappropriate phrase surfaced in his mind. The wise enter not the river of love. Youth knows no martial virtue. You, a man in your 20s, ambushing and deceiving me, a man in my 40s. Is this good? This is not good. The excruciating pain of his severed arm instantly stripped Haegu of all will to resist. He writhed and thrashed in the muddy water like a pig awaiting slaughter, letting out harrowing screams. Lu Yin was not a particularly cruel or sadistic person, but after killing 2 men and grievously wounding a third, he felt not a shred of pity as he watched Haegu's miserable state in the mire. In the apocalypse, mercy towards one's enemies is cruelty towards oneself. If Lu Yan's axe had been even a fraction slower, it might have been him lying on the ground. The moral codes established by civilized society could not restrain the evil of human nature in this wilderness. To survive, one must adhere to a single rule. When facing a malicious fellow human, the speed at which you swing your blade must be fiercer and faster than when slaughtering a beast. Lu Yan glanced at his steel axe. The blade, forged from manganese steel, remained sharp and resilient after successive strikes, without a hint of dullness. He walked towards Haegu, axe in hand. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I meant no harm. I just wanted to take shelter from the rain in your safe house. For the sake of us both being citizens of the Huaxia Federation, please spare me. Haegu, bleeding profusely on the ground, saw Lu Yan approaching. The pain in his limbs was instantly overshadowed by the terror of death as he pleaded desperately. Compared to pain, he feared death far more. Didn't you call me a fat sheep saying you'd take my resources for a feast? A grim smile twisted across Lu Yan's face. He wouldn't show mercy just because of their shared nationality. These days, even relatives often came to blows over interests. Once interests were compromised, the bond of blood became fragile. And most importantly, Lu Yan faced a threat far graver than mere loss of property, his very life. Under such circumstances, even a blood brother could not be spared, let alone a stranger. Pat, pat. Light footsteps sounded as the beast guard appeared behind Haegu, its menacing claws resting directly on his shoulders. A ferocious metal dog's head slowly extended forward. Haegu caught a whiff of an intensely rich, bloody odor. Turning his head, he was nearly scared unconscious. The beast guard's metal jaws were mere 2 centimeters from his face. He could even see the shreds of flesh and bone fragments caught between its teeth. Seeing this, Haegu was plunged into despair. His 2 companions had likely been eliminated already. The faint hope that they might leap out to rescue him and turn the tide was utterly shattered in that moment. Lu Yan noticed the beast guard's slightly deformed left foreleg, and his rage towards the 3 bandits flared even hotter. He bellowed, "Finish him!" The beast guard's jaws gaped wide as Lu Yan's steel axe came swinging down. Haegu let out a shriek and shouted with all his might, his words tumbling out in a frantic rush. "Don't kill me. I have vital resource information to tell you. Before I set out, I was afraid of being robbed, so I hid some of my resources in a cave. Spare me, and he'll tell you the cave's location." Whoosh. The steel axe and razor-sharp fangs stopped less than an inch from Haegu's forehead and neck. His skin could already feel the bone-chilling sharpness, and a wave of goosebumps erupted across his body. Resources? Lu Yan stared at the terrified Haegu, then suddenly raised his axe again and swung it down. "You're lying to me. How could a band of thieves like you formed just a day ago without even a safe house possibly have any resources?" I do. A small diesel generator and a vegetable culture medium. I didn't steal them. I got them from a silver treasure chest." Haegu shouted in a nearly cracking voice, trembling all over. A generator. Hearing those 3 words, a wave of heat surged through Lu Yan's heart. Although his shelter was secure enough for the time being and could meet basic survival needs, that was far from sufficient. He needed to advance from the Iron Age to the Technological Age to transform his underground safe house into an underground fortress. Electricity was essential. With it, not only his industry, but also his standard of living would be greatly enhanced. As for the vegetable culture medium, that was a tremendous boon on his path to a comfortable life. With it, he could enjoy fresh fruits and vegetables in the future. The wilderness climate was unsuitable for crop cultivation. The drastic temperature fluctuations would kill most delicate vegetable seedlings, leaving only hardy weeds to survive. In the few days since the apocalypse began, Lu Yan's only source of fruits, vegetables, and diverse vitamins had been dried vegetable packets. But how could the taste and nutrition of dried vegetables compare to fresh ones? A silver treasure chest. That bastard sure was lucky. But was he telling the truth? Lu Yan frowned. "I'm not lying to you. I wouldn't dare lie to you." As if guessing Lu Yan's doubts, Haegu swiftly pulled up a screenshot. The image showed a fuel generator about the size of a standard computer case and a medium-sized vegetable cultivation box roughly 5 meters in both length and width. The surrounding environment also matched that of a cave. "I originally wanted to sell it, but the prices in the trading post during the early apocalypse are very unstable. These 2 items wouldn't fetch a high price, so I planned to wait until the prices went up." Haegu gritted his teeth against the nearly unbearable pain, knowing this was his only possible chance to survive. He had to stay lucid. Let me go. If you kill me you gain nothing, but if you spare me you'll obtain 2 precious treasures. I've lost an arm. I'm in no position to take revenge on you. And in this environment, even if you don't kill me, it's questionable whether he'll live to see tomorrow morning. He-Go wept and pleaded, kowtowing incessantly. Lu Yin was silent for a moment, then spoke. Tell me the location of that cave, and I won't kill you. A flicker of joy passed through He-Ge's eyes, but then he gritted his teeth and said, You have to let me go first. What if you change your mind once I tell you the location? Lu Yan's face was expressionless. He suddenly grabbed He-Go by the hair and slammed 2 brutal punches into his face, his voice cold. Do you understand who holds the upper hand here? You dare to bargain with me? I can take the generator and the culture medium. Or I can leave them. Don't try to test my limits, understand? They'll give you one more sentence to speak. If you don't, then you'll never speak again. Though Lu Yin desperately wanted the generator and culture medium, he would never let desire cloud his judgment. He knew that an intense craving for something could impair his analytical and decision-making abilities, potentially leading him into a trap. Those 2 merciless punches completely shattered He-Ge's illusions of bargaining. Staring at the icy axe blade inches away, he stammered, The cave is at coordinates 198, 556. Hold on. Lu Yin interrupted He-Go and directly opened the trading post. Post a trade listing the exact location of the cave, where I hid the generator and culture medium. Put the information you just gave me up there. He-Go was stunned. After a moment his face fell as he posted the information he had just given Lu Yin. Listing failed. Information does not match description. Lying to me, were you? Lu Yan's face turned icy. He mercilessly stomped on He-Ge's injured shoulder where the arm had been severed, grinding his heel into the wound. Blood splattered. The intense agony caused He-Go to black out, only to be jolted awake by the pain within 3 seconds. Arg! He-Go screamed miserably. I won't do it again, I won't. He'll post the real information right now. He-Ge's spirit was completely shattered by the torment. He dared not play any more tricks. Following Lu Yan's instructions, he relisted an information item with a unique price. My severed arm. Lu Yan picked up the thick severed arm from the ground and completed the purchase in the trading post. The exact location of the cave hiding the generator and culture medium is 165, 883. Lu Yan breathed a sigh of relief. Since it was successfully listed, this must be the real location. He-Go swallowed hard and said in a trembling voice, I've told you the exact location. Now you have to keep your promise. And let me go right. Lu Yan stared at He-Go expressionlessly until the man felt a chill run down his spine. Then he raised an eyebrow and said, All right. He-Go was silent for a moment, then asked, You're not going to go back on your word and stab me in the back, are you? Lu Yan laughed, looking quite amiable. Don't be silly, old man. I don't kill the disabled. You can go. He-Go stared intently at Lu Yan's expression, then suddenly with startling speed rolled over from the muddy water and scrambled to his feet, staggering into the darkness. He could only hear the wind whistling past his ears. He had never imagined he could run so fast. No footsteps came from behind. He had survived. Truly survived. A look of elation at escaping death spread across He-Ge's face. Damn that Lu Yan. You bastard. After losing my arm, I've indeed lost the power to take revenge on you. But if I make your shelter's location public, I'm sure many displaced thugs and refugees will be very interested. They'll come swarming in. When that happens, you'll die a most miserable death. A look of profound malice twisted He-Ge's face. He could already envision the scene of Lu Yan being surrounded and slain, his corpse left in the wilderness. Activate talent skill. Lu Yan stood in the darkness. He unshouldered his longbow, nocked an arrow, and drew it taut. As the light of his talent skill swept forward, a humanoid point of light, blazing with a crimson glow, appeared in Lu Yan's vision amidst the pitch-black wilderness. I love that contrasting despair of someone falling from heaven straight into hell. A cruel grin spread across Lu Yan's face. His fingers suddenly released the bowstring, and the fletchless arrow pierced through the curtain of rain for over 10 meters, in an instant carrying a sharp whistle as it flew. A muffled sound rang out within the rain, like a wineskin filled with liquid being punctured. He-Go, who had been frantically running, stiffened as if struck by lightning. A flash of lightning streaked across the sky. He slowly lowered his head and saw half an arrow stained with blood protruding from his chest. The 3-inch arrowhead was bright and smooth, reflecting a face twisted in despair. You said you wouldn't kill me. You said you wouldn't kill me. He-Go thudded to his knees, feeling all his strength drain away in an instant. He used the last of his energy to keep roaring the same words, You lied, you liar. In the darkness, listening to He-Ge's furious roar, Lu Yan wore a very strange expression and sighed. How can you easily believe an enemy's words? Being a thug and not even having that much awareness. Not kill you. I really don't know if you're an idiot or if you take me for an idiot. On that rainy night, 3 thugs lay forever fallen on that land. Lu Yan stood there. Tonight, 3 people had died by his hand. When the apocalypse first began, he had worried that having lived in civilized society for over 20 years, he might lack the courage to kill a fellow human being if forced to fight for his life. Now he knew the answer. He looked at his own palm, recalling how when he went to behead Lao San, and when he drew the bow to shoot He Gu, his hand hadn't trembled in the slightest. Life and death situations truly make one grow the fastest. Before I didn't even dare to stick a knife into a pig, but now having killed 3 people in a row, I don't feel particularly terrified. Lu Yin remarked with emotion. Yes, during the killing just now he had felt almost no fear. If he had to say what he was afraid of, perhaps the only thing Lu Yin feared was that his axe wasn't fast enough, his aim wasn't precise enough, giving his opponent a chance to counterattack. Day 4 of the apocalypse. Lu Yin grew increasingly cold and increasingly powerful. He had already adapted to the survival rules of this brutal wilderness. 10 minutes later, Lu Yin dug a large pit about 500 meters from the safe house. He stripped all the supplies from the 3 corpses and threw them inside. This action wasn't to give the 3 men a proper burial, but because leaving the corpses exposed would allow rainwater and sunlight to breed bacteria, viruses, and foul stench over time. If not dealt with promptly, it would affect Lu Yin's ability to survive normally. The rain washed the earth quickly, cleansing the blood and the traces of the dragged bodies. A few minutes later, Lu Yin finished everything and returned to the shelter. He first checked the shelter's main door. Under He Gu's relentless hammering, the stone door's outer layer was pockmarked with pits, and there was some misalignment with the door frame. But overall it was still safe, though its seal and appearance had slightly deteriorated. Forget it'll repair it after the rain stops. Lu Yin closed the door, tightly took off his wet clothes, and laid them by the stove to dry. His gaze then fell on the passage he had carved through the stone wall. The outer door of the passage also needs sealing. As for the interior, a hole in the wall is too unsightly. It'll add a stone secret door tomorrow. Also, the forelimbs of the beast guard need repairs. After a major battle, Lu Yin had many repair jobs to do, but he had also captured some supplies. Lu Yin sat by the stove. In his hands were 3 small wallet-like objects. These were the system backpacks from the 3 thugs. When a player is killed, their system backpack automatically drops. In other words, loot drops. Let's see if there's anything good. Lu Yin rubbed his hands together. It was time for his favorite part, collecting rewards. Just as he eagerly took out one backpack ready to open it, a system announcement echoed in his ears. Attention all players, in 3 minutes the first leaderboard rewards will be distributed. The top 10 on the shelter, kill, and power leaderboards will all receive resource items. The second leaderboard reward distribution will take place in 10 days. Thereafter, rewards will be distributed every 10 days as a cycle. Leaderboard rewards. Lu Yin paused mid-motion, his excitement surging. The top of the leaderboard also gets rewards. He was the number 1 on the shelter leaderboard. With a thrill of anticipation, Lu Yin opened the world channel. Players' emotions had been ignited by the system announcement, and they were flooding the chat with messages. Liao Waha, I only killed 1 mutated lizard, and I still made it to 10th on the kill leaderboard. Trip, this is unfair. No one understands killing better than me. I crushed dozens of frogs, so why am I not on the list? Wang Ziqing, I don't accept this. My shelter has 12 people, so why is it ranked lower than a faction with only 7? Triple X, the guy above this leaderboard, isn't ranked by population. It's based on comprehensive data like influence and combat power. You're raising 12 weak and useless people. How can you compare to 7 elites? Kadonfu, it seems everyone has some doubts about the rankings on these 2 lists. But as for the shelter leaderboard, I believe no one has any objections, right? Players opened the leaderboards. When they saw the data, many were extremely angry and expressed their dissatisfaction, claiming the rankings were unfair and some people didn't deserve to be so high. But soon their attention turned to the shelter leaderboard. Number 1, Lu Yin. Fang Xiong, the top spot, is still Lu Shin, so stable. A score of 210 leaves the rest in the dust, a full 150 points ahead of second place. Zhang Yingying, Lu Shin, please teach us how to build a shelter to this level in such a short time. On the shelter leaderboard, the top 5 had hardly changed. But the bottom 5 were completely different from what he had seen in the morning. Among the owners of the bottom 5 shelters, Lu Yin spotted a familiar name. Lu Yuanyuan. Wasn't that the show-off rich girl? Her shelter was ranked 10th, just 1 point ahead of the 11th place, barely making it onto the list. Wang Ziqing, yo, isn't this Miss Show-Off? Haven't seen you in a few days, fallen so low. You were so flashy before, I thought you were something special. Turns out your name isn't on the other 2 lists, and you're only 10th on the shelter one. Leo, so many resources are wasted in her hands. If those resources were given to me, I could definitely get my shelter into the top 3. Triple X, Lu Yuanyuan, trash, useless, why aren't you barking? Come out. Lu Yin silently watched the world channel where the discussion was about to turn into a full-blown flame war and felt a headache coming on. He had to admit Lu Yuanyuan's behavior a couple of days ago had indeed attracted a lot of hatred, and many players were still hounding her. Lu Yin thought she wouldn't respond, but soon she appeared in the world channel and put on a spectacular show, taking on dozens of critics single-handedly. Lu Yuanyuan, for those cursing me, let me ask you a riddle first. There's a girl who is often mocked by her friends because her chest is very small. But since she can never compare to others in size, she has to silently endure it. Lu Yuanyuan, but one day after taking a bath with her friends, she finally became confident and started to show off, even mocking her friends back. Why is that? The players in the World Channel fell silent. They had no idea what Lu Yuanyuan was getting at. Lu Yuanyuan, and no one knows such a simple question. Let me tell you. Lu Yuanyuan, the answer is better than those above, but still more than those below. Lu Yuanyuan, my shelter is indeed worse than Lu Yan's and the other top players, but it's still more than enough compared to you. You bunch of jealous dogs, I can't even see your names in the top 30 of the leaderboard. If Lu Yan himself were mocking me today, that would be one thing. But who do you think you are? Do you have the right to speak? Lu Yuanyuan, what are you yapping about? Tell me, what are you yapping about? Lu Yuanyuan's words pierced into the hearts of most players like relentless blades. To put it in a fitting phrase, it was like Garen building a last whisper, silent yet devastating. Indeed, even though Lu Yuanyuan's shelter was only ranked 10th compared to over 1,000 players in the wilderness, she had surpassed 99% of them. In a sense, only the top 9 players on the shelter leaderboard were qualified to judge her. The rest didn't even have the right to speak to her on equal terms. Lu Yuanyuan, I advise you not to cast envious glances at others. With this time, why not focus on building your own shelters? You lot swing your pickaxes on the mines until they smoke during the day, yet go to bed hungry in damp, dark earthen dens at night. And with such circumstances, you still have the leisure to mock me, who lives without worry. Who gave you the courage? The World Channel descended into chaos. Many players' blood pressure soared as they hurled the most venomous curses at Lu Yuanyuan, spamming the screen wildly. But clearly, no matter how vicious the words, they seemed utterly powerless. Because Lu Yuanyuan spoke the truth. These players had lost too completely. These malicious curses were like the frantic barks of a dog whose tail had been stepped on. No matter how loud the howl, it wouldn't earn a second glance. Such was the cruel wilderness. If you were strong, you held the right to speak and mock others. If you were weak, you didn't even have the confidence to trade insults. Lu Yan had no interest in the spat between these players and Lu Yuanyuan. He only vaguely felt that this woman was too arrogant and provocative, easily inviting resentment, much like how he had once been betrayed by that player ID Zhao Ruifeng. Back then, Lu Yan had merely sold water a few times in the trading post, showing a bit of wealth. Now Lu Yuanyuan was far more excessive than he had been, drawing so much hatred that nearly 80% of the wilderness players held a terrible impression of her. If this woman dared to reveal the location of her shelter, she would undoubtedly attract a horde of players hunting her. The rewards will be distributed soon. Lu Yan rubbed his hands together, shifting his gaze from the World Channel to the leaderboard interface. The 3-minute countdown had reached its final 10 seconds. 10, 9, 3, 2, 1, ding. A pleasant announcement rang in every player's ears. Attention players. The first leaderboard rewards are now being distributed. First, the Power Leaderboard. The top of the Power Leaderboard is Wilderness Hunter Squad. Members 7. Reason for top ranking: a 7-member squad composed of fierce and barbaric Chechens. 6 members have experience in combat and military service with robust physiques, and the last member is a doctor. This is the most perfect early game profession combination, maximizing survival chances and nipping all dangers in the bud. Note: when you see 7 burly hairy men approaching you, run. Run immediately. The top-ranked Wilderness Hunter Squad wasn't the largest in numbers, but its combat power and overall index were undoubtedly the strongest. Among these 7, there wasn't a single useless person or incapable ordinary individual. A combination of 6 fighters and 1 doctor was enough to crush most threats in the early wilderness: small beast, hordes, mutated creatures, and other player factions. Catalov, that name looks familiar. Isn't that the big bearded guy I bought wolf meat from? Lu Yan immediately recognized the familiar face on the leaderboard. On the first day of the apocalypse, he had exchanged 1,050 milliliters of drinking water for 10 kilograms of wolf meat, a wolf hide, and a wolf brain. That wolf hide was still sitting under him. Now distributing the top reward for the Power Leaderboard. Rewards: 10 kilograms of chum salmon, 20 kilograms of rice, 5 kilograms of large rye bread. Rewards: 60 units of iron or a bear hide, cloak, a monocular telescope. Special title reward: Wolf of the Wilderness. The first 2 rounds of rewards were unremarkable, but the final special title reward drew the attention of all players. A title? What's that? Does it have additional attributes? Wolf of the Wilderness sounds pretty domineering. Does it mean the 7 members of the Wilderness Hunter Squad are like a small wolf pack? Players buzzed with discussion, and at that moment another announcement was made. Player Catalov chooses not to disclose the title's attributes. The system will mask the attribute bonuses on his personal interface. So there are attribute bonuses. I guessed right. Damn, why won't they reveal it? Can't they satisfy my curiosity? Who would show their trump card to the whole world? Do you have a brain? The announcement sparked heated debate among players, and it also excited Lu Yan. It seemed that titles were similar to talent skills, providing players with additional abilities or attribute boosts, a direct and powerful way to enhance oneself. Now distributing the top reward for the Kill Leaderboard. The top of the Kill Leaderboard is Yao Qi. Kill count 26. Reason for top ranking: he possesses the purest combat and killing techniques, a born killing machine. In 4 days, 21 players and 5 mutated beasts have fallen by his hand. These dead are unfortunate for they lie in the wilderness. These dead are fortunate for their deaths were swift, all one-hit kills. Note when you encounter Yao Qi in the wilderness, don't be afraid, don't run, stare him down with your eyes, put on a brave front. This way you can die with some dignity. Reward distribution. Special title Reward Blade of the Wilderness, the top of the kill leaderboard, was a very unfamiliar name. Not only in the World Channel, but even in the trading post there had never been any transaction info from this ID. Lu Yin looked at the portrait of a young man with dark wheatish skin on the leaderboard and couldn't help but feel a twinge of emotion. It seemed there were many low-key masters in the wilderness rarely appearing in public view, yet their strength far exceeded everyone's imagination. Soon the kill leaderboard rewards were fully distributed. Like Katalov, Yao Qi also chose to hide his title attributes, now distributing the top reward for the shelter leaderboard. Upon hearing this, Lu Yan's heart raced uncontrollably. Finally, it was my turn. I hope this reward includes materials to craft a level 2 weapon. If so, I'm confident I can top both the shelter and kill leaderboards before the next ranking release. Lu Yin muttered to himself, staring intently at the leaderboard interface. Top of the shelter leaderboard, Lu Yin. Shelter score, 210. Reason for top ranking: a stone safe house with 3 major systems is almost a fortress in the wilderness capable of isolating most danger factors. Wind and rain cannot enter. Beasts cannot attack. Bandits cannot breach. It provides you with a safe, comfortable living environment. It is your warmest and strongest home in the wilderness. No, put some effort. I can take it. If you can't even swing a hammer, dare you call yourself a demolition crew. Rewards: 5 liters of fresh juice, 20 kilograms of flour, 5 kilograms of white sugar. Rewards: sleeve arrow X1, a duck down blanket X1, insect repellent incense. Special title Reward Wall of the Wilderness. A cascade of item rewards materialized before Lu Yin, yet what captured his attention most was undoubtedly the special title that took center stage. Wilderness Bastion. When equipped, it grants 3 strength, 3 defense, and 3 endurance. It enhances the host's resistance to viruses, bacteria, and radiation by 30, and boosts self-healing ability by 20. Description: I am the toughest man in the wilderness. Upon witnessing these attributes, Lu Yin eagerly chose to equip. As the notification of equip successful chimed, he felt as though a wondrous transformation had taken place throughout his entire being. It was as if an invisible force surged from the depths of his cells, permeating every limb and bone. He clenched his fists, sensing the immense enhancement of his body. After a moment of silence, Lu Yin retrieved the longbow hanging on the wall and attempted to draw it. With a gentle exertion, the bowstring was pulled taut to a full moon shape. It was far too effortless. Ecstasy surged within Lu Yan's heart. In the past, drawing the longbow fully would cause a sore and strenuous sensation in his arm muscles due to the powerful closing force of the string and bow body, but now that feeling had vanished entirely. His strength and endurance had been greatly amplified. At present, by exerting force with both arms together, he could easily lift a 100 kilograms weight. Of course, there remained a gap compared to professional athletes in this regard, but this was not because Lu Yin was weaker than weightlifters of similar build. Rather, it was due to his lack of specialized training and unfamiliarity with proper lifting techniques. Purely in terms of raw strength, Lu Yin was now on par with professional weightlifters. It's not just strength that has increased, but also defense. Lu Yan's eyes darted as he picked up a sharp shard of stone that had shattered from the wall he had struck earlier and attempted to drag it across his palm. SSSHH. The sharp stone fragment scraped across his palm, yet it left only a shallow white mark on the skin. Lu Yin did not even feel a hint of pain. He continued to increase the pressure, and a sharp sting began to radiate through his palm, but the skin remained unbroken. Crack! Under the violent pressure and scraping of Lu Yin, the sharp stone fragment finally succumbed, shattering into even finer pieces. Ordinary stones can no longer pierce my skin. Lu Yin could not help but want to burst into laughter. This level of defense was comparable to crocodile scales or boar hide. Even without wearing scale armor, the teeth and claws of most small beasts would likely fail to harm him. Next, Lu Yin tested each attribute bonus granted by this title one by one, and the results left him thoroughly satisfied. The attribute enhancements from the title were simply outrageous. Lu Yin roughly calculated that if 2 players had identical statistics, the one equipped with the title would possess nearly twice the overall physical strength of the other. Lu Yin identity: top of the shelter rankings, advanced player strength 11, agility 5, defense 5, endurance 8. Special ability: enhanced self-healing, increased resistance to viruses, bacteria, and radiation. Talent: skill, seek advantage, avoid harm. Title: Wilderness Bastion. Note: you have successfully established yourself in the wilderness and begun to shine, but do not be complacent or arrogant. The top position on the leaderboard will invite fierce competition from countless players. We hope you can solidify your standing and then strive for the top of all 3 rankings, aiming for the title of Wilderness King. Lu Yan's gaze swept across his personal information, lingering on the final comment. The Wilderness King. This title set his heart pounding uncontrollably. The top of all three rankings. The supreme powerhouse of the entire wilderness. The acknowledged king of the wilderness. Who could resist such a dazzling and illustrious title? Yet with just a little thought one could grasp the immense difficulty of competing for this title. Those worthy of bearing it would likely have to survive countless battlefields soaked in blood and corpses, endure endless schemes and machinations, and cling to life at the edge of life and death countless times, step by step defeating all rivals and ascending the throne upon mountains of bones. One general's achievement is built upon 10,000 skeletons. And as the top of the shelter rankings, Liu Yin was acutely aware that even if he had no desire to contend with others, he would inevitably be targeted by competitors. In the wilderness, one's fate is beyond one's control. If I don't want to be killed by other contenders vying for the wilderness king, I must make myself stronger. Liu Yin clenched his fist, his heart now brimming with a sense of crisis. This game was designed with great cunning. By posting the rankings and deliberately creating titles like Wilderness King, it made the top of each of the three rankings regard the other two as their rivals, thus preventing cooperation among them, intentionally fostering internal strife to increase difficulty and prevent the game instance from being cleared too quickly. Indeed, compared to the mutated beasts and hordes of the wilderness, it was only fellow human players who were each other's greatest enemies. Only humans understand how to kill other humans more swiftly and effectively. After announcing the top of the three rankings, the game also issued corresponding rewards to the other top 10 players on each list. It was worth noting that after killing 3 thugs in succession, Liu Yin also rose to the 6th position on the kill leaderboard, earning some food and furniture rewards. As for the beautiful streamer Mu Qianqian, who had privately chatted with Liu Yin earlier, her shelter ranking remained 2nd, and she also managed to secure 10th place on the faction leaderboard with a scale of 37 people. It seemed she had ultimately ignored his advice and stubbornly continued to recruit a large number of refugees. Liu Yin did not pay much attention to this. Everyone had their own choices, and Mu Qianqian's approach was not necessarily entirely wrong. With her growing numerical advantage, she might soon be able to contend with the wilderness hunter squads. Forget it, what others do is none of my business. Let's first count tonight's gains. With the leaderboard rewards distributed, Liu Yin shifted his focus to the pile of supplies before him, which resembled a small mountain. Tonight's haul was the most abundant since the apocalypse began, and he could no longer contain his excitement. Freshly squeezed premium juice, fresh juice, cool and refreshing, rich in fruit and vegetable fiber, supplementing various vitamins. Description: remember, in the wilderness you are guaranteed some good juice to drink, yo. Endorsement by friends Xiao Liang Hu Di Tang Lao. For Liu Yin, who had been eating meat for days, juice was undoubtedly a good thing. It could supplement vitamins and promote intestinal peristalsis and absorption. Having gone without vegetables and fruits for several days, Liu Yin had clearly noticed some discomfort in his bowel movements. After carefully storing the juice, he turned his gaze to the second item on his left, the reward for 6th place on the kill leaderboard. Flush toilet, simple flush toilet to be used after connecting to the sewer. Description: oh God, I hope in my next life I can have endless water to drink, have fairer skin, and see an endless stream of butts every day. A devout prayer from an African black man who never married before dying of thirst. Liu Yin stared silently at the final line of description, his cheek twitching involuntarily. Was this the kind of introduction a flush toilet should have? Even a pervert like me finds it perverted. This object was utterly useless until a complete sewage system was constructed. Liu Yin merely glanced at it before tossing the toilet into a corner. Wrist arrow, effective lethal range 10 meters, penetration, can pierce cowhide within 10 meters. Description: Q, which is faster, your fist or my wrist arrow? A, beyond 5 meters the wrist arrow is faster, within 5 meters the wrist arrow is both fast and accurate. The third item was a wrist arrow no larger than an ordinary fountain pen, its appearance unremarkable. It could be fastened to the wrist with several wire clasps perfectly concealed when the sleeve was lowered. It was an exceptional weapon for ambushes and counterattacks. However, it could only fire once and lacked a continuous fire function. After shooting, it required reloading with a miniature arrow, or it would become a mere ornament. If used properly, this could be a life-saving artifact. Among the rewards from the leaderboard, aside from the special title, the item that satisfied Liu Yin the most was this miniature wrist arrow. Its lethality was admittedly not as strong as a longbow, but its small size and unexpected attack method were its key advantages. If the arrowhead were coated with poison from a poison dart frog, it would become a devastating weapon. Liu Yin excitedly mounted it on his left wrist. An extremely thin silver cord extended from the arrow tube and wrapped around his middle finger. This was the firing mechanism. In an emergency, a gentle pull on the silver cord would send the deadly arrow flying out. The subsequent item rewards were largely unremarkable, mostly consisting of food and seasonings. This was understandable as the leaderboard rewards were distributed every 10 days, a relatively high frequency, so it was impossible to include too many heavyweight prizes. The key lay in the ownership of the special title, though everything else was merely supplementary. Liu Yin sorted them by category and stored them away. His shelter now contained rice flour, drinking water, seasonings, bedding, and blankets, a series of necessities for daily life. Except for electricity, it was infinitely close to the civilized society of the past. Next, Lu Yin began to inventory the supplies of the three thugs, but soon found himself greatly disappointed. The most valuable items in the thugs' inventory were a bag of roughly 5 kilograms of cream crackers and a crudely drawn rough map. Aside from these, there were only 2 pairs of smelly rubber shoes and a few tattered straw rain capes. But upon reflection, this situation was quite normal. These 3 bandits had lost their shelter just the night before and had begun wandering the wilderness. In truth, their path of plunder had barely begun. They had been killed by Lu Yin before they could amass any significant wealth through looting. Their poverty was to be expected. Lu Yin quickly emerged from his disappointment. Of course, despite the thugs' poverty, their legacy was not limited to what he had just seen. Once I retrieve that diesel generator and the vegetable culture medium, tomorrow my life in the wilderness will enter its next phase. Lu Yin recalled Hey Guest's dying words as he lay on the hammock envisioning a bright future. Soon a wave of deep fatigue and drowsiness washed over him. He closed his eyes, drifting off into a slumber. In his dream, he saw his shelter brightly lit, standing tall atop the wilderness. A ray of sunlight streamed through the gap, smashed in the shelter door, falling like a golden curtain on Lu Yin's face, waking him from his dreams. Is it morning already? Lu Yin rubbed his eyes. After a night's sleep, he felt his strength and spirit had returned to their peak. His whole body felt brimming with inexhaustible energy. A full night of peaceful sleep surprised Lu Yin, who had wondered about his own psychological resilience. He had thought that after killing for the first time, he would at least have some terrifying nightmares in the middle of the night. But to his surprise, the 3 thugs had not appeared in his dreams at all. Could it be that I have the genes of a bandit hidden deep in my bones, suppressed all along by civilized society, with no chance to break free? My hands didn't shake the first time I killed, and I wasn't overly tense. Lu Yin stroked his chin, then chuckled softly. It seems I really am suited for this wilderness. He stood up gently, pulled the door open a slit of about 10 centimeters, and a dazzling sunlight rushed in. Occasional patches of rain still drizzled sparsely across the wilderness, but under the rising sun in the east, the remaining small clouds in the sky were dissipating rapidly. This rainfall, which had lasted over 20 hours, giving players a new lease on life while also creating countless survival challenges, was finally coming to an end. Apocalypse Day 6. You have opened a safe passage extending outward, greatly increasing your chances of survival. Survival points 30. You have created a mechanical companion. On the wilderness, you are no longer alone. Survival points 10. You have slain 3 malicious bandits, protecting your own life and the ownership of your shelter. Survival points 50. You have topped the shelter leaderboard, earning the title Wilderness Wall, making all players remember your name. Survival points 150. You have acquired a large amount of supplies, greatly enriching your reserves. Survival points 10. Yesterday's comprehensive score, A. Calculating reward. Survival points 250. Calculating special reward, advanced pet egg 1. This reward settlement took Lu Yin by surprise. He had never expected that the largest survival point reward would come from the leaderboard, from making his name resound across the wilderness. Is this evaluation system encouraging me to go out and show off more to boost my fame? Lu Yin was well aware of the importance of keeping a low profile in the wilderness. But, as Lu Yuan had once said, I want to keep a low profile too, but my strength just won't allow it. Now it seemed that the more he acted conspicuously, the more attention, admiration, and envy he garnered, the higher his score and rewards would be the next day. This is the importance of reputation. After careful deliberation, Lu Yin found a more fitting term than showing off. Among the player population, higher visibility meant potentially higher reputation. This intangible concept of reputation might have little effect in the early stages of the wilderness, but once the situation stabilized and subsequent players were deployed, gradually forming a complete social system, its importance would become apparent. To name just one example, consider expanding influence and recruiting labor. If Lu Yin were to openly recruit followers in the World Channel, one day many players might abandon their own safe houses and eagerly rush over to become his underlings. If it were a nameless nobody on the leaderboard, their recruitment notice would likely go unnoticed for a long time. A person with high reputation could raise a hand and attract countless followers, while a person with low reputation could shout themselves hoarse in the World Channel, and no one would pay attention. Such was the importance of visibility of reputation. Then Lu Yin turned his gaze to the pet egg. A high-grade pet egg. Upon hatching, it would yield a random beast-type pet, with a single innate talent already in its adult form. Lu Yin gently stroked the basketball-sized egg. Its value far exceeded that of Yuan Wenya's egg. The hatched pet not only possessed a special talent, but also eliminated the lengthy growth period. Before leaving the safe house to explore the wilderness for the first time, a pet was undoubtedly a tremendous boon for Lu Yin. I hope it hatches into a fierce beast. With excitement, he directly clicked the hatch button. In an instant, countless cracks spread across the eggshell, and a golden radiance burst forth from the fissures. A golden legend. Lu Yin squinted, his gaze fixed on the silhouette of a creature slowly emerging from the golden glow. A gale swept through the safe house. Its talons were like blades. Its eyes were like arrows. Two powerful wings unfurled before Lu Yin. As a sharp, ferocious cry echoed within the safe house, Lu Yin finally saw the true form of the creature hatched from the egg. It was a snow-white raptor. Pet haydonking species, gerfalcon mutant, innate talent chameleon stealth. Description: mutated genes allow its feathers to blend seamlessly with the surroundings. Whether in the mountains, sky, forests, or snowfields, it is the stealthiest and deadliest killer. A gerfalcon. Lu Yin was stunned for a moment, then burst into ecstasy. The gerfalcon was an undisputed aerial overlord, a top-tier predator. Even against wild wolves or small lynxes it held its own. Most importantly, aside from its formidable combat prowess, it possessed incredible flight speed, allowing it to serve as a scout exploring the environment at any time. The haydonking was the cream of the crop among gerfalcons, akin to a special forces soldier in the army, extremely rare. Some nomadic peoples even revered it as their totem. This alone spoke volumes of its might. The haydonking measured about 65 centimeters in length with a wingspan of nearly 2 meters, a true giant. Its jade-like talons were 3 centimeters long, enough to easily pierce a human skull. Seeing this fierce raptor before him, Lu Yin felt not tension, but a deep innate closeness. He reached out and touched its back and feathers. The haydonking did not resist, but instead rubbed its head against his wrist in a gesture of affection. This was the nature of the pet egg. The hatched pet would be innately bonded to its owner with absolute obedience and loyalty. Name your pet. A prompt appeared. With your snow-white coat. He'll call you Little White Dragon. Lu Yin mused briefly, then said with a smile, I hope you'll carry me through the skies and earth one day. The previously calm haydonking flapped its massive wings and cried out upon hearing the name, as if thrilled and satisfied. Its demeanor was proud, exuding an indescribable majesty. Little White Dragon LV1 Mutant Beast Talent Chameleon Stealth Introduction. Mutant beasts can enhance their genes by devouring other mutants. It is powerful now, but still far from becoming an overlord. May you help it grow into a true beast king. Lu Yin sighed softly as he read the information prompts appearing above the gerfalcon's head. Alone in the wilderness, Lu Yin had no friends or family. Communication among players was tainted with profit and scheming. He trusted no one and could not open his heart to anyone. This environment left him feeling lonely and tormented. But now he had a companion. He was no longer alone. Eat. Lu Yin chopped off a hind leg of the mutant lynx and placed it before Little White Dragon. Don't hold back for me. The pungent lynx meat was devoured with relish by Little White Dragon. Its sharp claws moved with ease, tearing off large strips of meat and skin. Lu Yin watched, growing increasingly alarmed. If such claws struck a body, they would surely leave bloody holes in an instant. Soon the 2 to 3 beast leg was reduced to bare bones and a tattered pelt. Little White Dragon reluctantly looked away, and Lu Yin fed it some clean water to bring it to peak condition. Alright, time to head out and get the generator and culture medium. Lu Yin laughed heartily. He checked his gear scale: armor sleeve, arrows, a longbow, a steel axe, an ordinary grade spear, a first aid kit, drinking water, biscuits, and even some materials for making weapons. For his first outing, thorough preparation was essential. Such caution was a mark of respect for the post-apocalyptic wilderness. After packing everything, it was around 8 o'clock. The beast guardian stays to watch the house. I don't want to come back from a hunt and find my base raided. Having arranged everything, Lu Yin locked the door and slipped out through the second passage with Little White Dragon. The rain had completely stopped, and the warm sun bathed the earth. Soon the sunlight would grow, scorching its heat, hardening the muddy, slippery ground once more. The cave with the generator is only 3 kilometers from the safe house. Based on the route on this crude map, I can find a relatively safe and quick path. Lu Yin unfolded the hand-drawn map he had found on Blackie yesterday. It was a crooked record of all the routes taken by Blackie's trio as they roamed the wilderness. Essentially a detailed travel log. The locations of Lu Yin's safe house and the generator cave were marked on it. This game had one advantage: it constantly displayed the player's current coordinates, so no one got lost or forgot locations. Thus the map was quite reliable. On it, certain spots were marked with skulls, clearly indicating great danger. Lu Yin guessed those were likely territories of mutant beasts or packs. Let's move out. Little White Dragon scout ahead along this route. Lu Yin quickly plotted a path on the map and pointed in a direction. If you encounter anything unexpected, come back and report immediately. At his command, Little White Dragon shot into the sky like a wild horse unleashed. Lu Yin followed close behind, maintaining a distance of about 300 meters. The muddy ground after the rain made travel difficult. Covering a kilometer took him a full 30 minutes. Just as Lu Yin stopped for the 4th time to scrape the wet mud off his shoes with a branch, Little White Dragon, which had been circling calmly, suddenly let out a sharp warning cry and dove straight toward a hill ahead of Lu Yin. Danger! Without hesitation, Lu Yin activated his foresight talent. Instantly 4 crimson dots appeared 400 meters ahead. As his talent for seeking advantage and avoiding harm scanned outward, a prompt appeared directly in Lu Yan's line of sight. For male coyotes, average body length 80 centimeters, 16 kilograms, sharp teeth, relatively weak, strength medium, threat level. Coyotes. And 4 of them. Lu Yan coiled the longbow in his hand, moving forward cautiously. Although he had tried to avoid the areas marked with skull symbols, while planning his route, some dangers were impossible to predict. Just like these 4 coyotes before him, they wouldn't remain fixed in one place, but would frequently leave their dens to roam and hunt in the wilderness. And now stumbling upon them only meant Lu Yan's luck was too poor. If he took a detour, the uncertainty was too great. Who could guarantee there wouldn't be creatures more terrifying than coyotes on other paths? Fortunately, they're just small wolves, and not many in number. With my equipment and Xiaobelong's cooperation, I should be able to take them down easily. Lu Yan moved forward about 20 meters and finally spotted the 4 coyotes in a rocky pit on a distant hill. Their appearance was very similar to ordinary gray wolves, but their bodies were a size smaller. They were the smallest and least threatening beasts among the wolf genus. An adult man with a dagger could easily kill 2 coyotes. Lu Yan estimated the distance between himself and them to be about 100 meters. Although he had been practicing archery frequently these past few days, and his accuracy had improved, this range was still too far. 50 meters. Within 50 meters, Lu Yan could ensure a single arrow to the throat. From the sky came the sharp eagle cry of Xiaobelong. It had spotted the target before Lu Yan and had already launched its attack, its entire body plummeting like a missile straight toward the coyotes below. Awoo! Awoo! The coyotes were drawn to Xiaobelong's presence and immediately assumed defensive stances, howling wildly at the sky. In most cases, small coyotes were also on the menu of the heydonking. The sharp talons of the heydonking could easily pierce their fur. Perfect opportunity. Seeing that all 4 coyotes were fixated on Xiaobelong, Lu Yan moved swiftly. The 100-meter distance was rapidly closing. Xiaobelong swooped down, leaving only 4 or 5 meters to the ground. Just then a coyote with dull gray fur suddenly leaped onto a nearby rock, then sprang again, soaring to the same height as Xiaobelong's body, opening its massive maw to snap at the sturdy wings. Meanwhile, the 3 coyotes below quickly scattered, positioning themselves in front, behind, and to the left, their eyes fixed intently on Xiaobelong. This was one of their tactics, using the first coyote that leaped into the air to trade blows with Xiaobelong. Even if that coyote had its fur pierced by a talon in the clash, it could seize the chance to bite down on Xiaobelong's wings, dragging it forcibly from the sky to the ground. The 3 companions would then swarm in, and in an instant they could tear Xiaobelong apart. As that coyote leaped, the 3 below howled frantically, trying to distract Xiaobelong with their fierce cries. But just as that coyote was about to collide with Xiaobelong, in midair a powerful gust of wind suddenly surged. Xiaobelong, which had been falling like a cannonball, flapped its wings, halting its descent abruptly. With a twist of its body, it traced a perfect arc in the air, its wings grazing past the coyote, and it soared back into the sky. This movement seemed utterly seamless, like a visual spectacle performed by the world's top gymnast. Awoo! The coyote snapped its jaws at empty air, crashing heavily to the ground with a pained howl. Xiaobelong had perfectly toyed with the coyote. At the same time, a sharp whistling sound cut through the air. An arrow flew from a corner the coyotes hadn't noticed, piercing directly into the throat of the howling beast. Another enemy. The remaining 3 coyotes panicked. They quickly traced the direction of the arrow and howled at Lu Yan. Though they looked fierce with fur bristling and bodies poised to lunge, none dared to attack. Instead, they pressed tightly against the rock wall behind them, trembling. Clearly facing both Lu Yan and Xiaobelong, they dared not launch an assault on either side, unwilling to expose any weakness in their rear. For a moment, the situation seemed deadlocked. But Lu Yan did not pause. He drew his longbow to its full extent, took a brief aim, and another sharp arrow claimed the life of a second coyote. With 2 companions killed in succession, the remaining 2 coyotes howled in terror. One could no longer contain its fear, bolting eastward, but the rain-soaked muddy ground greatly slowed its pace. Before it could run even a few dozen meters, Xiaobelong caught up. Xiaobelong dove straight down, its talons sinking into the unguarded back of the coyote. Flapping its massive wings, it somehow lifted the beast, whose size was no smaller than its own, into the sky. The coyote struggled desperately, but it only tore its back wounds wider to no avail. When the height reached 70 or 80 meters, Xiaobelong released its talons. The coyote, trailing a spray of blood in the air, fell like a stone onto a rock, dying instantly on impact. Too brutal. Lu Yan couldn't help but mutter. This was the technique raptors use to hunt large prey. With the gravitational acceleration from tens of meters up, not even wolves, let alone tortoises or pangolins covered in thick scales, could survive the impact. You're just unlucky to have run into me. A smile curled at the corner of Lu Yan's lips as he drew his longbow, aiming at the last coyote. Thud. Blood splattered. The beast, which had been preparing for a desperate fight, finally fell less than 10 meters before Lu Yan. This was the first air-ground coordinated battle between Lu Yan and Xiaobelong, and the result was clearly outstanding. They had wiped out a small wolf pack with minimal effort. Under Zio Balon's aerial threat, these coyotes were nothing but sitting ducks. Can ordinary beasts also drop treasure chests? Lu Yin looked up about to clean the battlefield when he was suddenly drawn to a glimmering object in the distance. On the corpse of the coyote killed by Zio Balon, a black iron treasure chest was radiating an enticing glow. Yes, the game announcement never said ordinary beasts couldn't produce treasure chests. It's just that compared to the guaranteed drop attribute of mutated beasts, the chance of ordinary beasts dropping chests is much smaller. Lu Yin opened the game announcement interface with skepticism and finally found the specific explanation under the treasure chest output section. This kill of the coyotes had yielded more than he expected. Besides large amounts of meat and fur, a treasure chest had also dropped. It was a good start, and he hoped the rest of the journey would go smoothly. Lu Yin was in high spirits. He approached the corpse of one coyote to retrieve the arrow, but as his hand pressed against the fur on its neck, he felt something. This texture. Lu Yin's expression changed. He forcefully pulled out the object he had touched from the dense hair of the coyote's neck. It was a collar. Lu Yin froze. A shocking thought struck him. These coyotes were not wild. They were domesticated. 1, 2, 3, 4. Lu Yin's face darkened as he lined up the corpses of the other 3 coyotes, discovering 3 identical collars around their necks. Players had only been in the wilderness for a few days, far too short a time to have tamed such beasts on a large scale. These collars were clearly ordinary items lacking any function of forced taming or binding, and the coyote's information bore no pet designation. All these factors combined indicated that the master of these 4 coyotes was not a player. This was a terrifying realization. Besides human players, there are other intelligent beings in this wilderness. Lu Yin uttered slowly, his voice heavy with gravity. He had suspected the existence of indigenous people as early as the 3rd day of his journey, and now his conjecture had become reality. A group of intelligent natives posed a far greater threat than wild wolves or mutated beasts. However, Lu Yin speculated that even if such beings existed, their strength was likely limited at most at the level of tribal civilization. The wilderness showed little sign of technological advancement or grand architectural structures, indicating a low level of production and construction among the natives. But even the most primitive intelligent tribe is something I cannot handle now. If surrounded, I would have no chance of survival. Lu Yin stared at the coyote corpses on the ground, frowning deeply. He made a swift decision: speed up. Retrieve the generator and culture medium before the intelligent beings discover their patrol dogs are dead. He stored the 4 coyote bodies in his system backpack, hastily cleaned the scene, and quickly departed. The sun climbed higher, and the air temperature soared. The path ahead was strewn with rocks, freeing Lu Yin from the mud and the worry of leaving footprints. Little white dragons served as a loyal sentinel in the sky as they advanced toward the cave. After setting out again, Lu Yin compared the map and coordinates, covering 3 or 4 kilometers without encountering any beasts or mutated creatures. In the distance, a vast shadow loomed over the land. A towering mountain, the very destination of his journey. The cave with the generator is on the north side of this mountain. Lu Yin rubbed his hands together, pocketed the map, and surveyed the terrain. The mountain was full of life, its surface covered in lush trees with birds chirping on branches and monkeys leaping through the forest. At the foot of the mountain, a small stream wound its way. The water was shallow, likely accumulated from yesterday's heavy rain. Normally this area would be a dry valley. This mountain seems sturdy and rich in resources. An excellent location for a shelter. Lu Yin felt a pang of longing, but as his safe house lacked mobility, he could only sigh with regret. To claim this resource-rich mountain as his backyard, he would have to wait until his shelter's influence expanded enough to enclose it within his territory. After all, in this world without property laws, the first to claim a place owned it. Following Little White Dragon's reconnaissance of the northern side, which confirmed no danger, Lu Yin entered the mountain along a beast-trodden path. Hoofprints of herbivores, claw marks of canines, and monkey droppings. This forest is teeming with species. Along the path, Lu Yin discovered many traces. Suddenly his gaze fixed on a patch of bushes ahead, its green leaves stained with conspicuous blood and large feline footprints. Lu Yin immediately became alert. He cautiously approached the bushes and parted the dense leaves. When he saw the scene clearly, his pupils contracted sharply, and he drew a sharp breath. In the muddy ground under the bushes soaked with blood, a large feline paw print was clearly visible. Thorns held strands of blackened yellow coarse fur, and many branches had been violently broken. The scene suggested a large predator's hunting ground. Yet an intense thought surged in Lu Yin's mind: the blood on the bushes might not be from a predator's kill, but rather from a wounded beast fleeing. Otherwise, why were there no herbivore footprints around? Why was only one type of fur caught on the thorns? Why was there no trace of other animal activity? This paw print is far larger than that mutated lynx's. It looks like it belongs to an adult leopard or tiger. Lu Yin compared the print with his palm, and his right eye twitched violently, his unease growing. An adult leopard or tiger was at the top of the food chain in the forest with virtually no natural enemies. If his guess was correct, what creature could inflict such severe injuries on such a beast? A more powerful mutated beast? Or? Lu Yin frowned, looking into the depths of the forest. This seemingly vibrant mountain was more dangerous than he had imagined. After a pause, Lu Yin stood up and continued forward. The bloodstains made him deeply uneasy, forcing him to be extremely cautious. Soon, a few dozen meters away, he spotted another striking object on a large tree. It was a patch of scorched black, irregularly circular, about a dozen centimeters across. The bark at the center was blasted open, revealing a hollow several centimeters deep in the trunk. Was this struck by lightning? Lu Yin frowned and muttered to himself. He forced himself to calm down and continued toward the cave. Along the way, more and more scorch marks appeared on the trees and rocks, as if from lightning strikes. Most importantly, bloodstains frequently accompanied these scorch marks. Lu Yin remained silent. 15 minutes later, he finally reached the cave where the generator was hidden. The interior looked pitch black, like the maw of a demon waiting for lost humans to walk into its trap. Lu Yin took a flashlight from his inventory and shone it into the cave. A beam of light pierced the darkness, revealing everything within 30 meters. But when he saw the interior, his head buzzed as if struck by a heavy hammer. Inside the cave, the spot where the generator and culture medium had been stored was now empty. In another corner lay the remains of a smoking campfire and gnawed animal bones. Lu Yin's temples throbbed as he gripped his steel axe tightly. A surge of anger welled up within him. Had someone beaten him to it? Lu Yin stood in the empty cave, his expression grim. The generator and culture medium he had claimed as his own were gone, replaced by a smoldering fire pit and scattered animal bones. There are at least 5 distinct sets of footprints in this cave. Lu Yin murmured as he examined the traces on the ground. He spotted muddy prints, 3 of which belonged to Blackie, third brother, and Leo, dry and hardened. The remaining 2 footprints bore strange chaotic patterns, as if made by woven straw sandals, and were still damp. Clearly, after Blackie hid the generator and left, 2 others had stumbled in and struck it rich. As for the time, Lu Yin picked up a discarded bone and felt residual warmth. A faint smile curled at his lips. In the cold, damp cave, once the fire died, food remnants would cool quickly. He deduced the thieves had left no more than 15 minutes ago. 15 minutes, not too long. Lu Yin straightened, his face darkening. I'd rather avoid conflict in this perilous forest, but the generator is too vital. Even if danger lurks, I must take the risk. Besides, I killed the thugs. Letting others reap the rewards without effort is unbearable. He exited the cave and scanned the ground nearby. On the animal trail, he discovered 2 distinct tracks, wheel ruts. These ruts weren't like thick patterned tire marks, but narrow, flat impressions from wooden cart wheels, like those of a horse or donkey cart, pressed deep into the earth, suggesting a heavy load. Seems those 2 made quite a haul. Lu Yin sneered, then whistled sharply. Little white dragons circling above dove down instantly. The thieves likely haven't left this mountain range. Search along this direction and alert me if you find anything. He placed 2 beef jerky strips in his palm. Thanks to their master-servant bond, communication was seamless. Little white dragon swallowed the treats, then soared off, following the wheel ruts. Lu Yin didn't idle either. He followed, cautiously scanning for danger. Soon a sharp, angry cry from Little White Dragon echoed through the canopy, a sign of discovery. Lu Yin's heart sank. Don't attack first. He recalled how aggressively the gerfalcon had charged at the coyote. The bird was proud and impulsive, often striking like thunder upon spotting prey. But coyotes were fools compared to humans. Armed, 2 people could easily handle a peregrine falcon. Lu Yin sprinted toward the sound, fearing Little White Dragon would engage alone. Soon branches rustled overhead, and the falcon landed on his shoulder. Smart move, Lu Yin sighed in relief, gripping his bow as he communicated with the bird. You say they're less than 200 meters ahead. Very strong. Different from me. Lu Yin frowned. The bird's vague descriptions left some details unclear. What did different from you mean? Gender. Skin color. He shook off the thoughts. With the enemy located, his only goal was to catch up, kill them, and reclaim what was rightfully his. Let's move. Lu Yin whispered, creeping toward the target. Little White Dragon activated its camouflage ability, its feathers blending seamlessly with the surroundings, invisible beyond 3 meters. The sun rose, casting blazing light. The forest, shrouded in thick leaves, was humid and stifling. Decaying foliage underfoot made each step laborious. Lu Yin crept closer, hearing the groan of axles and snap of branches ahead. With a rustle, Lu Yin crouched behind a bush and parted the branches with an arrow. Through the gap, he saw 2 thick pitch-black legs like pillars, clad in bark and straw boots. Above, a tiger-skin loincloth wrapped the waist. Then arms as thick as his own thighs bulged with exaggerated muscle, exuding explosive power. This build is terrifyingly imposing. Even Schwarzenegger would pale in comparison. He widened the gap and saw the creature in full. His pupils contracted, every hair standing on end as horror surged like a tidal wave against his psyche. This thing, it wasn't human. The creature had a humanoid form, limbs, fingers, but its head was a grotesque hairy boar's skull with 2 tusks jutting from a narrow snout, utterly terrifying. Borman. Or, Lu Yin's mind screamed. Were these the intelligent natives of the wild? Two boarmen, one in front, one behind. The rear one pushed a massive wooden cart, its black hair marking it as young and robust. The cart was piled high with slain beasts, deer, rabbits, monkeys, even an adult leopard. He saw no vegetable culture medium, but spotted the generator the size of a computer case. The leading boarman, older with graying hair, carried a bamboo basket. Though still muscular, its coat had faded. Luyan finally understood what Little White Dragon meant by different from you. Suppressing a scream, he silently knocked an arrow tipped with poison dart frog toxin aiming through the bush at the younger boarman, pushing the cart. At 20 meters with obstructed vision, he needed them closer for a sure hit. The distance about 15 meters. He held his breath, tracking its position. 18, 17, 16 meters. Lu Yan's sharp gaze locked onto the young boarman, motionless. His arrow thirsted for blood. But suddenly a scrawny red-furred coyote crawled out of the older boarman's basket, its neck adorned with the same collar as the four he had killed earlier. The coyote stared toward his hiding spot, sensing something, and began howling madly. In the same instant, both boarmen raised their weapons, their murderous gazes fixed on him. Damn. Found out. Through the bush's gap, Lu Yan locked eyes with them. The moment their eyes met, Lu Yan instantly realized he had been exposed. Abandoning any pretense of aiming, he released the bowstring, and the arrow screamed through the air. The pig-headed man carrying a bamboo basket had already raised his weapon, a bizarre pitch-black iron tube approximately 1 meter in length. It had a wooden handle near the grip. As the arrow flew, the black iron tube aimed at the thicket where Lu Yan was hiding. A crisp click rang out, sparks erupted from the handle, and a 2 to 3 meter long fireball thick with the smell of gunpowder blasted out of the tube. A flintlock. Lu Yan had already guessed what the weapon was when he heard the click, the sound of a hammer striking flint. He rolled to the side. A steel pellet fired from the flintlock grazed his cheek, leaving a searing pain. He wiped his face and saw a smear of crimson on his palm. Since entering the wilderness, Lu Yan had never felt so close to death. If that pellet had been a bit more accurate, he would have been a corpse. He finally understood the origin of the large bloodstains and scorch marks he had seen earlier. With firearms, the beasts in these woods were indeed no match for the two pig-headed men. Without a second thought, Lu Yan scrambled up and fled. So the 4 coyotes I killed before were also tamed by these 2 pig-heads. The red one must have caught my scent from the blood on me. He thought, running for his life, his brow twitching wildly. Although reloading a flintlock took a long time, he had seen the younger pig-head carrying a second flintlock. With his current gear, engaging them was too risky. Forget it, survival first. Lu Yan gritted his teeth. He couldn't tell if his arrow had hit its mark. In this situation, he decisively chose to abandon the generator and culture medium. A gentleman seeks revenge, even if it takes 10 years. What were a couple of flintlocks? Wait until he made an automatic rifle, then they would learn what suppressive fire meant. Lu Yan sprinted desperately, but soon heard heavy footsteps and the snapping of branches behind him. Glancing back, he saw the 2 pig-headed men had abandoned their cart and were giving frantic chase. In the forest, their bulky bodies moved with surprising speed. If not for the high ground he had occupied earlier, they would have caught him by now. Even so, the distance between them was closing. The red coyote had keen senses. Whenever Lu Yan tried to take a detour or hide in a corner to lose the pig-heads, it would detect him and signal his location. Bang! Another muffled gunshot rang out, and a steel pellet struck a tree less than half a meter from his left hand, sending bark fragments flying. Damn it, this is endless. Lu Yan's panic grew. They had superior firepower, greater speed, and knew the forest far better than he did. At this rate, they would catch him for sure. He had killed 4 of their patrol dogs and tried to ambush them from the bushes. If captured, he was as good as dead. He had to find a chance to fight back. Running through the forest covered in leaves and mud was arduous. Lu Yan stumbled forward, his shoes and calves caked in sludge with no time to clean them. The savage roars of the pigheads behind him were maddening. Soon a steep ravine appeared before him, over 10 meters deep and more than 7 meters wide. When he saw it, his mind went blank. It was over. Heaven itself was against him. Lu Yan's brow twitched. Jumping from that height would shatter half his bones even if it didn't kill him. A death sentence either way. He quickly scanned his surroundings and ducked behind the thickest tree, a giant requiring 3 people to encircle, hiding his entire body to give them no target. As things stood, using this tree for a counterattack was his last chance. If he failed today, might truly be his end. Huff, huff. Seeing Lu Yan hide behind the tree, the 2 pig-headed men didn't charge recklessly. His arrow, though missing them, had pierced a wild boar's head on the cart. A terrifying penetration that could kill them with 1 hit. Cautiously, the pigheads approached the tree from both sides, moving silently and keeping their bodies behind trees and bushes to avoid being targeted. Now they were less than 15 meters away. They raised their guns, held their breath, and made no sound. The forest was eerily silent, deathly still. Suddenly, a sharp eagle cry echoed from above. Ziobalong, its feathers blending perfectly with the surroundings, swooped down and sank its claws into the middle-aged pighead's unprotected scalp, tearing off a chunk of flesh. Striking once, Ziobalong didn't linger. Its feathers instantly reverted to pure white, and it flew swiftly away. Oh, The middle-aged pig head roared in agony, drenched in blood, looking utterly miserable. It abandoned the hunt for Lu Yin and chased after Xiaobalong. Lu Yin, still behind the tree, knew that Xiaobalong had deactivated its camouflage invisibility ability to draw one enemy away and share the burden. But doing so put itself in great danger. In this cold, brutal wilderness, Xiaobalong's act warmed Lu Yan's heart. As the middle-aged pig head left the younger one, as if losing patience, suddenly fired a shot. The explosive bang echoed through the forest. A perfect chance. Lu Yan's spirit soared. He leaped out from behind the tree, drawing his bow toward the sound. But in that instant he saw something he would never forget. The younger pighead's flintlock had no smoke from a discharge. Its dark muzzle was aimed directly at Lu Yin. In its left hand it held two strange stone beads. With a gentle squeeze the beads ground against each other, producing a cloud of smoke and a loud crack. So the gunshot he had heard wasn't from the flintlock, but from those beads. The young pighead had used them to trick Lu Yin into revealing himself. A tense standoff ensued. Lu Yin and the young pighead aimed their deadly weapons at each other, neither daring to strike first, neither sure that a killing blow wouldn't be met with a fatal counterattack. Suddenly the young pighead spoke in a language Lu Yin could understand. "He'll give you a riddle. If you can solve it, you may leave alive," it said softly. Lu Yin raised an eyebrow. "What riddle? What creature has neither parents nor offspring?" The pighead asked, tilting its head, studying him with interest. Lu Yin was silent for a long moment. A human trafficker? A streamer selling fake bird's nest? A capitalist advocating the 996 work schedule? The pighead looked confused. Lu Yin took a deep breath and sneered, "Genetically speaking, no such creature exists in the world." "Bingo. You guessed right. This riddle has no answer." The young pighead's face twisted into a mocking grin. "So you can never leave this forest alive." After the young Borman spoke those words, Lu Yin felt a sudden excruciating tearing pain in his calf. The scrawny coyote, using the underbrush as cover, had silently crept up beside him and sunk its teeth into his unprotected ankle. Almost simultaneously the young Borman pulled the trigger. A deadly steel pellet burst forth from a blinding muzzle flash, striking Lu Yin squarely in the chest. Clang! A sharp metallic collision rang out as several scales on the fish scale armor over his chest shattered and scattered. The powerful recoil from the shattered scales canceled out most of the pellet's momentum. Ultimately, the pellet failed to penetrate his body, becoming lodged firmly in the innermost layer of leather beneath the fish scale armor. Even so, Lu Yin felt as if a heavy hammer had slammed into his chest, momentarily stealing his breath. A cloying coppery taste surged from the depths of his throat, but he forcibly swallowed it down. Lu Yin was acutely aware of his predicament. No matter how intense the pain, he could not afford to be distracted or fall. After firing, the Borman drew a massive spiked club from behind its back and charged forward, grinning malevolently like a small tank. Damn it! Lu Yin's brow furrowed. Ignoring the pain in his ankle and chest, he kept his arrow aimed without a hint of deviation, releasing it straight at the Borman's chest. The fletchless arrow whistled through the air with a sharp cry, reaching the Borman in an instant. Despite its massive frame, its speed was astonishing. It bent its legs, sharply dropping its entire body by about 30 centimeters, causing the arrow meant for its heart to strike its shoulder instead. Thud! The arrowhead pierced flesh, blood splattered, and the Borman let out a pained roar. However, its eyes bloodshot, it violently snapped the protruding arrow shaft and charged forward again with heavy strides. As the massive creature ran, Lu Yin felt the very ground tremble. With no time to think, he discarded his longbow, drew his steel axe, and in one swing cleaved the head off the scrawny coyote, still gnawing at his ankle. Then, raising his axe, he assumed a fighting stance. Given his position and the distance to the Borman, further evasion or retreat was impossible. The poison on the arrowhead would take about 30 seconds to take effect. During that time, he had to face his opponent, Hedon. This young Borman stood about 2.6 meters tall and weighed well over 300 gene. The thickness of its arms surpassed that of an average man's thigh, with bulging veins. How could anyone remain perfectly calm when such a behemoth charged at you with a roar? A bead of cold sweat trickled down Lu Yan's temple. Error! The Borman finally reached him, swinging its spiked club horizontally. Before it even connected, Lu Yin felt a vicious gust of wind, making his hair stand on end. He couldn't take this hit, Hedon. Lu Yin knew that if this blow landed, even his body, fortified by the Wilderness Bastion title, might not withstand it. He ducked low and rolled forward. The spiked club whistled past him, narrowly missing. With a sharp crack, a sapling as thick as an adult's arm behind him was snapped cleanly in two. "Haha, you pitiful little thing. Want to play a bit longer with me?" The young Borman chortled maniacally after its missed strike. "When I catch you, we'll take my time playing. They'll break your bones one by one, hang you from the mountaintop, and let the demon crows peck every piece of flesh from your body. You'll watch yourself be devoured. This terror will cling to you until you die." Lu Yin straightened up, his eyes fixed intently on the Borman. He knew its words were meant to heighten his anxiety, make him lose his cool, and force errors into his movements. This was precisely when he could not afford to be afraid. Fear meant death. "Stop making that grotesque face. Your expression doesn't frighten me. It just disgusts me, Lu Yin said, flatly enunciating each word. Looking at you makes me want to throw up last night's dinner. The young Borman's laughter ceased abruptly, its eyes consumed by rage. It raised its spiked club again and slammed it down ferociously. The massive Borman was like a devastating war machine. In the face of its 1.5-meter heavy spiked club, the surrounding saplings were as fragile as paper. Soon within a 10-meter radius of their battlefield, every small tree was utterly destroyed. Huff, huff, you're pretty good, huh? You're a real ace at cutting down trees. Were you a lumberjack in a past life? Alright, you shouldn't be in this wilderness. You should team up with Logger Vic and Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf, huh? Lu Yin, leveraging his agility, had dodged over a dozen attacks. His gaze now filled with mockery, he began to seize the initiative, relentlessly taunting his opponent. The young Borman was covered in wood chips and fallen leaves. Its gaze grew increasingly ferocious, its breathing heavy. Its massive frame granted it greater strength, but it also inevitably led to higher stamina consumption. At this rate, it would soon exhaust itself and be killed by Lu Yin. But Lu Yin also sensed something was amiss. Over a minute had passed since the arrow struck the Borman. The poison dart frog's toxin should have taken effect by now. Yet aside from showing signs of fatigue, the creature displayed no symptoms of poisoning. Could this creature be resistant to the toxin? Lu Yan's heart sank. If so, he would need to alter his plan. Thump, thump. After resting for a few seconds, the Borman, its expression grim, advanced on Lu Yin once more. Whoosh. The heavy spiked club came crashing down with a vicious wind. Lu Yin judged its trajectory and dodged left again. But at that moment, a savage grin spread across the Borman's face. It released its grip on the club, hurling it like a thrown weapon to block Lu Yan's escape route, while its massive body pivoted and lunged straight at him. Playing a feint, are you? Lu Yan's pupils contracted. With no room to evade, he gritted his teeth, tightened his grip on his steel axe, and swung it downward. Ryup. A sharp tearing sound echoed. The beast hide at the Borman's waist was slashed open. The keen axe blade carved a 30-centimeter gash across its lower abdomen. However, due to the horizontal cutting motion, the wound was only 2 or 3 centimeters deep. Not fatal. Slap. The Borman's powerful hand clamped onto Lu Yan's right wrist, the one holding the axe like a steel vise, and hoisted him into the air. I told you can't escape. You'll never leave this jungle alive. Holding Lu Yin with one hand, the Borman pressed the other against the beast hide on its wounded abdomen. It thrust its hideous pig face close to Lu Yin, its foul breath washing over him. Lu Yin felt the bones in his wrist might shatter. Staring at the boar's face inches away, a cold smile, instead of fear, crept onto his face. Never leave alive. That's not certain. His left hand shot up, stopping less than 10 centimeters from the Borman's face, too fast for anyone to react. 0.01 seconds later, the Borman heard the faint metallic click of a spring mechanism from within Lu Yan's sleeve. In the next instant, the world in its right eye shattered, turning into a field of crimson. A small steel wrist arrow was now embedded straight into the Borman's left eye, the 3-inch shaft almost completely buried. A moment of silence in the jungle was then broken by a single agonizingly sharp scream. A blood-curdling shriek of agony tore through the forest canopy. The eyes, the absolute vulnerability of all living creatures, had been pierced directly, and the instantaneous torment was far beyond what any willpower could suppress. The young Borman, now utterly frenzied, hurled Lu Yin away like a volleyball before crashing to his knees with a heavy thud. Clutching his punctured eye with both hands, blood streamed relentlessly through his fingers. Lu Yin slammed into a thicket 3 or 4 meters away. The violent impact left him dizzy and disoriented, yet he scrambled to his feet in an instant, gripping his steel axe tightly, bracing for a desperate last-ditch counterattack from his foe. The Borman race possessed a tenacious vitality indeed. Even after being invaded by arrow poison frog toxin and having his eye pierced at close range, the creature refused to fall. Wailing in torment, he nevertheless retrieved his fallen spiked club, set his back against a massive tree, and fixed his remaining eye on Lu Yin with unyielding hatred. Lu Yin glanced at his discarded longbow, now shattered under the enemy's stomp. You scum, you worm. I will never let you go. The Borman howled, yet he dared not launch another attack. Instead, he shielded his back with the tree and assumed a defensive stance. The standoff resumed, but the balance had shifted. Lu Yin now held the advantage. I truly wish I could kill you before leaving. He muttered reluctantly, gripping his steel axe and staring at his opponent for a long moment. After blinding the Borman with his wrist arrow, Lu Yin had indeed gained the upper hand, but only slightly. He had lost his longbow and had no desire to engage in close combat. A wounded beast was far more dangerous than usual. The initiative Lu Yin possessed was merely the freedom to choose whether to stay and fight or to retreat. The injured Borman still wielded formidable combat power, and Lu Yin was unwilling to risk severe injury in a close-quarters killing attempt. In this brutal wilderness, without the support of a clan or companions, sustaining grievous wounds was tantamount to death. Lu Yan's primary objective for venturing into the mountains was to retrieve a generator, not to engage in a life-or-death struggle. He suddenly bent down to pick up the flintlock pistol the enemy had discarded, then slowly retreated into the jungle, behind him a sardonic grin spreading across his face. Little piglet, I'll let you off for now. We'll meet again. Bye-bye. The young Borman's face twisted in rage. He let out a furious roar, his two tusks glinting coldly as he spat through clenched teeth. Despicable worm, you won't escape. My father is nearby. He will slaughter you in the most brutal way. Lu Yin paid no heed to the threat, turning decisively to dash into the dense forest. His figure quickly vanished from the Borman's sight. Awoo! The young Borman bellowed in impotent fury, swinging his spiked club wildly before collapsing into a rage on the spot. Damn it, if I don't get that generator this time, I'll have taken a massive loss. Lu Yin sprinted through the jungle while sensing the position of Little White Dragon. Pain throbbed throughout his body, most acutely in his ankle and wrist. He had just checked the ankle bitten by the coyote. In this wilderness, there was no rabies vaccine. If that coyote had infected him with some virus, it would be dire. Fortunately, upon inspection, Lu Yin found the skin unbroken, only ringed with bruised tooth marks. Though the coyote's senses were keen, its frame was scrawny and its bite force weak. Coupled with the defensive boost from his tidal wilderness wall, the coyote's teeth ultimately failed to pierce Lu Yan's skin. This was the only good news Lu Yin had encountered since entering the mountains. Soon he sensed Little White Dragon's location. It was still moving slowly through the forest, whether due to injury or still luring the middle-aged Borman. About a kilometer from my current position. Lu Yin estimated the distance between them, then hurried forward while whistling. 1,000 meters away in the woods, Little White Dragon pristine white wove through the canopy branches. 20 meters behind it, the blood-soaked middle-aged Borman continued his relentless pursuit. A gunshot rang out. The branch beside Little White Dragon shattered into splinters, showering wood chips onto its back. It deftly landed on another branch, gazing at the middle-aged Borman with a mocking, scornful look. This was its strategy, maintaining a calculated distance. Too close, and it would be in danger. Too far, and the enemy would give up the chase, putting Lu Yin at risk. Thus, after each shot from the Borman, Little White Dragon paused, granting him time to reload. This posture not only kept him in pursuit, but also maximized his fury. 20 seconds later, the middle-aged Borman used a long ramrod to tamp the gunpowder into the barrel and loaded another steel ball. Little White Dragon took flight again, leaping forward. But at that moment, a piercing whistle echoed through the treetops. Its forward momentum abruptly halted. With a flap of its wings, it burst through the dense shadows and soared into the sky, vanishing from the Borman's sight in an instant. That feathered beast. The middle-aged Borman, clutching a piece of animal hide to the wound on his head, fired a shot in rage toward where Little White Dragon had disappeared. It did nothing but knock down a few leaves. Little White Dragon descended from the sky, landing directly on Lu Yan's shoulder. It rubbed its head affectionately against his cheek and began to chirp softly. Its voice carried a hint of tenderness, unlike its usual fierce and domineering tone. All right, I'm fine, don't worry. That tickles, huh? Lu Yin stroked Little White Dragon's head, understanding that this was its way of showing concern. Are you hurt? At his query, Little White Dragon lifted its head proudly and chirped incessantly, as if boasting to Lu Yin, how could those stupid, clumsy Bormen ever harm me? Good, you're not hurt. Lu Yin breathed a sigh of relief. This meant that both he and Little White Dragon could retreat unscathed from this deep mountain expedition. But to return like this, Lu Yin couldn't bear it. He had failed to obtain the generator and culture medium, and had ended up battered and bruised. A profound sense of defeat enveloped him, refusing to dissipate. Little White Dragon seemed to sense Lu Yan's emotional shift. Its eyes darted, and it let out a few soft chirps. You say we should set another ambush and use the flintlock to hunt the enemy. That won't work. I only picked up the gun, not the gunpowder or steel balls. I'm still missing sulfur to craft gunpowder in the system. Lu Yin shook his head after hearing Little White Dragon's suggestion, his brow furrowed. Right now it's nothing more than a hollow iron rod. Setting traps. Lu Yin had no time, and he had no idea how far the enemy's tribe was from here. What if reinforcements arrived while he was busy preparing the traps? He was certain the two Boer men had already returned near the wooden cart. Without killing them, there was no way he could take what he wanted. He had to complete 3 tasks in a short time: hunt them down, retrieve the generator, and escape this mountain forest. After a moment of silence, the Little White Dragon chirped a few more times, then, without waiting for Lu Yan's consent, flapped its wings and flew away. Come back here, damn it. Come back. Lu Yan's eyes widened as he hissed angrily at the Little White Dragon's receding figure, but in the end it was futile. He could only watch helplessly as it vanished from his sight. The reason for Lu Yan's extreme reaction was the second plan proposed by the Little White Dragon. Lu Yan would remain hidden here, while the Little White Dragon would once again lure the middle-aged Boerman over, then seize the opportunity to strike from behind for a decisive kill. To be honest, the plan was highly feasible, but equally the Little White Dragon, acting as the bait, would once again be thrust into danger. Facing a creature armed with a firearm, no matter how agile the Little White Dragon was, there was still a chance it could be hit. Compared to obtaining a generator, Lu Yan valued the Little White Dragon itself far more. Earlier it had lured the enemy to save Lu Yin. But now, Lu Yin didn't think a generator was worth the risk for the little white dragon. However, as his telepathic pet, the little white dragon had likely already guessed Lu Yin's thoughts, yet it still went without hesitation. Treat me as a nation's most esteemed guest, and I shall repay you as such. This saying might seem a bit ridiculous and absurd when applied to the little white dragon, yet it was the most fitting description of the current situation. Although the gerfalcon possessed a certain degree of intelligence, its thinking in some areas was quite simple. You are good to me, you care for me, you feed me meat, you worry about me getting hurt. Then without needing a command, I am willing to risk my life to help you. This was the simplest and most sincere emotion of a pet towards its owner. Huff, huff. The middle-aged Boorman carrying a flintlock musket walked through the jungle with an extremely grim expression. As the overlord of this mountain range, when had it ever been bullied by a peregrine falcon? In these woods its race was the undisputed king, even tigers, leopards, bears, and wolves feared their presence. But today it had failed. Returning to the tribe, it would probably be mocked by its companions for a long time. It touched the wound on its head. The sharp, intense pain constantly stimulated its emotions, pushing it to the brink of a furious rage. Damn it, damn it. If you dare appear before me again, I'll eat you alive. The middle-aged Boorman cursed as it walked forward, but just then it suddenly heard the sound of flapping wings from above the jungle again. Instantly sensitive to the noise, it looked up and saw that detestable snow-white figure once more. The little white dragon reappeared on a tree branch 3 or 4 meters high, clutching 2 dead rats in its talons. It dropped them precisely onto the Boorman's head from above. After discarding the dead rats, the little white dragon immediately flapped its wings and flew away. In that instant, the middle-aged Boorman completely lost its mind. It let out a mad roar and chased after it the commotion, startling countless wild rabbits and pheasants. The entire jungle fell into chaos. Lu Yin hid behind a rocky corner at the spot where he had parted ways with the little white dragon, gripping his steel axe tightly as he silently sensed the little white dragon's location through their bond. It was getting closer. 800 meters. 600 meters. 300 meters. Lu Yin could already hear the Boorman's unpleasant roar. 200 meters. 100 meters. Lu Yin heard the sound of trees snapping and the pounding of footsteps on the earth. 50 meters. 30 meters. 20 meters. The little white dragon swooped past the rock face where Lu Yin was hiding. Bang! A deafening gunshot rang out. The bullet grazed the little white dragon's tail feathers, sending over a dozen plucked feathers fluttering down like snowflakes. Seeing this, Lu Yin's expression was terrifyingly calm. He slowly raised his steel axe, assuming an attacking stance. Heavy breathing came from behind the rock face, accompanied by a strong, foul stench. A massive shadow burst out from the left side of the rock. The middle-aged Boorman stared at the little white dragon ahead, its expression ferocious and hideous. Lu Yin's legs were like coiled springs, and the moment the middle-aged Boorman appeared in his sight, he launched himself forward silently. You beast, you can't escape. The middle-aged Boorman muttered with a sinister grin as it reloaded its weapon while running its eyes fixed on the little white dragon. Lu Yin swung his steel axe in a wide, perfect arc, bringing it down directly on the back of the middle-aged Boorman's neck, completely unnoticed. Thud! Crack! The sound of the blade cutting into bone echoed. The middle-aged Boorman's sinister laugh was cut short, and its body crashed heavily to the ground. You. The middle-aged Boorman stammered, its eyes wide with shock. Lu Yin expressionlessly pulled the axe blade from the creature's neck bone, then raised it again and brought it down on the Boorman's head. Once, twice, 3 times. The Boorman was completely still. Blood splattered everywhere, but Lu Yin's face remained impassive. Beneath the axe, the corpse of the middle-aged Boorman was already hacked to pieces. Even if it had the terrifying vitality of a demon ape, it could no longer fight back. Lu Yin panted heavily, wiping the blood from his face. Finally, he had taken down one. Looking at the almost minced corpse at his feet, he rested for a moment. He found the remains of a giant tree that had been struck by lightning. Its interior was burned out, forming a natural hollow. Lu Yin threw the middle-aged Boorman's body into it, then gathered some bark to cover it. From the outside, it looked like a natural grave. He wasn't burying the middle-aged Boorman out of kindness. There were still many resources on the corpse that he hadn't had time to collect. He needed to go eliminate the other enemy now, but he was afraid that the smell of blood from this corpse would attract wild animals and drag it away while he was gone. So he had no choice but to hide it. After finishing this, Lu Yin picked up the middle-aged Boorman's flintlock musket and powder pouch and silently made his way back to his original ambush spot. Beside the wooden cart, the young Boorman was sitting cross-legged on the ground, clutching its 2 wounds with a pained expression. The wound on its abdomen had stopped bleeding, but the wound on its eye was too deep. For some reason, it began to feel waves of intense dizziness violently assaulting its brain. Why hasn't father returned yet? I need immediate treatment. The young Boorman's expression darkened. When I get back to the tribe, I will definitely lead a hunting party to thoroughly search these woods. I will find that damned bug and eat him alive. I'm afraid you won't get that chance. Just then a voice laced with amusement came from the nearby woods. The young Borman instantly became alert, turning its remaining eye towards the source of the sound. Lu Yin emerged slowly from the trees holding a flintlock musket, its muzzle aimed squarely at the Borman. You dare to show your face. The young Borman snarled upon seeing Lu Yin immediately brandishing its spiked club and charging forward. It remembered clearly that the musket Lu Yin had taken was unloaded without bullets or powder. Lu Yin smiled faintly and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Boom. A fierce tongue of flame spat out, and a blood hole the size of a ping-pong ball instantly appeared in the Borman's abdomen. Staring at the hole, it froze. 3 seconds later, it let out an ear-piercing scream of agony. I told you I'd meet again. Lu Yin reloaded the musket, walked up to the young Borman, and said with interest, how about this'll give you a riddle too. If you can guess the answer, it'll let you leave alive. The young Borman, convulsing all over, stammered, what riddle? What creature hides in a shell not moving at all? Lu Yin asked, tilting his head. It's a turtle, the young Borman gritted out. Lu Yin burst into laughter, his smile exceptionally bright. No, it's your father, now lying in a coffin. After being shot, the Borman had already suspected his father's fate, but it was only upon hearing Lu Yin's words that he fully confirmed his father had been killed. Where did you take the vegetable culture medium from the cave? Lu Yin asked expressionlessly. The young Borman seemed deranged, driven by both physical pain and the grief of his father's death. Under this dual torment, he staggered to his feet with bloodshot eyes, advancing toward Lu Yin as if for a desperate last stand. Lu Yin squinted and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! A mist of blood mixed with bone fragments and torn flesh erupted from the young Borman's left knee, and his massive body collapsed to the ground like a toppling mountain. I don't have much patience. Don't keep testing my limits. Lu Yin frowned. Cooperate, and it'll benefit everyone. If I cooperate, will you let me live? The young Borman sneered with a grim, mocking expression, his body drenched in blood, his hideous appearance making him look like a demon crawling from the depths of hell. Since I'm going to die anyway, why should I make it easy for you? They'll tell you this, that vegetable culture medium is hidden somewhere in this mountain forest, but you'll never get your hands on it. Lu Yin looked at the young Borman, who had adopted a dead pig, unafraid of scalding water attitude, and suddenly laughed. He pulled a spear from his storage grid, and without warning stabbed it into the other's shattered knee wound, twisting it violently. A harrowing scream echoed through the forest, startling countless birds into flight, leaving the area nearly deserted. I won't lie to you. You're going to die in the end. But the choice of how you die is in my hands. I can make it a long, drawn-out process or give you a quick end. Lu Yin's handsome face was splattered with crimson blood, and his chilling smile made him look as terrifying as a demon. A warrior of the Banlu tribe will never be cowed by fear. The young Borman, covered in wounds, remained defiant. A 3-pound duck with a 2.5-pound beak. Lu Yin sneered, thrusting the blood-dripping spear into the ground before crouching down. Guess what I'm going to do with you? The young Borman remained silent, his single red eye burning with pure hatred. If looks could kill, Lu Yin would have been sliced into 1,000 pieces. You mentioned stringing me up high, letting demon crows peck at my flesh, watching myself be devoured alive. Lu Yin's smile grew even brighter. Interesting. I don't have the ability to command a flock of demon crows. I only have one peregrine falcon, so it'll be slower. The process will be long. Bear it, warrior. Lu Yin patted the Borman's head. Then Xiao Beilong lunged from the side, its sharp talons instantly sinking into the Borman's shoulder, tearing off a palm-sized chunk of flesh. Ugh! The Borman screamed in agony. Xiao Beilong gulped down the fresh meat, its claws ripping countless wounds deep enough to reveal bone on the Borman's body. What does the sound of tearing flesh sound like? Lu Yin had never had the chance to hear it before, but today he listened intently. The sound of flesh being torn was low, muffled, and during the tearing it was often accompanied by the splatter of bursting blood vessels, like the sound of a piping bag squeezing out cream for a cake. This sound evoked a deep-seated discomfort and fear from the very core of one's being. Just hearing it sent chills down the spine. So how did the Borman, the protagonist of this horror, feel? Xiao Beilong swallowed the meat in large mouthfuls, its feathers stained red with blood. It moved slowly, deliberately, letting the Borman see every bit of his own flesh being devoured. In just 30 seconds, the once defiant Borman was now trembling all over, losing control of his bladder and bowels, his grotesque face twisted with terror. The Borman race was the absolute overlord of this mountain forest, known for their fierce and stubborn nature, able to remain calm even in the face of death. But now, watching Xiao Beilong gnaw at his own body, he finally broke. Kill me. Just kill me, the Borman screamed. You waste, you bastard, you maggot. Kill me, kill me. The Borman's collapse wasn't due to physical pain alone, it was more from the psychological pressure. The visual impact of watching oneself being eaten alive was far greater than seeing someone plunge a knife into one's body. The feeling of helplessness, of waiting for death, of seeing one's own body slowly disappear, while still alive, transforming from a living being into food. That despair was enough to consume the most hardened soul. The Borman kept howling and cursing, spewing all kinds of foul language. He hoped to provoke Lu Yin into killing him outright, ending his torment. But he failed. Lu Yin sat calmly to the side, watching him impassively, showing no sign of anger. I can't take it anymore. He'll tell you where what you want is. Finally, the young Borman spoke weakly, revealing a location to Lu Yin. If you'd cooperated earlier, you wouldn't have had to suffer so much. Lu Yan's eyes lit up at the news. He chuckled and cursed lightly, then waved his hand and stood up. Xiaobelong, go check that spot. If he dares to deceive us. Lu Yin paused, glanced at the pitiful Borman, and pondered for a moment. He figured the other man probably wouldn't dare lie again. Only a hell-trained spy could endure such torture and still feed false information to the enemy. A Borman couldn't. Xiaobelong flapped its wings and flew off. Lu Yin looked at the dying Borman at his feet and felt a twinge of emotion. In truth, there was no mortal enmity between them. In this matter he had struck first. Wasn't the Borman simply acting in self-defense? In this affair he had killed the other's father and tortured him beyond recognition. From a normal person's perspective, he seemed to be the great villain, the arch-nemesis. But this is the wilderness. Lu Yin murmured softly. Yes, this wasn't a civilized society governed by law, but a savage, apocalyptic wasteland. Here there was no morality, no good or evil. Everything here was driven by the primal goal of survival. Just as the three thugs had attacked Lu Yin, so too had Lu Yin attacked the Borman. Lu Yin understood the laws of this wilderness well. He wouldn't be shocked or incredulous when attacked, nor would he feel guilt when attacking others. As Lu Yin had said before, to improve their own lives, humans had already driven countless species to extinction. But who could blame them? Humans were the apex predators endowed with that privilege. To ensure one's own survival by preying on other species was an inherent trait of all living things. To avoid becoming the species exterminated by the apex predators of the wilderness, one must climb to the top of the food chain by any means necessary. Lu Yan's ambush and slaughter of the Borman was no different from a tiger hunting an antelope. It was the most basic law of survival. Should a tiger feel sorry for eating an antelope? No. Impossible. About 3 minutes later, Little White Dragon brought back news that filled Lu Yin with delight. At the location revealed by the young pig-headed man, they discovered the missing vegetable culture medium. In that case, Lu Yin straightened up, took a deep breath, and said, "It's time to go." This "time to go" carried two meanings: one, that he should leave this forest, and two, that the young pig-headed man was about to meet his end. Although the pig-headed man was already on the verge of death with only a single breath left, Lu Yin still raised his spear and stabbed 7 or 8 times at its heart, puncturing several gaping holes in its chest, before he finally began to collect the spoils with peace of mind. To Lu Yan's surprise, upon the death of the young pig-headed man, a treasure chest materialized above its corpse, pure silver in color, radiating a magnificent luster. A silver treasure chest. Lu Yin felt a parched dryness in his throat. As everyone knew, the higher the level of the treasure chest, the rarer the treasures it yielded. Lu Yan's bronze chest had once granted him a groundwater extractor and a talent skill book, while the main objectives of this mountain expedition, the generator and vegetable culture medium, had been produced from a silver chest that Hage had acquired from some unknown source. This was truly an unexpected delight. About 20 minutes later, Lu Yin finished gathering the spoils and followed Little White Dragon's guidance to the location where the culture medium was hidden. In a pit shrouded by lush, dense foliage, he saw the vegetable culture medium, which resembled a large cake display case in appearance. "This thing is too large. Without a system backpack grid, the pig-headed man really couldn't transport it out of here." Lu Yin gazed at the culture medium concealed in the pit, reached out his hand to gently touch its edge, and with a flash of light, it was instantly stored into his backpack. When he set out in the morning, Lu Yan's system backpack had only 11 empty slots left, but now it was completely stuffed, and his shoulders and hands were also laden with spoils. A rough tally of the harvest: killed a coyote and obtained an iron treasure chest, killed 2 pig-headed men, and obtained a silver treasure chest, flintlock pistols, X2, a pack of steel balls, 2 packs of gunpowder, about 800 G, a heavy spiked club, a sturdy wooden cart, a bestiary marked with unidentified, and a generator of vegetable culture medium, and over 20 prey of various species. However, since these prey were of different types and couldn't be stacked in the grid, Lu Yin could only choose the largest adult leopard to fill the last slot, while holding a pheasant in his left hand and a hare in his right, looking utterly ridiculous. This mountain journey was the most perilous experience Lu Yin had encountered since entering the wilderness, but at the same time the harvest was the most bountiful. Now he finally understood why it was said that the fastest way to accumulate wealth was through plunder. High risks often meant high rewards. By merely eliminating 2 pig-headed men, he had obtained so many resources. If he could wipe out their entire tribe, it would be a brutal catastrophe and a tremendous bounty. A faint smile curled on Lu Yan's lips. He took out drinking water from his system grid and gulped down half a bottle. The consecutive battles had drained his stamina, but now that he had disengaged from combat, the enhanced self-healing effect from the Wilderness Wall title began to manifest. The pain in his ankles and wrists gradually subsided, and even the bruises and bite marks slowly faded. This place is not safe to linger. After collecting all the spoils he could carry, Lu Yin dared not stay any longer in this forest. Though rich in resources, it also hid countless dangers. To have clashed with the intelligent beings of this mountain and escaped unscathed was already immense luck. With heavy steps, Lu Yin found the beast trail he had come by earlier and prepared to retrace his path. But just then, Little White Dragon, which had been lazily crouching nearby, suddenly became alert, its sharp eyes fixed on a direction in the jungle, emitting uneasy growls. "What's wrong?" Lu Yin immediately asked. Animals were often more sensitive than humans in perceiving danger, and Little White Dragon's state clearly indicated it had sensed something. In the dense, lush jungle behind them, some danger seemed to be rapidly approaching. Little White Dragon suddenly let out a sharp screech, its back feathers bristling, urging Lu Yin to leave this place at the fastest speed. Lu Yin froze for a moment, then without any hesitation, he immediately broke into a sprint, his long legs carrying him wildly out of the forest. Earlier, when facing the pig-headed man with a flintlock, Little White Dragon had remained remarkably calm and composed without a hint of tension. But now it was clearly in a state of extreme unease and panic. What could have frightened it so badly? Lu Yin dared not think, and Little White Dragon couldn't explain. It only told him that it sensed an irresistible lethal danger rapidly approaching this place. The ground began to tremble slightly. As Lu Yin sprinted, he saw countless birds startled into flight from the jungle behind, accompanied by the sound of branches violently snapped by something charging through. It was as if a terrifying, monstrous beast was rampaging through the forest. With the tremors beneath his feet growing stronger, the thing seemed to be drawing closer. Lu Yin turned his head slightly to glance back with his peripheral vision, finally seeing what it was that made the earth quake. It wasn't a single monstrous beast. It was a horde of massive, frenzied, pig-headed men. There were over 30 of them, wielding flintlocks, spiked clubs, axes, and various other weapons like a cavalry charge, brutally crushing everything in their path. Lu Yin's scalp tingled at the sight. They had discovered the murder of their kin so quickly and were already in pursuit. The number of pursuers was far too great. This was not an enemy he could face head-on. Run he could only run. With a ferocious glint in his eyes, Lu Yin discarded the pheasant and hare in his hands to minimize his load. In an explosive burst of speed, he outpaced the pursuers behind him. Bang! 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 The sound of flintlocks rang out from behind, steel balls scattering in all directions, but none struck Lu Yin. This wasn't because the pig-headed men's aim was particularly poor, but because flintlocks were smoothbore guns. Without rifling, the projectile couldn't maintain stability for long after leaving the barrel and would soon deviate. Generally, the effective range of a flintlock was only about 80 meters, only slightly better than a bow, and even within that range its accuracy was very low. If encountering strong winds or bright light, hitting a target within 20 meters with a flintlock would already qualify as a marksman. Beyond that distance, hitting or missing truly depended on fate. Lu Yin sprinted without pause until he finally glimpsed the end of the beast trail along with the small stream he had crossed upon entering the mountains. With a powerful leap, he vaulted over the stream, breaking free from the forest. The moment he cleared the stream, the pig-headed creatures that had been relentlessly pursuing him came to an abrupt halt, standing at the forest's edge and bellowing at him in fury, yet none dared to give chase any further. Lu Yin halted, observing this peculiar sight, as a powerful notion surged within his mind. If this wilderness were a game, then this forest before him must be the monster map that spawns pig-headed creatures. Players could freely enter this map to farm monsters, where pig-headed creatures could also slay players at will. However, once players left this forest, the creatures could not pursue them beyond its bounds, confined to their own map, unable to break free. Yes, it must be so. Each monster has its own fixed territory. Lu Yin watched the ceaselessly roaring pig-headed creatures and suddenly burst into laughter. He had feared they might trail him to his sanctuary, but now all such worries had vanished. Though this wilderness granted players immense freedom to explore, it still adhered strictly to game rules in its design of monsters and disasters. The difficulty of this monster map is indeed high. If pig-headed creatures armed with flintlock rifles could emerge from the forest, they would likely annihilate every player across the entire wilderness. Lu Yin gasped in lingering terror. This ordeal was akin to a level 5 player blundering into a level 10 monster map. Had it not been for a confluence of luck, equipment, and his pet, he might never have escaped the forest. Gazing at the brilliant sunlight beyond the forest, Lu Yin felt a profound sense of relief at having cheated death. Once again, the harsh reality proved that countless unknown perils lurked across this merciless land. Just when you think you have come to understand it, new dangers emerge to deal you a heavy blow. It won't be long before I return. Then this forest will become my domain. Lu Yin's gaze grew piercing as he stared at the woods beyond the pig-headed horde. Everything within these mountains will fall into my grasp. With those words, Lu Yin's eyes held no trace of reluctance or nostalgia. He turned resolutely and set off on the path back to his sanctuary. This expedition had yielded an abundant harvest, and he needed to tally it up. Moreover, with the capture of 2 flintlock rifles, level 2 weapons were about to emerge. His arms-dealing plan was now ready to be set in motion. Having slain 2 fantastical beasts, Lu Yin remained lost in thought during his return journey. The coyotes he had killed earlier were not within the forest. If the forest was the monster map for pig-headed creatures, why could the coyotes they had tamed roam freely beyond its confines? Was it because coyotes lacked intelligence and were less formidable, or perhaps they were the lowest tier of monsters scattered across the world like mosquitoes and rats, thus exempt from territorial restrictions? Lu Yin could not find an answer to this question, yet unease lingered within him. Did the fact that tamed coyotes could leave the forest suggest that the pig-headed creatures bound by the map were unwilling to remain trapped near their lair forever? Were they devising ways to explore beyond the map, extending their reach ever further? These fantastical creatures in the wilderness are truly twisted. Lu Yin's thoughts spiraled. This journey had brought him not only a bountiful harvest, but also deep concern for humanity's future. If such beings as pig-headed creatures existed here, could even more terrifying monsters emerge in the future? Or even legendary mythical beings? Titans, dragons. If such entities truly existed, the fate of future players would be no better than that of the moles Lu Yin had casually crushed beneath his feet. Enough, I am not yet qualified to dwell on such matters. Even if mythical beings were real, the Doomsday game would not deploy them in the early stages, unless it intended to purge the players. Lu Yin cast aside all distracting thoughts, standing atop a rocky outcrop and gazing at the horizon. The silhouette of his sanctuary came into view. The journey back was smooth. It was now 1:03 in the morning, the hottest part of the day. After a morning of scorching sun, the puddles on the ground had nearly all dried up, and the air he inhaled was once again dry and searing. The innate ability to seek advantage and avoid harm activated. A blue radiance emanated from Lu Yin, sweeping across a 500-meter radius around the sanctuary. Confirming that no unfamiliar creature had approached during his absence, he and Little White Dragon opened the sanctuary door and strode inside. Brilliant sunlight poured through the doorway in a pillar of light, dispelling the dampness within the safe house. Countless fine dust particles drifted lazily through the air, resembling a golden sea of stars. There is no place like home. Stepping through the door, Lu Yin felt his muscles and spirit relax entirely. Here he need not fear sudden ambushes nor worry about threats like thirst, heat, or cold. This was the sense of security afforded by the top-ranked sanctuary on the leaderboard. After resting briefly on the hammock, Lu Yin retrieved all the spoils from this expedition and laid them out before him for sorting. The first thing to catch his eye was the primary objective of this mission. Fuel generator. Status normal. Maximum power 5500 W. Voltage 220 V. Maximum fuel capacity 15 L. Description: a standard household generator. Upgrade path: 1. Upgrade fuel conversion to allow burning coal, garbage, and other fuels. Upgrade cost 300 survival points. Upgrade path: 2. Upgrade core energy to a controllable nuclear fission energy core. Upgrade cost 30 survival points. Lu Yin raised an eyebrow, his gaze momentarily frozen as he counted the zeros in the upgrade cost for the second path. What the hell? 300 million. Lu Yin felt his worldview severely shaken. Setting aside the phone number-like figure, just the phrase controllable nuclear fission energy core in the second upgrade path was staggering. In my current situation, do I look like someone who can afford a miniature nuclear power plant? Good grief. Let me take a look at the other item first. Lu Yin held his breath and turned his attention to the large box-shaped vegetable culture medium. Vegetable culture medium. Usable area 25 square meters. Daily water consumption 5 liters. Daily power consumption 15 kilowatt hours. Effect: easy growth. Description: can autonomously provide suitable temperature, light, and nutrients for various plants. The growth cycle of plants cultivated in this medium will be significantly shortened. After reading the attributes of the cultivation medium, Lu Yin chuckled, feeling that his trip to the mountain forest was well worth it. It could autonomously meet all the conditions for crop growth, requiring no fertilization and automatically regulating temperature. Although it consumed up to 5 liters of water daily, the heavy rain yesterday had allowed Lu Yin to stockpile plenty of rainwater, which aside from daily cleaning needs, was more than sufficient to supply the medium. I have 5 10-liter wooden barrels for rainwater, enough to sustain the medium for about a week. Based on my observation of the wilderness terrain and climate, the rainfall cycle should also be around 5 to 7 days. Otherwise, the soil below 30 centimeters wouldn't stay moist under such high temperatures for long. Lu Yin stroked his chin, recalling the moisture content of the soil he had discovered while digging drainage ditches, and quickly reached a conclusion. The irrigation water source for the cultivation medium was not a problem at all. Upgrade path: 1. Upgrade the energy supply method, switching from electricity and water to solar power. Requires 300 survival points. Upgrade path: 2. Upgrade crop quality, elevating products from common to high quality. Requires 100 survival points. 2 upgrade options once again appeared before Lu Yin. The first one is out of the question. The electricity and water needed for the medium aren't a burden for me, and the survival point requirement is higher. Lu Yin naturally shifted his gaze to the second option: improve vegetable quality. Now that's interesting. High-quality vegetables not only offered higher nutritional value and yield, but most importantly, a significantly improved taste. At the thought of this, unworthy tears began to flow from his mouth. But the materials needed to upgrade the vegetable medium don't seem to be clearly specified. Lu Yin scratched his head. He took out steel, stone, timber, and a large quantity of other materials from his backpack and placed them before the medium, yet the required survival points in the upgrade option never decreased. Clearly, the materials needed to upgrade a technological product like the cultivation medium were completely different from those for basic items like wooden walls and cold weapons. Even Lu Yin couldn't produce them for the time being. Let's buy some seeds and fuel first and get the generator and cultivation medium working. Lu Yin rubbed his hands together. The moment he saw the cultivation medium, his innate talent for planting etched into his very bones was awakened. He didn't want to waste a single second and was eager to put it to use as quickly as possible. For the vegetables to be planted in the medium, he had only one requirement: the growth cycle must be short. For 5 whole days since entering the wilderness, Lu Yin had been eating tasteless dried vegetable packs. His mouth was craving something fresh. He longed for the sensation of tender green vegetable leaves being cut by his teeth. He decided to divide the 25 square meters of planting area into 5 different sections. One section would be for tomatoes, a high-yield vegetable rich in water and sugar suitable for cooking, making soup, or eating as fruit. The remaining 4 sections would be used to plant bok choy chives, cherry radishes, and baby greens. Among these 5 vegetables, aside from tomatoes, which have a longer growth cycle of about 110 days, the other 4 can be harvested in about 30 days. They are also suitable for dense planting and yield heavily. Soon Lu Yin used the spear he had used to kill the pig-headed man to exchange for 30 liters of fuel and a dozen packs of various vegetable seeds in the trading ground. After burying the seeds in the soil of the cultivation medium, Lu Yin picked up the large bucket filled with fuel and walked over to the silent generator. He unscrewed the cap of the filler port. As the golden fuel poured into the generator's fuel tank, this piece of technology slowly regained its vitality. Poot poot poot. Lu Yin gripped the handle and gave it a few vigorous cranks. With the roar of the engine starting, a plume of blue smoke billowed from the exhaust. The generator was running normally. A smile spread across Lu Yin's face. The small amount of blue smoke from the generator carried a pungent smell, but he didn't find it disgusting at all. Instead it felt strangely familiar. After being stranded in the barbaric and backward wilderness for 5 days, he had finally managed to bring his shelter back into the electrical age through his own efforts. It was only a rudimentary start, but it was a very good beginning, a perfect omen. With the addition of the vegetable cultivation medium, the previously spacious shelter now felt cramped, and the arrangement of various furniture and items looked somewhat chaotic. Lu Yin frowned. The problem before him was that he had to redesign the interior layout of the shelter to maximize the use of space. But I have no experience or skill in interior design. It seems I'll have to find someone to help me draw up a plan. Lu Yin was silent for a moment, then quietly posted an item request in the trading ground. He offered a fine-grade axe in exchange for an internal design plan for an electrified shelter. He now had a flintlock gun and was starting to prepare to make a level 2 weapon. Fine-grade cold weapons were a thing of the past and could now appear in the trading ground. Chapter 57, Fine-grade weapon item for sale. Steel axe, fine special effect, easy felling, increases chopping effect by 100. Required item: a complete interior design plan for a shelter that maximizes space utilization and includes electrical wiring layout. Listed by Lu Yin as the first weapon with a special effect appeared on the wilderness trading ground. It immediately sparked another wave of excitement across the entire eastern continent wilderness. While many were still using weapons like stone axes and wooden spears, an axe with the easy felling effect was a crushing advantage, almost like the difference between common gear and epic gear. As soon as the item was listed, it attracted countless onlookers. Wow, a weapon with a special effect. This axe is practically a divine artifact. You can use it to chop trees or people. The owner. It's Lucian again. My god, how many more good things does he have? A shelter design plan. I regret it so much. Back in school there was a guaranteed spot for me in the architecture program at Tsinghua, but I didn't take it. What a huge mistake. Brother upstairs, you're awesome. You gave up a spot at Tsinghua. Can you tell us why, eh? There were many reasons for not going. The main one is, the guaranteed spot wasn't for me. Get the hell out of here. Countless unarmed players stared at the item listing in the trading ground, drooling. Everyone knew the immense value of this axe and how much it could help them on their wilderness journey. In a certain thicket, a thin player tore his clothes into strips and reinforced his already loose stone axe again. The blade of the stone axe had cracked in 7 or 8 places, and the handle looked like it was about to break. The axe's appearance was pitiful, but the player still cherished it deeply. He knew very well that this stone axe was his foundation for survival in the wilderness, his trump card for staying alive. If he lost it then, unarmed, he would become the lowest creature on the food chain. If only I could get my hands on that steel axe. The thin player opened the trading ground, his gaze fixed greedily on Lu Yin's listing. Then I wouldn't have to live in fear like a rat. In front of a steep cliff. A tall player's face was twisted in pain. His right wrist was bent at an unnatural angle, and he clutched a broken wooden spear in his hand. On the ground before him lay a pool of blood and animal hair. Damn it. Wasted so much time. Used up so much energy. And that goat still got away. The tall player roared in fury, his eyes fixed on the broken spear in his hand. It's all because of this damn wooden spear. Why did it have to break at such a critical moment? If I had a better weapon, this hunt would have succeeded. In a mountain forest, two players were sitting nervously on a branch 4 or 5 meters high. Below the branch, 5 or 6 coyotes were gathered, baring their sharp teeth and howling furiously at them. You idiot. You can't even keep track of your weapon. What good are you? We're unarmed now and can't go down to fight them. We're going to be trapped here and starve to death. The older player glared, grabbing the younger player by the hair and shouting, "Tell me, what are we going to do now?" Across the wilderness, players were everywhere trapped due to a lack of weapons. In the eyes of these players, this fine-grade axe was like a lifeline, a long-awaited rain in a drought. But looking at the shelter design plan listed as the required item, most people fell silent. This wasn't something an ordinary person could fake. Without the relevant knowledge and experience, it was absolutely impossible to pass off. Lu Yan also knew that this item was relatively rare and difficult to obtain, so he waited patiently. However, to Lu Yan's surprise and delight, within just 30 seconds, some players expressed interest in completing the trade on the World Channel. The total number of surviving players in the Eastern continent was 1108. It seemed there was no shortage of talent in interior design among these 1,000+ people. Li and Lucian, I studied interior design before. We can chat privately. How if I am a serving lieutenant in the Russian military? I have participated in designing the construction of military fortresses and have extensive experience. Fang Xiong, I have an advanced interior designer certificate. I used to have my own studio, leading teams on over 1,000 design projects with a client satisfaction rate of 99%. Qin Yaoyao, I am a senior electrical engineer. I know how to design to minimize losses. I once invented a special circuit that can save at least 10,000 kilowatt-hours of electricity per day. Qin Yaoyao, sending image. Li Yin. Qin Yaoyao, are you serious? Although I'm not an expert in electrical technology, the materials used for the wires in your special circuit design are very outdated, and you've used various high-power consumption switches and long-distance power transmission. Such a design probably won't achieve energy savings, right? Qin Yaoyao, what the hell do you know? This special circuit of mine uses 10,000 kilowatt-hours a day. But if I don't turn it on, doesn't that save 10,000 kilowatt-hours a day? Li Yan. Fang Xiong. How if, sorry, I didn't quite follow. The World Channel was flooded with question marks. Qin Yaoyao, you might find my words hard to grasp, even laughable, but that's not because you're foolish. It's because my thinking is far too advanced. Qin Yaoyao, my design isn't just about practicality, it delves into a philosophical dimension. Qin Yaoyao, philosophy is complex, so let me give a simple example. The longer you live, the more emo you get. Qin Yaoyao, the more emo you are, the shorter your life. So the longer you live, the shorter your life. Another example, cheese has holes. The more cheese, the more holes. The more holes, the less cheese. Thus, the more cheese, the less cheese. Qin Yaoyao, can you understand this? Qin Yaoyao, if you can, it shows your philosophical thinking still lags far behind mine. Qin Yaoyao, only when you match my philosophical height will you realize how magnificent my design truly is. Qin Yaoyao, only then will you feel profound shame for your current doubts. The World Channel fell into dead silence. Oh, everyone was stunned by Qin Yaoyao's abstruse speech. Even Lu Yan sank into a long silence. After a while, Lu Yan sighed, then silently checked the option to block this person's messages for 48 hours under Qin Yaoyao's name in the World Channel. You speak well. Next time, don't speak at all. Lu Yan's time was precious. He had no leisure to decipher the mind of a madman. Since the design couldn't be drawn in a flash, anyone wishing to trade with him had to first present a few sketches for his review before finalizing the deal. Lu Yan, anyone interested in trading, please message me with a concept sketch. With that, Lu Yan closed the World Channel and trading ground. His gaze fell upon the remaining spoils. A bestiary, unidentified. A tome resembling a talent skill book appeared in Lu Yan's hand, but its name was entirely different. Seeing the word bestiary on the item, he recalled the early monster guide he had seen at Zhao Roofing's place. Identification requires 10x wood, 10x stone. Identify. Stone x 10. Identify. A prompt suddenly echoed in Lu Yan's mind. Wood and stone were the cheapest, most basic materials, trivial to Lu Yan. He immediately selected the Identify button. Congratulations. You have obtained the basic resource guide. A pleasant chime rang out as the tome began to glow faintly, as if infused with life. The once tightly shut pages slowly turned under Lu Yan's fingers. Item name: saltpeter. Basic resource used for crafting gunpowder, fertilizer, dye, ice, etc. High yield. Main producing areas: Pig Nest, 165. 338 Mang Mountain, 55. 222. Caution during mining: Pig Nest teams with pig-headed men. Extremely dangerous. Mang Mountain has steep terrain and is infested with deadly venomous snakes. Lines of text scrolled before Lu Yan's eyes. His brows shot up and a faint surprised smile tugged at his lips. It's a resource guide. Lu Yin felt his heartbeat quicken. In the wilderness, what matters most is resources. If one could amass a wealth of resources early in the game, their advantage would snowball infinitely. But on this unfamiliar land, resources were scattered and chaotic. In just a few days, players couldn't possibly explore the entire wilderness on their own, let alone pinpoint the locations of various resources. Gathering was pure luck, like a headless fly. But now everything changed. With this guide, Lu Yin could search with purpose. It even thoughtfully listed potential dangers near each resource. This is a real treasure. Lu Yin carefully stowed it away. With mass production of weapons for sale imminent, this guide would be the backbone of logistical supply. Now time to open the chests. His mountain expedition yielded 2 chests, 1 iron, 1 silver. Record: you opened the iron chest. Record: you obtained 10 packs of white oak instant noodles. Record: you obtained 1 variable charge charger. Record: you obtained a set of Amiani suit. The noodles and suit were of little value, but this variable charge charger was interesting. Lu Yin set aside the other 2 items and examined the palm-sized charger. It resembled an ordinary phone charger, a circuit board plug connected to a half-meter cable with over a dozen charging ports at the end to accommodate various mobile devices. With this and the fuel generator, I won't need to buy mobile power from the trading ground anymore. Lu Yin recalled the astute Qin Yao Yao. After 2 encounters, he had no desire for further contact. That person seemed a bit unhinged. Record: you opened the silver chest. Record: you obtained 1 sand motorcycle. Record: you obtained 5 thorn traps. A brand new 4-wheeled motorcycle appeared before Lu Yin. It was compact with a camouflage finish, seating only 2. 4 thick, deeply treaded tires gave the vehicle exceptional stability. A roll cage as thick as an infant's arm surrounded it. Lu Yin tapped it, confirming the material was a lightweight alloy. A stylish sand chariot. Lu Yin's eyes gleamed. Gazing at the fierce mechanical beast, his inner excitement nearly burst forth. Who wouldn't love such a mount? As the saying goes, only 2 sounds truly stir a man's blood: a woman's seductive sigh and an engine's savage roar. Lu Yin gently caressed the sand motorcycle, yearning to take it for a wild, lightning-fast ride. Imagine speeding across the endless flat wilderness, Lu Xiaoyu in the passenger seat, little white dragon soaring above the wind, whipping past your face. That feeling, it's called freedom. A smile crept uncontrollably across Lu Yin's lips, but a private message from the trading ground yanked him back to reality. He opened the chat and found a sketch had been sent. The sender was a very familiar name. Mutantian. Inside a certain cave, a group of ragged survivors labored to break stones near the shelter, carrying them to the drainage ditch to reinforce the walls. Mu Qianqian stood at the center, swinging a pickaxe vigorously, sweat streaming down her cheeks. Teacher Zhang, I've sent the sketch you drew to Lu Yin. I hope we get a chance to trade. She wiped her sweat and glanced anxiously at the shelter, now housing 42 people. We have more mouths to feed every day, consuming more resources. We need better weapons to hunt beasts and secure our food supply. The middle-aged, bespectacled man listened, then looked at the working survivors. Among them, many toiled diligently, but some were just coasting. Others, due to age or illness, couldn't perform heavy labor and lacked skills for mental work. Such people were pure burdens to the shelter. He opened his mouth to advise Mu Qianqian, but ultimately said nothing. After all, he was just another survivor. Criticizing others in front of Mu Qianqian would only breed resentment and make him seem divisive. I hope this works. The bespectacled man sighed, his gaze settling on a young survivor. He had noticed the young man earlier moving a palm-sized stone back and forth, dawdling for ages, clearly slacking off. And at lunch, that same young man had eaten the most. Frowning, the bespectacled man finally approached him and said in a low voice, "Young man, can't you work a bit faster? Do you think you deserve the food you ate at noon? Miss Mu took us in, but not to feed us for free." He kept his voice low, audible only to the 2 of them, saving the young man's face. But to his surprise, the young survivor showed no shame. Instead, he sneered and whispered back, "Who the hell do you think you are bossing me around?" Mu Qianqian said, "Shed take us in, food and board included. I didn't ask for it. It's a mutual deal, so why are you running your mouth?" The bespectacled man was stunned. "Shameless. F off and mind your own business." The young survivor turned away, ignoring him. "You're a parasite. Letting you into the shelter was a huge mistake." Enraged, the bespectacled man reached for the young man's shoulder, raising his voice. As attention shifted to them, the young survivor swiftly leaned toward the bespectacled man and with a subtle motion punched himself in the nose. Blood gushed out instantly. "Fight! Fight!" The young survivor screamed, blood streaming down his face, clutching the bespectacled man's collar. "He thinks he's superior just because he joined a day earlier. I didn't listen, so he beat me." The bespectacled man stood dumbfounded as chaos erupted in the shelter. Within the shelter, Lu Yin enlarged an image in his private chat interface, revealing a pencil-sketched overhead blueprint of the refuge. The initial safe houses issued by the system were uniform in size and shape, differing only between above-ground and underground variants. This simple overhead sketch was not complex. Even those without engineering experience could comprehend it. Divide the safe house into 6 zones: 2 bedrooms, 1 storage room, 1 kitchen, 1 vegetable cultivation room, and the hall separated by walls. Lu Yin examined the design draft, raising an eyebrow. Leave shooting ports in various directions across the 6 rooms, connect them with steel cables, and establish the control center in the master bedroom. After roughly 3 minutes, he closed the image. Overall, he found certain design concepts in this draft quite satisfying. Although the zoning was somewhat mediocre, following this blueprint to renovate the shelter would achieve perfect spatial utilization. The most ingenious aspect was the self-defense system outlined in the sketch. It involved installing ranged weapons like crossbows and flintlock muskets at the shooting ports, linking their triggers with steel cables that ran like electrical wires, converging into a single control box in the master bedroom. Lu Yin could sit in the bedroom and operate the control box to unleash multiple weapons simultaneously. Coupled with his seeking advantage, avoiding harm talent, and surveillance walkie-talkies, this shelter would become a fortress of formidable firepower. If realized according to this concept, encountering another violent assault like the trio of thugs last night would allow Lu Yin to annihilate all enemies without stepping outside. Yet the most gratifying part of this design was, not only had the creator planned for his current space, but they had also made simple provisions for areas he had yet to expand. For instance, the future expansion of the shelter downwards into a 2nd and 3rd basement level and a watchtower to be built above ground. Though these plans were sketched with only a few strokes, they demonstrated the creator's sincerity. As development progresses, the shelter's mere 100+ square meters will certainly be insufficient for them to thoughtfully consider this step. Lu Yin stroked his chin and suddenly chuckled. This must be what they call involution. At that moment, the fine-grade steel axe in the trading ground was in high demand, with everyone striving to meet Lu Yan's expectations. Mutates's design draft clearly struck a chord with him. Soon several more private messages arrived containing design sketches from different players. Lu Yin carefully compared these drawings and ultimately chose Mutates. Her design emphasized military defense and practicality, even thoughtfully outlining the shelter's expansion blueprint for the near future, saving him considerable trouble. In contrast, the concepts of other sketches seemed utterly unappealing. Opening the private chat interface, Lu Yin replied to Mutates, intending to discuss details. Yet it took 3 full minutes before he received her response. Mutates, Lord Lu, apologies. I was dealing with some personal matters and just saw your message. Are there any aspects of our design sketch you find unsatisfactory? Lu Yin, the design direction is acceptable, but I need to clarify some details first. My shelter has ventilation ducts. He quickly informed her of the shelter's existing fixtures and raised minor requests regarding item placement. After receiving her affirmative reply, he tentatively finalized the transaction plan with her. A day later, Mutates would present the complete design drawings. With the design issue resolved, Lu Yin turned his attention back to the final 2 spoils from his mountain expedition, the 2 crude flintlock muskets. Old flintlock musket, maximum range 600 meters, penetration 4 pierces of 5 centimeters, wooden board at 100 meters. Description: this is the most basic firearm. Its accuracy is on par with a crossbow, but its power is several times greater. Its sole weakness may be its slow reload speed and the risk of a barrel burst. 2 flintlock muskets with peeling lacquer lay before Lu Yin, a faint smell of gunpowder still lingering on their barrels. In terms of raw power, these 2 muskets were not significantly stronger than his previous longbow. However, one must consider that his longbow was of fine grade, while these flintlocks were likely ordinary or even inferior. Such was the gap in tier between weapons. The top-tier cold weapon of level 1 might only match the lowest-tier inferior weapon of level 2. This was suppression by grade. Upgrade Path 1: enhance material quality to increase weapon lifespan and reduce the risk of barrel burst. Requires 20 survival points. Upgrade Path 2: improve design precision, add rifling, and increase range and accuracy. Requires 40 survival points. 2 different options appeared before Lu Yin. Barrel burst accidents seem severe, but I don't plan to use these flintlocks. I intend to forge a higher quality new firearm from stronger steel, perhaps with some special effects. Lu Yin glanced at Upgrade Path 1, then shifted his gaze to Upgrade Path 2. Adding rifling seems quite necessary. However, it's best to acquire a rifling tool for industrial scale production. If I have to spend 40 survival points each time for mass-producing flintlocks, who could afford that? Lu Yin opened the crafting interface in the system and located the materials required to forge a flintlock musket. Materials: 2 units of common steel, 1 unit of high-grade steel, 1 unit of flint, 1 unit of wood, 1 spring mechanism. Survival points required 2. The materials for crafting a flintlock were not particularly rare, and Lu Yin's current stockpile sufficed. Yet a more pressing issue loomed before him: the ingredients for gunpowder were incomplete. Level 2 weapons boasted greater power and precision than their level 1 counterparts, but they also demanded more intricate handling. A flintlock musket comprised 3 primary components: the gun body, the projectile, and the gunpowder. Among these, gunpowder served as the crucial propellant, the very source of the musket's might. Bereft of it, the weapon would be naught but a heavy iron rod. The few hundred grams of gunpowder seized from the pig-headed humanoids would not last long. He needed to produce more. 1 part saltpeter, 2 parts sulfur, 3 parts charcoal. Lu Yin knew the formula for gunpowder well. Of these 3 ingredients, charcoal was trivial to obtain, whereas saltpeter and sulfur were primarily sourced from perilous regions. Since encountering the pig-headed humanoids and perusing the elementary resource compendium, Lu Yin had confirmed that a multitude of intelligent aborigines inhabited this wilderness. They seemed acutely aware of gunpowder's lethal potential, as most of their settlements were situated near the mines containing the raw materials for its manufacture, hoarding these precious resources with an iron grip. Acquiring them would be no simple feat. Thus far, Lu Yin's backpack contained only 3 units of crude saltpeter and 1 unit of sulfur scavenged during his earlier frantic looting spree. Compared to other ores and materials like steel, the yield of gunpowder ingredients was alarmingly low. Black powder. Materials: 1 unit of potassium nitrate 0. 2 units of sulfur 0. 3 units of charcoal. Survival points required: 2 points per 10 units produced. To craft 1 kilogram of black powder, one must expend 1.5 kilograms of raw materials. Lu Yin stared at the material requirements. It seems I must find a way to gather more raw ingredients. Lu Yin believed that before long, once the players had firmly established themselves in the wilderness, they would realize the paramount importance of gunpowder-based weaponry. Competition for such items would become fierce, and he had to stockpile well in advance, or even dare to go a step further, seize control of several mines producing the raw materials for gunpowder. Lu Yin flipped open the elementary resource compendium, his brow slowly knitting into a frown. After tallying all his gains, it was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The scorching sun blazed down upon the land, baking the rain-soaked ground until it cracked once more as the air temperature peaked for the day. Even the underground shelter shielded from direct sunlight felt as stifling as a steamer. Beasts gathered in the muddy puddles that had yet to fully dry, rolling in the mire to coat their fur with sludge as a defense against the sun's searing rays. At certain shelters and mines, countless players donning crude hats and coats woven from branches toiled relentlessly under the blazing sun, swinging their picks and hoes. Sweat carved rivulets through the dust on their bodies. Their exposed skin had turned a purplish red, with some areas beginning to peel severely. Working under such temperatures was an arduous ordeal, one that could even prove life-threatening. Yet these players had no choice. Their survival resources were scant, and they had to seize every moment to gather more. The cooler hours of morning and evening were peak times for beast activity, making sorties perilous. The night was shrouded in even greater danger, where even staying within a safe house could cost one's life, let alone venturing outside. This period, however, was the harshest part of the day, yet also the time when most beasts were at their most lethargic. Working now, though grueling, significantly reduced the odds of an attack. For the sake of survival, what was a little hardship and suffering. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of picks and hoes striking stone echoed across the wilderness, a lament from players forced to bow to the laws of survival. A tall, burly player was drenched in sweat, his palms blistered from gripping his tools. Yet he dared not pause for mining, or was the least risky method of acquiring resources, and he could not afford to waste a single moment. Every extra moment of perseverance now increased his chances of survival in the future. Gurgle. A loud, hollow growl erupted from his stomach as a wave of intense hunger washed over him. He paused, unscrewed his canteen, and gulped down the rainwater he had collected the previous day. Feeling his stomach fill, with liquid transforming the gnawing hunger into a strange sensation of fullness, he dared not linger. He raised his pickaxe once more and resumed his frenzied mining. After 6 whole days in the wilderness, he still hadn't solved his food crisis, subsisting solely on rainwater. But at least he had his own shelter, unlike those wandering the plains like restless spirits. This thought brought him a measure of relief and satisfaction with his lot. At least he was alive, and he had a home. In a certain grove, a female player gripped an axe, tightly chopping at a tree thicker than her own waist. The trunk was massive, the axe was small, and her strength seemed meager. Each swing only left a scar a few millimeters deep in the bark. At this rate, it might take her over a dozen hours to fell the tree. Yet she did not falter or give up. Within her frail frame seemed to reside a hidden reservoir of strength, driving her to swing the axe again and again. After a long while, she pulled a slice of cream cake from her backpack. Carefully, she broke off half, rewrapped it, and tucked it away. She nibbled slowly on the small, egg-sized piece, savoring each morsel as if reluctant to let the sweet taste vanish down her throat. She even licked the crumbs and cream from her fingers clean. Life in the wilderness was harsh, but she was content. She had food. Not plenty, but enough to stave off hunger. Compared to those who couldn't even get a meal, she was already enviable. It was the 6th day of the apocalypse. The disasters of the preceding days had largely weeded out those without the means to survive. Those who remained were either incredibly fortunate or genuinely capable of enduring in this wilderness. Though their circumstances were still dire, they were far better off than those who had perished, weren't they? A little hardship, a little difficulty, but they were still alive, and life still held beauty. In this wilderness, in the early stages of this apocalyptic game, whose existence wasn't a living hell, they consoled themselves with such thoughts. Inside the shelter, Lu Yin had laid out several slices of wolf meat pan-fried to a golden crisp and exuding a rich aroma alongside a newly opened can of oranges. He took a bite of the wolf meat, ate 2 orange slices, and washed it down with half a glass of juice. After a moment, he frowned deeply and fell into a long silence. Finally, he sighed, his face etched with bitterness. Life is so hard. It's truly too difficult for me to go on. This juice isn't even cold. Bleh bleh, it tastes awful. Compared to most players in the wilderness, Lu Yin's only annoyance at the moment was the poor taste of room-temperature juice. He had already escaped the threat of food scarcity and was among the top-tier advanced players in the wild. While most players were still struggling for survival, his concern had shifted to how to amplify his advantages like a rolling snowball. The nearest saltpeter and sulfur mines to my shelter. Lu Yin flipped through the basic resource guide, in his hands locating these resource sites. The closest was surprisingly the same forest where he had previously encountered the pig-headed humanoids. Other locations were either too distant or more dangerous. In comparison, re-entering the forest seemed like Lu Yin's best option. But I can't go now. I just caused a ruckus in their territory, so they're definitely on guard. Plus, with my current strength going there would be suicide. Lu Yin recalled his previous escape from a horde of pig-headed humanoids where the main force of the enemy had primarily wielded cold weapons with flintlock guns, making up only 1/6 of their arsenal. This indicated that despite their natural resource advantage, their technological development was not advanced. On one hand, this might be due to the low intelligence of the pig-headed humanoid race. On the other, perhaps, they had not occupied the forest for long enough. Irritable, reckless, and easily deceived. This was Lu Yin's general impression of the pig-headed humanoids after a bloody battle. Their physiques were indeed formidable, and their combat prowess was not weak along with superior weaponry. Yet under these circumstances, Lu Yin still managed to turn the tables, which was sufficient to demonstrate their lack of intelligence. If the little white dragon had not lured the middle-aged pig-headed humanoid away, causing it to be enraged and pursue it, but instead remained to besiege Lu Yin, then even with wings, he could not have escaped the forest alive. The behavior of the pig-headed humanoids reminded Lu Yin of a certain human race. African blacks. Blacks possess strong genes, powerful physiques, and far surpass Asians and Caucasians in physical fitness. They occupy the fertile and resource-rich land of Africa, yet for countless years not a single decent strong nation has emerged there, and they have even fallen to the point of hunger, barely surviving on aid from other countries. One could say they squandered a royal flush. The reason for this situation is that most blacks have low intelligence, are irritable and prone to anger, and are inherently lazy. Even in other countries, the rate of black scientists and scholars is far lower than that of other races. This is a racial flaw. Lu Yin is not a racist, but compared to other races, blacks are indeed as foolish as talking gorillas. This is a fact that cannot be denied. In some aspects, the pig-headed humanoids are very similar to blacks, possessing extremely strong physical attributes and a favorable natural environment. However, as long as their intellectual and temperamental flaws remain unchanged, their territory will eventually be overrun by players. The advantages they currently hold will gradually be caught up by players in the future. It seems I need to devise a solid tactical plan. Lu Yin clenched his fists. After experiencing a brush with death, he felt the preciousness of life more than ever. He opened the crafting interface. Craft spear. Required materials, iron 1. Wood 2. Confirm crafting successful. With a pleasant chime, 10 more ordinary spears appeared before Lu Yin. Through several trades, he found that spears with their long reach were the best-selling weapons, as no one wanted to engage in close combat with monsters and beasts in the early stages of the wilderness. A spear measuring 1.8 meters allows one to maximize distance from the enemy while completing a kill. In the early wilderness, apart from bows, the spear was the king of cold weapons. A qualified merchant must always consider market trends and the actual needs of customers. Lu Yin listed these 10 spears on the trading market. This time he sought to exchange them for various high-purity steels, sulfur, saltpeter, and other materials. Although these items had a low yield rate with a base of over 1,000 players, he could always find some lucky ones. Taking advantage of the hottest part of the day, Lu Yin lay on a hammock for a brief rest. Let's watch some streams. Feeling bored, he suddenly remembered that the game had opened a streaming function and became interested. He opened the streaming channel and found over a dozen more rooms than before. Since the first leaderboard rewards were distributed, many players eligible to stream were doing their utmost to promote their shelters and recruit companions. After all, many hands make light work, and everyone was striving to claim the top spot on all 3 leaderboards. Lu Yin randomly clicked into a stream. The first thing he saw was a blonde, blue-eyed man with a big beard standing in front of his shelter and speaking enthusiastically. This is the Zeus shelter of the Eagle Nation. I am its owner, Trip. Let me introduce the advantages of this shelter. As you can see, Zeus shelter ranks 3rd on the leaderboard. We have ample food and waterbread meat, barley, and cream. We have a 12-person hunting squad fully equipped with weapons, which has successfully completed 18 hunts. The largest prey captured was a black bear. We have 17 safe houses, 3 of which are used to store water and game. Our recruitment conditions: males 178 centimeters, 70 kilograms, or more, no infectious diseases, females 168 centimeters. Those with special skills such as construction or medicine are preferred. Lu Yin endured a few more minutes before exiting to enter another stream. The second stream's host was a player from the Stick Nation. His safe house was simply decorated, giving a visually appealing effect reminiscent of ancient Yanhuang architectural style. This style naturally attracted the interest of many viewers. Park Inyong, everyone, this is my carefully crafted shelter with rich cultural characteristics of the South Stick Nation. I sincerely invite like-minded individuals to join. Park Inyong blah blah blah. The host rambled on about the cultural spirit of his shelter while the barrage quickly exploded. Kinjiro, I swear by the Emperor's name, this is absolutely the style of our Cherry Blossom Nation. This is blatant cultural appropriation. Park Inyong, this is a traditional architecture that has been passed down for thousands of years in our South Stick Republic and has nothing to do with the Cherry Blossom Nation. Trio. Kadon, anyone with a basic understanding of history knows that Yanhuang civilization is the oldest extant civilization in the world. Its culture, traditional beliefs, cuisine, clothing, writing, and architectural styles have profoundly influenced East Asian countries. In other words, the source of your proud culture is entirely from Yanhuang. Park Inyong, you don't understand. You're not Asian. You don't know that in Asia there are things that only the South Stick Nation has, and Yanhuang does not. Kinjiro Ha, when mentioning things that the South Stick Nation has, but the Yanhuang Federation doesn't, I can only think of Eagle Nation soldiers. At Kinjiro's remark, Park Inyong lost his composure, his face turning ashen. The entire stream was filled with malicious mocking barrages. After a long silence, Park Inyong sneered and spoke again. Park Inyong, my friend from the Cherry Blossom Nation, I guess you must have a very good relationship with the Vatican. I heard the Pope absolutely adores your country. Park Inyong, after all, among all the countries in the world, only in the Cherry Blossom Nation do little boys fall from the sky. The live stream chat erupted in a cacophony of profanities, a chaotic spectacle of verbal sparring. Park Inyong and Kinjiro Ko were masterful provocateurs, each seizing upon the other's vulnerabilities with ruthless precision. Lu Yin, an observer, found a certain perverse pleasure in watching this dog-eat-dog affair. Just as he settled into his hammock, anticipating a fine show of conflict, a knocking sound echoed from the stone door of the shelter. It was Little White Dragon returning from its wanderings. The mountain journey had exhausted Lu Yin, yet the dragon was still brimming with energy, showing no signs of fatigue. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking grew more insistent, and Lu Yin detected a note of urgency and unease. Had Little White Dragon encountered danger? He immediately leaped from the hammock and pulled the stone door open a mere 20 centimeters. However, the dragon did not rush in. Instead, it stood at the entrance, neighing at Lu Yin while its wing pointed towards a distant direction. You're saying you saw a door? After a few seconds, Lu Yin grasped the dragon's meaning, his pupils contracting sharply. A blood-red door. His previously relaxed expression turned serious. Clearly, another secret realm ruin had appeared, and according to Little White Dragon, it was located about 5 kilometers from the shelter. Having explored one such ruin before, Lu Yin now felt a burning curiosity towards these mysterious and terrifying special scenarios. The ruins contained abundant resources and treasures, all fully formed items ready for immediate use. For instance, the surveillance walkie-talkie he had obtained earlier helped him eliminate the trio of thugs. Without it, he might never have detected their approach. Compared to ordinary maps like the Borman Forest, the yields from Secret Realm ruins were of a higher grade and superior quality. Though the ruins were fraught with danger, the principle that great rewards come with great risks remained eternal. What was a little danger compared to the potential gains? Moreover, compared to his first foray into the ruins, Lu Yan's equipment was now completely overhauled. At this moment, he feared no challenge. The sand motorcycle roared across the desolate land, kicking up a dragon-like trail of dust behind it. The fuel he had previously acquired still had 15 liters left, which he poured entirely into the motorcycle's tank. According to the dashboard, this fuel could support a range of 300 kilometers. Little White Dragon soared high above. From its perspective, Lu Yan looked like a fearless warrior riding his warhorse towards the enemy. A few kilometers ahead of Lu Yan's path, an extremely dense black mist shrouded the land. Within the black fog, a blood-red gate loomed, its doors slightly ajar like a demon opening its maw, waiting for prey to walk into its trap. 3 kilometers. 2 kilometers. 1 kilometer. Lu Yan stopped only when he was 300 meters from the thick black mist. Little White Dragon also descended from the sky, with extreme caution, its sharp eyes fixed on the center of the mist. But even the dragon could not see what lay beyond the gate. An invisible barrier within the ruins blocked all visual exploration. Lu Yan circled the gate on his motorcycle and noticed a difference from the ruin he had entered last time. The character on the gate is... Lu Yan squinted, focusing his vision on the faint symbol at the top of the gate. Void. He finally made out the mark on this gate. It was not the malice of the White Bear City ruin, but the void similar to the tribal ruin Yuan Wenya had entered. The void ruin was completely different from the malice ruin. According to the intelligence gathered, the void-type ruin might not contain tangible enemies, making it seem easier to clear than the malice type. After all, Yuan Wenyao had succeeded in obtaining resources without encountering any danger and had left unscathed. But Lu Yin did not believe the danger level in the void ruin was low. In fact, he feared the void type more than the malice type. At least with the latter, he could use arrows and firearms to inflict damage. But if he encountered intangible enemies, he had no idea what means to employ against them. According to the information I got from Yuan Wenyao last time, when enemies in the void ruin kill players, the players' bodies show no external injuries. Lu Yin pondered. Perhaps the monsters in the void ruin attack, using some form of spiritual power. Sorcery. Supernatural beings. Lu Yin considered himself a staunch materialist, long dismissing talk of ghosts, curses, and the like. In his former world, he never believed in paranormal events, thinking them mere rumors spread by hearsay. But in this wilderness he was not so sure. After all, in a world where Borman demon apes and mutated creatures existed, the appearance of a few urban legends like Sadako or a vengeful spirit didn't seem too far-fetched. If that's the case, my equipment is no advantage. Lu Yin glanced at his fully armed self, feeling like he was punching cotton. Against intangible enemies, would armor and helmets be of any use? This time I won't venture deep. He'll just explore the periphery. If I detect any anomaly, he'll retreat immediately. It should be fine. Lu Yin took a deep breath. Although the void ruin was eerie, even a woman like Yuan Wenyao had managed to escape unscathed. As long as he wasn't too greedy, he figured nothing would go wrong. After hesitating at the gate for a moment, he opened the crafting system. Flintlock pistol required materials. Craft. Confirm craft. Lu Yin pressed the confirm button. Soon, with a flash of light, a vintage-looking flintlock pistol appeared in his palm. Crafting successful. LV2 weapon crafting proficiency for 4,800. The system-produced weapon was indeed exquisite, vastly different from the crude creations of the Borman. Not only was the barrel smooth and even, but the design was also compact. Not a long staff-like rifle, but a large pistol resembling those used in medieval duels. Including the grip, its total length did not exceed 30 centimeters. Although a shorter barrel might affect accuracy, it far surpassed bulky long guns in terms of ammunition loading, portability, firing speed, and reaction time. Flintlock pistol quality, common, maximum range 800 meters. Description: the times have changed, sir. Gripping the flintlock pistol, Lu Yin felt a sense of reassurance. Though he knew it might be ineffective against the monsters in the void ruin, preparing more items was never a bad thing. He looked at the gate before him, but did not rashly step inside. Instead, he turned to prepare a second weapon. This flintlock pistol, crafted by the system, measured no more than 30 centimeters from muzzle to grip, exquisitely refined. Though its short barrel compromised accuracy, it far surpassed the cumbersome long rifles in ammunition loading, portability, firing speed, and reaction time. Gripping the pistol's handle, Lu Yin felt a surge of reassurance. Though he knew it might prove useless against the monsters within the Void Realm ruins, preparing extra tools could never be a mistake. More importantly, the dangers within the ruins might not stem solely from the ruins themselves. The players who entered the same ruin alongside him could pose a greater threat than the monsters. Despite the system offering no such explanation, through days of observation and chats on the World Channel, Lu Yin confirmed that a single ruin could accommodate multiple players exploring simultaneously. Encountering his own kind within the ruins would likely spark a fierce battle. For now, Lu Yin was nothing but a plump prey on the wasteland, tempting every predator to take a bite. Gazing at the gate just before him, he refrained from charging in, recklessly turning instead to prepare a second weapon. He cut strips of cloth from the clothes stripped from the Black Trio's corpses, each the size of a palm, and poured the gunpowder seized from the pig-headed man into these cloth bundles. Mixing in sharp gravel and sugar, he wrapped them tightly. Lu Yin opened the crafting system using saltpeter, orange juice, and the plastic wrapping paper from the big golden dragon oil jug to fashion several fuses. After inserting the fuses into the gunpowder bundles, he gazed upon a crude bomb the size of an egg, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. His second weapon was not system-generated, appearing rough and makeshift, yet its power was far from negligible. A simplified combination of fragmentation grenade and incendiary bomb. Once the gunpowder bundle detonated, the sharp gravel would burst outward like crossbow bolts, while the intense heat would instantly melt the sugar. The molten sugar would splatter and ignite an inferno nearly impossible to extinguish. Even a wild buffalo-struck heathen would surely meet its ancestors in the underworld. However, due to its homemade nature, its stability and safety were questionable. Mishandling could lead to self-injury. The gunpowder seized from the pig-headed man amounted to only 800 grams, and each bomb consumed about 120 grams. After crafting 3 in succession, Lu Yin halted. 3. Unless I face a horde, they should suffice. Lu Yin carefully tucked these crude bombs into his backpack slots. They represented the most powerful explosive firepower he could currently produce. Though unlocking level 2 weapon proficiency would grant access to the system's old-style wooden hand grenade, its material requirements far exceeded those of his handmade bombs. Lu Yan's current materials were insufficient for production. After long deliberation, he retrieved steel and wood to craft a spear by hand. The firearm's advantages were clear, yet its drawbacks were equally undeniable. Without an automatic breach mechanism, each shot required over 10 seconds to reload. Lu Yan needed a reliable cold weapon to ensure he wouldn't be slain by enemies during those critical seconds of firing downtime. The spear's description read: you claim your spear is the sharpest in the world and your shield the sturdiest. If you pierce your shield with your spear, who would win? Don't walk away. Answer me this. Isn't that self-contradictory? Hey, what are you doing? Oh. From the last words of a spectator who exploited a weapon merchant's promotional loophole, slain by the furious merchant before he could finish. Lu Yan tightened his grip on the spear, loaded the flintlock pistol with gunpowder, and tucked it into his chest, his gaze fixed on the ruin gate just ahead. Little white dragon, let's move. He twisted the throttle, the engine roaring to life, thick smoke billowing from the exhaust. The sand buggy vanished into the gate in an instant, with little white dragon following closely behind. An intense chill surged from all directions, a familiar sensation that let Lu Yan clearly perceive his location. He had entered the ruins. The pitch-black, chaotic mist began to dissipate the moment he stepped inside, unveiling the world within the ruins before his eyes. A group of lonely beings forever trapped upon this land. They had endured countless years of waiting, losing both their flesh and hope in the process, leaving behind only stubborn, fanatical souls. If you were not the one they awaited, flee the moment you sensed their presence, for these long-maddened souls would kill you without hesitation. If you were indeed the one they awaited, run even faster. In their endless vigil, they had transformed their former hope into the resentment of abandonment, and they would slaughter you in the cruelest manner possible. Just like the White Bear City ruins, a series of narrative prompts appeared before Lu Yan's eyes upon entry. These prompts seemed etched into Lu Yan's memory. Soon the text before him began to fade, slowly vanishing. He raised his head to look ahead, where an awe-inspiring ancient ruin stretched before his gaze. Towering spires and majestic temples stood tall. The architectural style bore a striking resemblance to ancient Egypt. Yet due to the passage of eons, most structures had collapsed to varying degrees. The glazed tiles atop the temples had lost their luster, crumbling into cyan stones. A gentle breeze swept through the ruins, leaving an eerie silence. It was as quiet as a midnight grave. Towering spires rose high, and the temple stood in majestic grandeur. Surrounding the central temple were clusters of low, humble dwellings, standing like sentinels guarding the sacred grounds. The architecture bore a striking resemblance to that of ancient Egypt. Yet as if weathered by the relentless passage of time, most structures had succumbed to varying degrees of collapse. The glazed tiles atop the temple had lost their luster, crumbling into fragments of dull greenish stone. A gentle breeze swept through, and the entire ruin fell into an eerie silence. Silent as a midnight graveyard. You have entered the secret realm. Ruins game interface functions are temporarily suspended. Just as when he first stepped into the White Bear City ruins, upon setting foot on this land, the game interface had turned gray. Little white dragon perched cautiously on Lu Yan's shoulder, its neck feathers trembling faintly, as if sensing a dangerous aura, but unable to pinpoint its source. It grew restless, constantly turning its head to scan the surroundings. This time the technological level seems to be from the age of cold steel. Lu Yan looked ahead and spotted several arrows embedded in the nearest low, earthen fortress-like structure. He parked his sandbike and approached, lightly tapping an arrow with his spear. Instantly the petrified arrow shattered into countless fine splinters of wood. Decayed so severely. This must be at least a century old. Lu Yan calculated the time roughly. After a moment of silence, he circled the earthen fort, then thrust his spear forcefully into its wall. With a burst of dust, the wall, already crumbling from age, yielded a hole the size of a basketball. Thud! Thud! Lu Yan struck a few more times, widening the breach until it was large enough for a person to pass through. He shone his flashlight inside, confirmed no living creatures lurked within, then cautiously stepped in. During his earlier observations, he noticed these earthen forts had no doors or passageways, only two small football-sized lookout holes near the top. This peculiar construction baffled Lu Yan. He couldn't fathom the purpose of such a design. A dwelling. But how would one enter or exit? A prison. Yet who would build a prison on the outskirts of a temple? Plagued by intense curiosity, Lu Yan fanned away the dust before him and leaped inside, intent on illuminating the fortress interior with his flashlight. But before he could even steady himself, the unexpected struck. Crack! Lu Yan's expression shifted. He felt something beneath his foot, a distinct sensation of snapping. He shone the light downward to reveal a bleached white skull staring back at him. In the flashlight's beam, the dark hollows of its eyes seemed to burn with ghostly flames. Damn it! Lu Yan's hair stood on end. He stepped back, pressing his body flat against the wall, and thrust his spear forward in one fluid motion. Crash! The spear struck the skull, piercing it with ease. Lu Yan gasped for breath. Only then did he realize he stood atop a complete skeleton previously hidden by his angle of entry. This skeleton did not rise with a sinister grin, nor did ghostly flames erupt from its eye sockets. It did not declare itself a bone king from some netherworld. It lay utterly still, its ribs shattered under Lu Yan's weight, its skull impaled on his spear like some macabre artifact. It was beyond dead, incapable of posing any threat. Crack. Forcing himself to calm, Lu Yan knocked the skull against the wall until it shattered, then began a cautious inspection of the earthen fort. From the outside it stood just over 2 meters tall, but inside the maximum height was only about 1.8 meters. Standing at his full height was uncomfortable, forcing him to stoop or bow his head. A circle of iron hooks lined the walls, laden with numerous quivers. Some were empty, others still held a few arrows, but they too crumbled at the slightest touch, rendered useless by age. Besides the quivers, the ground was littered with a few broken longbows and a single rust-encrusted dagger. There's blood on the dagger, and the ceiling and walls are splattered with it. Yet there's no other exit from this fort. Lu Yan studied the scene, a theory forming. This skeleton's death seems to be a self-inflicted cut to the throat. Suicide. A completely sealed earthen fort, a skeleton that died by its own hand, and the ominously cryptic message upon entering the ruins. A torrent of information raced through Lu Yan's mind, but he couldn't connect the dots or make sense of it all. He didn't dismiss the message as mere plot exposition. He firmly believed that certain rules of the ruins, or even the secrets to overcoming them, were hidden within those words. If he could glean even a sliver of insight, it would greatly aid his expedition. Sigh. After a few minutes, Lu Yan let out a frustrated breath. From these clues alone, I can gather too little. There's no way to piece them together. He'll have to venture deeper. Just as he prepared to leave the fort and press further into the ruins, little white dragon, who had been keeping watch outside, let out a sharp, piercing cry. Thanks to their bond, Lu Yan instantly understood the meaning. Danger was approaching. Without a second thought, he leaped out of the fort, drew his flintlock pistol, and stared warily in the direction of little white dragon's gaze. Thump, thump, thump. Thump, thump, thump. A cacophony of frantic, heavy footsteps echoed. Within Lu Yan's line of sight, a young man in a denim shirt stumbled out from another cluster of earthen forts. This was another player. His face was a mask of terror, his demeanor unhinged. He ran while constantly glancing back over his shoulder, as if a horrifying entity was in hot pursuit. Soon his eyes landed on Lu Yan standing among the forts. Hope and frenzy blazed in his gaze as he sprinted, shrieking incoherently, Are you the one they're waiting for? Yes, you must be. Save me, please save me. I don't want to die. Just die, you die. And they won't kill me. The young man's eyes were bloodshot, his sanity seemingly shattered, teetering on the brink of collapse. As the distance between them shrank, a wave of dread washed over Lu Yan. Every hair on his body stood on end, as if an invisible, malevolent gaze was fixed upon him. An intensely piercing chill surged from the base of Lu Yan's spine, instantly covering his skin with a fine layer of goosebumps. It felt like standing in a midnight morgue, hearing the sound of fingernails scraping against the walls from the freezer behind him, a sensation that sent a shiver down the spine. Thump, thump, thump. The young player, sprinting for his life, stumbled and fell several times, his body covered in mud and one shoe missing, looking utterly disheveled. Save me, I don't want to die. He stretched his arms forward, his 10 filthy fingers reaching out like withered branches, his gaze fixed on Lu Yan like a drowning man grasping at a lifeline. Just die, won't you? The distance between the young man and Lu Yan grew shorter, and with his approach the chilling sensation became more distinct, as if an invisible ghost was rapidly moving towards them. Stop! Lu Yan raised his spear, the tip pointing directly at the other, and shouted sternly, Don't move. Take one more step and you die. He couldn't see the invisible enemy, but if this player kept approaching, Lu Yan might be in great danger. The young man was in a frenzied state, ignoring Lu Yan's warning, running forward in panic like a gazelle chased by a tiger. It seemed that in his eyes the spear-wielding Lu Yan was far less threatening than the them he was desperately trying to escape. Screech. The little white dragon's feathers bristled, emitting a sharp cry. Seeing the opponent was less than 10 meters away, Lu Yan hesitated no more. He raised his spear in reverse and hurled it like a javelin. The spear traced a perfect arc through the air, and the next second it pierced straight into the player's chest. Under the effect of the easy pierce enchantment, the spear went through his chest, nailing the running player firmly to the wall of an earthen fortress. Blood gushed out, staining the ground red. You? The player looked up, his face twisted, revealing a mouthful of blood-stained teeth, and glared at Lu Yan with a grim smile. You won't escape either. His body convulsed, struggling wildly for 2 or 3 seconds before his head finally drooped lifelessly. Strangely, with the player's death, the intense chilling sensation began to fade and eventually disappeared completely. Lu Yan stood still, a thin layer of sweat forming on his forehead. In the brief 3 seconds that had just passed, he felt as if he had experienced the most terrifying event in the world. Only then did he understand why Yuan Wenyao had been so frightened when she first entered the Void Ruins. That chill felt like falling into an ice cave in winter, as if personally inhaling the putrid scent of death. He was certain that some invisible demon had appeared. It must be a monster from the Void Ruins. This feeling is exactly as Yuan Wenyao described. Lu Yan frowned deeply. But why did this chilling sensation disappear after I killed this player? Could it be that the invisible demon's target was this player, so after I killed him the demon lost its target and left? Why didn't it attack me? Perhaps the monsters in this ruin have a special attack mechanism. This player triggered it and was chased. I didn't, so I wasn't attacked. Liu Yan's mind raced rapidly, deducing a series of possibilities based on the information he had gathered. Just then footsteps echoed again from the once silent cluster of earthen fortresses. Liu Yan immediately placed his hand on the spear's hilt, looking toward the direction of the sound. A dark-skinned youth emerged cautiously from behind the fortresses holding a steel blade, and looked at Liu Yan warily. "Excuse me, are you also a player?" Liu Yan's mind raced at lightning speed, swiftly piecing together a series of deductions based on the information he had gathered. Just then footsteps echoed once more from within the eerily silent cluster of earthen forts. Liu Yan instantly pressed his hand onto his pistol grip, his gaze fixed on the direction of the sound. A pale-skinned girl crept out cautiously from behind the earthen forts, her demeanor wary, a steel blade clutched in her hand. She peered nervously at Liu Yan and asked, "Excuse me, are you a player too?" The girl was frail, standing at about 165 meters tall, wearing an ill-fitting men's shirt and denim shorts with long jet black hair. Her delicate features made her resemble a frightened rabbit, and she gripped her weapon tightly. Compared to the towering Liu Yan, the girl seemed utterly insignificant. Apart from the cold gleam of the steel blade in her hand, she posed no apparent threat. Even her long lashes seemed to glisten with tears shed from fear. Her features were pure and lovely, her demeanor the kind that easily stirred a man's protective instincts. Yet Liu Yan, after scrutinizing her from head to toe, did not let her appearance lower his guard. He strode swiftly to the corpse of the player he had slain, pulled out the spear, and pointed it at the girl, his voice cold. "I'll give you 10 seconds. State your identity, your name, and the country and city you were in before arriving in the wilderness." "I mean no harm," the girl exclaimed, startled, her expression flustered as she explained. "I just want to leave this place, leave this ruin." "Answer my question," Liu Yan repeated impassively. "You have 10 seconds. Perhaps intimidated by the blood pooling from the nearby corpse, or Liu Yan's unyielding attitude, the seemingly fragile girl trembled with fear and spoke compliantly. "My name is Kim Sung-soo, a player from Nason City, North Sean Country. 5 hours ago I entered this ruin to explore, and I formed a temporary team with him." She gestured helplessly toward the player Liu Yan had killed. "But before we could reach the temple deep within the ruins, we were attacked by monsters. We barely escaped, and then we ran into you." It was a simple story with hardly any twists. After hearing her account, Liu Yan's demeanor softened slightly, but he still kept the spear raised. "What did you find?" Liu Yan asked. At his question, a look of intense fear flickered across the girl's face. She instinctively stepped back, pressing a hand to her shirt pocket, and stammered, "Nothing. We didn't even get inside the temple. We were attacked by monsters before we could find anything. Could you be any more obvious?" Liu Yan narrowed his eyes and suddenly barked, "Take it out and put it on the ground." "Please don't." The girl looked on the verge of tears, her big watery eyes fixed on Liu Yan as she bit her lower lip and pleaded, "I risked so much to get this." Seeing her fragile, beseeching appearance, Liu Yan felt something strike his heart. The feeling of bullying the weak was damn satisfying. A soft girl like this would probably cry for a long time after a single punch, wouldn't she? "I said take it out and put it on the ground." Liu Yan's voice turned icy as he raised the spear in a throwing stance, pointing at the long-dead young player. "Unless you want to end up like him." He was no fool who lost his wits at the sight of a pretty face. In the wilderness, beauty was the most worthless thing. No matter how lovely the skin, it couldn't be eaten or used as a weapon. Liu Yan's policy of plunder never changed based on appearance. Hearing his deathly threat, the girl finally succumbed to fear. Trembling, she pulled something from her shirt pocket and placed it on the ground with great reluctance. It was an ancient scroll of parchment. "Open it," Liu Yan ordered again. Following his instruction, the girl untied the scroll's string and spread it out. What met Liu Yan's eyes was a profoundly ancient illustration. He used the spear tip to lift the scroll for a closer look. The entire parchment was divided by crooked black lines into a dozen palm-sized sections, each bearing a different pattern resembling ancient murals. These segmented murals, when linked together, formed a coherent story. The first section depicted a dozen primitives clad in animal hides holding wooden spears and bows dancing around a bonfire. Lightning marks were branded on their backs, their bodies covered in scars with piles of beast carcasses nearby, a celebration of a bountiful hunt. In the second section, the primitives had built rows of thatched huts, tents, and even watchtowers. They had grown and formed a large tribe. In the third section, shaman-like figures appeared among the tribe, and people began crafting idols of deities worshipping the sun and moon. In the fourth section, the primitives had shed animal hides for linen garments. The tribe's civilization had advanced rapidly, and they started cultivating crops, no longer relying solely on hunting. In the fifth section, the image depicted a war. The tribe bearing the lightning mark had defeated its enemies in a bloody battle, slaying their leader, capturing their women, and seizing their territory, expanding its power further. In the sixth section, the tribe had grown to an appalling scale, becoming the overlords of this land. They built towering pagodas and temples ruling with absolute force. Liu Yin lifted the scroll and compared it to the distant temple, confirming that the illustration matched the very structure before him. The murals on this parchment were a record of the very tribe that had built the ruins. In other words, this scroll was the history book of the ruins. Liu Yin glanced at the girl crouching and shivering by the earthen fort, then turned his attention back to the scroll. Perhaps on this parchment, he could find a way to clear the ruins. The seventh section shifted dramatically in tone, becoming eerie and oppressive. It depicted a horde of grotesque monsters descending from nowhere onto this land and slowly encroaching upon the tribe. No, by now it should be called an empire. Those monsters frenziedly attacked the empire's territory and people. Liu Yin noticed that starting from the seventh image, the background had turned a deep crimson, as if to convey that even the land itself was dyed in blood. Then came the eighth illustration. It depicted a sea of corpses and rivers of blood. Before the formidable demonic creatures, this empire suffered successive defeats until its territory was finally forced to shrink back to the vicinity of the temple. As for the other regions of the land, most had been overrun by the monsters. The ninth illustration. The demonic creatures began advancing towards the temple from all directions. A royal general of the empire handed a horn to the army's commander, then led a portion of their kin away from the temple, heading towards the blank areas not yet occupied by the monsters. Below this illustration, there was a distinct line of text: "We cannot withstand the invasion of the demonic creatures. We must seek help from others far away. If no one is willing to aid us, then after the sun has risen and set 100 times, we shall return to our ancestral land and die fighting alongside our kin." A line of extremely ancient and complex characters met Liu Yan's eyes, translated into words he could comprehend almost instantly. Although game functions were unusable within the ruins, the settings within, as part of the Doomsday game, strictly adhered to the rule of shared script and shared language. The 10th illustration. The imperial army escorted the king and some nobles out of the encirclement of demonic creatures. Afterwards, the army's commander blew the horn the king had given him. The troops engaged in countless bloody battles with the monsters, suffering heavy casualties, and were ultimately forced to retreat near the temple. The 11th illustration. The imperial army constructed numerous earthen forts near the temple as temporary strongholds, preparing for their final decisive battle to defend their ancestral land and home. It was a brutal and protracted war. Every soldier embraced the conviction of certain death. They filled the earthen forts with arrows, spears, and provisions, regarding this as their last stand. Facing the demonic creatures, they would not flee, nor could they flee. The earthen forts had no exits. Once sealed, there were only two ways to get out. One was to repel the invasion of the demonic creatures. The other was for the monsters to breach the fort and drag out the soldiers' corpses. The 12th illustration. The brutal war placed immense psychological pressure on every soldier, yet they still clung to hope. Every day they carved lines on the walls of the earthen fort, silently awaiting the arrival of the 100 days their king had promised. Though the war was savage, as long as they held out for 100 days, the king would return with reinforcements, wouldn't he? They must defend the ancestral land until the king's return and not let him see a desolate ruin. Sustained by this conviction, the soldiers endured the cramped space of the earthen fort, the ferocious enemies, and the threat of death, repelling the demonic creatures' assaults time and again. The 13th illustration had no image, only a line of text: "The sun rose in the east and set in the west." 127 days had passed, yet the king still had not returned. The army commander stood atop a high tower, gazing into the distance in the direction the king had departed, but there was no trace of any figure on the distant horizon. The 14th illustration. The invasion of the demonic creatures grew ever more fierce, and the soldiers' faith began to crumble. More despairing than the brutal enemy was the king's deception and the betrayal of their kin. The soldiers finally understood they had been abandoned. Abandoned by the king they trusted and revered most, and by their closest kin. This despair instantly sapped their will to fight. Upon learning this truth, many soldiers chose to take their own lives within the earthen fort. The soldiers who could stand firm against the ferocious monsters finally broke under the betrayal of their own people. The 15th illustration. On the 157th day, nearly all the soldiers were dead. The army commander, still clutching the horn, went alone into the temple. He smashed the throne that symbolized royal authority with a hammer, knelt before the divine statue, and uttered the most venomous curse. "You who abandoned us. We shall not die, but will roam this land as specters awaiting your return. We will personally so shut your mouths, so full of lies, and tear out your faithless hearts." The 16th illustration. The general stood within the temple and blew the blood-stained horn in his hand. As the sound of the horn echoed, twisted spiritual forms emerged from the bodies of the long-dead soldiers on the land. They shrieked mournfully, circling above the temple like a pandemonium of demons. The 17th and final illustration also bore no image, ending with a single sentence: "The general sacrificed his own soul to grant the dead soldiers rebirth as confused, wandering spirits." They lurk here waiting for those who once betrayed them to return, so they may tear them to pieces. They are no longer the king's loyal soldiers, but vengeful wraiths. When the horn sounds again, they will obey the horn's master and drag anyone into a terrifying hell. The murals on the entire parchment thus came to an end. Overall, it was a somewhat cliched tale. A cowardly king, when danger descended, tricked his army into holding their ground, while he fled with his people only to earn the soldiers' lasting enmity, driving them to seek revenge even as ghosts. The images on the parchment combined with the prompt he had seen upon first entering the ruins confirmed its authenticity. In other words, the most precious treasure in these ruins is that horn. Lu Yin quickly identified the key point. According to the final statements on the parchment, the horn once held by the general was the artifact that controlled all the spectral soldiers in this illusory ruin. It was akin to a troop token in certain games. With it, he could claim everything in this ruin without pressure or danger. Lu Yan's heart pounded wildly. Although the technological level of these ruins seemed far inferior to that of the White Bear City ruins, the records on the parchment endowed the treasures within with a surreal capability, which posed a greater threat: spectral soldiers or special operatives. Which was more precious, a horn that could command a ghostly army or a fighter jet? Though their roles differed vastly, Lu Yin felt their value was nearly comparable. Yet exploring the temple alone would likely be very dangerous. At this thought, a gentle smile spread across Lu Yan's face. He tucked the parchment into his bag and looked at Kim Jinsu, who was crouching nearby. He spoke softly, "Little girl, I now invite you to join my team. Let's explore the temple together. How about we split the treasures 50-50? Lu Yan's smile was kind and amiable, but Kim Jinsu shook her head violently, her voice trembling. "No, I don't want to go anymore. It's too terrifying. Don't be afraid. We're a team of two. He'll protect you." Lu Yin patted his chest. Kim Jinsu's expression grew even more fearful. She stood up, pointed at Lu Yin, and gritted her teeth. "Don't try to fool me. You definitely want to use me as a guinea pig, a cannon fodder to scout the way. Do you think I'm stupid?" The smile on Lu Yan's face froze. After a long pause, he sighed, his expression turning cold. "Little girl, let me give you a piece of advice. In a relationship between two people, when the stronger one still bothers to put on a facade for their actions, the weaker one had best pretend not to see through it and not expose it. Otherwise, once both sides drop all pretense, the weaker one will have even their last shred of dignity stripped away." Lu Yin pointed the tip of his spear at Kim Jinsu's throat, a mere 3 centimeters away. She could smell the pungent, bloody odor of the spear tip and the thick aura of death. "So do you agree?" Lu Yin asked softly, "or are you forced to agree? Survival of the fittest. This has been the law of existence since ancient times. On the peril-laden wilderness, one must strictly adhere to this rule to endure." After his recent deductions, Lu Yin concluded that temporarily cooperating with Jin Jingxiu would yield far greater benefits than simply killing her and seizing her supplies. The temple within the ruins was fraught with danger. Having an expendable scout to lead the way would significantly reduce the risk of encountering peril himself. Weighing the pros and cons, Lu Yin extended a friendly invitation to form a team to Jin Jingxiu. Faced with Lu Yan's undisguised malice, Jin Jingxiu was utterly powerless to resist. If she agreed, there might still be a glimmer of hope for survival. But if she refused, Lu Yin would not hesitate to pierce her fair throat without mercy. The corpse of the other player nearby had not yet grown cold. "Fine, I agree to team up with you. But I have one condition: I want to bury him." Jin Jingxiu pointed at the young man. Lu Yin had killed, her voice low. "He helped me several times before. I can't bear to see his body left exposed in the wilderness." Lu Yin raised an eyebrow. After a moment of silence, he kicked over the small wallet that had materialized from the young man's dropped inventory and said flatly, "Suit yourself." With Lu Yan's permission, Jin Jingxiu embraced the young man's corpse, dragged it with great effort into an earthen fort, and then gathered some rubble and soil to bury it. The entire process took about 10 minutes. Afterward, Jin Jingxiu's once relatively clean clothes were stained with blood and dust, her cheeks, hands, and hair smeared with grime, making her look utterly disheveled. Lu Yin watched the scene unfold and remarked with a smirk, "You're quite kind-hearted." Jin Jingxiu shot him a surprised glance, as if puzzled why such words would come from a villain like him. "Too bad kind people don't last long in this environment," Lu Yin sneered, pointing toward the temple standing amidst the countless earthen forts. "Let's go." Lu Yin and Jin Jingxiu moved one after another through the maze of forts. As they ventured deeper, the surrounding structures bore signs of extensive collapse and war. Long-dried blackened blood splattered the outer walls of the forts, and the ground was littered with bones resembling those of ferocious beasts identical to the monsters recorded in the parchment scrolls. The ghost soldiers do have an attack mechanism. Jin Jingxiu shared what she knew as they traveled. It seems to be linked to the victim's emotions. During our earlier explorations, we often felt that sensation of being watched, but we were never attacked. Until my companion grew irritable and angry from being unable to enter the temple for so long. Then that feeling of being watched rapidly transformed into a mental assault that drew closer and closer to us. A flicker of unease crossed Jin Jingxiu's face, as if the past events still haunted her. Though I couldn't see where the enemy was, I sensed its presence. It pounced on my companion. After the attack, there wasn't a single wound on his body, but his mental state seemed to descend into chaos in an instant. He looked as if he had seen something terrifying, becoming frantic and fearful. No matter how I called out to him, I couldn't snap him out of that mad state. Walking behind Jin Jingxiu, Lu Yan recalled the state of the young player he had seen earlier. The man had indeed seemed like a lunatic with a fractured mind. This attack method resembles a monster mechanism from Cthulhu mythology. When a player's emotions or sanity falter, causing their SAN value to drop, they become vulnerable to mental attacks, Lu Yan analyzed with a frown. Perhaps the ghost soldier's mechanism is to strike when players experience intense emotional fluctuations. In other words, from now on I can't feel fear, anger, despair, or even excitement. Easy to say, but truly controlling one's emotions is an arduous feat. Even a monk who has cultivated in the deep mountains for years would struggle to achieve a state of perfect tranquility, let alone Lu Yan. Suddenly Lu Yan recalled the spirit stimulant potion he had obtained from the first bronze treasure chest. Its function was to stimulate the brain and enhance mental fortitude. Perhaps it could prove remarkably effective in this situation. Without a sound, he retrieved a vial and tucked it into his mouth. The potion was encased in a medical capsule no larger than a fingertip. Biting through the plastic shell released the liquid inside. As for Jin Jingxiu, Lu Yan had no intention of sharing this precious potion with her. Even if she were attacked by the ghost soldiers later, he could still retrieve the potion and force it down her throat if he wanted to save her. There was no need to reveal it now. After all, it was one of his trump cards. By the way, you mentioned earlier that you couldn't enter the temple for so long. What was blocking you? Lu Yan suddenly thought of a crucial question. Jin Jingxiu was silent for a moment, then pointed toward the temple gate, now only a few hundred meters away, and said softly, "You'll see soon enough." The majestic temple stood over 50 meters tall, its walls adorned with exquisite reliefs. Two thick, towering bronze columns flanked the entrance. The columns were cast from bronze, engraved with various mystical runes and divine images, exuding an oppressive sense of sanctity. Despite the surrounding ruins, the temple itself had suffered little damage from the ancient war. It remained resplendent and imposing, as if proclaiming its former glory and honor to the world. Such an architectural marvel brimming with artistry and antiquity would delight anyone who beheld it. Were it not for the mound of corpses piled before the gate. Lu Yan and Jin Jingxiu hid behind the wall of a tall tower, dozens of meters from the gate, their eyes fixed on the temple entrance. A massive heap of corpses, both monstrous and human, lay stacked together, twisted and grotesque, pressing against one another in a horrifying jumble. Beside this mountain of corpses sat a general clad in tattered armor, a curved blade in hand. His face was nearly devoid of flesh, his eyes sunken, making him indistinguishable from a mummified corpse. But Lu Yan clearly saw that when a distant earthen fort collapsed from wind and sand erosion, the mummy-like general lifted his head, his eye sockets flickering with ghostly flames, and stared in that direction. This was the general who once wielded the horn, the only entity with a physical body within this illusory ruin. That general stood guard at the main entrance, becoming the greatest obstacle to entering the temple. We observed this place for a long time. There is no second entrance to this temple. Sneaking in without going around him is basically impossible. Jin Jingxiu tightened his grip on his steel blade. If we want to get in, we have to kill him. Lu Yan stared fixedly at that mummy-like general. Its appearance completely disrupted his assessment of the Void Realm ruins. It now seemed that not all enemies within the Void Realm ruins were incorporeal specters. I wonder how formidable its combat prowess is. Lu Yan narrowed his eyes and murmured to himself. The enemy was a general. Although his current state appeared somewhat weakened, he had once led armies against ferocious monsters for a long time, accumulating terrifying combat experience. In an unknown fight, Lu Yan didn't believe he could overpower him. More importantly, once battle commenced, he couldn't effectively control his emotional fluctuations. If the attack mechanism were triggered, drawing the general's roaming personal guards here, then both he and Jin Jingxiu would truly be left with no burial ground. In other words, the greatest threat remained those invisible spectral soldiers. You go lure him away. After a moment of silence, Lu Yan turned to Jin Jingxiu with an expressionless face. Run far. If they wanted to avoid direct combat, this was the optimal method. Moreover, Lu Yan had forcibly invited Jin Jingxiu to be his teammate precisely so that he could act as a scapegoat in such situations, so he felt no guilt. Jin Jingxiu gritted her teeth, a trace of reluctance surfaced on her innocent face, but she had no choice but to yield to Lu Yan's tyranny. She tiptoed out, clutching that steel blade tightly, as if it alone could grant her the courage to face that terrifying general. The tower where Lu Yan was hidden was only a few dozen meters from the temple gate. As soon as Jin Jingxiu left cover, she immediately entered the general's line of sight. Huff, huff, heavy rasping breaths echoed across the land. The mummy-like general abruptly stood up, his ghostly gaze flickering with a chilling malevolence. A living person, are you? Are you the reinforcements invited by the king? Are you here to help us defend our homeland? The general's voice was filled with fervor, as if extremely agitated. Jin Jingxiu seemed stunned into silence. Faced with the general's interrogation, she stood frozen in place, not daring to move. No, you are not. Our king has abandoned us, he has betrayed us. But the next second the general's emotions were once again consumed by rage and resentment. His brutality surged out like a tidal wave. He will not return. He deserves to die, everyone deserves to die. After uttering these words the general completely lost his sanity. Raising his scimitar like a withered branch he lunged forward like a wild beast, murderous aura billowing. Jin Jingxiu turned and ran. Seizing the opportunity as the general moved away from the temple gate, Lu Yin sprinted with his long legs towards the half-open crack of the temple door. But at that moment the general who was chasing Jin Jingxiu seemed to sense something and abruptly turned around with decisive speed, switching his target to Lu Yin. Did I trigger its priority attack mechanism? Lu Yan's mind raced quickly, and he soon realized that perhaps this general's setting was to prioritize attacking enemies attempting to enter the temple. Compared to Jin Jingxiu, who had already been chased over 100 meters away, Lu Yin clearly fit its attack mechanism better. The general moved with incredible speed, crossing 100 meters in just 5 seconds to reach Lu Yin. Even Lu Yin, empowered by the title of Wilderness Fortress, marveled at such physical prowess. Whoosh! The air screamed as the gleaming scimitar descended from an extremely bizarre angle. Lu Yin had no time to dodge and immediately swung his spear to smash against it. With a crisp clash of metal, the scimitar and spear collided, and a tremendous force jarred Lu Yan's tiger's mouth, causing intense pain. The mummy-like body concealed immense power, far from being as frail as it appeared. Clang, clang, clang. The general's steel blade danced like a gale, hacking down from every tricky and sinister angle. Lu Yin felt his arms go numb and the spear in his hands nearly slipped from his grasp. And most importantly, he felt an increasingly strong sensation of being watched. His emotions uncontrollably gave way to nervousness and agitation. The invisible specters roaming this land had already sensed Lu Yan's emotional changes. Their attack mechanism had been triggered. Suddenly a vision of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood appeared in Lu Yan's sight. He saw countless blood-soaked soldiers charging at him like a torrent. Before such an onslaught, Lu Yin felt himself become infinitely small, and the fear in his heart began to magnify without limit. A battle axe swung towards his face. Lu Yin instinctively dodged to the left, but felt an excruciating pain in his shoulder. He jolted awake, realizing that the battle axe he had seen was an illusion of virtual image. His evasive move had caused his shoulder to collide precisely with the general's descending steel blade. If not for the scale armor he wore, Lu Yan's left arm would have been severed by now. Damn! Lu Yin cursed under his breath, feeling that his mind was filled with chaotic images, his vision blurring and distorting. Without hesitation, he bit down on the mental stimulant capsule he had been holding in his mouth, and the warm liquid burst forth instantly. In an instant, Lu Yin felt his previously chaotic mind clear up, and all the visions of carnage vanished. Effective! Lu Yin roared inwardly, his mental state instantly returning to its peak. Not only that, but he felt the blood boiling within him as if he had boundless strength. The second effect of the mental stimulant, temporarily increasing cellular activity, inducing a state of heightened excitement. His strength, speed, and regenerative abilities were all briefly enhanced. Thud! The mummy general struck again, but now its lightning-fast attacks seemed to slow down in Lu Yan's perception. Reacting swiftly, Lu Yin rolled on the ground to evade the fatal blow, and his spear shot out from under his armpit, like a viper, instantly piercing the mummy general's chest. At the same time, Lu Yin caught a flash of cold light as a steel blade emerged from behind the mummy general. Jin Jingxiu had returned at some point and chopped down on the general's sword-wielding right arm. The blade embedded itself several inches into the bone, but failed to sever it, instead becoming firmly stuck in the bone crevice. Jin Jingxiu's face changed color as she strained with all her might to withdraw the steel blade, but it was as if the blade was clamped in a steel vise, impossible to pull free. She gripped the hilt and shook it up and down, trying to pry the bone apart, but a second later a crisp crack sounded. That steel blade snapped cleanly in two. The steel blade snapped, and Kim Kyung-soo was visibly stunned for a moment. In that instant of her distraction, the mummified general's withered branch-like fingers gripped the shaft of the spear, retreating as he forcibly pulled the barbed tip from his chest. Black fluid splattered everywhere, and the air was instantly filled with a foul stench of decay. Damn it! Damn it! The mummified general roared, a manic light blazing in his eyes. He twisted his waist in an eerily contorted posture, his curved blade carving a straight line through the air as it slashed toward Kim Kyung-soo, who stood nearby. Up! Kim Kyung-soo shrieked, collapsing limply to the ground. The blade swept past, severing a large lock of her hair. A perfect chance. A cold glint flashed in Lu Yan's eyes. Though the opponent's combat skills were exquisite, his rationality seemed lacking, and he was easily provoked by the player's sequential attack. At that moment, the mummified general's target was Kim Kyung-soo, presenting an ideal opportunity for Lu Yin to strike. With his cells heightened by the mental stimulant, Lu Yin was at his peak. He retracted his spear in 0. 1 second, his arm muscles bulging grotesquely like a fully drawn bow. Kneel! Lu Yin roared, his spear descending with a sharp whistle. Empowered by his immense strength and the easy pierce effect, the spear tip effortlessly pierced the mummified general's left knee joint. Crack! A sickening sound of bone splitting echoed. Under that strike, the general's kneecap shattered completely, his left lower leg nearly severed below the knee, dangling only by a layer of skin. Through the wound, Lu Yin could even see the yellowish bones and dark blue-green fascia inside. Thud! Losing his balance, the mummified general stumbled and fell heavily to the ground. Lu Yin was about to deliver the finishing blow when a sudden buzzing filled his mind and an icy coldness seized his entire body. He felt as if a raging fire was burning within his heart. Kill, kill, kill. Kill everyone. They all deserve to die, they all deserve to die. Countless eerie voices whispered in his ears, some venomous, some shrill, some insane. These voices possessed a magical allure, causing the wild flame in Lu Yan's heart to multiply and sear, tormenting both his spirit and flesh, plunging him into unbearable agony. Before Lu Yan's eyes, visions of mountains of corpses and seas of blood reappeared, death and despair dominating his mind. Die? Just die. It hurts, doesn't it? Enduring this torment hurts, doesn't it? Just kill yourself, and you won't have to suffer anymore. Join us. Become one of us. Lu Yin breathed heavily, clenching his teeth, his body convulsing uncontrollably. His eyes were consumed by a bloody hue, and the spear in his hand hovered over the mummified general's head, yet he could not bring it down. Though he tried desperately to maintain emotional stability bolstered by the double safeguard of the mental stimulant, the desire to kill the enemy and the joy of impending victory during the battle had subtly altered Lu Yan's mindset. A crack appeared in his mental state, and the ghost soldiers immediately exploited it. Moreover, the mental stimulant's effect lasted only 30 seconds, and its potency waned over time. A key reason Lu Yin fell victim to the mental attack. His condition was now perilous, veins bulging across his body, his face twisted, as if he had lost all reason and judgment. He was under a mental assault within the virtual realm ruins. If he succumbed completely, he would become as mad as the young man he had killed earlier. And most critically, Lu Yin stood less than 2 meters from the mummified general. If the mummified general rose and swung his curved blade forward with a slight motion, Lu Yin wouldn't even have the chance to become a madman. He would instantly join the pile of corpses at the temple entrance. Scrape, scrape. The sound of armor and the blade dragging across the ground echoed. The mummified general, expressionless, pushed himself up with his arms. He glanced at the disoriented Lu Yin and swung his sword without mercy. A foul wind rushed toward him. The desperate gleam of the blade carried a bone-chilling coldness, sending shivers down the spine. Clang! A metallic clash rang out. Just 10 centimeters before the curved blade reached Lu Yan's neck, a broken sword suddenly appeared, blocking its path. Kim Kyung-soo appeared beside Lu Yin in an oddly contorted posture, her broken sword meeting the curved blade in a shower of sparks. Her slight frame struggled under the force of the towering general's killing strike. Her arms trembled and gave way as the blade edge pressed steadily toward Lu Yan's throat. At that moment, a piercing eagle cry rang out from the sky. Xiao Bailong, who had vanished since seeing Kim Kyung-soo, swooped down, its claws ruthlessly digging into Lu Yan's unprotected hand. The searing pain of tearing flesh jolted Lu Yin from his chaotic mental state, for an instant a flicker of clarity appearing in his despair-ridden eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Yin grabbed another mental stimulant, tossed it into his mouth, and bit down. The liquid splattered, and a warm current surged through his body, instantly dispelling the endless eerie whispers and terrifying illusions. Damn! Seeing the razor-sharp blade mere 5 centimeters from his neck, Lu Yin broke out in a cold sweat. He instinctively drove his knee upward into the mummified general's groin. Thud! It felt like hitting a block of iron, sending a sharp pain through his knee. What the hell is that thing made of down there? Did he grow an Armstrong Cyclone Jet Armstrong cannon? With no time to ponder, Lu Yin kicked the general's abdomen, sending him stumbling back 2 or 3 steps, creating a meter of space between them. Take this. Lu Yin swung his spear, aiming viciously for the general's throat. Thwack! Black blood splattered. Lu Yin didn't relent, his spear striking like a storm into the general's throat, chest, and other vital points. Meanwhile, Kim Kyung-soo, freed from the pressure, raised her broken sword and hacked at the general's remaining right ankle. 1 slash. 2. 3. With 3 consecutive blows, she severed his tendons, wedging the blade into the joint. With a forceful twist, a crisp snap echoed as his ankle broke at a grotesque angle. The mummified general toppled like a felled tree. Seizing the moment, Lu Yin drove his spear with deadly precision into the general's brow, pinning him to the ground. A pleasant chime followed. Ruins record player Lu Yin has slain General Carl Boss of the LV-1 Ruins Imperial Wasteland. Record boss General Carl of the LV-1 Secret Realm Empire Ruins has been slain. Record congratulations to player Lu Yin for achieving General Slayer. As the pleasant chime echoed in the ears of Lu Yin and Kim Kyung-soo, their taut nerves instantly relaxed. Lu Yin gasped heavily, his arms trembling uncontrollably, not from fear but from the surge of adrenaline flooding his body with instinctive reactions. Cold sweat beaded on Kim Jung-soo's smooth forehead. The recent battle had clearly left a deep psychological scar on her as well. If she hadn't reacted swiftly when the mummified general turned to deliver that downward slash, she would have been decapitated by now. The two slumped beside the corpse of the mummified general, both feeling a sense of relief at having survived a brush with death. Though the battle had ended quickly with Lu Yin seemingly defeating it with ease, only those who participated knew the true peril involved. Cold weapon combat was never like the dramatized versions in TV shows or movies where opponents exchange blows for hundreds of rounds without a clear winner. True life-and-death clashes were often decided in mere seconds. A single slash, a single thrust to a vital spot. That was enough to end the fight instantly. There were no elegant white-robed heroes with flowing sashes, only savage beasts tearing into each other for survival. Lu Yin sat on the ground panting for a full 10 seconds. He tried moving his left shoulder, which had been struck by the curved blade. The pain had been numbed earlier by the dual effects of adrenaline and a mental stimulant, but now with the slightest movement a searing agony of broken bones and torn sinews surged through him. The steel plates on the shoulder of his scale armor had shattered, completely stained with black blood and dust, looking tattered and far from its original gleaming brilliance. Yet in Lu Yan's eyes it was far more beautiful than before. No wonder they say one set of armor is worth 3 crossbows. In the age of cold weapons, having armor versus not having it is a completely different concept. Enemies struggle to breach my defense, Lu Yin remarked. This scale armor had saved him 3 times already, against the demon ape, the pig-headed man, and the mummified general. Without it, grass would have long grown over his grave. Though the mummified general also wore armor, it had rotted away over time, greatly reducing its defensive capability, and was no match for the spear with its easy pierce effect. We should enter the temple quickly and take the horn. After resting a moment, Kim Jung-soo glanced at the nearby hall and spoke. Though the general has been slain, I can sense that the ghostly soldiers haven't dispersed. Moreover, that intangible feeling of being watched has grown stronger with a more undisguised malevolence. Lu Yin stood up. He could indeed feel the invisible gazes filled with intense hostility from all directions. As Kim Jung-soo said, the ghostly soldiers hadn't dissipated with the general's death. Instead, they seemed even more ferocious. You're right. Let's clean up the battlefield and prepare to enter the temple. Lu Yin glanced at the mummified general's corpse above which floated a chest gleaming with blinding silver light, impossible to look away from. Kim Jung-soo picked up the silver chest without hesitation, but instead of pocketing it, she dutifully handed it to Lu Yin. This is your trophy. Lu Yin smiled, holding the silver chest, as he studied Kim Jung-soo with interest. The mummified general was killed by both of us, and you saved my life just now. So you deserve a share of the spoils. Are you content with handing it all over to me? As you said, I know my situation well, Kim Jung-soo said with a bitter smile, spreading her hands. Just being able to leave the ruins alive is enough for me. I dare not hope for treasures anymore. I hope you'll keep your promise and let me go after we explore the temple. Lu Yin laughed without a word, casually pocketing the silver chest. Kim Jung-soo looked at the temple gate ahead, then at the broken, notched blade in her hand, her expression troubled. Such a weapon was useless for further combat. She glanced around, then pinched the mummified general's rusted curved blade stained with black blood. Her delicate brows furrowed in distaste at the grime, and she wiped it for a long while with a rag. Looks like it could snap at any moment. Kim Jung-soo sighed, helplessly gripping the curved blade and swinging it a few times with some semblance of skill. But it'll do for now. Let's go. She discarded the broken blade and strode toward the temple gate. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes, watching her back in silence, then suddenly laughed. Wait. Kim Jung-soo turned around, confusion on her face. What's wrong? Throw that curved blade over here, it'll give you a better one. Lu Yin raised his spear, pointing at the rusted blade. One that's stronger and sharper. Kim Jung-soo was taken aback. You saved my life. How could I let you use such a broken weapon? Lu Yin smiled as he opened the crafting system and directly forged a fine-grade steel blade, handing it to Kim Jung-soo. We fought side by side. It's only right that I chip in. Kim Jung-soo looked timid, stammering. I appreciate the kindness, but I dare not take anything from you. That's how it goes in TV dramas. If I take your stuff, you'll stab me in the back the moment I turn around. Are you going to silence me? Her eyes reddened and she trembled all over, her innocent youthful appearance and demeanor easily stirring pity in others. I really don't want your things. All the treasures in the ruins are yours. The chest is yours and the horn is yours too. Kim Jung-soo bit her lower lip, retreating shakily. Even the hardest-hearted man would melt at the sight of her. A complex smile crossed Lu Yan's face. He stored the steel blade in his backpack, fixed his gaze on Kim Jung-soo, took a deep breath, and asked in a very serious tone, how long are you going to keep up the act? Kim Jung-soo looked utterly bewildered. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Lu Yan finally lost patience. He raised his spear in an attacking stance and repeated word by word, I said. Stop pretending to be so harmless and naive. There is no damned horn in the temple to command the undead soldiers. The real treasure of this ruin is that curved blade in your hand, isn't it? I really don't want your things. All the treasures in the ruins are yours. The treasure chest is yours, and the horn is yours. Kim Young-soo bit her lower lip, lightly trembling, as she retreated step by step. Her appearance would melt even the hardest-hearted man who saw her. A complex smile spread across Lu Yan's face. He sheathed his steel knife into the backpack slot, his gaze fixed intently on Kim Young-soo. Taking a deep breath, he asked in an extremely serious tone, "Tell me, how long are you going to keep pretending?" Kim Young-soo looked utterly bewildered. "You? What are you talking about? I don't understand." Lu Yan finally lost patience. He raised his spear in an attacking stance and said word by word, "I said, stop acting so harmless and naive. There is no damn horn to command the undead soldiers in the temple. The real treasure of this ruin is the curved blade in your hand, isn't it?" Silence. Dead silence. After Lu Yan spoke these words, Kim Young-soo appeared exceptionally stunned. Her expressions were also vivid, first shock, then grievance, and finally sorrow. You stole my things, and now you slander me. I just saved your life. You are utterly heartless." Kim Jung-soo's voice trembled, large teardrops rolling down from the corners of her eyes. Her frail body shook uncontrollably. "If you want this blade, just take it." Kim Young-soo held the curved blade before her in a defiant gesture, pretending to hand it to Lu Yan. "Don't move." Lu Yan suddenly shouted, his spear almost thrusting out instantly, dropped the blade on the ground. At this moment, facing Kim Jung-soo, he appeared even more wary than when confronting the mummified general. Kim Young-soo stood frozen, as if startled. Lu Yan stared at her expressionlessly, his gaze never leaving her for a second, and repeated, "Drop the blade." On the ground. Silence. A long silence. Kim Young-soo raised her head and locked eyes with Lu Yan for over 10 seconds. Finally, all the grievance, helplessness, confusion, and panic on her face vanished, replaced by the purest calm. No, it was more than calm. It was indifference, disdain. A faint sigh echoed. Kim Young-soo stared at Lu Yan with a complex gaze, her lips parting slightly. "May I ask, how did you see through it?" Indeed, from the moment Lu Yan entered the ruins, more precisely from his first contact with Kim Young-soo, he had been led by her rhythm. He thought he was the one in control, but in reality, until the mummified general's death, he had never escaped Kim Jung-soo's trap. "To be honest, I didn't realize I was being played by you at first." Lu Yan, seeing Kim Jung-soo's transformation, confirmed his suspicions. Gripping his spear tightly, he said, "Your appearance is indeed too deceptive. No one would expect to be fooled by you. I guess from the moment that mad player appeared, I stepped into your trap. You said you teamed up with that player, came to the temple together, and were attacked by ghost soldiers. That part should be true." Lu Yan began recalling the first encounter with Kim Young-soo. "But from then on, the whole trap began. You buried that player, deliberately acting weak, just to make me think you were a timid but kind person. And that parchment recording the ruins' history, I guess you deliberately let me see it to pique my interest. To force me to team up with you and come to the temple to kill that mummified general. Every player has their own item grid. If Kim Young-soo truly valued that parchment, why didn't she store it in her grid? Moreover, at that time, Kim Young-soo had explicitly stated she wanted to leave the ruins. Since she was leaving, that parchment she had already read was useless. Why did she show such reluctance when Lu Yan tried to take it? Lu Yan hadn't thought much about it then, but recalling it now, she might have deliberately used this tactic to make him notice the preciousness of the parchment. After reading the parchment, the rest fell into place naturally. Players exploring ruins definitely seek treasures. Who could resist the temptation of a treasure that commands ghost soldiers? Lu Yan was no exception. He was certainly tempted. "That parchment was fake, right? You must have forged it," Lu Yan asked with a smile. Kim Young-soo was silent for a moment, then took out another parchment from her item grid and unrolled it. Most of the murals on this new parchment matched what Lu Yan had seen before, except the token given by the king to the general had changed. On this parchment, the general did not receive a horn from the king, but a curved blade. And it was this curved blade that awakened the ghost soldiers. The historical text Lu Yan had seen earlier was indeed a near-perfect 1-1 replica forged by Kim Jung-soo, except for the altered token's appearance. "Go on." Kim Young-soo watched Lu Yan with keen interest. Until now, she still didn't know where he had seen through her disguise. "After reading the parchment, you came to the temple with me as a captive and cooperated with my commands. During the battle with the mummified general, you not only took the initiative to save my life, but also voluntarily handed over the silver treasure chest. Such behavior would make anyone let down their guard, and even feel guilt and goodwill toward you." Lu Yan continued, "During the battle, your weapon broke. Later, when cleaning up, you took nothing but a broken blade from the boss for yourself. That was perfectly reasonable. Everything seemed logical. The entire plan was flawless. But how did Lu Yan see through it?" Kim Young-soo stood still, waiting for his answer. "But the problem lies here." Lu Yan pointed at the mummified general's remains and said, "You as a captive, a mere cannon fodder forced to scout, didn't flee during my fight with the boss, but came back to save me. That's too abnormal. When something is abnormal, there must be a catch. So when you saved me, I immediately began guessing your intentions. I concluded that your previous weakness, helplessness, and desire to flee were all an act. You came to the temple with me for some other more important purpose. Kim Young-soo paused, her expression peculiar. I didn't expect that to raise your suspicion. But wouldn't a normal person be overwhelmed with gratitude and joy after being saved, attributing all irrational behavior of their savior to kindness? Lu Yin chuckled. Sorry, when I consider something I first assume people have malicious intent. In this world there are far more villains than good people. Kim Young-soo sighed. Just because of this tiny discrepancy you doubted your savior. Are you Chow Chow? In the wilderness, any small oversight can lead to a fatal crisis. One abnormality is enough. Lu Yin stared at Kim Jung-soo, slowly rotating his spear. After realizing this, I kept an eye on your movements. Later, when I saw you truly took nothing but that curved blade, I understood everything. Items in the ruins don't display attributes until taken out, so Lu Yin couldn't be sure whether the treasure was a horn or something else. But after seeing Kim Jung-soo's reaction, he figured it all out. And most importantly, during the battle, even I was hit twice by ghost soldiers, but you showed no reaction. This indicates your emotional and mental strength far exceeds normal people's, something a delicate, kind simpleton couldn't possess. Lu Yin raised his spear. This proves you're no ordinary person. After hearing him out, Kim Young-soo applauded, a sincere compliment on her delicate face. Brilliant, brilliant. You're very clever. But have you considered where my confidence comes from to scheme against you in such dangerous ruins, eh? Saying this, Kim Young-soo changed her grip on the blade from a standard to a reverse hold, crouching slightly, her whole body resembling a hunting leopard, odd yet exuding an extremely dangerous aura. Like a beast shedding its sheepskin disguise, sharpening its claws ready to strike. I went through all this trouble just to lure you into willingly dealing with the boss. I could have killed it myself, but I wanted to minimize risk and conserve energy. A contemptuous smile spread across Kim Jung-soo's fair, innocent face as she beckoned to Lu Yin. Now I'll return the favor. I can kill you, but I wanted to avoid conflict and injury. Since I've been found out, there's no other way. Oh, I forgot to tell you. I served in the Pentagon Special Forces for 3 years, learning gamma combat technique, the world's fastest and most inescapable killing art. It allows me to kill with every part of my body. I've killed over 100 enemies. My fastest kill took just 3 seconds to snap an enemy's neck. That guy was a bit taller than you. I've seen too many corpses, and my mental strength and emotional stability far exceed ordinary people's. How could those ghost soldiers affect me? Kim Young-soo smiled brightly, twirling the curved blade like a scorpion stinger. Finally, it'll give you a taste of your own words. When the strong still bother to disguise themselves, the weak better not expose them, or the strong, once unmasked, will make the weak die miserably. Kim Young-soo let out a shrill cry and lunged like a gale. Her stance was even more formidable than the mummified generals. Lu Yin stood motionless. He suddenly dropped his spear. Kim Young-soo frowned slightly. What did Lu Yin mean? Was he surrendering? You talk a big game. Lu Yin pulled out a flintlock pistol from his chest, aiming at the center of Kim Jung-soo's brow as she charged toward him, and asked seriously, "I'll ask you one thing. Since you're so tough, is your head bulletproof? You're so cocky. Is your head bulletproof?" Lu Yin asked in an extraordinarily calm tone. Kim Jung-soo's charging figure halted abruptly, his legs rooted to the ground, his expression shifting to one of surprise and shock, his gaze entirely fixed on the flintlock pistol in Lu Yin's hand. The pitch-black muzzle aimed at Kim Jung-soo's brow, the distance between them less than 5 meters. Click. Lu Yin cocked the hammer, the sound of the spring compressing, now eerily distinct. Kim Jung-soo's throat bobbed, his arrogant and contemptuous expression vanishing, completely replaced by an awkward smile. You? How do you still have a gun? See, if you brought that out earlier, we wouldn't have had so much conflict. After a 3-second standoff, Kim Jung-soo's face once again beamed with an innocent, harmless smile, his attitude shifting with seamless fluidity. He stepped back 2 paces, slowly placing the curved blade on the ground. Good brother, if you want it, I'll give it to you. Kim Young-soo never dreamed that Lu Yin still had a flintlock pistol hidden on him. Its appearance effectively rendered all his martial skills useless. Don't believe those scenes in TV dramas where special forces or martial arts masters dodge bullets or use cold weapons against firearms. Those are merely fantasies crafted to cater to viewers' imagination, nearly sci-fi visual spectacles. In an unknown situation, unless you can get within 3 steps of the gunman, it's absolutely impossible to counter a firearm with a cold weapon. No matter how fast a person is, they can never outrun a bullet. Although some experts might predict the timing of a bullet's release by observing the shooter's movements, what the eye can track, the body may not follow. You might see the firing motion, but your body can hardly evade the bullet's speed. Lu Yin's lips curled into a smile as he lightly waved the muzzle. Kim Young-soo smiled awkwardly. In his entire plan, he had considered everything thoroughly, even accounting for the possibility of being— Lu Yin's lips curled into a smile as he lightly waved the muzzle. Kim Young-soo smiled awkwardly. In his entire plan, he had considered everything thoroughly, even accounting for the possibility of being exposed, where he could rely on his formidable weapon to kill Lu Yin. Across the wilderness in cold weapon duels, he even had the confidence to spar with Yao Qi, the #1 on the kill list. Lu Yin was definitely no match for him. But the appearance of that flintlock pistol shattered his entire plan, giving him his first taste of a plan spiraling out of control. You've surprised me twice now. Seeing through my plan was the first, and pulling out that flintlock was the second. Kim Young-soo remarked with genuine admiration. He truly hadn't expected Lu Yin to hide such a trump card. By normal reasoning, in such a dangerous ruin, and during the fight with the mummy general, an ordinary person would have long used the flintlock as a last resort to take down the boss. This was also part of Kim Jung-soo's earlier plan, to use the mummy general to test Lu Yin's hidden cards. But he never anticipated that even in such a perilous situation, Lu Yin would conserve his strength only to unveil it later and turn the tide. You're incredibly bold. Weren't you afraid of dying at the boss' hands? Kim Young-soo asked, puzzled. Lu Yin was of course afraid of death. He had considered using the flintlock against the mummy general earlier. But after noticing Kim Jung-soo's odd behavior, he forcibly suppressed that idea. For me, humans are always more terrifying than demons. Lu Yin chuckled. When I realized you might be trouble, I'd rather risk danger and save my trump card for you. It was a high-stakes gamble, but fortunately I bet correctly. Lu Yin's smile was radiant. His intuition proved right. Kim Jung-soo, a fellow human, posed a far greater threat than the mummy general. If he had used the flintlock to take down the mummy general earlier, he would likely be a headless corpse by now. Humans are always more terrifying than demons. Kim Young-soo repeated the phrase, nodding in approval. Someone like you topping the shelter rankings truly lives up to the name. Even without outstanding combat prowess, you can survive in the wilderness longer than anyone. Messages in the World channel always showed avatars and IDs. As a famous figure in the wilderness, Lu Yin was probably etched in many people's minds. From the first second Kim Young-soo saw Lu Yin, he recognized him. But that discovery didn't intimidate him, instead it excited him further. Plotting against and plundering a renowned top player brought immense satisfaction and substantial gains. I've lost to you today, and I accept it, Kim Young-soo said calmly, placing the curved blade on the ground. We live in the same wilderness, we'll meet again sooner or later. Sooner or later I'll reclaim what I've lost to you. Lu Yin asked emotionlessly, do you think you can leave alive and take revenge? I want to attack first, and neither will you. Otherwise you'd have fired already. Kim Young-soo said with great confidence, a flintlock doesn't have auto-loading, you only have one chance. If you don't kill me, I'll kill you. He was right. At this moment the flintlock in Lu Yin's hand served more as a deterrent than a lethal weapon. Since it wasn't an exquisite weapon, it lacked precision or similar effects, and Lu Yin couldn't guarantee a headshot. If the bullet hit a non-vital area like the shoulder or forearm and the opponent seized the chance to counterattack, he would be in great danger. In the perilous ruins, Lu Yin didn't want to get injured. So not firing the gun was actually more effective than firing it. Hand over some of your belongings, and he'll let you go, promising not to pursue, Lu Yin said, taking a deep breath. You schemed against me for so long, I can't let you leave unscathed. I also saved your life. Kim Young-soo protested. That was part of your plan. Without your deliberate guidance, I wouldn't have engaged the boss so quickly. Lu Yin cut him off harshly. Kim Young-soo fell silent for a moment, then compliantly took some food and items from his inventory and placed them on the ground. He swiftly turned and fled into the distance, his movements decisive and agile like a nimble monkey. Lu Yin watched his retreating figure, quickly gathering the curved blade and the items on the ground. Then he summoned his sand motorcycle, twisted the throttle, and gave chase. The distance between them shrank. Lu Yin aimed the pistol with his left hand at Kim Jung-soo's fleeing back. Bang! A gunshot echoed through the ruins. Blood splattered. From afar, Kim Jung-soo's enraged roar laced with pain rang out. Lu Yin, you said you wouldn't pursue me. You're a deceitful scoundrel. Lu Yin grinned. I lied. You can condemn me morally all you want to. I promise I won't talk back. Not pursue. Let you go? How could that be possible? Once a conflict of interests erupts in this wilderness, it becomes an irreconcilable mortal enmity. The discord between him and Jin Jingxiu revolved around that curved blade itself. If he refused to yield the blade, the conflict could never be resolved. Even if Lu Yin let Jin Jingxiu go, she would not feel indebted. Once an opportunity arose, she would retaliate with the most ruthless means. Uprooting the weeds and eliminating the roots was the most correct approach. As for accusations of betrayal, dishonesty, or cruelty to a woman, such things truly mattered to no one in the wilderness. Buzz! A high-powered sand motorcycle roared within the ruins, churning up a dragon of dust beneath its wheels, billowing smoke, drifting in a grim and terrifying manner. In a frontal battle, Lu Yin indeed lacked confidence in killing Jin Jingxiu, but if she were wounded and he possessed the sand motorcycle, he could endlessly harass and wear her down bit by bit. Screech! Little White Dragon let out a sharp cry and suddenly soared into the sky, seeking Jin Jingxiu's position for Lu Yin. At this moment, Jin Jingxiu's left arm hung limp, with a bloody hole near the shoulder on her upper arm. Blood gushed out incessantly, quickly soaking the entire left side of her clothes. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Jin Jingxiu clutched her wounds, stumbling into a cluster of earthen forts and hiding around a corner of the ruins. Lu Yin, you treacherous, cunning, and shameless bastard. You She hurled every curse word she knew. This journey through the ruins had not only yielded no benefit from Lu Yin, but had also cost her some supplies, and left her severely wounded. It was like trying to steal a chicken only to lose the bait. She glanced at the bullet wound on her forearm. The steel ball was embedded not too deeply, but it seemed to have ruptured a blood vessel. Blood now surged out uncontrollably, defying all attempts to staunch it. Though her physique was robust enough, such massive blood loss would soon lead to collapse. If Lu Yin caught up with her, then it would undoubtedly be a death sentence. She surveyed her surroundings, deeming the spot temporarily safe, and decided to treat the wound first. Quickly, she retrieved a small packet of granular black powder from her backpack pouch, and sprinkled it directly onto the wound, moving with great speed. In the event of severe hemorrhaging, any delay would cause the blood to wash away or soak the powder. Then she took out a pre-prepared homemade tinder stick and thrust it into the powder. Sizzle! A blinding flash of fire erupted, accompanied by the acrid stench of burning flesh. Ugh! Jin Jingxia's eyes turned bloodshot, veins bulging on her pale forehead, and neck, cold sweat streaming down as she repeatedly banged her head against the wall to alleviate the excruciating pain. Using gunpowder to treat wounds is a common trope in TV shows and movies. Many believe it prevents infection, but that is a misconception. Igniting gunpowder on a wound primarily uses the high heat to cauterize the surrounding flesh and blood vessels, creating a blockage to stop the bleeding. Although the cauterized wound would temporarily staunch the bleeding, without proper treatment, it would soon trigger a series of adverse reactions. This was an emergency hemostatic method that no one would resort to unless absolutely necessary. Jin Jingxia's entire body convulsed, and she collapsed to the ground, taking nearly a minute to recover before gasping and staggering to her feet. She glanced down at the wound on her left arm, now sealed by charred flesh with no more blood oozing out, leaving only an ugly scar. She paused briefly, then cautiously surveyed her surroundings, preparing to slip away silently. Suddenly, a crisp eagle's cry rang out from the sky. Without looking up, she knew her location had been exposed. As the roar of a high-powered engine approached, Jin Jingxiu saw several earthen forts behind her collapse directly. Lu Yin drove the sand motorcycle like a rampaging monster, charging toward her. Before him, the earthen forts, weathered by centuries of wind and sand, were as fragile as sand sculptures, crumbling at the slightest impact. Without hesitation, Jin Jingxiu turned and fled. A sharp whoosh of breaking air came swiftly. A black spear flew through the billowing dust. Jin Jingxiu rolled on the ground, and the spear pierced straight into the earthen wall beside her. A golden opportunity. Seeing the spear, Jin Jingxia's mind raced. Having just lost her weapon, if she could seize this spear for her own use, she might even counterattack. Jin Jingxiu reached out to grab the spear, but suddenly her pupils constricted. As if sensing something, she quickly withdrew her right arm. Bang! A gunshot followed immediately. A penetrating black hole appeared in the earthen wall, less than 30 centimeters to the left of the spear. If Jin Jingxiu had reached for the spear, just now her right arm would likely be ruined as well. Quite clever. Lu Yan's voice came from the dust, tinged with a note of praise. That spear had been deliberately thrown to bait her, but he hadn't expected Jin Jingxiu to be so vigilant. Jin Jingxiu fled for her life, her figure quickly vanishing once more. Lu Yan rode the motorcycle casually, pulled out the spear, and stopped to reload his flintlock. About 20 seconds later, his firepower was ready again. At a screech from Little White Dragon above, Lu Yan locked onto Jin Jingxia's escape route, twisted the throttle, and immediately gave chase. 10 minutes later, Jin Jingxiu panted heavily, her face pale. Her stamina was nearly depleted, yet she still couldn't shake off Lu Yan and Little White Dragon. In the several skirmishes, she had sustained more wounds. Most critically, as her body continued to suffer injuries, her emotions began to spiral out of control. She could faintly sense the influence of the Void Realm taking hold, with blurry images of mountains of corpses and seas of blood appearing in her vision. Screech! An eagle's cry echoed from the sky once more. A trail of dust like an earthen dragon approached at high speed from behind. Lu Yan, holding the spear, wore a smile on his lips. That smile was indescribably amicable, yet terrifying. Jin Jingxiu finally succumbed to despair. She was certain that with her abilities, she could no longer escape these ruins or Lu Yan's pursuit. She slowly came to a halt, and a token inlaid with 3 gems appeared in her palm. Gazing at the token, her eyes revealed pain and reluctance. Then she lifted her head and looked at Lu Yan in the distance, her eyes blazing with pure venomous hatred. Lu Yan, I, Jin Jingxiu, swear that I will cut you into 1,000 pieces and have you torn apart by 5 horses. She raised the token and gritted her teeth. City return, token activate. Light flickered, and one of the token's 3 gems burst apart. Jin Jingxia's figure began to blur like a torn frame in a cheap film, and finally vanished completely from the spot. Buzzing. The sand dune motorcycle thundered across the ground, charging towards him with a savage ferocity. Lu Yan witnessed the figure of Jin Jingxiu continuously twisting and vanishing. Although he was unaware of the existence of the Return City Order, he could vaguely guess that the opponent was using a type of item for forced withdrawal from combat. I cannot let her escape. Sweat beaded on Liu Yan's forehead. If a formidable enemy skilled in strategy were to flee, he would have to be on constant guard against her retaliation in the future, especially since the enemy was a woman. Such creatures are the most vengeful. Crack. Liu Yan instantly twisted the throttle all the way down, and the engine roared ferociously, his speed surging once more. Amidst the swirling yellow dust, he squinted and raised his flintlock gun, aiming at Jin Jingxia's position, decisively pulling the trigger. The steel ball shot out instantly, striking Jin Jingxia. However, before Liu Yan could cheer, the next moment the steel ball seamlessly passed through Jin Jingxia's body, creating a crater in the earth behind her. The strike had merely hit the shadow she left behind. Her body had already vanished from this ruin. A gentle breeze swept through, and Jin Jingxia dissipated like a wisp of cloud, leaving no trace behind. Liu Yan stepped on the brakes, and the sand dune motorcycle gradually came to a halt. She still managed to escape. Liu Yan felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, his brow throbbing. Although they had only interacted for less than half an hour, Jin Jingxia had left an indelible impression on him. She was undoubtedly the most formidable and cunning adversary he had encountered since entering the wilderness. Even while severely injured, she had escaped from his grasp. Though she ultimately used the Return City Order, her ability to prolong the struggle against him only underscored her exceptional skills. After being hit by his shot, she had consistently utilized the earthen fortifications for cover, leveraging her agility to counterbalance the speed advantage of Liu Yan's sand dune motorcycle. After Liu Yan's repeated collisions with the fortifications, which kicked up clouds of dust, Jin Jingxia cleverly used the smoke to conceal her figure. Liu Yan even suspected that on several occasions she had intentionally exposed her position, prompting him to crash into the fortifications to create a screen of dust, allowing her to evade the pursuit of Xiaobalong. In terms of utilizing the environment, Jin Jingxia, born from a special operations background, indeed had more experience than Liu Yan. As an ordinary person, Liu Yan had to admit that he still had considerable gaps compared to some experts in certain aspects. Well, even if she doesn't die, she'll be seriously injured in the wilderness without a sterile environment and medicine for surgery. Even if she temporarily escapes, her chances of survival are very slim. It's not your fault this time, it's my issue, Liu Yan murmured softly. A sound of flapping wings echoed from the sky. Xiaobalong descended, appearing somewhat dejected, rubbing its head against Liu Yan's arm. You did well always helping me locate her. Liu Yan smiled, stroking its back. You've already become quite the capable scout. Xiaobalong, who had initially been downcast due to Jin Jingxia's escape, perked up upon hearing Liu Yan's praise. Liu Yan tossed several pieces of meat into the air, and Xiaobalong expertly caught them mid-flight, swallowing them whole. Half an hour later, Liu Yan entered the shrine guarded by the skeletal general to explore. However, apart from finding some silver bowls and dishes, he had not discovered anything useful. Before leaving, the emperor of the ancient shrine had taken most of the supplies with him, leaving behind only weapons and armor, which had decayed beyond use over the long years. Aside from the curved blade in the skeletal general's hands, the only well-preserved item in the entire ruin was the shrine itself. Compared to Liu Yan's safe house, the luxuriousness of this shrine was beyond description. However, it was impossible to store this thing in the inventory. Even the bronze throne and white jade floor in the hall were integral to the shrine and could not be separated. Clearly, the most precious and only treasure within this level 1 ruin was the curved blade in the skeletal general's possession. After a fruitless search, Liu Yan reluctantly chose to leave the ruin. Staying here felt somewhat eerie. After enduring consecutive mental attacks, although Liu Yan forcibly controlled his emotional fluctuations and did not suffer another onslaught from the ghost soldiers standing in the shrine, made him feel as if there were malicious gazes coming from all directions, as if they were about to tear him apart. Those gazes were just a few centimeters away from him, alarmingly close. If spiritual entities could be seen, the sight beside Liu Yan would be nothing short of spectacular. Countless fierce and menacing ghosts crowded around him, almost pressing against his face. Just the thought of it was enough to drive one to the brink of mental collapse. Buzzing. The sand dune motorcycle sped swiftly, soon reaching the entrance of the ruin. Liu Yan cautiously stood at the doorway, peering outside. After confirming there was no danger, he finally stepped inside. As he exited the ruin, a pleasant notification sound echoed. Ruin exploration completed. Completion rate 97. The exploration rate of the Empire ruins has reached over 90, meeting the completion standards. The guide to the Hill Empire ruins has been unlocked. Current completion 17. Upon full completion, a substantial reward will be granted. Guide to the Hill Empire's secret ruins. Empire ruins completed. Bloodstained lands incomplete. Exiled Emperor incomplete. Monster nest not unlocked. Legacy of fire not unlocked. Source of extreme darkness not unlocked. Final battle not unlocked. A series of notifications appeared in Liu Yan's view, and he stroked his chin, seemingly coming to an understanding. According to the previous introduction of the ruin summary, the Hill Empire is a grand and lengthy story. how evidently the Empire ruins he had just explored was merely a small part of this grand narrative and introductory map. In this wilderness, there would be more ruins connected to the storyline of this Empire ruins in the future, completing the tale of this entire kingdom. He might still encounter the descendants of that emperor who abandoned his army and other 6 interconnected secret ruins. Perhaps he would even witness the battle where the ancient army guarded the shrine or face those terrifying monsters. Looking at these notifications, Liu Yin confirmed a fact. Each ruin represents a complete world, a complete story. The game has segmented the worlds of this narrative into several or a dozen independently existing smaller worlds known as ruins. Just like large-scale dungeons in games, one needs to conquer one small boss after another before fully connecting the storyline and unlocking the final map of the ultimate Demon King. Upon the desolate wilderness, yellow sand filled the sky. That blood-red gate gradually twisted, faded, and eventually vanished. Liu Yin drew out the curved blade, his gaze focusing upon it, and immediately a line of detailed information emerged. Bloodstained Imperial Warblade quality, purple rare item, weapon consumable, uses 33 special effect, can be activated to summon 30 ghost soldiers for a spiritual attack on enemies. Description: this blade has witnessed the death of tens of thousands. When you swing it, you can clearly hear the wails of the undead. Liu Yin attempted to brandish it, and a faint piercing scream echoed through the wind, like the lament of the dying, like the most despairing curse. Just hearing the sound was enough to make one's spirit feel on the verge of collapse. This thing is definitely a lethal weapon. Liu Yin rejoiced inwardly. Having suffered the torment of ghost soldiers himself, he knew all too well how unbearable those spiritual wounds were. That formless attack ignored all external defenses and tore directly at your soul. Those attacked, unless they were specially trained, could hardly remain calm or resist such spiritual invasion. This trip to explore the ruins led me to provoke a twisted enemy like Jin Jingxiu, but I also obtained a curved blade that summons evil spirits. Overall, the gains outweigh the troubles. Liu Yin silently tallied his gains and losses. Aside from consuming some gunpowder and 2 mental stimulant potions, this ruin expedition could be deemed a complete victory. General Slayer achievement unlocked. After counting his spoils, Liu Yin reopened the system notifications and saw a message that had popped up earlier in the ruins. General Slayer, a man's duty lies on the battlefield with courage like a bear and eyes like a wolf. Born male, one must kill, oh let not a man's body be wrapped in a woman's heart. Killing one is a sin, slaying 10,000 makes one a hero. Slay 9 million, and you become the hero among heroes. General Slayer achievement unlocked when a player kills a general-level monster or advanced player. Grants the Overlord aura, which increases all of the player's attributes while reducing the courage and willpower of nearby enemies. The range and effect scale with the number of generals slain. Liu Yin was taken aback, then opened his personal information. He noticed that his name, previously in pure white text, was now tinged with faint streaks of red. It seemed that killing a mummified general had turned his name red. Overlord aura, LV1. Increases all attributes by 3, reduces the courage and willpower of all enemies within 10 meters by 5. Looking at the new line of information beneath his name, Liu Yin felt a pleasant surprise. Though the effect of this Overlord aura seemed modest at present, it could be upgraded infinitely. As his kill count rose, the aura's effect would eventually reach a terrifying level. However, the conditions for leveling up the Overlord aura were extremely harsh. Aside from general-level enemies within ruins, the only other way was to kill human players, specifically those bearing the title of Pro Gamer. Currently across the entire wilderness, only 3 players in the top 10 rankings held the Pro Gamer title, and including Liu Yin, the total number was merely 30. Clearly, the system's introduction of the General Slayer title, much like the previous Wilderness King title, was meant to encourage high-level players to slaughter each other. After surviving for several days in the wilderness, Liu Yin gradually gained some understanding of the settings of Doomsday game. The game's designer seemed to discourage players from forming alliances, especially the more exceptional high-level players. This was evident from both the title of the King of the Wilderness and the Tyrant's halo obtained through the achievement of killing a general. Perhaps in the future the game would introduce even more extreme settings designed to divide the players. For the human race, cooperation or alliance is one of the fastest ways to enhance strength. However, in this wilderness, the danger and cost of collaboration were extremely high. No one dared to trust strangers easily. Even friends from the normal world could turn against each other under the twisted settings of the wilderness. This setting is too twisted. The game doesn't need to create more terrifying disasters, it only needs to constantly divide the players, making them each other's greatest enemies to endlessly increase the difficulty of survival. Liu Yin marveled at both the perversity and the genius of this design. Because humanity is a resilient race. From ancient times to the present, humans have overcome countless natural disasters and terrifying beast threats. Acid rain, famine, cold waves, scorching heat. These calamities that would claim countless lives in the early stages would eventually be conquered by the players. Yet it is the wars and conflicts within humanity itself that have remained the one disaster impossible to eliminate throughout the ages. As long as interests exist, players on the wilderness will never cease their internal strife and slaughter. There is only one title of the King of the Wilderness, which high-level player would be willing to settle for second place. Thus, by merely throwing out such a bait, the number of players who die at the hands of their own kind in the future will far exceed those who perish in natural disasters. Perhaps all players understand that the game is deliberately increasing the difficulty by leading them to kill each other, but who can resist such a temptation? Even Lu Yin, looking at the attribute enhancements in his personal information, felt joy surging like tides within him. I have no ability to change the game's settings, so I must become the strongest within such a framework. To avoid becoming nourishment for someone else's tyrant's halo, I must transform into a giant crocodile and devour every enemy that threatens me. Lu Yin sheathed his curved blade and muttered to himself. 30 minutes later, he returned to the safe house. The flow of time within the ruins differed from that of the wilderness. He had only spent less than an hour inside, while the wilderness had already descended into deep night. According to the system's time display, 1 hour inside the ruins was equivalent to 5 hours in the wilderness. The time ratio was a staggering 5 times difference. When he entered the White Bear City ruins last time, the time flow had changed, but not to such an extreme extent. In those 5 hours, all the weapons Lu Yin had listed in the trading market were sold out. There were even numerous messages asking whether he accepted wholesale orders or bulk customizations. Lu Yin checked the IDs of these senders, most of whom belonged to teams ranked among the top 10 on the power list. Clearly, after 6 full days in the wilderness, the small groups formed for survival were beginning to prepare for territorial expansion and hegemony. In the near future, there would undoubtedly be a great deal of bloodshed on the wilderness. And Lu Yin, with his weapon crafting ability, would transform into the most sought-after figure. Just then a message caught his attention. He clicked it open, and his pupils instantly contracted. On the message board it read. Among the numerous messages, one suddenly caught Lu Yin's attention. Someone is offering a high price for the location of your shelter. Many people have received this bounty notice, and your situation will be very dangerous in the near future. If you need to hire bodyguards, we can provide shelter services. The message was signed by the Wilderness Hunters team, the top-ranked group on the power list. Lu Yin's heart sank. Was he really being targeted? Who was placing a bounty on him? In an instant, many figures flashed through Lu Yin's mind, with the prime suspect being Jin Jingxiu, who had just clashed with him in the ruins. But soon he dismissed this speculation. The timing of the message was off. It was sent before the conflict with Jin Jingxiu. Jin Jingxiu could not have foreseen this and posted the bounty in advance. But besides her, who else held a grudge against him? After deep contemplation, Lu Yin suddenly realized that the person targeting him might not even be his enemy, and they might not have met him at all. The reason could simply be driven by profit. Lu Yin was currently at the top of the shelter leaderboard, and he had repeatedly sold weapons in the trading market. Anyone could guess that he was stockpiling a large amount of resources, and if they could eliminate him or capture him, they could naturally obtain Lu Yin's treasures. Such temptation was enough to make everyone who had no grievances against Lu Yin eye him covetously. An innocent person suffers for having something precious. Realizing this, Lu Yin let out a cold laugh. The wilderness was a lawless world where violence was the only determinant of status. To establish himself and develop steadily in this wilderness, conflicts with various factions were inevitable. In fact, ever since the rewards from the leaderboard were distributed last night, Lu Yin had considered that he might be targeted. The public announcement mechanism of the leaderboard and his arms dealing plan did not align with the principle of cautious development. From the moment the leaderboard was announced, Lu Yin, as the top player, had become an object of envy for everyone. Lu Yin believed that aside from himself, some other lone wolf experts on the leaderboard might have also become targets for other players. After all, seizing the development achievements of high-level players was much faster than slowly collecting resources. It seems this arms dealer isn't so easy to deal with. Many are plotting to kill me or capture me directly. Lu Yin stared at the signature of the message. Although the Wilderness Hunters team expressed goodwill, who knew if this goodwill was genuine or false? Moreover, relying on others for protection, while it might reduce the risks during the development phase in the short term, would surely lead to a gradual loss of autonomy in the future, becoming a vassal to others, just like the relationship between the countries of the East and the West before his transmigration. Lu Yin did not like to rely on others. It seems I need a bloody battle to secure my foothold in the wilderness and completely extinguish the thoughts of those who have designs on me. Lu Yin's gaze turned fierce as he gripped the flintlock in his hand. Without being ruthless, one cannot secure their position. As a figure on the leaderboard, I believe no one would dare to place a bounty on the Wilderness Hunters team ranked first in power or on Yao Qi ranked first in kills. After all, my achievements seem relatively weak, making me look like an easily squashed soft persimmon among the top players. I still need to complete the upgrade of my shelter as soon as possible. I wonder how Mu Qianqian's designs are coming along. Lu Yin muttered to himself. Meanwhile, in a natural cave, Mu Qianqian held a half-finished design of a shelter, while a middle-aged man with glasses stood before her, his expression fluctuating. The young disaster survivor who had clashed with the middle-aged man earlier was now sitting next to Mu Tianqian, chattering incessantly. What else is there to consider? Didn't you see how high the bounty on Lu Yin is in the wilderness right now? He is now a piece of fat meat. If we don't eat it, others will. We don't need to confront him directly, we just need to create a little flaw in this design, a weak point in the defense. Once his position is discovered and others launch an attack, we can sell this design flaw for a sky-high price. At that time, whether we use this flaw to blackmail Lu Yin or sell it to other attacking players, we would gain unimaginable wealth. Isn't this much more profitable than simply selling him a design? Mu Tianqian's expression was extremely conflicted as she listened to the young survivor's words. Her mind was in turmoil as she looked up at the middle-aged man with glasses and softly asked, "Teacher Zhang, what do you think we should do?" The middle-aged man glanced at the young survivor without showing much emotion, but was met with the latter's ravenous wolf-like gaze. Recalling the shameless yet ruthless behavior of this guy today, he swallowed hard, suppressing the words he originally wanted to say, leaving only one sentence: "You decide for yourself." In the wilderness, night had completely fallen. But tonight was destined to be anything but calm. In front of a bonfire, 7 burly men from the Chichin tribe were roasting a yellow goat. They moved with rugged motions, their bare upper bodies exposed to the cold night, showcasing exaggerated muscle contours, like fierce brown bears standing upright. "Boss, what do you think of that little guy named Lu Yin?" A burly man with a brown beard cut off half a goat leg with a knife and tore into it, asking, "Do you think he will seek our help?" Regardless of whether he ultimately seeks our help, he cannot escape the fate of being exterminated or becoming a vassal to other factions. The one referred to as boss by the brown-bearded man was none other than Katalov, the captain of the Wilderness Hunters team, who had once traded with Lu Yin. At this moment, he opened a bottle of strong liquor and took a few swigs, then spoke again. He has too many resources and too high a status, yet lacks the corresponding strength, achievements, and power to protect his treasures. I estimate that 30% of the entire wilderness is focusing on him, and this number will rise rapidly with time. In the face of 100 enemies with red eyes, even we and Yao Qi would have to retreat far away. And now there are definitely more than 300 people in the wilderness who hold hostility towards him. What do you think he can do in front of such a multitude of enemies? So does that mean he is definitely going to die? The brown-bearded man raised an eyebrow and asked. The only uncertainty now is whether he will die, Katalov replied. But once his shelter is discovered, how long can he hold out against the incoming enemies before he dies? Shall we make a bet? Once his shelter's location is exposed, I don't think he can last an hour. Out on the desolate wilderness after Lu Yan's bounty was posted, many people were discussing his future fate. The vast majority did not hold a favorable view of him. Those high-level players who believed themselves capable of hunting Lu Yan down were growing restless, rubbing their hands in anticipation, preparing to launch an assault as soon as his shelter was exposed. Meanwhile, ordinary players still struggling on the brink of subsistence were gloating upon hearing the news. He always loved stealing the spotlight. Now he's in for a fall, isn't he? What's the use of hoarding so many supplies? What's the use of building such a magnificent shelter? In the end, it'll all be for someone else's benefit. I really hope Lu Yan's shelter gets found soon. I can't wait to see his corpse left out in the wild. People always delight in seeing those who are better off or more capable than themselves fall from grace, regardless of whether they are good or evil. This is the work of jealousy in human nature. Even if Lu Yin had no quarrel with them, even if they could gain nothing from his downfall, merely watching him being violently toppled from the pinnacle of the shelter rankings provided these denizens of the wild's lowest rungs with a perverse sense of pleasure. The inherent evil of human nature was on full display at this moment. Quite a few people want me dead, huh? Lu Yin muttered expressionlessly as he read the chatter on the World Channel. Many were intensely interested in the bounty on his head, and some players had even begun forming teams to venture out and locate his shelter, acting as bounty hunters. Of course, there were also many who hoped Lu Yin would survive. These were primarily the smaller factions on the power rankings who possessed a longer-term vision. They believed that killing Lu Yin now would be like killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. After all, the only player currently capable of mass-producing and selling weapons was Lu Yin himself. Weapons were consumables. Even the finest steel weapons were bound to suffer damage. If Lu Yin were eliminated now, a group of people could certainly fatten themselves up in the short term. But what about the future? In the future, for a long time to come, players in the wilderness might face an extreme shortage of weapons. Activities like exploring ruins, hunting mutant beasts, and vying for territory all required weapons as support. Without high-quality arms, the pace of player development could become excruciatingly slow. What these smaller factions truly desired was to capture Lu Yin and force him to serve them. Inside a certain safe house, Lu Yuan watched the endless stream of conversations regarding Lu Yan's bounty on the World Channel. She furrowed her delicate brows and murmured, "This is trouble. With so many people after him, it's going to be extremely difficult for us to protect him and recruit him." "You're wrong," came a calm voice from the shadows behind her. The more dangerous his situation becomes, the greater the likelihood he'll join us. He's currently at the top of the shelter rankings on the same level as me. Without external pressure, he would never accept our invitation because it would mean submitting to me. But if he's besieged by a horde of enemies, his shelter breached, and he's teetering on the brink of death, then his pride will be shattered. At that moment, if we extend an olive branch to him, I believe the difficulty of recruiting him will be greatly reduced. Lu Yuan's eyes lit up. You mean to rescue him when he's in the most danger? That's a really good idea. But once he's exposed, he could be attacked by an astonishing number of enemies from all directions. How can we possibly protect him? In response to Lu Yuan's concern, the voice hidden in the shadows remained utterly calm. That's simple. He'll kill all the ones to the east first. Then kill all the ones to the west. Then kill all the ones to the north. And finally kill all the ones to the south. Gurgle, gurgle. Pure groundwater flowed from the extractor's outlet into the bucket, quickly filling today's 1,500 milliliters quota. Beside him, smoke rose from the stove, and the aroma of rice began to permeate the air. Although Lu Yin was set to become a target for everyone in the wilderness, the external pressures did not crush him. He still adhered strictly to the highest standard for his 3 daily meals. You have obtained 30 units of high-carbon steel. You have obtained 10 units of saltpeter. You have obtained 10 units of sulfur. You have obtained iron ore. Taking stock of the materials gained from selling weapons at the trading post, Lu Yin revealed a satisfied smile. With the materials obtained from selling 10 ordinary-grade weapons, the steel alone was enough to forge 30 spears of even higher quality. This was a virtuous cycle. By leveraging this snowball effect, Lu Yin could expand his advantage to an incredibly terrifying extent in the days to come. Of course, that was only if he could survive. Lu Yin lifted the lid of the pot, and as the scalding steam rose, a bowl of plump, perfectly cooked rice appeared. Since tonight's dinner required a special method, steaming instead of boiling, Lu Yin had crafted a small steamer basket from wooden sticks and wire to fit inside his stainless steel pot. Initially, he worried it might deform under high heat, but it proved to be surprisingly sturdy despite its ugly appearance. The wooden bowl, the size of a human head, weighed over 3 jin when filled with rice and water. After half an hour of steaming, the homemade basket showed no signs of warping. He rubbed his hands together, took the large bowl out of the steamer, drained the remaining water from the pot, added fresh oil, and tossed in ginger slices, dried chili peppers, and other seasonings along with slices of pork. This was the spoils seized from the pig-headed creatures today. Lu Yin hadn't managed to bring back the entire cartload of game. He only took a few larger, tastier animals like wild boar and yellow sheep, but it was more than enough to last him a long while. I need to process these game animals quickly, or they'll rot and spoil under the daytime heat. But my inventory slots need to hold other things. I can't let them occupy space for long. If only I had a large freezer. Lu Yin stroked his chin, staring at the mountain of beast carcasses in the corner. Either that, or I have to turn them into jerky. The process of making jerky wasn't too difficult, but it required a large amount of salt and seasonings, both of which weren't too expensive at the trading post. A single cake could buy a big bag. But Lu Yin didn't want to move anymore today. After consecutive battles with pig-headed creatures, the mummified general, and the psychological warfare with Kyong-sik Kim, he was utterly exhausted. All he wanted now was a hearty meal and a good night's sleep. Soon the glistening stir-fried pork with chili was ready. Lu Yin sprinkled some salt and pepper, mixed it well, and picked up a slice of meat to chew. Instantly, a wave of spicy, savory flavor surged into his mind. At that moment, he didn't want to think about anything. He just wanted to bury himself in the food and fill the void in his stomach. Day 6 of the wilderness. Lu Yan's living and dining standards had completely transcended the level of survival, reaching the level of living. Day 7 of the apocalypse. You hatched a pet egg, gaining a companion in the wilderness, never to feel lonely again. Survival points 10. You and your pet fought together for the first time, killing 4 coyotes. Though the tactics were a bit awkward, it was a good start. Survival points 10. You discovered a new intelligent being, fought it, and defeated it. Survival points 50. You obtained a generator and a vegetable culture medium, which will greatly enhance your quality of life. Survival points 30. You crafted a level 2 weapon. Survival points 20. You obtained a sand buggy, greatly improving your exploration and escape speed. Survival points 10. You explored the ruins, successfully defeated the enemy, and claimed the most precious treasure. Survival points 50. You unlocked the General Slayer achievement, obtaining the Overlord's aura. Survival points 20. A bounty has been placed on your head. Many seek to kill you for your wealth. Your name now echoes across the entire wilderness, known to all without exception. Everyone yearns to encounter you to express their heartfelt enthusiasm. Survival points 80. Current evaluation A. Special item reward upgrade scroll 1. Survival point reward 280. At dawn, the first thing Lu Yin did upon opening his eyes was to instantly check the daily evaluation. After a series of statistics were tallied, his survival points soared once again, reaching 528. I never expected the highest score to come from the bounty on my head. Lu Yin looked at the evaluation info with mixed feelings. He had fought tooth and nail in the mountains and ruins, walking the line between life and death, yet the system deemed it worthless. It seems the system's evaluation bonus mainly depends on fame. The more attention I get, the higher the bonus in the daily evaluation. So the system is forcing me to keep making waves? Lu Yin let out a bitter laugh. Although it went against his low-key nature, things had already come to this point, and it seemed he had no other choice. With the leaderboard published, he could no longer stay in the shadows. Since that was the case, he might as well change his usual style and stir up some major trouble. Upgrade scroll one-time consumable can be used for a low-level upgrade of an item, consuming no survival points or materials. Lu Yin looked again at the special reward issued today, a golden scroll. Its function was straightforward: to replace the system's upgrade for an item once. But what exactly falls under the category of low-level items? Lu Yin pondered for a moment, then fixed his gaze on the flintlock pistol beside his bed. Immediately, two pieces of information popped up. Upgrade direction 1, add rifling to increase shooting accuracy. Upgrade scroll, usable. Upgrade direction 2, improve quality to reduce risk of barrel burst. Upgrade scroll, usable. A level 2 weapon, usable. Lu Yin paused, then turned his head to look at the generator beside him. Upgrade direction 1, upgrade fuel conversion. 300 survival points. Upgrade scroll, not usable. Upgrade direction 2. Upgrade scroll, not usable. The generator was not usable. The range of low-level items is probably limited to pre-electricity era products. Lu Yin made a rough guess. He tried a few other items and found that the armor and the stove were usable, while items like the walkie-talkie VCD player and vegetable culture medium were not. This discovery confirmed his speculation. Roughly calculated, this upgrade scroll was worth about 100 survival points. After tallying today's rewards, Lu Yin opened the world channel as usual and immediately saw a flood of players spamming messages. Lu Mingwei, holy shit, why is it so damn hot today? It's only 8 o'clock and the air temperature has already soared past 48 degrees Celsius. By noon, won't it hit 60 or 70? Lin Feng, the UV intensity today is absolutely insane. I just stepped outside for a bit and my skin got sunburned. Lu, and damn it, all this crappy environment really leaves no room for survival. In the world channel, players were all cursing about the abnormally high temperatures today. In fact, Lu Yin had also noticed some signs. From earlier on, he had felt sweaty all over. The temperature in the dark, cool underground shelter was 4 or 5 degrees higher than usual, and the gentle morning sunlight that usually streamed through the cracks in the door had become harsh and scorching. After the rainstorm comes the heat. Lu Yin muttered to himself. This wasn't good news for him, as the heat would accelerate the rotting of the animal carcasses. He had to deal with that pile of game quickly, or his shelter would turn into a stinking pit of decay. Just as Lu Yin was planning to buy some salt and curing spices at the trading post, a player's message on the world channel caught his attention again. Wang Quan, the quality of the Yanhuang people is really too poor. They start cursing over every little thing. In terms of quality, the Yanhuang people should really learn from the Sakura nation. Koizumi Kenji, Mr. Wang is right. Our Yamato race is indeed a high-quality superior race. Please allow me to take a few minutes of everyone's time to share a bit about our nation's culture. Lu Weiming, you motherfucker. Lin Feng, good one, you little. You son of a BH. Lu, and go to hell, you traitorous dog. Although in the wilderness everyone was locked in internal strife, the Yanhuang players showed a remarkable unity when it came to their stance on the Sakura nation, immediately blasting Wang Quan with a torrent of abuse. The world channel erupted in argument. Soon players from the Sakura nation and the Stick nation joined the fray. About 3 minutes later, Wang Quan, the instigator of this verbal war, spoke again. Wang Quan had just a temperature of 50 or 60 degrees, and you're already complaining, endlessly blaming heaven and earth. This is the true nature of the Yanhuang people. Wang Quan, look at the Sakura nation. On August 6, 1945, the weather in Hiroshima was clear and sunny, turning into a mushroom cloud with a maximum temperature of 6,000 degrees Celsius. That day, 17000 people in Hiroshima didn't complain about the heat. Now that's what you call a high-quality citizenry. Lu Weiming, I've already drawn my blade. Even if you're an ally, you'll still taste my steel today. Lin Feng, I've got plenty of acquaintances in Sakura country. Barbecue Master Li Mei. Lu, and though I was born in Yanhuang, my heart has always yearned for Sakura country. Only on that land can my life achieve its most splendid bloom. Dongfeng 41. Shaowan Jinren. Within the world channel, Wang Quan's sudden reversal successfully stirred up a wave of sentiment among many players, and a chorus of jeers quickly flooded the screen. Lu Yin, finding no useful information in the world channel, decisively closed it. Next, he opened the trading market, and at the price of a single spear purchased a large quantity of salt, star anise straw, and other materials for making smoked cured meat. 10 kilograms of coarse salt, 10 kilograms of Sichuan pepper. Lu Yin inventoried the curing ingredients one by one, then dragged out the carcass of a wild boar and headed to the shade of a poplar tree not far from the safe house to begin gutting and cleaning it. Handling a raw pig was something he had only seen others do before, and this was his first attempt, so his technique was inevitably a bit clumsy. He spread a thick layer of leaves on the ground and with extreme extravagance, took out a high-quality cleaver forged from high manganese steel, which possessed the special effect, easy severance. With the blade, he effortlessly split open the boar's belly. An intensely rich smell of blood assailed his senses, and the multicolored viscera spilled out through the wound. Lu Yin, suppressing his nausea, slowly emptied the boar's abdomen, discarding the entrails aside. The entire process took over 2 hours. After finishing this, Lu Yin, enduring the ever-rising temperature, lit a fire to burn off all the stiff bristles from the boar's hide, and then began cutting the meat on the leafy cutting board. Worried that he wouldn't be able to process all the prey in time, leading to spoilage, Lu Yin kept only the most exquisite and flavorful cuts: the shoulder blade, meat tenderloin, rump tip, and some fatty belly, totaling no more than 30 kilograms. As for the organs, Lu Yin only retained the heart and liver. The remaining meat was hung up in the trading market for sale. While Lu Yin was occupied with this, the bored little white dragon was loitering nearby, when suddenly its eyes lit up as if it had discovered something. Flapping its wings, it darted over. Arf! 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 Soon a series of mournful cries akin to those of a canine echoed from a distant thicket. The grass rustled, and a small puppy about 30 centimeters long dashed out in panic. Little White Dragon pursued unhurriedly, occasionally swooping down to send the puppy tumbling. As the overlord of the skies, Little White Dragon was not as aloof as its appearance suggested. In truth, it had a great fondness for play like a child. Even when not hunting, it would chase after rabbits and mice to add a bit of amusement to its otherwise tedious existence. This was the fundamental manifestation of the law of the jungle. The life and death of the weak held no value in the eyes of the strong, serving at most as a pastime. The little puppy, covered in dust, kept whimpering, seemingly driven mad by panic, and ran straight towards Lu Yin. At that moment, as if bored with the game, Little White Dragon opened its sharp talons and lunged for the puppy's head. Just as the deadly claws were about to sink into the pup's body, a large hand stained with blood and filth shot out, with startling suddenness, grabbing the puppy by the scruff of its neck and lifting it up. It was Lu Yin. How did a dog get here? Lu Yin tilted his head, looking at the puppy dangling from his hand, somewhat puzzled. The little creature had a coat of grayish-black fur, sturdy limbs, and a wild look about it. Even now held by Lu Yin, who was dozens of times its size, it continued to struggle fiercely. Arf! 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 The puppy thrashed desperately, trying to bite Lu Yin's fingers with its tiny sharp teeth. No, this looks like a wolf. Lu Yin frowned, staring at the little thing. Suddenly a memory surfaced of flipping through the basic resource guide earlier, which had mentioned a certain creature inhabiting the vicinity of a particular resource. He casually wiped the blood on the little creature, took out the guide, and flipped to the page he remembered. Soon some information came into view. White direction grass. Basic resource medicine can treat symptoms like bleeding and wound inflammation. Producing area XX. Possible danger: North American gray wolf pack. The page in the guide contained 2 pictures. The first was of white direction grass, and the second was a photo of a North American gray wolf pack. Among the group of massive wolves, several cubs looked exactly like the puppy in his hand. It really is a big gray wolf. Lu Yin couldn't help blurting out. The North American gray wolf was different from the coyote he had killed yesterday. It was the largest wolf species in the world, with adults reaching up to 2 meters in length and weighing over 80 kilograms. A true large predator. In terms of combat capability, a single adult North American gray wolf could easily take down 2 Tibetan mastiffs. A pack of 5 or more could contend with top-tier predators like brown bears and mountain lions. In the old world, they were undisputed apex predators. Could there be a wolf pack nearby? Lu Yin looked at the wolf cub, his heart sinking. These wolves were ferocious and extremely powerful. If such a pack of beasts was near his safe house, it would indeed be a troublesome matter. Little White Dragon, attuned to Lu Yin's thoughts, sensed his concern and immediately soared into the sky to patrol the area. About 30 minutes later, Little White Dragon returned with news. Within a 10-kilometer radius, there was no trace of a wolf pack. Could this little one have been abandoned by its pack? Relieved, Lu Yin looked at the wolf cub, and a thought suddenly crossed his mind. He pinched a piece of wild boar meat cut to the size of a finger and slowly brought it to the cub's mouth. The smell of blood seemed to trigger the cub's primal instincts, or perhaps it was simply too hungry. The cub immediately seized the meat and began to wolf it down. In just a few seconds, the morsel was swallowed. He cut another strip and tossed it to the cub. The cub was equally quick, gulping it down after a few chews. Then it looked at Lu Yin with pleading eyes, its resistance fading. When Lu Yin set it on the ground, it no longer tried to flee, only occasionally licking its nose with its tongue, as if in anticipation. Lu Yin chuckled, pinched another small piece of meat skin, and dangled it in front of the cub, like a strange uncle luring an innocent child. Would you like to come with me? If you follow me, you can eat as much meat like this as you want. The cub watched Lu Yin warily, but ultimately it couldn't resist the temptation of the food. Step by step it approached Lu Yin and began to lick his fingertips. Lu Yin patted the cub's head with great satisfaction. Little one, remember my name. I am. Dun dun. The wolf cub, evidently ravenous, devoured 7 or 8 strips of meat until its little belly was round and taut. At first sight of the tiny creature, Lu Yin had intended to drive it away, or even kill it outright, but soon he changed his mind. He wanted to tame this wolf cub, just as he had seen those pig-headed men in the forest yesterday taming coyotes. On this desolate wilderness, many human players eyed Lu Yin with hostility, eager to slay him and seize everything he possessed. Even if Lu Yin could temporarily crush his enemies' attacks with advanced weaponry, he was but one man, prone to fatigue and complacency. To remain ever vigilant against invasion, his nerves perpetually taut, would drain even an Iron Man to the brink of collapse. In the future, he would undoubtedly need to expand the shelter's membership to bolster his fighting strength and alleviate his burden. Yet aside from Lu Xiaoyu, who had grown up alongside him, Lu Yin was loath to ally with anyone else on this wilderness. Humans were far too clever, and in certain moments they proved less steadfast and loyal than beasts. Even if the second and third waves of players included old friends or acquaintances, Lu Yin dared not trust them easily. Before the altar of interest, many friendships he once deemed unshakable might crumble. Having witnessed and endured similar betrayals in his past life, Lu Yin's resolve only hardened. The more he dealt with people, the more he favored beasts. Until he established an interlocking, irreplaceable survival chain, or possessed overwhelming power to crush any rebellion, he had no intention of admitting human members into his shelter. At least when tempted by gain, beasts would not betray the master who raised them for better living conditions or higher status. Unlike most humans. "Little one, will you come with me?" Lu Yin hoisted the cut wild boar meat and beckoned the wolf cub with a crook of his finger. Though it was only around 10 in the morning, the temperature had soared past 55 degrees Celsius. The harsh ultraviolet rays relentlessly scoured the earth, and Lu Yin felt as though he were trapped in a steam room drenched in sweat. After a moment's hesitation, the wolf cub trotted after Lu Yin toward the shelter. "Kala." Lu Yin pushed open the shelter door, and little white dragon darted inside. Just then the wolf cub, still following close behind, fixed its gaze on the door with a look of profound wariness. In its immature mind, it could only find in its genetic memory something akin to that door, a thing crafted by intelligent beings called a trap. Entering it would be perilous. Standing before the shelter entrance, it stared at Lu Yin, its earlier trust gradually giving way to a hostile resistance. Its fur bristled as it tried to appear more menacing, letting out a low growl at Lu Yin as if warning him not to follow. Then with decisive swiftness, it turned and bolted toward the bushes where it had hidden before. A truly ungrateful little wolf. Lu Yin sighed, making no move to pursue, letting it flee. Taming a wild beast was no simple task. Rushing it could backfire. Whether the cub had been separated from its pack or abandoned by its parents, it was now in a state of extreme panic and insecurity, like a lost child facing an alien world, unsure where to go or whom to trust. Both young animals and children were fragile, sensitive creatures, especially when thrust alone into new environments. At such times, a single gesture or word from someone could leave a profound impact on them. They would use it to judge whether you were kind or malevolent. Lu Yin's earlier feeding had made the cub feel warmth, so it followed him. Now the shelter door sparked fear, so it fled. This was not capriciousness, but the drive of a lonely, insecure heart armed with fierce self-preservation. Sush! The cub squeezed into the bushes, but did not flee far. Instead, it crouched in a grassy hollow, half-hidden, peeking out to watch Lu Yin's every move. Seeing the cub's posture, Lu Yin thought of a fitting idiom: skulking like a dog. Clearly, though the shelter door had stirred fear and uneased the meat strips, he had fed it still kindled trust and affection. Caught in this contradiction, the cub hid in the grass, ready to observe Lu Yin further. If during this time he did anything to frighten or repel it, it would flee instantly, though escape was not guaranteed. Conversely, the cub would drop its guard entirely and become the shelter's third member. "Little one, you're full of tricks." Lu Yin breathed a sigh of relief. He turned and entered the shelter, fashioned a bowl from wood, filled it with rainwater, and placed it by the door before closing it firmly. The wolf cub crouched long in the bushes. The searing heat and fierce thirst kindled a desperate craving for water. Its eyes were fixed on the bowl by the shelter door, its tongue constantly licking its nose. Lu Yin shut the shelter door, sealing out the scorching ultraviolet rays behind the heavy stone walls. A coolness utterly different from the outside washed over him. He did not dwell on the cub. Instead, he placed the cut meat into a wooden bucket, mixed it with salt and spices, and set it near the vent to dry. After 2 hours of labor, Lu Yin realized he could not process all the prey before it rotted. So after a moment's thought, he chopped off the more palatable, easier to cure parts, like the sheep legs, for preservation. The remaining meat and hides were all listed on the trading post, priced in raw materials such as various metals and gunpowder. By the time he finished, it was 11 in the morning. Just as he was about to rest, a private message arrived. "Mu Qianqian, greetings Lord Lu, the power shelter blueprint you commissioned is complete. Mu Qianqian sending a flash photo." A flash photo appeared in the private chat interface. Lu Yin casually tapped to open it, and before his eyes emerged a meticulously crafted design drawing executed with extreme precision. The blueprint was divided into 5 sections, showcasing the structure from side profiles, bird's-eye views, diagonal angles, and other perspectives. At certain key positions, annotations had been painstakingly added detailing functional notes, optimal wall thickness, and the most suitable construction materials. Although he had not yet scrutinized it thoroughly, the subtle details revealed that the creator had invested genuine effort. This design drawing essentially fulfilled all of Lu Yan's requirements. Flash photo viewing time has ended. The image has been corrupted. As the countdown concluded, the blueprint dissolved into a blur of pixels on the private chat interface. Although the flash photo feature mimicked a messaging app from a bygone world, its implementation within the apocalyptic game was far more rigorous. When a flash photo was opened, any built-in screenshot or recording functions of the game were disabled. Even if external tools like cameras or phones were used to capture the screen, the resulting image would be pitch black. This was a protective measure for intellectual property embedded within the game's design. To obtain the design, without payment, one would need a brain with 8 cores capable of memorizing every detail of the blueprint within 20 seconds and replicating it precisely. Lu Yan, I have a few additional requests. Can the number of firing ports be increased? Ever since a bounty was placed on his shelter's location, Lu Yan's craving for firepower had grown increasingly intense. He noticed that the design included 6 firing ports, a number that under normal circumstances would suffice to turn the shelter into a fortress against danger. But now, facing the hostility of nearly a third of the Wasteland's players, Lu Yan felt that 6 firing ports were still insufficient to grant him a sense of security. After making this request, Lu Yan expected Mutates to seize the opportunity to raise the price and extract more resources from him, given that his bounty was known to nearly everyone in the Wasteland, all aware that this was the perfect moment to extort him. Yet to his surprise, Mutates did no such thing. Instead, she displayed extraordinary enthusiasm, actively cooperating with Lu Yan's demands to modify the design, almost accommodating every request. Finally, 2 hours later, a blueprint that fully met Lu Yan's specifications was completed. Ding, transaction complete. You have lost steel axe, fine grade you have received. As the notification of the completed transaction chimed, a design drawing materialized in Lu Yan's hand. He immediately began to examine it closely and started preparing the various materials needed for the shelter's renovation. Stone, insulation, cotton, reflective mirrors for the firing observation ports. Following the annotations on the blueprint, Lu Yan searched for the necessary materials within the trading hub. About half an hour later, a small mountain of supplies had piled up before him. Just as he was about to commence the renovation, a private message chimed once more. It was Mutates again. She directly sent a normal image accompanied by a single line of text. Mutates, Lord Lu, my apologies. There were a few structural flaws in the previous design. I've refined it again with minor adjustments. If you're ready to begin construction, please use the second version as the standard. Lu Yan raised an eyebrow. He opened the image and found it to be 99% identical to the blueprint in his hand, with only 3 or 4 subtle differences. This Mutates. She truly has a spirit of craftsmanship. If she can survive long enough, she might be a worthwhile long-term collaborator. Lu Yan replied with a smiling emoji, then closed the chat interface and saved the second version of the design. Inside the shelter of the second-ranked Major Alliance, dozens of survivors were toiling away, mining, or their sweat pouring like rain. The door to the shelter owner Mutates' dwelling opened, and the middle-aged man with glasses stepped out, coincidentally encountering a young man approaching. How did it go? Did Miss Mu sell that flawed blueprint to Lu Yan? The young survivor asked urgently. I don't know, the middle-aged man replied, shaking his head emotionlessly. You don't know? You drew that blueprint, and you watched their entire transaction. Now you're saying you don't know? The young survivor sneered. I drew 2 versions this time, one flawed, one flawless. Miss Mu gave both to Lu Yan, but I don't know the order in which they were sent. The middle-aged man responded with a hint of anger in his expression. It's possible the first was flawed, and Miss Mu later had a change of heart and replaced it with the flawless one. Or perhaps the first was flawless, and Miss Mu agreed with your plan, using the second flawed version to trick Lu Yan. This damn mess seriously complicates my future schemes. Women are such a bother. A simple task, and she had to make it so convoluted. Even if the second version is the flawed one, this approach risks arousing Lu Yan's suspicions. The young survivor's face twisted with displeasure. Isn't she just asking for trouble? Wang Yu. As the young survivor rambled on, the middle-aged man suddenly gritted his teeth and snapped. Do you even know your place? You are just a survivor taken in by this shelter. Miss Mu is the master here. You have no right to criticize her actions or question them. Startled by the outburst, Wang Yu felt a surge of anger and was about to grab the middle-aged man by the collar and beat him when the door to the safe house ahead suddenly swung open. Mutates stood at the entrance holding the steel axe she had just traded from Lu Yan and furrowed her brow. What's going on? Wang Yu paused, then swiftly switched to a fawning smile, his expression dripping with flattery. Miss Mu, I was just discussing the construction of an irrigation canal with Teacher Zhang. Get along, Mutates finally uttered after a long pause. Harmony, absolutely harmony. Wang Yu smoothly straightened the middle-aged man's collar with practiced ease, then walked away with a cheerful grin. Once he was out of earshot, Teacher Zhang could no longer hold back. He turned to Mu Qianqian and urged, "Miss Mu, I believe this Wang Yu is trouble. If he stays here, it might lead to disaster." Mu Qianqian waved her hand, cutting him off. "We all come from different places. Some friction is inevitable when we first meet. We need to be more tolerant. Perhaps with time we'll discover each other's strengths." "You? Son." Teacher Zhang opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately let out a heavy sigh. In the distance, Wang Yu squeezed in among the survivors, mining or casting a glance toward Mu Qianqian and Teacher Zhang. A cold smirk curled at the corner of his mouth as he muttered to himself, "My identity. A survivor. This shelter might not belong to her forever." Since the second blueprint only had minor alterations compared to the first, there was little difference in the materials used. The stones and other items that Lu Yan had previously acquired were not wasted. According to Lu Yan's earlier requirements, the new blueprint divided the entire shelter into 6 distinct areas. The master bedroom operations center, the secondary bedroom, the warehouse, the kitchen, the vegetable cultivation room, and the main hall. Although the operations center currently only housed a walkie-talkie for monitoring and an unfinished firing control system, it would inevitably be equipped with devices like surveillance cameras in the future. One day, this humble shelter would transform into a militarized base. After reviewing the blueprint several times and confirming there were no other changes needed, Lu Yan opened the shelter interface. Personal safe house, level LV1, homestay grade description, a stone-built shelter capable of effectively resisting cold waves and beast tides, offering excellent safety. Damage level 3, stone gate, suffered external impact. Equipment, stove, groundwater extractor. Gazing at the shelter's information, Lu Yan once again opened the Doomsday Survival System, and 2 upgrade options immediately popped up in his vision. Upgrade Direction 1, expand the shelter area, constructing new usable space in the up, down, left, right directions. Cost 200 survival points. Upgrade Direction 2, based on the host's current resources, restructure and reconfigure the shelter's existing space, dividing it into different functional zones. Cost 280 survival points. Blueprint detected. Import blueprint. Additional cost 15 survival points. The system is incredibly thoughtful. It can even automatically import the blueprint. Lu Yan exclaimed with pleasant surprise upon noticing the parenthetical hint in Upgrade Direction 2. Clearly, among the 2 options provided by the System Direction 2 met Lu Yan's requirements. Although importing the blueprint would cost an extra 15 survival points for Lu Yan, at this moment the priority was to complete the upgrade according to the blueprint as soon as possible. He could certainly skip spending those 15 survival points, but the shelter upgraded autonomously by the system might not necessarily meet his needs. To be safe, he was willing to pay a little extra. Choose Upgrade Direction 2. Confirm import of Blueprint version 2. Survival points 280. Survival points 15. After 295 survival points were deducted, a golden radiance enveloped the entire shelter. A virtual 3-dimensional image appeared in his vision, displaying the shelter's current state. Blueprint loading. Pre-planning according to blueprint in progress. As the prompts echoed continuously, the 3-dimensional image before Lu Yan began to change. The equipment inside the shelter also turned into virtual projections, shifting positions according to the blueprint's design. The generator, culture medium, and stove, all relocated. Wires and steel cables were embedded into steel pipes within the walls. 3 minutes later, the shelter displayed in the 3-dimensional image had undergone a dramatic transformation. With a casual swipe, the entire shelter's image rotated before him, allowing him to observe every angle from a god's eye perspective. Truly excellent. Lu Yan murmured as his finger slowly pressed the confirm modification option beneath the 3-dimensional image. The image before him shattered into sparkling fragments. A series of faint vibrations emanated from the earth beneath his feet, and the walls within his sight began to shift, as if an invisible creator's hand were caressing the shelter. The pile of various materials stacked like a small hill in front of Lu Yan rapidly vanished. In the trading ground, he had not acquired all the items required by the blueprint, but the system would automatically supplement them. Of course, at the cost of consuming additional survival points. According to Lu Yan's speculation, if all materials were fully supplied, the required survival points for the modification would be around 150. Yet the current consumption was 280. Clearly, the extra 130 points represented the system's charge for the materials. As the earth quaked, the originally low soft steps at the entrance of the safe house melted into nothingness, replaced by a stone passageway with a turn. Thus, the harsh sunlight could no longer directly shine into the shelter's interior, and safety was greatly enhanced. Even if the stone gate were breached from outside, enemies could not directly storm the main hall. This cornered passageway would at least grant Lu Yan an extra 3 seconds of reaction time. 3 seconds. Though it might not sound like much, it could determine fate between life and death. Next, the stove and ventilation ducts began to shift, as well, moving from the central position to a corner, freeing up more usable space. Heavy equipment like the culture medium and generator seemed to lose their weight, floating up from the ground and settling into the positions previously designated in the blueprint. Walls rose abruptly, seamlessly merging with the shelter, dividing the empty space into distinct rooms. At this moment, the entire structure of the safe house had undergone earth-shaking changes. Behind the cornered passageway at the entrance lay a living room of about 28 square meters, furnished with the tables, stools, and utensils Lu Yin had previously crafted. Due to the added partitions, the interior of the safe house became quite dim, so Lu Yin lit an oil lamp. By the lamp's glow, he observed the facilities inside. Beyond the living room, a partitioned room served as the master bedroom. Since it needed to double as the operations center, the master bedroom was even larger than the living room, reaching a surprising 40 square meters. In a corner, Lu Yin planned to build a storage bed with a hollow base, using the space beneath the bed for storing his clothes and bedding in the future. Additionally, he needed a nightstand, a lamp, and a washstand. These few daily necessities would suffice for the bedroom. Lu Yin then turned his gaze to the other side. On the right side of the bedroom, opposite the bed, was the territory of the operations center. Here, Lu Yin would install the shelter's main electrical switch and the control box for the crossbows and firearms at the shooting ports. In the future, a surveillance monitor or a trap gate controller might be added. Of course, all of this depended on a completely stable power supply. Thinking this, Lu Yin lifted the oil lamp and looked up at the wall. Two round plastic steel conduits appeared on the wall above. From the left conduit extended some wires, while from the right conduit extended 8 extremely thin yet tough steel cables. Clearly, these two plastic steel pipes embedded in the wall contained the shelter's most critical power lines and fire control devices. The 8 steel cables corresponded to 8 shooting ports. Once Lu Yin equipped the shooting ports with crossbows, flintlock guns, and other firepower, locked the triggers with the steel cables, and connected these cables to a multi-switch valve resembling a circuit breaker panel, all while leveraging his innate seeking advantage, avoiding harm ability. He could sit in the bedroom and precisely strike enemies with multiple firepower from a distance. This could be considered the most rudimentary military capability of satellite locking and precision strike. The secondary bedroom, situated directly opposite the master bedroom, was naturally reserved for Lu Xiaoyu's future residence. Serving solely as a sleeping space, it required no excessive area, only about 20 square meters, accommodating merely a bed and a bookshelf. To the right of the living room lay the storage warehouse, stocked with various resources and weapons Lu Yin had gathered over recent days. He planned to install several shelving units inside to categorize items and maximize spatial efficiency. To the left of the living room stood the vegetable cultivation chamber, crammed tightly with a fuel-powered generator and the vegetable growth substrate. Given the generator's considerable operational noise, the partition walls and entrance door were specially constructed using premium acoustic insulation materials. Though a faint hum still permeated when the door was sealed, its volume remained comfortably tolerable. Lu Yin approached the vegetable growth substrate and discovered that the seeds sown yesterday had already sprouted tender green shoots, piercing through the dark soil like fragile emerald flames. This discovery filled him with extraordinary elation, a feeling few could truly comprehend. To witness life emerge from one's own hands upon barren wasteland was akin to beholding hope itself. It signified that from this day forward, Lu Yin had achieved full dietary autonomy. Even should a catastrophic famine sweep across the wilderness, he would never starve. Rustling softly, Lu Yin lifted a bucket of stored rainwater and gently irrigated the growth substrate, fulfilling its daily hydration requirement. For now, survival dictated cultivating only high-yield, fast-maturing vegetables. Taste and nutrition were luxuries he could not yet afford. In time, however, he dreamed of growing strawberries and watermelons. His mouth watered faintly. Though he had never suffered hunger since entering the wilderness, every fruit he'd tasted thus far had been canned, while those traded at the market were mostly wild berries, sour, astringent, and nearly inedible. As for orchards bearing flavorful, nutrient-rich fruits, they had long been claimed by massive herbivorous herds. During the early wilderness phase, players dared not provoke these beasts: boars, hippopotamuses, bison, and elephants, whose numbers often exceeded 100 per herd. Though herbivorous by nature, their combat prowess and temper were anything but vegetarian. These creatures guarded their territories even more fiercely than lion prides or wolf packs. The moment they detected an intruder, they would surge forth en masse, without hesitation. Emerging from the cultivation chamber, Lu Yin entered the kitchen. Beside the stove stood a stone countertop built into cabinetry used to store seasonings and provisions. Directly above the stove opened a ventilation duct, channeling all steam and cooking fumes safely out of the shelter, ensuring both safety and immaculate cleanliness. The secret passage Lu Yin had previously excavated, connecting the shelter to the outside world, now featured concealed entry and exit doors meticulously painted to match the surrounding walls and grass, rendering them nearly invisible. Next came the feature he cared about most: the firing ports. Precisely as designed, 8 firing ports were positioned evenly across the shelter's 4 cardinal directions. Each corner's ceiling housed one port, and the center of each main wall held another. Adjacent to every firing port sat a periscope-style inverted Z observation slit, granting full surveillance against threats approaching from any angle. Yet at present the weapon mounts beside each firing port stood empty. Lu Yin had yet to install his crossbows or flintlock muskets. He then spent half an hour installing light sockets and incandescent bulbs, acquired earlier from the trading post, onto the shelter's ceiling. These minor fixtures had not appeared on the original blueprints, so the system had not automatically expended survival points to procure them during prior renovations. Creak. With the final bulb screwed firmly into place, Lu Yin slowly flipped the switch, and instantly warm amber light flooded the entire shelter. He drew a deep breath, sank onto a wooden stool, and gazed upon his transformed haven, overwhelmed by a profound sense of accomplishment. That light heralded Lu Yin's return to the age of electricity. Though the equipment within the shelter remained rudimentary compared to civilized society across the entire wilderness, Lu Yin's refuge had already left all others far behind, a solitary leader in the race. He opened the ranking list only to see his shelter's score surge once more. Rank 1 on the shelter leaderboard, owner Lu Yin, score 450. Reason for top ranking: a stone safe house equipped with 3 major systems featuring partition zones and added power generation facilities. It offers exceptional safety and comfort, standing as the first and only small fortress in the wilderness with a complete electrical system. This upgrade alone had increased the shelter's score by 240 points compared to when the leaderboard was first issued late the night before. The total score now surpassed that of the second-ranked Mutant Alliance shelter by 386 points, rendering his top position utterly unshakable. Staring at the leaderboard, Lu Yin felt a mix of elation and a hint of worry. The information on the board updated so swiftly that it left no room for anyone to conceal their true capabilities. While being at the top brought generous rewards, it also carried the risk of information exposure. Countless eyes were fixed on him. Any new equipment or change in his shelter would be instantly known to players constantly monitoring the leaderboard. This created an unfavorable situation. I am in the open while my enemies lurk in the shadows. After some thought, Lu Yin decided to postpone arming his safe house with firepower for the time being, choosing to keep some trump cards hidden. Of course, refraining from installing firepower meant not mounting crossbows, flintlock guns, or other ranged weapons onto the firing ports, nor linking them with steel cables. It did not mean he would not craft them. Based on his estimation of the information displayed on the leaderboard, as long as he did not install the weapons into the firing ports, the board would not indicate that his shelter possessed ranged firepower capabilities. Thus, Lu Yin decided to first manufacture the weapons intended for the firing ports, assembling them only when the time was right. This would create a false impression and mislead the players in the wilderness who were constantly watching him. As for the choice of ranged weapons, Lu Yin decided on a ratio of 4 crossbows to 4 flintlock guns. Although he now had the ability to craft LV2 weapons, and flintlock guns far surpassed crossbows in range and power, they still had a flaw that could not be ignored. They could not fire continuously. After each shot, they required manual reloading. Crossbows, on the other hand, could fire in succession. For instance, ancient Shinho crossbows or Zhuge repeating crossbows could hold up to 20 bolts and fire up to 10 at once, functioning like semi-automatic rifles of the cold weapon era. Lu Yin's plan was that if enemies attacked, crossbows would handle larger numbers of foes with weaker defenses, while flintlock guns would deal with fewer enemies clad in armor or plate mail, which offered greater protection. This would fully leverage the strengths of each weapon. Of course, this was merely an idealized concept. Our real battle conditions rarely followed one's plans perfectly. The direction from which enemies charged would not obey commands, nor would they willingly step into the kill zones tailored for them. To achieve this, additional preparations were necessary. Obstacles. Lu Yin needed to create barriers near the safe house, forcing enemies to approach along routes entirely of his design. For example, to lure heavily armored enemies past the crossbow's range and into the flintlock gun's field of fire, Lu Yin would need to dig waist-deep traps beyond the flintlock's range, or create areas of muddy terrain mixed with rocks around the safe house. Heavily armored foes, burdened by the weight of their armor, would find movement cumbersome. Falling into a trap would require far more effort to escape than for an ordinary person. Similarly, muddy and rocky ground were terrains such enemies would avoid. Upon seeing them, most would choose to detour and take another path. Lu Yin's task was to alter the terrain step by step, guiding them into the flintlock gun's firing zone. As for unarmored enemies, they were even easier to handle. To lure them into the shooting area, he only needed to lay thorny bushes and branches around the safe house, preferably poisonous ones. Fearing skin lacerations, they would naturally choose another route. Lu Yin would deliberately leave a relatively easy path for them to take, which would of course fall within the crossbow's range. As for whether they might set the bushes on fire or hack them with blades, if the bushes were cut that day, they would not dry out within 24 hours and could hardly be ignited. As for using blades to chop through, Lu Yin deemed it unlikely. Weapons were precious across the wilderness. Anyone planning to hunt him would never waste their weapon's sharpness before the battle even began. With a path available, no one would insist on cutting through another way. It was an arduous task, consuming much energy and time. But survival was never simple. Players at the bottom of the wilderness suffered from hunger, thirst, and lack of resources. Those at the top fared no better. Though they had relatively ample survival supplies, they constantly had to guard against the malicious gazes of those around them, against peers coveting their resources, who lived more easily. No one could give a definitive answer. Let me see. The materials needed to craft a crossbow are. Lu Yin wasted no time. A danger could strike at any moment. He opened the crafting interface, ready to produce the firepower turrets for his shelter. A gaunt young man in tattered clothes, clutching a wooden spear, trudged across the wilderness like a walking corpse. His expression was vacant, his eyes filled with numb despair. He had not eaten for 2 days, surviving only on rainwater stored earlier. After 2 hours of hunting in temperatures exceeding 50 degrees Celsius, without catching anything, his physical and mental limits had been reached. Climbing a rise, the young man suddenly felt dizzy. His legs gave way, and he tumbled down the slope like a rolling ball. Thud! He crashed heavily into a pit. As the dust settled, he felt aches all over his skin, covered in cuts from sharp stones and thorns. Am I about to die? The young man muttered, lying in the pit. He laughed bitterly. Well, dying is better than suffering anymore. He closed his eyes as if calmly awaiting death. Under the intense ultraviolet rays, he felt his body temperature skyrocket, while his life force ebbed away. After an unknown time, just as his consciousness was about to fade completely, a clear whimper sounded in his ears. He snapped open his eyes and saw a furry creature. His blurry vision slowly focused, revealing its true form, a wolf cub. The cub was tilting its head, staring at him from the edge of the pit, showing no fear, only curiosity. The young man's lifeless pupils gradually regained vitality, his gaze turning fierce and greedy. His dying body seemed infused with new strength. In his eyes, the wolf cub had transformed into a chunk of meat. Meat that could save him from starvation. He scrambled up, lunging at the cub like a demon. Startled, the cub turned and fled. The young man climbed out of the pit, but then froze. He saw the direction in which the cub had run. Across that wilderness, a stone drainage ditch stood out conspicuously.